Can't believe you both need to wear diapers.
Hello. Oh, very funny. Start the fucking stream off like that. Hello, people. Thank you for being here. I see it's romper room now. I see 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴. I see Jay Heighton. I thought I saw Jay Heighton. Who's the other person? Oh, it is Jay Heighton. Hello. I can't see what you said, but thank you for being here. 2:15, you're late. I can't believe it's 2:15 in the afternoon on the next day. I've been up all night. Okay. So we're going to start off with a short video, and then we'll be back to you. Thank you for being here. And take it away.
You ready?
Yeah, take it away, Nudie.
Okay.
The desire for peace is fundamentally and innately in every single human being. The message has echoed for centuries. What you are looking for is inside of you. If you're looking for peace, you won't find it anywhere else. Peace is an inner feeling that every human being already has. What I try to address is the fundamental peace that resides within every single human being. Discover it, explore it, feel it. Changes. For a lot of people, change is one of the things that either they're trying to resist or find themselves being swept by them. But do we really understand what that means? What is a change? Because as we exist, as we live, in every breath that we take, we are in that swing of a change. If that breath comes, good, we're alive. If it goes, we're getting very, very close to something that we don't know what it is. And if it comes again, there, we just had another opportunity to be, to exist. And if it goes and doesn't come back, you'll be in the middle of a very big change. That's the mother of all changes. But it happens all the time. All the time. Day, night. But we don't perceive it as that. We perceive our life in terms of statistics. 60 years, 65 years, 70 years, average.
Quants dies de mitjana té una vida? No ho sé. Milions de dies? No ho sé.
Never thought of that.
No, I haven't either.
Es muy difícil de decir.
365 por 80, que no sé fer ara. No sé. No molts.
250 million. My maths is bad. I'm trying to do the math.
250,000 days.
20,000? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I'll go for 80,000.
80,000. 80,000.
I want to live a long life.
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, quite a
Around about
few.
that, yeah, be quite a lot. Yeah.
We're not studying mathematics.
A lot of days. I hope so. A lot of days. Yeah.
This is my hack for working smart, money.com. Let me show you how I use money.com to create a tailor-made workflow.
Let me give you a bit of an economic lesson here. If I was to say you're going to receive $25,550, is that a lot of money? For some people, it's a lot of money. Some people, it's not a whole lot of money. $25,550 isn't going to quite buy you a house and a car, a refrigerator and a washing machine, and pay for your food for too long. I mean, in this day and age, $25,550 is just not that much. And if this is all you had, this is it. You get no more of it, I think you'd be fairly depressed because it's not gonna last that long. I mean, forget about any trips. You may have to walk to the grocery store. Forget about any luxury items. So why am I telling you about $25,550? What has that got to do with you? It does. Not quite dollars. On average, if a human being lives for 70 years, then that's how many days you get. 25,550 days. That's it.
25.500 dies, mare meva.
Really? That's not much.
Solamente?
Wow. Life's short.
When you break it down like that, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, a lot less than what I originally thought.
Yeah, that's not that long when you think about it.
I get a little bit sad, to be quite honest.
Pues pocs trobo, ¿eh?
It sounds very little.
Muy pocos días en realidad me parecen.
It doesn't sound as many as I thought it would be.
Bueno, parecen pocos, de verdad.
Si te das cuenta de que es corto, si cuentas por día, queda nada.
When I speak to people, I don't want to make them feel guilty. I try to, as subtly as I can sometimes, give a sense of urgency because people have so much happening in their life. And I just want to call their attention to themselves and their existence. Because after me, will this world go on? You bet. Will flowers bloom? Yes. Will rain come down? Yes. Will the sun shine? Of course. Will the fish jump in the ocean? Of course. But the thing is, I won't be there to witness it. I won't be there to enjoy it. I won't be there to say, wow, that is beautiful. And so 25,550 came up as a good way to attract your attention and bring it to a point where you can start to see the urgency of this life. You are alive. And for a lot of people, well, that's not earth-shattering message. But think about it. If somebody says to you, you're going to die, that is earth-shattering. So why is it in reverse? If a doctor tells you you got 2 months to live, people go, oh my God. Do we acknowledge what it means to be alive when we are alive? Or does it only enter our minds when that possibility is no more?
Pues sabiendo que hay 25.000 días, de los días que me quedan, supongo que lo que más me importa es aprovecharlos haciendo lo que realmente quiero y sentir que no los estoy dejando pasar como si fuera una espectadora de la vida. Supongo que lo que quiero es vivir.
Poniéndole un número eres como más consciente, ¿no? De los días que tienes.
Needs to be lived to the fullest.
Live one day at a time and
Yeah. Don't take
waste
anything
it.
for granted.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and no regrets.
A lot of days are like lost because you're not living.
You can make it.
Be happier about what you do every single day. Why waste time trying to be sad and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I cada dia hay que disfrutar-lo, no? Pues el que et dic, que són poquets. Bueno, no sé, dit així, m'he dit més, la veritat. Per això, que s'ha d'aprofitar al màxim. Que de vida només n'hi ha una.
Now, all this may be getting to your nerves, like, well, this is all bad news. Why are you talking about our, mortality? Talk about immortality. I want to talk about immortality. Because if you can understand the value, and if you can understand the importance, and if you can understand the beauty of each moment that you are being given right now, you will understand what immortality is all about. Because it is the kernel of life. This thing called the moment is the kernel of life. This is where you exist. This is where you feel. This is where you understand. This is where clarity has some meaning. This is where you can express. This is where you can smile. This is where you can say, wow, I'm alive. We can laugh. Yes, we can cry, but we can laugh. And laugh is something special. Because in that laughter we express, I'm happy. That smile when all is well. That the moment came in your life and you didn't let it just slip past, but you grabbed it. That this life means something to you. That every day that comes means something to you. Not just another day, another number, another label on a calendar, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, to be repeated again. Only to be distinguished by numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To be further distinguished by months, the groupings of these numbers. January, February, March.
La vida són 25.000 no sé quantis m'has dit, doncs això, i s'han d'aprofitar bé.
Que si piensas que has pasado tantos días, no estás viviendo el ahora, estás viviendo en algo que no existe y el futuro tampoco existe. Por lo tanto, lo mejor es que pienses que estás aquí ahora y disfrutes de eso.
También lo más importante tampoco es lo que haces, sino cómo lo haces, cómo lo vives y si eres feliz, tanto importa si acabas aquí o allá.
When you talk about having 25,000 days in a lifetime, it sounds like a lot, but it's not, and it's not. And it's how you spend each of those days, and it might be through routine or it might be through spontaneity, but it doesn't. If you're happy doing what you're doing, that's okay too.
If you're over 55 and live in British Columbia, listen up. This month we're looking for 300.
Tomorrow has all your hopes, not today. Then you've got a problem. I know what's going to happen tomorrow. Don't you know what's going to happen tomorrow? It'll never come.
Never.
It seems you're stuck in this thing called today.
Did you make it matcha?
Your whole life
Almost.
is just one long today. You want to know what the fallacy is? The fallacy is today is 24 hours long. No, it's not. Today is 25,550 days long. And it'll only come as today. Did you know that you were waiting for this day for a very, very long time? Every time somebody sang happy birthday to you and said, may you have a long life, this day was included in that. Was it not? And have you not been waiting for this day? When you look at your age, you go, oh, I'm 40, I am 30, I am 50, I am 60. I am 70, I am 80. If you are 40, you waited for today for 40 years. So the value of today should be exceedingly high. Yet to wait so long. So look at it differently. Don't look at it like now everything is over. No, God, I am getting. If you're 60, you're getting the day you had to wait 60 years for. And if you're 30, you're going to have to wait 30 more to get that day. Understand that value. Nobody will tell you this. They will say it in other ways, but nobody will really tell you today. You have been waiting for today for a very, very long time. And it's here. And it is here. So that's what you were wishing for. Does your wish come true? Your wish comes true. But you don't think like that. You get up in the morning, you think about, now I have to do this, now I have to do this, now I have to do this. No, your wish came true. You're alive today.
It's nice to have things put into perspective like that. It really does make you think.
Me parece que no nos paramos a vivir, que pensamos en yo ahora terminaré de hablar aquí y me iré a otro lado, pero realmente no estaré en ese sitio, estaré pensando qué es lo que voy a hacer después y qué es lo que viene después y qué es lo que viene después. Entonces, creo que vale la pena dedicar a las cosas el tiempo que merecen, pensar en ahora, en lo que haces ahora mismo y basta, y lo demás ya vendrá.
I ser feliç, sobretot ser molt feliç, perquè és el que compta.
25,000.
Yeah.
I was thinking of that.
The way I look at it, you get 25,550 tries to get it right. What did you do today? You should be in peace now. You should have the clarity in your life now. Your bank does not want you to pay your bills after you die. You don't want to book a vacation after you die. Why would you leave the most important thing in your life for after you die? You should have the happiness now. A troubled mind is very bad. And a fulfilled heart is very good. A troubled mind is not good at all. There's no goodness in it. Your goodness lies when your heart is fulfilled. And what do you think will fulfill your heart?
Two all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles.
I am
onions,
not
roasted-
here to lay new rules. I'm not here to expose you to new rules. In fact, you know exactly what will fulfill your heart. You know it.
Is that what you just pooed?
But you have just gotten used to not knowing it. But you know it. And it is when it has that peace, when it has that fulfillment, when it has that clarity. Here's today. Here. So, do you know how to work on being fulfilled? Did you work on that today? Or did you merely cope with today? And have you gotten used to coping every day?
If you want to stop the hunger in the world, stop scrolling. Right now in North Gaza, children...
My friends, what do you want to buy with the dollar that you get every day for 25,550 days? Me, I want to buy the truest joy. I want for me to be fulfilled. What will tomorrow be like? In one sense, no different than today and no different than yesterday. And if you are fulfilled, it'll be unique. It'll be different than today, and it'll be different than yesterday, and the day before. And then you don't count the 25,550 because it doesn't matter. This is the gift. Big gift, not huge, big, 25,550. I just would like you to make the most of all the 25,550. Or whatever is remaining. Just one day is enough. One day is enough to be in that appreciation, to be in that place, to be in that beauty, to be in that joy, to be in that contentment. Because if contentment wasn't contentment, it wouldn't be called contentment. Content. And that too is within you. So, how lucky can you get? Congratulations. Every time that breath comes into you, blessings galore. Congratulations. If that beauty, if that power can give you as a gift that breath, that joy, what could you give yourself? A little clarity? A little understanding? That's what I say. And whatever you do, know that blessing is coming to you. You're not alone. You're not left in this world to suffer, but you are graced and blessed, inundated with blessing after blessing after blessing after blessing. That's how it is. Time has come not to ignore the obvious. Be fulfilled. Be fulfilled. This possibility exists.
Thank you, Nudie.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Shockwave. I don't know if we still have Slow Burner and Jay Heighton, but that is our family right now. And this thing that we just watched, there was a point there in the middle. I thought it was going to be over then. I thought that was an excellent time to end, but it went on for a few more minutes. And now I can't remember what that was in the middle. But that part hit me. But then later on, it started to seem a little bit more shallow, and it doesn't take into account some things, right? And I started thinking when he's doing the 25,550, I was like, I got like 1,000 of those left, maybe, if I'm lucky. And then he said, whatever's left of them.
The reality of that is it's arrogant to presume we have any other day than right now left.
Arrogant?
Yes.
Or arrogant or naive?
Definitely arrogant.
Okay.
This thing called tomorrow is a certainty, but not for you. The only thing that's a certainty is the present. Not even 5 minutes from now or 7 seconds from now is a certainty for you and I.
I know.
Right? Now, that's the progressed view of it. So, he's speaking to introductory level. Let's just get people into basic level of reality check. That's at best case scenario right from the start. Maybe 25,000 days, I guess.
How many years is that?
I think he said between 70 and 80 or something. I don't remember.
Oh.
Like that.
Oh, so I don't even have nearly that much left. Not the way things stand now. Let's see how the legs do.
365. What was it? 25,500? Is that what that was?
365.25 divided by. No, sorry. It was sorry. Start again. It's 25,550 divided by 365.25.
Yeah, about 70 years.
70?
Yeah.
Okay, that's even less. Like, I think the last time I heard the life expectancy for men or women was like a few years more. It's like 72 and 75 or something like that. So
85 and 80. Didn't you hear the mainstream rhetoric earlier? The guy said it.
Oh, Crinkle?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't listen to anything he says. I didn't hear him say that. So, okay. 70 years. I might at current rate, I might make it to 62. without my leg. But who knows if I manage to pass this experiment, then after that I'll have that feeling of I can do it. And then let's see if I can make it to 70. But holy shit, I gotta be poor till I'm fucking 70.
You missed the message of the video.
You're not
See,
poor.
the
No, I went
longevity
back.
isn't the equation. It's, are you catching the gift of today?
I know.
Because if you catch the gift of today, you're blessed beyond belief.
And you're not
You know,
poor either.
Because you're
depends
alive.
on what. Okay, but just being alive is not gonna cut it. Seriously. That's not gonna cut it for me.
When you don't understand the value, yes.
The quality of life is important.
Of
And if
course.
the quality of life is nothingness, then who wants to live 70 years of nothingness?
Quality
The
of life
quality of
in your
life.
mind.
The quality of life will be projected as a consequential result of what you do with the gift of today.
It's all in your mind.
Well, all I can see right now is coping. So let's see what happens when I save my leg.
But don't forget about the quality of the moment.
The quality of the moment right now, moment to moment to moment, is just shit.
It's a projection of your focus.
Well, I don't know what else to focus on. I can do it in my mind. I just don't seem to feel it in my heart. I can say thank you for the food I have. Thank you to the animal who lived and died, and I'm eating it. Thank you for my grandson and my daughter. Thank you for my doggies. Thank you for the fact that I have a roof over my head. I'm all about that. Since I was a young girl, I was always about that. But
What about thank you for the moment? What about thank you for life? For the opportunity of life. To be alive, to exist. And to know that you exist.
Well,
are those so easily not recognized?
Yes.
Arrogance. You see? Ignorance
I
and
don't
arrogance.
know what it is, but it exists. That's what it is. But when I find my magic, it won't be like that.
That's putting formulas
I'm gonna
on.
find my magic without that.
Focus on the present. The magic is in the present. It's in the now. What's that?
The present sucks.
No, your focus sucks in the present. But the present doesn't suck. The present is just an opportunity. What you're doing with that is a reflection back to you. So when you say that I'm getting the present sucks, what you're saying is that my focus in the present sucks, and it's a feedback loop back to me. That's my experience in the moment. You can change that.
Talking to us on the panel sucks, is what she's saying.
What, Dan?
You're saying talking to us on this panel sucks. We suck.
No, but that's
not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying. She's saying her internal experience is feeding back loop as hell, and that's because you're focused.
I'm in the same spot, Kat. I understand. I feel the same way. Daily's a struggle.
Yeah.
I struggle every day with the fighting the same thing.
Hi,
and I think that's all due to bad health. When you got bad health, that's how you feel. It's a struggle daily.
Yeah, and no prospects. It doesn't seem like I have any prospects.
Nothing to live for.
Yeah.
Right.
Except my grandson and my daughter, and my
those
dog.
are all chosen focuses.
Yeah, but they're so I have the problems I have with the dogs, and my daughter's so far away, and my grandson's so far away. I'm just making do. I'm just trying to find the best I can in what I've got.
Cool.
But it just seems like I'm just kidding myself.
Surviving, not thriving.
Right. Coping.
Yeah. And then, you know, you got that's just my regular stuff, right? I think I cope pretty good, but I don't embellish it into something, I don't parlay it into something that's fantastic. I just, you know, like, yay, I got through another day. I don't wake up going, thank you for my breath when I wake up. But by the end of the day, I say, thank you for, like, not thank you, but I'm grateful that I got through the day.
Yeah, you're not in gratitude for the day. You're just gratitude that you made it.
Right, exactly.
So that's
And
not
I
true
think about
gratitude.
that.
Like true gratitude is joy, right?
Yeah. The joy is lacking.
Right. That's what you got to work on as a focus thing. It's you got to shift your focus.
Right. Maybe that'll
And that's
happen.
how we know. This is the weird part about it. The fact that you're not in that moment,
Mm-hmm.
and you're getting that as a reflective experience back to you, is the divine setup to ensure that you can never be permanently lost. Because if we had no recognition that something doesn't feel right and a longing for it, we'd be fucked. So that's another gift. It's like a divine compass internally.
I didn't hear that because it broke up. You said, and that's the divine gift.
Yes, in a weird way, it's like a divine compass. If we didn't have this other aspect of the feeling internal when we're focusing a negative return, right? That's a gift too, because that ensures that we can take responsibility and never be fucked permanently, be so lost that we don't have a compass gauge to feel our guidance to know that we're out of whack somewhere, right? Even though it sucks to feel that, right? But that's a different thing. It's there for, it's kind of like saying it sucks to get burned on your element. Yes, it does. But the point of it is to know what not to do so you can gauge, right?
Yes. All right. And I do try to turn that around, but again, I have to do it intellectually and it's not in my heart. I have to use my brain to say to myself, when something happens that doesn't feel good, I rationalize it by saying, well, thank you for showing me that, right? But it's all in my mind. It's not in my heart. And that's what's bothering me.
Every feeling is in your heart. The bothering is in your heart. But the reason why you're feeling what you're feeling, whatever it is in any given moment, is because of a direct reflection feedbacking to yourself as a reflection back of specific focus.
Sorry, it's a reflection of what?
Back to yourself of your specific focus in the present. That's why your moods can change, it fluctuates and this and that. It's always a feedback to yourself.
Yeah, but how is it that my mind can think of the right things, but it's not manifesting as real?
Because you're trying to manifest it. The reality is that it's already here.
Okay, but I'm not feeling it, so I have to find it. I'm not looking in the right place, so I gotta find it, right?
There's nothing to find. What you're doing is, because you're feeling the emptiness, you're trying to create the formula, and this is what the mind does. It comes up with a rainbow and then says, now go chase it.
Right.
When the solution is to stop making formulas and accept the beauty of the present and start working in the present. Continue to focus on the present.
That's what I mean, right? Things, some yucky thing happens in the day, and then I'll just think to myself, how can I look at this positively, right? To change my focus.
Yeah.
So I try to change my focus and try to think of,
or maybe view or whatever, right?
What happened? Pardon?
Right. Or maybe view or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's on the.
I can do it in my mind, but I don't feel it. Like I don't go, wow, I really am happy about that. I just say,
you got work to do then. You got work to do. There's a lot to it, and when it comes to that, like the the external world is always this ever fluid, evolving drama that's going on, right? You got the this happenings. Did I break up again for you?
Well, I am. Yeah.
Okay, I'll
No,
try
you're
and slow
doing.
down
You're
again.
not breaking up. She is.
Just for her. Yeah, I understand. On the outer world, right? This external thing that we can see. There's this ever fluid, constant motion of drama going on. The happenings. This is happening. That's happening. The da da da, and then the wind is blowing, and the blah blah blah. And that's the nature of the external. And we live within that, but our experience of contentment should not be placed on the happenings in the drama. If we do that, we've now set the stage for internal feedback loop of negative drama, emotion, and all these problems that happen, because that's the reminder that that's not what that's meant for.
What that's meant for.
What that's meant for is it serves its purpose for the happenings of how we exist with our shell and so on and so forth. But that's not our place of contentment and peace. That's why the people who are caught up in ego chasing desires will be the worst. As they say, you'll have an easier time. What's that saying? How it goes? A poor man getting to heaven and a rich man fitting through the eye of a needle. Something like that, whatever it is. What that means is the chasing rainbows of the external world is the opposite direction. It will never, ever quench your thirst for contentment. It can't. That's not what its purpose is there for. And so this idea that we come up with all the time that it's going to do that will continue to get us to chase and get us so lost and so thirsty. Right. And this, if it's left unchecked for long enough, can start turning into other very negative things that people do when they're not in a state of peace and contentment, where it can be violent and all these other things. That's what I was saying many times about, the projection of war is a projection of internal conflict left unchecked and not resolved for too long. And this is the drama that's going on from a human perspective. Being at peace internal, there's no reason to project anything negative externally. You're at peace. What for? Doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not at peace.
Most people barely get the opportunity to address that, what you just said, because of all the happenings in the drama world. We get so caught up in all of that, and it becomes so much of a rehearsed practice focus every day with no breaks that we don't even pause for a second to think, to catch our breath, never mind even recognize it. And that, unfortunately, to those who live that way to their dying day, is a tragedy. They miss out. They don't understand the meaning of life at all whatsoever. Now, that's one possibility. The other possibility is individuals do get the chance to understand that and walk that path, and they experience a very different version of reality, shall we say.
I don't think I'm going to find out what the meaning of my life is.
Start with the breath. Start with the present.
There's none. just in my apartment right now. Silence. None.
No. Start with the awareness of the present.
The awareness of the present.
And the value of the present, and the value of this breath. The value of life itself. Start with that.
Do I count the fact that I'm sitting here with all you guys at this moment, and that's something to be thankful for, because that's the outer world. right?
Yeah, those are all the happenings of that, and those are extras, right? And those can be, they're all. This is all beautiful, divine garden symphony thing too, which is amazing. But fundamentally and simplistically, where the peace and contentment resides, you have to come to you in yourself, within yourself, in the present, starting there foundationally.
Okay, that last part is the part I figured out what you had said about the other stuff, but the last part was the most important part, and I didn't get it. I said about being happy to be here with you guys, but it's part of the
that's
external.
outerly world, right?
That's something to be thankful for, yes, but it's not. It's not
These
the
are
focus.
those are extra things, and they're part of the symphony, and that's great, and this and that, the happenings. But from a peace and contentment standpoint, that fundamentally rests on each of us as an individual, inside, internally, with the awareness of it in the present.
Okay, now what's the difference? What is the difference between? And by the way, AJM asked you what is the divine, so I thought you might want to define that for him. Now, oh shit, did I forget it?
In the context that you'll hear me say it, the divine is just all of existence itself.
There you go, AJM. Okay, so now I am not in need of anything right now. It would be nice if I had some nice food, like that I want to eat, not that I need to eat. It would be nice if my grandson and my daughter were here playing in the living room. But otherwise, I'm really not in need of anything right now. I feel content with what I have. But my apartment messy, that means a lot of work ahead because I spent the summer outside, so I was only doing the very bare minimal. And so now I got to pay the piper and do all this work. So I'm not looking forward to that. So when I think about that part, which is part of my reality, I'm not very happy. But if I just sitting here talking to you guys, being distracted from all the shit the work that I've got to do, then I'm happy just to be here. I know that at any moment, if I needed food, I can get up and get food. It's not going to be French fries, but it's what I need, right?
Right.
So I have everything I need, and I'm not in want of anything right now. In the real sense of anything, I'm not in want of anything. Is that contentment or is that depression?
No, that's a sense of it, because like you're closer to it, because really what you're talking about is addressing the responsibilities that go along with it. It's not like we're just giving this opportunity to exist in this form and we have no responsibilities. We do. We have to feed ourselves, right? We also have to keep breathing. We need to drink water, and we kind of need to be protected from the elements, or at least in an environment where, it caters to our physical requirements in our form, right? So there's some basic responsibilities that definitely need to be taken care of. And the due hardship that comes along with that is more of an outwardly world thing. And yes, the more we neglect that, we're going to have undue or unnecessary hardship that's going to make things challenging for us. And of course, this is going to make it more difficult to be able to just focus on the internal part that's there, and be present with that, because now we have to get more caught up in the bullshit. And so especially if we're functioning and existing in this corporate world that's extremely unnecessarily superficial and all that kind of stuff, now you get way carried away, out of whack and out of touch with that. And then compound the fact that we're programming machines, and you get good at whatever you practice the more you do it. Now every single day that becomes a practice, you get further and further away from this thing, right? So what this discussion is presenting here is slamming on the brakes and coming back to simplistic terms for a second here, and just remembering what was forgotten about. that inner present thing that we had probably a hell of a lot more in tune with, especially when we were young and all these distractionary focuses weren't there. So now, with that awareness, yes, you still have responsibilities, but you can address those responsibilities while not neglecting the inner self, and maybe also take a more appropriate look at how to address them with the other properties that we talk about, such as holistic things. It makes a little more sense even to start doing things more consciously, like ingesting food that's not going to take us away from that focus and be a problem so much, causes disease. And now it even makes much more sense if you go a little further with that. The vices, especially if they're toxic for us, is definitely not going to bring us to that. That's just going to practice more neglect and ignorance from all of that, right?
French fries make me happy. Like
No, they don't make you happy. You know that.
But they do. And
You know that.
when I have a like the barbecue place down the road, they make these waffle fries. They are so fucking good, and I feel like I'm in heaven when I'm eating them. So you can't tell me they don't make me feel good. I'm grateful for
They
every
taste
fucking
good,
bite.
but they taste good, but they don't address your. If you're needing anything externally like that to uplift you, why are you low to begin with?
Because I didn't have fries, and now I have them.
No. The fulfillment doesn't come with what you ingest. If that was the case, your whole fulfillment would be based on your stomach, not your heart, and you know that ain't the case.
You're just getting an endorphin rush.
What goes into your food does not address your heart.
Just like you're getting likes on your page or something.
Right, it's a dopamine rush.
Yeah.
It gives you a scapegoat uplift.
What's wrong with that?
It's neglecting the heart.
Happiness.
Yeah,
What is
it's
happiness?
superficial.
It's a dopamine rush. That's
No,
happiness.
that may be all you know at this point because you got so far away and you forgot what contentment was. But the fact that you're not happy otherwise, if that was the case, if happiness was dopamine rush, then by default you would be existing with dopamine rush. Everything you did would be a dopamine rush, and it's not. And it would the dopamine rush would go straight to the heart, and it doesn't.
Well, that's the thing, though. I'm cut off from my heart.
But you would never be cut off if it was a dopamine rush that fed it, and you would never need to uplift yourself.
I would not. I wouldn't have been cut off in what case?
If contentment was based on a dopamine rush.
I wouldn't have been cut off if it wasn't based on a dopamine rush.
If it was based on a dopamine rush. And you wouldn't need to uplift you because you could just eat Big Macs all day and you could just, pound the shit out of people and do all these kinds of things. And you would never feel discontent. You would be perfectly at peace and ecstatically happy and fulfilled.
Ecstatically without external.
Right.
I don't know how that works.
Right. Because the practice of chasing that through that becomes very exaggerated to the point that we forget about that.
She needs the
Yeah,
Mullen.
well, I don't remember. What'd you say, Dan?
You need to drink Mullen tea too.
I don't like tea. Not unless Nudie tells me to drink it for my leg. I don't like tea.
Are you smoking pot?
Not yet.
Hmm?
Not yet. I've just been up all night and all day yesterday and all day today smoking. Like I'm on my. I probably smoked near 2 packs already.
Can we look at something with these things, these vices that we do? Smoking, pot, alcohol, drugs, whatever it is, dramas, blah, blah, blah. All these things.
Mm-hmm.
All these things, are they, yes or no, an attempt to address wanting to feel good?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I really don't know why I smoke pot because it really doesn't really do anything. Like, I mean, I like it, but like I can do without it. Like I smoked it yesterday. I didn't even smoke it the day before. I had it here. I could have rolled it. I was like, fuck it. I didn't.
Well, are you
Like, there was
doing
no
it
one to
because
smoke
it
with.
feels like shit?
I didn't need it. It doesn't feel like shit. It doesn't, like I see some people, they're laughing their ass off when they smoke. It's been years since I laughed my ass off when I smoked. It's
Yeah.
just a different it's just a different frequency, I guess.
Right. A different experience. You're altering an experience, which does, yes or no, does that correlate to a feeling?
It's more like nostalgic.
Would it matter if that nostalgic would definitely be a description of feeling? Would it matter if it didn't feel any different?
Yeah, it would. Yes, it would.
How could anything matter if it didn't feel any different?
Yeah,
If I smoked pot and didn't get high from it, then what's the point in
The
even
high
smoking
is a feeling, isn't it?
That's his
it?
point.
I suppose, but it's
You
more
wouldn't
just like
smoke it if you didn't get feelings.
And
it
it's even
doesn't.
closer to that thing because it's same with alcohol. What it does is it's tempering your mind. It's incapacitating your mind so that you're not so distracted and caught up, and you're a little closer to that natural contentment. That's why it's a band-aid.
Escape from reality.
When I drink, I am more myself than when I don't. And it's I don't want to say it's a shame I didn't become an alcoholic, but I might have been happier if I had drank, because it's different than smoking the pot, right? Smoking the pot is more like it's like a nostalgic thing. It's what me and Patrick used to do all the time, and
Yeah, but okay. Forget what it does to your personality. Just the feeling part
I
itself.
love my personality. When I love me is when I'm drunk. I love me when I'm drunk. I think
Because
I'm
you're
fucking
feeling good.
amazing, I suppose. Now, if I did that every day, I don't think I would feel that way, because it would change. It wouldn't be.
Probably.
I only do that like once a year. I only drink once a year, so.
Right. But the
And
reason why
even then, it doesn't always work, because if I get too sick too early, then I don't even get to feel that high of being me.
Right.
It's like I'm not. I don't have all these hang-ups, right? I don't have this. You have to wipe your shoes at the door.
Right.
Not that I really do that, but those kinds of things, all these indoctrinated things, they all just slip away.
Right. So
And
you're
I'm not a
closer.
germaphobe either. I'm not a germaphobe when I'm drunk.
Right.
I'll share my fucking pita with
You're
total
more
strangers.
childlike.
Yeah.
Right?
And open.
Isn't that what? Just look at anybody
I love
who's drunk. Aren't they very acting like they're a child again?
What I see from drunks here is a lot of fighting, and a lot of people that I see drunk, they're holding bad shit back, and it all comes out when they're drunk. Whereas I seem to be holding good shit back, and that comes out when I'm drunk. I don't know why I'm holding the good shit back, but it just comes out nice when I'm drunk. And rest of the time, the other 364.25 days is with a stick up my ass.
Yeah. That's the other narrative can happen. What you just said with those people, something else happened to set the stage for that. And they're trying to get to that place. And that's why they sedate really, really heavily, because they're desperate. They're doing anything to get to that place again. They're so caught up in the shame of it or whatever it is, right? And they're really all they're doing is they're just forgetting about the present.
All I see is pain. I see them, what their
That
pain
is
is
the
that they
pain.
pull down. It's coming out. It's coming out all over other people.
Right.
And
The pain is the focus on a memory, not being in the present. That's a reflection. You see, everything that you focus on, you get right back to you in the moment, in the present. Everything.
say that again. Everything I focus on.
Everything we focus on,
yeah,
we get right back to us instantaneously in the present. from the moment we're alive to our last breath. How it works.
Everything we focus on
Reflects back to us instantaneously in the present.
Okay, is that how I got my sandals and the Brillo pad?
No, nothing to do with that. Your experience, like what you're experiencing in the present, whatever it happens to be, is a direct reflection of your focus in the present simultaneously. Whatever you're focusing on feeds back to yourself, reflects back to yourself as an experience in the present instantaneously.
Okay, if I am focusing on those French fries, are they going to come to me?
No. You're dreaming about those French fries. So you're having an experience of dreaming the French fries. And if you focus on something negative, you're going to experience the reflection of that focus for as long as you focus on that for.
I know that. That part I know already, because there is a universe and it just reflects back. So
the what is universe? Sorry?
The universe is a mirror. I said it backwards. The universe is a mirror and it just reflects back to us.
Actually,
So,
you're the mirror. Your projection of your focus is the mirror that comes back to you.
I mean, I'm the mirror.
You're the mirror.
That would mean the universe is looking in the mirror.
No, you're looking at the reflection.
The reflection is in the universe.
No, the reflection is in yourself.
You can't see inside yourself.
Yes, you can. In fact, that's exactly what you're doing. You're just not aware of it. You're getting it right back to yourself.
So if I'm sitting here focusing on fries, I'm focusing on lack. So
if there's a want to go along with that, yeah, in the moment you're focusing on a lack.
Yeah, because I don't have the French fries. And
Right.
I want the French fries.
Right.
And I'm not supposed to have the French fries, so I can't just go and get them. Even though I have the money right now, I can go
Right.
get them. But I know that it's going to be bad for me, so I'm not going to get them. So I sit here wanting them, and then I'm reflecting lack back at me.
Right. And in the moment that you're reflecting lack, that's the stage for other negative reflections to come back that can progress further for as long as you do that. Oh, I want this. I wish I had it. I'm so depressed I can't have it, blah, blah, blah. Right?
Yeah.
That's one possibility of focus. Another possibility of focus is whatever you decide you want it to be, right? It's whatever you decide your focus you want to be is what you can choose.
I am trying to consciously change that. Every time I notice that my focus is not healthy, that like something negative, right? Then I use my mind to change it around and find something that I'm happy about, or that makes me happy, or that I can do that makes me happy or something, and then just try to focus on doing that. But
that's great. Taking responsibility for what you choose to focus on. Now, in the sense, in the present, sorry, can you be aware of that being a gift and that you can feel joy and gratitude, the opportunity to do so as something to feed back to yourself, to have joy and gratitude about on its own, right? Can you do that?
Yes, but it's still based on external.
No, not putting a formula on getting to that. I'm just saying that is possible itself. No, just listen to what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. That you are given the opportunity for that. That without breath and being alive, none of that would be possible.
There's nothing that makes me that happy.
Start there. Start there. And don't try and fulfill that with anything else. don't even try and fulfill that. Just focus on the recognition that you are alive, you have this breath, and without that gift, that divine gift, nothing else would matter. Nothing else would matter.
I can't get over the hump of if you're a tree in the forest and you fall and there's no one
That's
there to
just
hear.
the mind wandering. Just again, come back to the present.
But I don't.
Just
to
come
me,
back to
that's
the present with the awareness of that, and to have recognition of that. Start with that. Get back to where that recognition that was once there, way back in the day.
People on the planet. There's 8 billion people on the planet, and they're all drawing air. Same big deal. What's
And they're
special
what?
about it? There's 8 billion people on the planet, and they're all drawing air. So big deal. What's special about that?
Without that,
who are taking up air.
Without that, there would be no existence.
Big deal. If there's nothing to have existence for.
Well, if
so
existence itself is not a big deal, then what are you doing here? That's the problem. You're not recognizing.
I don't remember why I came.
You're not recognizing existence itself as being a gift, and so you're trying to fill that void with a purpose externally, and that's chasing rainbows.
I'm not saying that you are gaslighting me, but it feels like a gaslight, that kind of logic. It's like
that's the self-gaslight that's been done. If that wasn't the ultimate gaslight, I don't know what is, because your reflection that you're not feeling content is all that you need to know to have confirmation of that, right? Because that reason for not being content is because of that very practice. It can't be anything else.
There's no bubbles to blow just because I'm here. It's just like, so what? Seriously, so what?
That's
even
arrogance.
all the good that I try to do, and it's not big things. It's a shitload of little, right? Just a bunch of little things that just might help somebody for a moment, right? Like they'll just be they'll have their hunger satisfied for the moment because I fed them, or they'll feel special for the moment because I loved them. I showed them love and care, and so it doesn't really add up to much. It's just a drop in the bucket, but it makes things worthwhile because I feel like I did something. But just to be sitting here in my apartment and drawing air, it also comes to
that's
responsibilities that I can't fulfill on my own.
That's the starting place of the awareness and the focus, the thing that's been neglected for a long, long time. That's just the starting place.
You mentioned it to me years ago. Anytime the subject comes up, it always goes back to that. Be grateful that my lungs are pumping air in and out, and that I get to move through this earth. I get to. I still have my legs when I'm walking and I'm in pain. I don't think about the pain as much as I think, thank God I still have my legs, right? So, otherwise, there's a shitload of people driving around this town in scooters, and I wish I had one so bad. It would make my life so much easier, but I can't because they won't give you a scooter if it can be stolen if you don't have your own space to hold it. So I don't have my own space, so I have to use a walker instead. But instead of feeling sorry for myself, I turn it around and say, thank God I still got used to my legs, because if I was riding around in a scooter, I wouldn't be bothered doing the walking, and then I definitely would lose my legs.
Right.
So I'm grateful that my monetarily poor situation has kept me alive, and that I have been very thankful for that. That I really am thankful for, even though it sucks being poor, but it's I know that it saved my life. Because if I had money when Theo died and I didn't have anyone to cook for, I thought, fuck it, I'm just gonna eat eat out, right? I was gonna
That's
eat
why I
out.
don't think you should ever win the 70 million, because I don't think you'd really do what you said you would do. I think you would go and eat Big Macs like crazy. Do yourself in.
I told you for the first 2 weeks, I'd be eating all the crap I could. But that was while.
Yeah, you think to get it out of your system, and then that's it.
Hold
You
on,
really think
I
so?
can't even. You're doing that thing again, so I can't hear what you're saying. But I did also tell you that in that 2 weeks, I'd be hiring a private chef. What the hell just happened? The light went out. It didn't go. Oh no, hold on. Never mind. So in those 2 weeks, I'd be hiring myself my personal chef who was going to cook me all kinds of great things that are all healthy. All like everything that chef would be making me would be all the healthy things that I could eat, but they're going to make them taste really good and make me happy, even though it's not French fries. It'll be potatoes cooked in a way that's healthy, and I'm going to love it, right? And that's what the chef is going to provide for me, is loving my food, even though it's fucking health shit, right? So, but the first 2 weeks, I'm going to have a big hurrah. Like before we do this thing for my legs, I gotta have to have something that's gonna, make me happy, like some French fries or something.
Yeah, right.
Before,
So 2 weeks, you're gonna do that and just get it out of your system, right? And
Yeah.
then you're just gonna
Yeah.
flip right around, and it's all just health responsibility. That's what you
No, but
do when you
hold on.
got 70 million.
You're damn right. I've told you that from the beginning.
I don't believe that for a second.
It's my dream to have that. I would love to have that. I would love to have that because the chef will know how to make this shit taste good, right? Like I'm not gonna eat beans, no matter what. I'm not gonna eat beans, but they'll give me all the things that I've learned to love, right? Because I never fucking could stand a tomato. I love ketchup, but I couldn't stand a tomato, and an avocado made me sick to look at. Right now, I fucking love them because I know how great they are for me. Like all the things that I've learned to love that are healthy, I love them because I know that they're doing my body good, and I learned to love the taste, right? So when the chef starts making me this shit, they're gonna make me love eating healthy. And I don't have to do it, so it's not all that work for me. It's gonna be provided to me as gifts. Every fucking meal is gonna be a gift. And I'm gonna be so fucking happy. I'm gonna love having a private chef.
Cooking food is not healthy.
Pardon?
Cooking food is not healthy. You don't need a
I'm
chef.
not going with that. I can't, unless he tells me to burn my leg, I'm not doing that. Not cooking the food. The food's
Guess what?
Raw.
No, fuck off.
Get used to eating raw.
Well, then it
Yeah, you better
be
believe it.
I can eat the vegetables raw, some of them, right? I can eat zucchini cooked or raw. I can. You don't cook lettuce. You don't cook cucumbers, or I don't anyway.
Right.
I can eat lots of stuff raw, but I assume that there's not going to be any meat involved, so there won't be any cooking of that.
Right.
And I assume there's no craft dinner involved. So,
Right.
Good assumption there.
So I don't know. I guess if it's all going to be fruits and vegetables, it's not going to be hard to eat raw. There are things you have to cook though. Like I don't think you can eat raw pumpkin. I don't know.
I don't know. I've never tried it. Not in the list. Pumpkin seed though. Yes.
I just harvested a whole pumpkin full of seeds. I must have like 250 seeds. But they're just right.
GMO pumpkin seeds.
What can I do, man? I'm doing my best.
Kudos to her for getting the seeds. At least they had seeds in them. You know.
Oh yeah, tons of seeds. I don't think they can make a GMO pumpkin without seeds. I don't know. I've never seen one. But I don't know if it's GMO or if it's organic, but it's a little tiny pumpkin. It's not like a big pumpkin. I just got it because I could afford that size of a pumpkin. It was $2 and something. But you want to get a big pumpkin, that's going to be like $7. So I couldn't afford that. But I only got it for my dogs. I got the seeds for me, I don't know how I can eat the seeds myself anymore because I don't have the teeth to break open the shells.
Smoothie.
So with the shells,
Whatever works.
with the shells, Nudie,
What shells? What are you talking about?
pumpkin seeds. Yeah. Hi,
No, you want. You mean the white surrounding part? What are you talking about? Or you want to hull them?
What?
You want to hull them?
What?
You want to hull the seed inside.
What do you mean hull them? What does that mean?
Get the middle part.
Hull them,
Yeah.
hull them. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I don't have any teeth to do that.
Yeah, the out white part. I don't even think that's good to eat. Most people eat that if you cook it, but no, it's the inside part.
I'm not hearing you. How do you
It's the
hull them without teeth?
It's the
How do you hull
inside
them?
part.
I know. How do you hull them without teeth?
Use your fingers.
Nutcracker.
Okay, I didn't cook them. Okay, I'm just drying them raw because I intended to keep them raw. I was not going to cook them like I would normally do with sunflower seeds or something. I wasn't going to cook them because I used to get raw. I used to get organic, raw, unsalted pumpkin seeds for the dogs for medicine, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, but I used to buy them without the shells. They were already taking the shells out, right? And then I would just use the food processor thing and grind them up, which is broken now. It doesn't work anymore. It's like one of those things where you crush the coffee beans, just rolls around and it does the coffee beans. So I would put nuts in there so I could have it in my salad. I would sort of make a paste out of the nuts. So the dogs, I would just use a few because they little compared to me. So I just by hand I would just cut them in pieces and give it to them raw. But it was important in the recipe that it be raw, that they're not cooked. So normally you buy them roasted, right? When I'm going to eat them, I'll buy them roasted and salted. And these were two things you don't do for the medicine for the dogs. So I started doing it for myself. Because if it works for the dogs, probably good for me too. So I started putting them in my salads. And so I have walnuts and I can kind of chew a bit on those, but I don't have the blade, I don't know what you call it, the coffee bean processor thing. It's broken. So I do have.
Jay Height says pumpkin seeds gets rid of the parasites.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. That's what I was trying to do.
Some of them, anyway.
For the it didn't. It was Frodo had tapeworm, and tapeworm is a special kind of worm. Again, on the fringe, doesn't work the way I could kill their parasites with colloidal silver, any other parasites, but the fucking tapeworm is different and doesn't react the same way as the other parasites.
Yeah, that would
So
that would take a
garlic,
little stronger.
Yeah, well, guess what? The only thing that worked
Ginger
the
and
first
lemon
time,
juice.
That type of thing, yeah. What's
I
that,
put
Kat?
ginger in. What?
I just asking you. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said I used ginger. I didn't use. They don't like citrus. They won't if there's citrus they won't touch it. So I think the smell maybe it's too much for them.
Citrus is a no for dogs.
Is it?
Yes.
What, you can't give them oranges?
Or is it cats? Let me double check that.
Okay. They don't like it anyway. In fact, they really don't like anything that's like a fruit. But I did
My
give them
dog
ginger.
loves papaya and mangoes and apples and pears. And
my dogs are assholes.
he eats that every day.
I gave them ginger. I gave them garlic. I gave them raw pumpkin seeds. I gave them diatomaceous earth.
It's cats.
Cats, they don't like
Yeah.
it's bad for them.
Yeah, oranges.
How did
Yeah,
you
see,
give them
I'm a
that
fucking
earth
cat.
shit?
I need meat and fuck the fruits and vegetables. I need meat. I'm a cat.
Sugar content. It says dogs can eat the oranges, but sometimes that's probably the
In
toxic
moderation.
oranges. Yeah, it says in moderation. It can give them a bit of stomach upset if they have too much. That's all it's saying with that.
Right. Okay, well, they won't even eat it anyway, so it's moot. I can't get them to eat blueberries. I can't get them to eat cucumber. Frodo, he will go nuts on a cob of corn. I can't even give him one anymore because it turns him into an animal. And you try to take away the cob, and holy shit, he'll take your hand off. So I stopped giving it to him. But he loves corn. He'll eat corn. They'll both eat corn, but I don't like to give them corn now that I know that corn is just a filler. I don't even know how birds survive on it. Like, how is that nutrition? It doesn't have any nutrition value. Huh?
They don't.
They do.
They eat other things
Cracked
as well.
corn? Cracked corn? They do survive on cracked corn.
Only.
And grass. No, not only.
Yeah,
But
there you go.
grass. That's another thing I can't figure out. How does a big cow manage to get so big eating fucking grass?
I've never eaten yet. It's one thing I haven't tried yet is heirloom corn. So I don't know about that. Heirloom corn. I'd be curious to try that. But even though organic corn, authentically organic, like, from my friends that grow, I have some friends that grow a little bit of it. I do not find even in that any sort of real nutrient benefit.
Yeah, it tastes good though. It tastes good. It just.
Well,
it
so does
doesn't-
Big Macs.
No, they don't.
Well, I know. I don't often have corn anymore. I don't often. Every once in a while, I'll get a craving and I'll open up a can and I can just eat it straight out of the can. I don't have to. It's already cooked, probably. I can eat corn raw. I love corn, but I don't have the
I used to
teeth.
like cream corn.
Oh yeah, me too. A
When I
lot of
was a
people
kid.
don't like it. I still like it now, but I don't eat too much of it. It's a treat. It's not really part of your dinner. It's a treat, especially cream corn.
On mashed
I don't get
potatoes.
that. Mashed potato seeds.
No, mashed potatoes and cream corn. That's together.
Oh, I've done that before too. Oh, I love that combination. Oh, it's just a starchy starch. Yeah, I love that. Does this thing, the food that I'm supposed to eat in the whatever I'm going to be doing, is potatoes included?
They can be.
Okay, good.
There will be some cooked food that's included, probably for certain things.
Rice.
Rice, yeah.
Really? I didn't think rice pudding. I've got brown rice.
It depends though. Like we got to see after some time how things going, because right now we got to get to first order business is a basic level of balance to see where to go direction wise deeper.
Direction wise deeper, is that what you said?
Yeah. We gotta see results of basic things, and that'll give us indication where to go next. I don't think you're anywhere in trouble for calories. You got some healthy weight on you, so we don't need to think about that part, right? So, and that's typically all that I, not every case, but most of the reasons to recommend cooked food is for calories.
What'd you say? Most of the recommendation for food is for calories.
For cooked food is just to try and overload. If a person is so depleted. Like in Dan's case, right? We needed to do whatever it took to get some weight on him so that he can fast. So it's kind of like going a step backwards to go forward, do things that you wouldn't normally do to hurry the situation up, right? To get some weight on.
Pizza.
Okay, do you know pizza? Yeah, that's a no-no for me. That's very beef greasy, and I love it. I never liked pizza before, and now I fucking love it because I can't have it. But I do have it every once in a while. So now, shit, was gonna ask you. Do you know that diabetics, if we don't eat, we now start to burn fat cells, right? Which sounds good, but when you're diabetic, it does something to your sugar level. So it actually makes it worse. So that's why you're supposed to eat often, but small meals. That's what they tell you for diabetes, right? So I just wanted you to have this in mind when you're making their plan. If I go a day without food, that's fine. I don't think I'm sure my sugar's always high, so it's not going to be a problem because I'm assuming that will work itself out
It
during
will.
the process. Yeah.
Well, more with time. You're gonna go through some intense
purge.
Unstable detoxing imbalance phases for sure, and it's gonna feel wonky and weird.
Keep in mind, I'm all alone here, so I can't be falling or, there's nobody to pick me up. There's no.
No, I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, we're not going to go intense where you're incapacitated. You'll need to, for some phases, be able to take it easy and relax, and not need to be hyper intensely focused in the external world and stuff. You're going to need to do things that counter all that stuff. We'll get into all that. There'll be some senses where I'll recommend getting out in nature and stuff,
Yeah, I have a problem. Jay Heighton said about chewing the food properly and don't pick any food up on my fork until I think that's what she said, until I've chewed my food properly as well. But I actually have the opposite problem. I have the problem of, because of the teeth situation, and I looked into it and there's no help for that. It's going to cost me money. So the teeth are out, just the glasses I'm getting. But I do end up having to be careful not to choke because I think I chewed it and I didn't all the way, right? So where does that come into your plan there about the chewing?
We're going to go easy on your digestive system and make use of more lighter, easier to chew things, and also food processing with smoothies and stuff like that. We'll be doing a lot more of that shit.
She doesn't have a blender, I don't think.
No, I was about to say I have a blender. I do have a blender, but it's held clean, so I try not to use it so much because always the cleaning of it sucks shit. So it's like it's cumbersome and big and hard to fit in the sink and all this
If
shit.
you, typically speaking, if you just rinse right away after we make something, that's all you have to do.
I don't know. There's all these corners the food gets stuck in. But anyway, if I have to blend, I can blend. I just the thing with the coffee grinder thing. That's what it's called, coffee grinder. With the coffee grinder, it was like I could just put a few nuts in. I didn't have to use the big blender, and as long as whatever I was putting in there was relatively dry. I mean, there's oil from the nuts, but it's relatively dry. I'm not putting any water. I'm not putting any oranges or anything in there. That's what I was using that for. But I do have a blender, so I can't. But blenders take a lot of food to put in. Like, I did have a whole bunch of bananas I was going to do, and I didn't. They went bad too quickly. They were already going bad when I got them from the food bank. But I thought maybe I could make a smoothie with it. But otherwise, it's hard to get enough food. I mean, I would have to put my whole balcony into one shake.
Right.
Whereas
Well, we got to take it one step at a time, and it's going to take some creative solutions to come up with the financial solution aspect of things, so you can get access to that. So while I get solutions together for that area, we're going to start with some of the more basic things, which will be a little bit of
more what? Something more
some of the more other aspects of the equation. Like right away, I'm going to get you to start reducing smoking, intermittent fasting, de-stress, focus, things of that nature, and then
excuse me.
When I can figure out how to solve the money part of the equation for what you need to do, then we'll take it steps further.
I didn't hear any of that. Bye,
That's like when
you be good, be safe. Category 5. That's the biggest. Be safe. Thank you for being here. Oh, Jay Heighton.
Have a good one, Jay.
Whatever your plan is, Jay Heighton approves of it.
She's not leaving.
Yeah, she said she's got to run errands.
Doesn't mean she's leaving. She says she's using voice to chat, text. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's traveling at the same time. She said,
"Pay attention, for fuck's sake."
Yeah.
Jeez.
What? I can barely understand what you guys are saying even.
She got French fries on her mind, and that's all she can think of.
Oh, great. I had forgotten about the French fries. Thank you very much.
I haven't, for fuck's sakes. You keep mentioning it. Now I want them.
Did they ever tell you eating too many Big Macs? Did they ever tell you eating too many Big Macs ruins your eyesight?
What?
And your hearing?
They probably didn't put that in the warning label.
It's like you're having a secret talk.
It was probably in the label. They just, they never let you read the can of Big Mac sauce.
I don't need to. I know it's perfection. Now, why isn't Dan eating French fries to gain weight?
I don't need anything cooked.
Don't need to.
You just said you wanted them, and they'll
I
get.
want them just because you keep mentioning them. Yeah, especially
the way I love how much I love them makes them taste even better in your mind. But it would
made
help
me
you
think of the
gain
French
weight.
fry truck in town. Oh, they're so good. But that's been years since I had that. 4 years.
How about cheesecake? Cheesecake would make you gain weight.
What? Cheesecake?
I just look at a cheesecake and I gain 5 pounds. Just looking at it.
Man, this stuff used to be so like the love cheesecake and shit. Now just the thought.
Yeah, I can't.
Insane.
Can't
What?
eat that.
You love the thought.
Now just the thought of it it makes me hold my gut and go, oh, that would be just.
Makes me ill too.
You're weird because anybody who loves life loves cheesecake.
No, I used to, but now just the thought of it and what it would feel like and taste like, the richness of it, sweetness of it.
Just gave me the chills.
Me too.
literally, I just go, ugh.
I would not be able to even one bite would just be.
It's starting to sound like a cult. Have I gotten myself involved in a cult?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, health cult.
A health cult, right? Such a terrible thing to be involved in, something that's healthy.
It pains me.
Because being in a Big Mac cult is a much better idea.
McDonald's.
It pains me that I could end up by being like you guys, where if I think about cheesecake, that I get the chills. I mean, I get the chills because I love it, but to get the chills is because I wouldn't want it. It's like you'd be changing my whole personality.
No, it wouldn't.
Not your personality, just your experience of reality is what will change.
My
Be expecting that.
personality is based on what I eat.
She's a walking Big Mac.
I am. I'm a
It's so
walking Big Mac
gross.
and fries.
Just
And
the
a
thought
chocolate
of that
chip
grosses
and
me
Coke.
right out.
It's the only time I drink Coke too. Is when I go to McDonald's or a
Nasty.
restaurant. I don't drink Coke anymore. If I drink it out of a bottle or at a can, it makes me ill. And I used to drink like 2 liters a day of Coca-Cola. And I quit Coca-Cola, and now it's very hard for me to down even, more than a few sips. It just tastes wrong. But
then you
it's
know what we
different
mean.
at McDonald's. It's different at McDonald's. Well, yeah, but that's Coca-Cola, not cheesecake.
Probably because it's a lot more watered down.
It's also bitter, and I don't know. I don't even know why I used to love it so much. But when I go to McDonald's and that ice, the crushed ice in the cup is an important part of the drink. And as long as there's not too much ice, because then it's taking up room and I could have more Coca-Cola if the ice didn't fill up so much. So I don't put too much ice. But I love crushed ice. I don't think they actually have crushed ice at McDonald's. The other restaurants have it. But, it's depending on the mixture, because it's always different. Same McDonald's, 2 different fountains of Coke, and each one can taste different if they haven't mixed it right. But it just goes with the meal. And it tastes good when I'm at McDonald's, but I don't like it when, if we go to a corner store or something, somebody says, hey, you want a Coke? And no, thank you. Do they have lemonade? Lemonade's my drink. I love lemonade. Even homemade lemonade. Even homemade lemonade with no.
You hear that, Dan? She's in a lemonade cult.
No, I'm a cult of one. I'm a cult of one. I'm the only one in my cult. But I love lemonade. And I don't think it's bad for you if you don't put sugar in.
It's good for you. In moderation, of course. It'll rot your stomach out if you drink too much.
Well, what are we talking about with define lemonade? Are we talking just lemon added to water, or something different?
I can drink it without sugar. I like it with sugar, but I use cane sugar, or when I had it, I had the what's that sweetener? It's a sweetener, but it's a natural sweetener. It has a name. I don't know if it's like erythromycin or something. No, not honey. No,
That's the only natural sweetener there is.
No, there's stevia. Stevia.
That sounds synthetic to me.
No, it's a plant.
It's from a leaf, but I wouldn't.
Sugar cane.
I wouldn't use it.
I have cane sugar. I have cane sugar. I bought cane
that's
sugar.
processed, unprocessed, raw cane. I'm talking.
Well, I'll go and check if it's raw or not. It was expensive, so. But I don't really add sugar to anything. I'm not really. I'm a chocolate fiend, but I'm not into like. I can eat candy, but it's like it's a naughty, yucky pressure. Like it's not. It has to be certain kind of candy, and I'll go too wild on it, and I don't like myself afterwards. It's like doing too much cocaine. It's like you don't really like yourself afterwards. So that's how I feel about the sugar. But the chocolate has sugar in it, so I can't say I'm off sugar. I love chocolate, and I don't like it too dark either. Like 70% is too dark, and I know it's more healthy because it's dark, but it's not enjoyable.
More healthy. That's funny.
It is. Dark chocolate is healthy for you. Not processed dark chocolate, but the real chocolate, like where it comes from, whatever the fuck that happens. Like that. I don't even know where I don't know what tree chocolate grows on.
Cocoa, what do you call it? Cocoa.
Cocoa. Mm-hmm.
Cocoa
has cocoa. COCOA. It's a bean. There's health benefits with that.
There's cacao.
Yeah, it's cacao. Some people pronounce it as.
I eat that all the time, every day.
Yeah. Health benefits with that.
I don't know what it is though. Like I don't.
Put it in my
I don't know.
smoothies.
It's the bean that chocolate is made from in raw form.
Cacao.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Put
not
it in
cocoa.
smoothies. Put it in.
Cocoa.
Chocolate is typically ground up cacao bean and then a whole bunch of other stuff, and then depending on what they're making with it, cooked and blah blah blah. You know, that's
you
chocolate.
cook chocolate?
To make chocolate, yeah, a lot of processing is cooking bean.
Oh, I don't even know how it's made. I just love the loveliness. And
You don't want to know how it's made.
apparently, it satisfies some hormones or something, like love hormones or something.
You could do that with crack.
I could do that with a man.
Well, at least she didn't say a Big Mac.
No, in that case, it would be a man.
Man with a
But
Big Mac.
there are none. There are none left. They're all gone.
I put cacao powder in my matcha almost every other day.
I put it in my
Yeah, but
matcha. I
does it
put it
taste
in
like
my
chocolate?
smoothies. I put it in my tea. I put
Does
that
that mean
shit
your
in everything.
Does that mean your tea tastes like chocolate?
Yeah.
I wouldn't
chocolate.
I wouldn't say like chocolate. I would say like, you know how dark chocolate is bitter?
Yeah.
Okay, take the bitter and any other sweet, and it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's very more like the base of chocolate in raw bean format. It's not sweet at all.
It's kind of bland.
It's kind of bland, yeah. It's
Takes a bit to get used to, but once you like it, you like it.
yeah. And you don't if to think to do that as to try and make it chocolatey would be the wrong way to go. But
then why are you doing it?
It's healthy for you. Good for you.
Yeah, for the health benefits, and also I do like the taste. It's just it's not chocolate, right? It
doesn't give you that hug from inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for a chocolate thing. It's for, but it is on its own. It's its own thing. It's hard to describe until you try it, really.
Are you gonna make me drink matcha?
You better believe it.
Oh fuck!
One of the top of the list.
That's tea.
Hmm.
That's tea.
Yeah, but why? It's different. It's different than the tea like you drink, like Tetley tea. It's not like that. It's way different.
There's also a few different ways to drink it, and I'll show you the different ones, and then you can pretty much just decide whatever floats your boat when it comes to that. It'll be least beneficial way to most beneficial way, and the least beneficial way is about 50%, and that's enough benefit for me, and that's how I drink it.
That's the least beneficial. Is the 50%?
Yeah. But you might want to, just for yourself, especially healing and stuff like that, do the most benefit. The most beneficial way is on its own, nothing else with it. Warmed, not overly hot, and just as it is, like that, in a tea form, which has kind of an earthy flavor, I guess.
Green, chloroform.
What?
What's that?
Green. It tastes like chloroform, like green.
Yeah.
You don't mean chloroform, you mean chlorophyll.
I don't know what I mean.
No, it doesn't taste like chlorophyll. It's not minty at all.
The green is chlorophyll. Chloroform is something you use to put people to sleep with. It's a gas that you put people to sleep with.
What do you call? What's that one? A green leaf.
The green in the leaf is made by chlorophyll.
That's what I mean. Tastes like that.
I think you're
I don't know.
confusing it with something else because I know what chlorophyll tastes like, and it doesn't taste like chlorophyll. Chlorophyll's kind of borderline minty-ish almost. You know?
No, that's not true. I try to eat a maple leaf. That doesn't taste minty.
No, it tastes like what I'm describing.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I've never tried a maple leaf, so I don't know. But
they're not minty. Trust me.
I wouldn't think they were. But
yeah, well, the chlorophyll is what makes the leaves green. Like right now, the leaves are going red and orange and everything now because they're losing the chlorophyll. The chlorophyll is what makes them green. So as you see them red, means they've lost their chlorophyll.
anything
Anyway,
that I've
okay,
ever had that was chlorophyll flavored though is like
I didn't know
leaning
that was a
towards
thing.
yeah, absolutely. I used to chew chlorophyll gum all the time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember hearing about that. Okay, so in this diet, is there any savory taste? Because that's my thing.
What is savory?
Well, earthy is part of that, right? Like those truffles are earthy, right?
Give me an example of something that tastes savory, then I'll know about-
Meat.
Huh? Meat?
Meat tastes.
Beans?
I know there's not going to be any meat in the diet, although hopefully at some point there'll be room for fish. But I know there's not going to be any meat in the diet, but that's an example of there's savory and there's sweet, right? Savory is like a full flavor right there, and earthy can be part of that, right? Like truffles have an earthy taste. Mushrooms, they have an earthy taste.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a hamburger out of a mushroom. You can pretend it's a hamburger, but it's a mushroom, and it's still got that savory, earthy flavor to it. So, is there anything like that in the diet?
Sure, in that case.
Mushrooms part of it. I love mushrooms.
Like what? You cut out there.
Mushrooms.
Yeah,
are
mushrooms. Mushrooms are all kinds of mushrooms are definitely go nuts.
I can't do that.
Portobellos.
I can't do that. I gotta. I'll only be able to afford anything that's on the sale table. Sometimes I can get them from where they're going bad, but they put them in a bag and they try to sell them for less. That's when I can get the mushrooms.
Yeah, well,
So
again, we're
get one of one kind.
we're gonna have to solve the financial side of the equation. So let's see what we can do with that. Everything that I'm telling you is on the basis that that's not an obstacle, right? Because none of this stuff would be possible if this is not a cheap thing, not at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This was one of the things that I listed right off the right off the bat. It always depends on money. For the health, it depends on money, and so there's I can maybe get mushrooms this week or this month, I should say. Now this month is a good month. We get 3 checks this month. We've had 2 since the beginning of the month. So this is a good month for money, but there won't be another good month for money until January, right? And I can't just buy fresh ingredients and have them last me 3 months.
You got 2 checks in 1 month?
We get the GST, the trillium.
Oh,
and the
gotcha. You're right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we got the GST. Next one on the 10th is the trillium, and then on the 15th is the climate cult money.
Climate cult money?
What the fuck is that? Climate cult.
The climate cult. They got everybody believing that we have to give money to the government. It's like that absolution that they used to have at the church. You do a sin, then you give the church money, and your sin is forgiven. Well,
right. So that Trudeau can justify the carbon tax. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. You fill up your car, you drive in your car, you make the waste into the air, and then you pay absolution to Trudeau, and then you get some of it back.
So
now, I don't have
you might
a
as well
car,
just
so
call
it's
it.
free money to me.
Here's your fake virtue refund.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess you got to
Exactly.
do your taxes to get these things because I don't get any of this shit.
Oh yeah, I didn't do my taxes for 10 years because I was like, I'm not taking anything from the government. I let my OHIP card pass. I just didn't take anything from the government. I was fine with whatever Theo had, right? So
What's an OHIP
I just
card?
didn't- in Ontario we call it OHIP, or we used to. It's like a health card. It's to get your free health care, right?
Ontario Health Insurance Card.
Okay.
Well, it used to be Ontario Health Insurance Plan, and that was OHIP. And then they changed it to the health card thing. But we still call it OHIP, right? It's like a pet name now. So I had to renew my, and that was an odyssey, and it was hell trying to get my card back because I'd been traveling. They started saying that I was living in the States, and I have to give them my last address in the States. I never had an address in the States. I just traveled in the RV. We didn't have an address, and I lived here. I was based here. So anyway, I ended up getting the health card, which, by the way, has passed, and I got to get a renew one on my birthday, which was August 30th. So now I've got to go into the thing and get it. So why was I telling you about that? Oh, yeah, I didn't do my taxes, and I didn't use my OHIP for like 10 years. And then Theo died, and I ended up filling out 10 years. I actually didn't do my taxes for more than 10 years, but you can only go back 10 years. So I filled out my taxes for the last 10 years so I could get a bounty of money, and that's what I bought my my air fryer with that money, which is a healthier way to fry your potato. Yes, it is. It's not deep fried.
Still very bad for you. Extremely bad for you.
Come on.
I'm serious.
You're using the sugars from the potatoes to make that nice crispy skin without deep frying it.
She still thinks health is what it tastes like.
No, I'm assuming health is what it is because it's not deep fried. I can make French fries without deep frying them, and it's cheaper than using the oven.
It's kind of like, saying light cigarettes are healthier for you. I get it.
Hold on a second. It's got to be better to not deep fry your French fries. It's got to be better.
Well,
in the same sense,
car for 50 miles an hour is better than getting hit by a car 60.
Yeah, and smoking light cigarettes is just minutely healthy for you.
No, but if I could get my hands on what's called native cigarettes, I don't mean any native cigarettes. The brand is called Native, and that brand has all natural tobacco, which means it doesn't have all.
No, it doesn't. Don't kid yourself. I smoke those. I also smoke true natural cigarettes. Believe me, I know the difference.
You can smoke Mullen.
You have Mohawks. You have Mohawk cigarettes out in the West.
I used to smuggle cigarettes.
Sorry?
I used to smuggle cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Both from east to west and north south. All of it came from Ontario though.
Yeah,
with the exception of the raw tobacco that I smuggled up here for my own personal use.
We're tobacco central here in Ontario.
Yeah. You sure are when it comes to the factory produced or whatever.
When it comes to the what?
Factory produced.
No, but even native cigarettes.
Yeah, that's all factory produced. Don't kid yourself.
It's all what produced?
Factory produced, and it's
full.
Before about maybe 10 years ago, used to be worse than the TaylorMades, but then the TaylorMades really changed and took a dive bomb, and now it's just a big question mark for that. And so they're now that they did what they did to the TaylorMades, I would probably say the native ones are better than that, healthier for you than that, but
What
they're
are you
still
talking about
factory
the
shit.
TaylorMade? Are you talking about the chemical to stop it from burning too long?
No. That's what that's the fire retardant that they've done to one of
Yeah,
the
we
things that
have
they've
that.
done to the TaylorMade. TaylorMade is the
We have it in these native cigarettes too now.
yeah. Oh, are they in there too? Well, that don't surprise
Yep,
me.
they drive me nuts.
So there you go. Then that's the end of that story. But TaylorMade is like your mainstream corporate brand, right? DeMaurier
I
players.
know. My brother was in jail. He taught me that. When he was in jail, he didn't just call them TaylorMades, he called them TMs. So I learned that back when my brother was in jail. What TaylorMades are, because the other kind of the alternative is rolling the cigarettes by hand, right? So now these they're tailor-made too, just in native factories, but I don't think they have as many chemicals in them as the tailor-mades. But they do have chemicals in them, unless you get the native brand that says all natural tobacco.
Yeah. Trust that with the 10-foot bowl.
They're lying to us. Native people are lying
Absolutely.
to us.
The natives aren't making it.
You're lying.
Not lying. They're only called natives because they're being sold and branded and packaged on the reserves.
Well, the kind I get aren't called native, but they're made by native people. They have their own factories. I've seen. I saw a show
Owned by
or
the
something.
Masoners.
The Masons.
Yes.
What they just said? Here, we're gonna make these cigarettes for you so you can sell them.
The Indians are involved in it as well. Higher up.
Indians, First Nations.
Whatever. First Nations.
What do you mean they're involved in it?
They're part of the system. They're Masons.
Oh God.
You don't think they're in the game?
Of course they are.
I figured. No, I know all kinds of corrupt bands, right? The bands get corrupted, but I didn't think that they were in. I thought they just had their own, not mafia, but something like that, right? They're not like, I don't think it's connected. I think that they got corrupted because of the band system corrupted them. Like for instance, the money that was supposed to go, the money that went to the Anishinaabe here, because they got rounded up and put in schools, and they got money for that. Like that's somehow better. And so what happened was, instead of giving it to each individual person from the government, they gave it to the band to hand out to the people, and the band took a cut of it before they even gave it to the people. So that's fucking corrupt, because they don't deserve that money. The individuals deserve the money, not the band. So, and I know that they have corrupt elections sometimes, but I didn't see them as a big network or part of a big network. I just saw them as corrupted, and I feel sad about it, that they got corrupted.
It's the same thing worldwide, wherever you go.
My cigarettes are the worst cigarettes, because they're the bag cigarettes are the ones, they're the clippings that fall on the floor when they make the TaylorMades. So
you buy the
we get the
bags.
garbage. The bag cigarettes, yeah. It's
Right,
like
the bag of
you know,
sugars. Those are the worst.
I don't give my dog canned dog food, but if you get canned dog food, it's the, they'll make the
How mu-
steak for us, and all the shit that falls on the floor they give to the dogs.
How much does one of those bags run you these days?
$20. They're not
Still
20 bucks though. No, hold on. They're only 14 or 13, but the guy, sorry, he said 15. The guy who goes and gets them for us, he takes $5 from every.
Yeah.
He
Well, that's
adds
the
on
thing.
$5 for the gas, right?
Hasn't really changed then.
Wow,
it was, yeah, I used to buy them. I was in on some deals when the semis came in, me and 4 or 5 other guys usually. And so I bought a quarter of the semi, and that after the shipping costs, right, which is covered in it, it was around $8-9 at the time. We were selling retail for 20, but we were selling them. We were selling them bulk retail in hockey bags to the guys who would then run them on the streets and shit. So they were probably 25 at the time, you know, 30 to their non-friends.
Get this. Me being moral. Remember the cigarette strike? Like there were no
I
cigarettes.
don't. When was that?
Oh, wait a second. Wait, it
What's
wasn't a
that
strike.
mean, cigarette strike?
No, it wasn't a cigarette strike. What it was they raised the prices like through the roof overnight. All the cigarettes went up in price. And so next thing I knew, that's when I first found out about native cigarettes. We were in Toronto, sitting at the donut shop, and one of our ne'er-do-well friends came by and wanted to sell us cigarettes out of his backpack. And they looked like 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘒, like they were red package, but they're called, I forgot what they're called, but they're, oh my God, they're like, you can taste the death in them. They're just so horrible. But then I found out that they were stealing the cigarettes. I said, I won't participate in stolen cigarettes. And that was my moral stance. And, you know, I really don't like buying stolen stuff because I don't want to encourage people stealing, right? But at the same time, it was really hard to get a pack of cigarettes. Then they lowered the price later on, and then they made them higher again. It was like a test run to see what we could take by changing the price. Went like 3 times the amount for a pack of smokes overnight, and that led people to buying stolen cigarettes. Oh, what's it called? It's like DM, like 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘒. DMs. I think they're just called DMs. They're horrible. I don't even know what kind I'm smoking now. There's no label on it. It just says a warning for my health on a clear plastic bag.
I wish you guys could have tried for the last 8 years or roughly that I smoked. I was smoking privately made, privately farmed, truly organic tobacco.
Yeah.
It's in its actual form.
That's what I thought the natives were.
No, not even close. Not even close. This stuff tastes a little more like pipe tobacco, a little more like that, but not as harsh and really clean. Really clean and really smooth. And so I was smuggling that up from somebody that I knew in the States, just for myself. Yeah, and then I was importing natural bamboo tailor-made tubes, because I rolled them myself, of course, from the Philippines. Bamboo tubes, yeah, and there was no chemicals. Bamboo, not papers, but tubes, with filters, yeah. And this was something else for a smoke. You didn't know what a smoke was until you smoked that. Totally different. Unreal as far as the smoke goes. Really smooth, really nice.
Did you feel the nicotine rush from it?
Oh, I got what I needed as far as that went, but I didn't feel all the shit that goes along with it, especially if you smoked a lot during the day, you know. Now, I'm not saying that it gave me any health benefits.
Was it
that's for
the
sure.
addiction still there? Kind of like I need to smoke.
The addiction was there more than ever. In fact, it might have been even there a little bit more because they were so much better quality and so much more enjoyable than any tailor-made, right? And because I didn't feel shitty like you would smoking a tailor-made. You didn't feel like you were damaging yourself in the same way, you know? So you could do a little more, I guess.
Have you ever tried smoking mullen?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even tasted it, no.
I tried smoking it.
What? Tasted what?
Mullen. No, I'm curious to.
I smoke some.
Eat it and drink it. Ever since the Michigander brought it to my attention, I've been intrigued. Go ahead, Kat.
I didn't catch what it is. Are you eating or smoking
Mullen.
something? Pollen?
Mullen.
Mullen.
M-U-L-E-N.
I
Yeah.
heard Crafty say that. Crafty was growing mullen.
It grows wild everywhere. I have some in my yard right now.
Yeah, she goes down to the river and gets it. And I think she transplanted some from the river to her backyard or to her balcony. And she was always on about the mullen.
It's really
And
good.
it just made me think of mutton and make me hungry for lamb.
What's going on, folks? We got Jason in the house. Mr. Cool came back looking for headphones. Maybe that means he's coming up. I don't know.
Jason. Hello, Jason. Well, Jay Heighton's trying to tell us something about there's a plant, tree, I think it is called miracle fruit. I can look it up right now, but cancer patients and diabetics are eating this fruit. It is very safe. Kids can't eat it. I don't understand. If it's very safe, why can't kids eat it?
She's doing voice to text. I think it's messing up. I think she means kids can eat it.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. And what he does is you can drink coffee, perhaps with no sugar, but I didn't see the top part. What is it talking about? There's a plant tree. I think it's called miracle fruit.
Yeah.
Look it up right now, but cancer patients are eating. Huh. Interesting. Never heard of that.
Yeah. And what it does is you can drink coffee, perhaps with no sugar, but that the coffee is going to D's. Do you like if he's has 3 spoons of it? I don't
Well,
know.
coffee is one of the first things going bye-bye.
I don't drink. That's one habit I don't have.
Good stuff. So one less thing we have to have is a problem.
Yeah.
Very good, by the way, because I actually think that coffee is calcifies your pineal gland more than cigarettes do.
It hurts your pineal gland. Is that what you said?
It calcifies it. Yeah.
Oh, it calcifies. Well,
Yeah.
does that mean? Is it because caffeine does that?
No, it's no, caffeine doesn't do that. It's something in the coffee bean and probably the way they're manufacturing it. I would imagine something they're doing.
Joe, is Joe here? Joe.
Yeah,
Look at
that's what I was saying.
I love you, Joe. Okay, so
I don't think caffeine is necessarily bad for you. I think it just depends on which form. It's actually one of the properties in matcha, caffeine, but it's not the same. I wouldn't. That's the problem with words. I wouldn't classify it as that.
oh, it all broke up. I had you there for a bit.
I said
Okay, but
one
anyway,
of the
I don't have to
in
worry about the
matcha.
coffee. I don't have to quit coffee. I don't even have to quit caffeine. The most caffeine I get is in the chocolate, and the chocolate isn't a regular thing. I don't always have chocolate.
That's good.
So,
That's good. At least
yeah.
we don't have to deal with that.
Yeah. I got rid of that when I quit drinking Coca-Cola because I was drinking, like I said, 2 liters a day. So I must have had a caffeine habit at that point. And when I quit Coca-Cola, I cried, like not cried because I was upset, but it evoked tears of quitting when I was quitting the caffeine. It made me teary, but it didn't last long. After a couple weeks, it was gone.
Terry, because you're like sensitive? What do you mean?
No, I think my hormones are very easily fucked with. So
Yeah.
I think my
Yeah.
hormones were
That's
fucked
what I
with.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wasn't crying like I'm crying for like, oh, I want some caffeine. It wasn't like that. It was just like I was very sensitive.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Sorry, but
That makes perfect sense.
okay. And when I was quitting smoking, there was one time when I was quitting smoking, I wasn't quitting the carcinogen of burning things, but I quit the tobacco. Like I quit getting cigarettes, and I was buying. It was okay. This back then, I was probably about 200 pounds. 3.5, 200 pounds. And I didn't even know that I'd gotten up to 225 pounds. It took me 6 months to go from 100. I was, when I gave birth, I lost 17 of it. I was 27 pounds over. So I was 10 pounds overweight the day that I gave birth. And then I ended up being skinny. I ended up being 225 pounds 6 months later from being at home. I wasn't working. Right? I know. And I didn't even know. And I found out by accident because I looked in the mirror. I walk around the house all the time, right? And the mirror was behind the door in the bathroom. And I always kept the bathroom door open. But that's one day me and Patrick were arguing. And so I slammed the door shut and I was sitting on the toilet and I got up. And when I turned around while I was, wiping myself, I looked around and I screamed because I thought some naked man was in the bathroom with me. And Patrick is a thin guy. He didn't have he had 8% body fat, right? So I realized that was fucking me. And I started bawling my eyes out. And now I was already mad at Patrick. So I go into I was totally irrational. I go into the living room and I'm like, why didn't you tell me I was being fat? And he goes, I thought you knew. But I didn't look in the mirror a lot. My mom had told me that I looked in the mirror too much when I was a teenager and that it was very vain.
Couldn't you tell when you're pulling your pants up?
What?
Couldn't you tell when you're pulling your pants up? You're fat.
No, it's not like I had my face. It was not like I had my face. I had my backside to the mirror.
No,
so
it didn't make you need an extra, a size up, and then another size up.
Jesus Christ, the 5 sizes up.
I think I would have blown up into pieces if I had sized up anymore.
But no. We're talking about pant size. It didn't make you have to, increase. You didn't notice the tightness?
Because I couldn't fit into my jeans yet, right? So I was still in the maternity clothes, and I wasn't doing the exercises to lose the weight. So it's just hanging around the maternity clothes, which are they'll go to any length, right? Like anyway.
You didn't clue in when you fit in them snugly and comfortably at some point.
No, I didn't think about it at all. I knew that I was overweight, but I wasn't thinking about anything about my looks, right? I was going, I didn't know this at the time, but I believe I had that depression you get after you give birth. And it was complicating things. And it was complicated that the house, the mood in the house. And me and Patrick were kind of on edge because I wasn't doing any sex with him. So that was upsetting him. And so I had to do sex against my will, basically. Not that I was, wasn't against my will, but it's I wasn't in the mood, but I didn't want to lose him. So I just started having sex again. And it took a while before because I knew I was fat, so I didn't really feel that good about anything, right? So, but I didn't realize how fat I was. And so anyway, this 225 pounds, I immediately went on a diet, immediately, that day. And I didn't even have some French fries and then go on a diet. I just was so freaked out. I went on a diet right away. I went down to 190 pounds. And then I hit this plateau, which I didn't know existed. So I couldn't lose anymore. And I gave up. And I spent many years at 190 pounds, which many people, when they looked at me, they said, really? You don't look any more than 160, right? So I guess I looked 30 pounds because I'm a small person. So, but then when I got living in the RV, I was moving around more. I was outside more. Because I went through many years where I was agoraphobic and I wouldn't go out because total strangers would tell me how bad I was. Like how did you get like that? Total strangers.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta start making Reggie's dinner and go to wash some shit. I'll be listening. I'll put it on mute, but I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just didn't go out. I didn't want anybody to see me, and then afterwards, when I was living with Theo, I started to lose weight, and I went down to when he got sick. I really started to lose weight because I was running around all over the place. I was on call 24 hours a day, no help. I was making food, I was researching, I was taking care of the dogs, I was taking care of the outside chores, which were his chores, and then I'd take care of the inside chores, which were my chores, and I was just losing a lot of weight. So I went down to 150, and now I'm down below 150, somewhere below 150. So that's my weight situation. But before that, I was no more than 125 pounds before I got pregnant. I was never like a thin model kind of person. I wasn't really fat. So I became fat. I gained the fat. And poor Natalie, she gained the fat too. Now she's fat. And now I'm losing my I went to go buy these jeans I told you. I bought
Hang
too
on,
big a size.
Cat Joe's here.
Huh?
Check the
What?
basement. Check the basement. Joe's here.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm an idiot. I thought we were in Guru's room. I've been sitting back there forever waiting for Guru to come back or say something so I know he's here. It's in Cat's room. I could have typed in at any time.
Yeah, so when I went to go buy the jeans and the jean jacket, I bought too big. Like I went to go to the change room to try them on, and they were too loose on me. And the last thing I wanted was baggy jeans because I have no ass. So the last thing I want is big jeans that show that I have no ass. So I wanted some tight ones, right? So I went and got a smaller one, and the jean jacket I got was too big. The lady told me, she goes, "That's too big on you." And she went and got me a smaller size. I was like, "This is lovely. I love this." Because I don't know what fucking size I am. I hardly ever get clothes.
Right.
So it was a nice feeling. No, I see
I can
myself
tell
bigger
it's
than I am.
in your voice. The excitement of it is in your voice. Whatever it is, excitement might be the wrong word, but
Yeah,
you can
no,
tell.
I am.
She's excited to give up Big Macs.
I doubt that.
Joe is correct.
Wait, Cat, mine is every time I think about if I ever fucking hang out with Guru, he guilt me into giving up blacks. Yours is fairly Big Macs. I always say giving up my cigars would be the hard thing.
Well, I've got to give up the cigarettes and Big Macs.
If you pick one, which one do you keep? Which one do you
Right
give up?
now, it's Big Mac. But I have to taper down on the cigarettes and then eventually quit. Because Nudie is going to help me save my leg.
Again?
Well, it's up to me to do it. So if I fail, it's not Nudie's fault. But he's going to try to help me. What do you mean again?
Well, he saved your life with his wisdom, knowledge, patience. It did take a while, right?
What? So I'm having this problem where I hear other people roboting. So you guys aren't roboting, but for me, you are.
Okay.
So,
all right. He saved your life with all the knowledge and patience and stuff he's given you as well. Yeah, it was a joke 10 minutes ago that you're just catching up on. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm about to lose my right leg, the lower part of my right leg. And I had given up, and I'm just sort of biding time. And Nude seems to think, for some reason, that I'll be able to achieve getting the plaque out and saving my leg. So
I have just as much confidence in solving that as you did in solving Bud Grower's Feet Pro. Even more confidence.
I thought about that when I was telling you that I lost hope and there's just no point. I was thinking about that same thing when I said that when Bud Grower, which by the way, Nudie found out that Bud Grower passed. I don't know if anybody knows. Yeah, but when
I heard through the grapevine yesterday.
I was just about to ask you, did his foot get better?
No, it's a bit hearsay, but I don't think somebody would make something like that up, So
I got his number. I'll call him. Hey, you still alive? Just checking.
It was on what's her name? Star.
Not Starlight. No, because she don't.
No. I forget the something Star. She used to be Cop Watch, but she's too busy for it these days.
But she used to do some on in the car watching. I should
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Amy, American Amy, maybe.
No. Star is in her, not
Star
mid
is definitely in there.
Yeah, Star is definitely in there.
I don't know. I'll check into it though. I feel kind of bad. Me and him hadn't spoken in at least a year. I had went over there. I used to go over there all the time, and he was always asking for money. And one day I was like, dude, and I went to walk in, and he was asking for money. You know, like, dude, come on. You always complain you don't have enough people in here. Let's talk about other things. You can't always be asked for money every time I come over here. It's the same shit. Let's talk about other things sometimes, see what we can do. And after that, I come back, I was blocked, and he fucking stopped answering my phone. I text all that bullshit. I think that made him mad because I don't know. Before that, we got along great.
You cut his grass off. How black of you?
So when I met Bud Grower, he had said about an infection in his leg, and I was saying get some colloidal silver. I'm never going to get this.
Very good, very good. No, but yeah, I got you. Very good.
Wait
Jason, what's up, Bill?
I need to tell you this.
Oh fuck! I shouldn't be showing weed in front of Canadians. I'm wrong. I shouldn't do that. I get embarrassed when every time I do that in front of Canadian. I get embarrassed. So I'll stop doing that.
Don't be silly. We all smoke. Okay.
Yes, you guys pull out. I pull out these little ass buds and say, leave it to some Canadian to pull out a cola this big and embarrass me. Yeah. So I'll just don't even show my weed in front of Canadians.
I don't have any weed right now, so I only have roasted. So hi, Jason. Okay, I want to get this out.
All right, I'll shut up.
Thank you, baby. So, when I met Bud Grower, he had this infection in his leg, and I had suggested colloidal silver to him. That's also how I met Ronnie, or paradox person. I forgot her name now.
Pandora's box.
Yeah, so that's how I met her, and that's a whole other story. But then what happened was he didn't.
M-Star, Joe. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. M-Star. That's who it is. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say wrong person.
I don't even know what the interpretation for because I couldn't understand you. Okay, so I was trying to get him to take this colloidal silver because I was like, we can save your leg. There's no reason for you to lose your leg. But he didn't listen. And next thing I know, he's going to the hospital because he's going to get his leg or his foot or something cut off, right? And then I was mad about it. I was mad. I was like, we could have saved this shit. You just refused to do it. And now when Nudie was, that was a lesson that I had to learn, that I can only offer, but I can't make the decision for other people, and I have to be okay with the outcome no matter what it is, right? That was my lesson at the time.
Yes.
Now, today when Nudie's I got very, very down talking about my health situation and saying, like, there's just no fucking point. I fucked it up. There's no going back. I'm on borrowed time now. I'm just gonna, enjoy my Big Macs and my cigarettes and until I die. And Nudie's like, but no, you don't, it doesn't have to work out that way. And when I was doing that, I thought to myself, now Nudie is in my position, like I was with Bud Grower, and I'm not doing what he's saying. And I was very conscious of that. I didn't say it out loud because I didn't have the chance to say everything.
Two things.
I was thinking, but I was
I totally expect Nudie to do nothing less, right? I expect that of him. He's better not just give up on you. And then the difference in what you guys did, gurus and adults, if you don't follow his instructions, he won't yell at you and get frustrated and act out.
No,
right? He already knows that.
I didn't get frustrated with him out loud. This was inside. Inside,
Okay.
I was.
Okay, I thought. Okay, all right, gotcha.
He to the devil and she appears. Ronnie Renews.
Hey, knucklehead.
So it was an insight. It was an internal lesson that I learned on my own, and it was part of a bigger lesson that I was already learning. Like when I was trying to save my Theo's life, he wasn't listening, and he wanted to give up and die. But he told me he wanted to live, so I was working my fucking ass off, and I was getting somewhere, and then he fucking died on me.
God is brilliant. Looked like he had a plan for you. It looked like he showed you that so that when you're here, you'll pay more attention to Guru. I'm just saying, you can see it that way.
That would be one of the benefits. Yes. Yeah. I don't think that was the whole lesson.
That wouldn't be the whole lesson. I can't murder a motherfucker to teach a cat something, but it's part of the lesson. Yeah.
I have to be okay with the outcome. I can only offer help. I can't change people's lives, right?
Yes, and yes,
it's up
that's
to them to do the
yes.
changing. No, but it was a hard lesson to learn, and I took a few lessons.
And have that acceptance. You can't make a motherfucker. You can't make them, force them, you know, and shit into changing their lives. So you'd have to do it. Someone had a really good quote. I don't know. Some old black motherfucker says this. I think he says, Dick Gregory. He said, when you wake up, it's crazy when you realize that the shit that's going on out here. He says it's like getting these glasses where you can see everything. With two things: once you put them on, you can never take them off. Meaning, once you have seen this, you can never unsee it, and you know,
the red pill.
And you can never, and you can never force another person to wear them. That second part is more interesting. And when you be like, look at these glasses, you can't make me put them on though.
Yep, it's another part of the lesson that I was learning when I came here to YouTube. It's like I feel like if I told everybody the truth, they'll change their fucking minds, they'll realize how wrong they were, and they'll get on the right side of what I consider the right side, right?
Yeah.
And it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. All I can do is put the information out there. Anybody who's smart enough to grab it, grabs it, and otherwise the rest just goes, and I have to be okay with it. And that's the thing that I had to learn, was to fucking let go and just be okay with whatever the outcome is. I'm still learning that.
God helps, right? When God helps, when you sit back, this won't help benefit Guru Nine, but it could benefit you. When you sit back and you have confidence in God's plan, you can sit back and say, these things are going to happen. God had a plan. These things were going to happen with or without me. And now you can watch a motherfucker get into a train wreck and still, in some ways, remain unattached and stuff, because there is a plan out here, and it was going to happen even if you were not born, if you were not around. These things, that person would still be an asshole. You know, that was part of the bigger plan. The most you can do is expect to,
And not only that, my judgment of good and bad there was a judgment of it, whereas I've come to understand that there's no difference between good and bad. It's just yin and yang. It just exists. You can't erase the bad and make everything good, because it's not balanced.
All right. Well, if you learned that, go ahead.
The people that we meet that are they're hurdles for us, right? If they are bad to us, they're hurdles for us to give us to help us to grow. So they have value, even though they're bad. They have value, right? So, I've learned how to reassess these things and change my view, but I still have a shitload more to learn. Like there's still so much. I still get affected by things that I've already learned a lesson, but I have to mentally change my mind around, because my first instinct is to still be upset about it.
I was about to say that if you have learned that good and bad is very subjective, because what appears bad could be good and will have good to it, and it's really confusing. It's just yin and yang. Then you should have learned that it's okay to disassociate yourself a bit. It's okay. It don't make you a bad guy. Meaning that again, there is no reason to get upset because this guy did not follow your advice, or this person chose to play video games all day. It is not your job to be like, motherfucker, get a job. You worthless piece of shit. It's not, disassociate.
Yeah. I know, but it sort of goes, when you've got strong indoctrination, sometimes it's really hard to break. And empathy is a hard thing to break. Like, because I was overly feeling I still overly feel the empathy.
I don't know if Kat help me here, because maybe I don't know the definition of empathy well enough, because I've been trying to, because I read it somewhere that you still got to learn to keep that empathy without the emotion and all of that crazy shit. You still feel it.
It is emotion.
Yeah, but you feel it without. I don't know. I'm trying to practice at this present time. Feel and understand and all of that, what you're going through, and have empathy for it, but not let it wash over me where I feel what you feel. I want to understand it, but not feel it. Maybe that sounds better.
Use empathy as a tool.
I figured you'd help me here.
I use the empathy. I brought my own feeling about empathy, what empathy is. And I felt like when I'm upset, I want other people to know I'm upset and feel my pain, and then I don't feel alone. So my job is to feel the empathy of someone
Hurt
else.
them too, so they remember.
Oh shit, I haven't heard that in a while.
That's dope. I've never heard that before, but that's pretty much what it is.
What the fuck? Is the movie starting?
Well, yes,
Okay.
it's a 5 o'clock showing. Hold on, let me turn up the.
But see, I felt that empathy was very important to, if I don't wash, okay, I learned a lesson when I was a little kid. It wasn't a lesson, it was something my mother read to me in a book, and she taught me that you can never judge a person without walking a mile in their moccasins, right? So I learned that lesson very young, and I used it. And so to be in somebody's position, to know how they feel, you have to feel what they feel. So to be in a position where you turn into a drug addict, or you lose your house in a tornado, or something like that, I have to feel their pain, what it's like to be them, and to have the what kind of struggle to go through. And I realized in my spiritual awakening that all I was doing was making things worse. By doing that, I was perpetuating that energy instead of praying in a feeling of abundance. I was praying in lack. So I realized it was wrong, but it's so built in that if you tell me a story and it makes you cry, or I can feel that it's about to make you cry, it's going to make me cry because I'm feeling that I'm you. And it's the only way that I can bond with you, is to feel like you feel at this moment, right? So it's hard to break that and find the right line where it's empathy serves as a tool, like Nudu's saying, as opposed to being.
Have you been a victim of it?
Yeah.
I didn't hear none of that, but yes, to wrap up, I just heard, and I agree with. Yes.
If it's anything further than just to understand the position, to relate to it better for some reason, then I think you went too far.
It was a bond. It's a bonding thing, and I feel like I should be bonding with everybody. Everybody, I should be bonding with.
To some extent, but you got to be careful with the expectation part.
Oh, there comes that dirty word again. Expectation.
Expectation. Oh, that always comes from Joe's mouth. Always.
And Nudu. And Nick.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Your life will a lot easier. I always tell a story about my brother, the one with the brain cancer. My nephew moved from Louisiana or something, and he was kind of country, and he was trying to get his start here, and he wanted to run with me and sell drugs. And I wouldn't let him. His mama wouldn't let him. My mama wouldn't let him. And my brother, the one with the brain cancer, talked to him and told him, "You have skills as a barber. You cut hair and so and so." He was like, "You're right. I'm going to stay away from these streets. I'm going to be a barber." And my brother told him, "Okay, get some clippers and this and that. I'll introduce you." And he never made the first step and got the clippers. And I remember at some point, months had passed, and my brother was losing his mind like he was this fucking kid. I walked past one day, and he was, "Motherfucker, I told you to get the clippers." I said, "Hey, you can't make a nigga do nothing, nigga." But I told him, "Okay, your job's done," and blah, blah.
Taken down.
What's that?
Don't take my stream down with the hard ER.
Oh, I wouldn't use that word. Black people don't use that word, but we don't want to go over that lesson. Even by mistake, I don't think I would use that word. But but no,
I would, but I'll save it for my own stream.
Yeah. We'll get Shelly up here and she'll do it.
Oh, she's already going at it somewhere, I think.
Hey, Kat, let me ask you. I think I asked everybody else. I didn't ask you, Jason, but you're never gonna give me a serious answer.
Right.
Hold on. You have to ask slowly because everybody's roboting to me.
All right, I'll ask slowly. Well, it's kind of long, so. Mel Pandora, I left her room because she decided that she didn't want nobody to use the word nigga. You guys, what's up, nigga? I couldn't do that no more. She didn't want that word because some white guy came in there and called a black guy the hard ER. Excuse me, called it, with that hatred. Yeah. And so she threw my word in there and said all of it's off limits. I never liked that nigga word either. I've never really liked it. And so I in protest, I don't go back to her room anymore. And what do you think about that? You too, Jason.
Wow. What do I
It all got garbled in. I think I know this story though, that I think you told me before that you got kicked out of a room.
I didn't get kicked out. I left. I can go back if I don't say nigga. If I watch my words, I can go back.
Right.
But I chose not to go back. I'm not, in my opinion, I'm not going to curb my fucking words. And I'm not going to do it. But I don't want to
think I shouldn't go on panels if I can't say the hard R.
You do live in Chicago, you live in the United States of America, freedom of speech.
Yes, I agree. That's a good angle.
But I won't kick you for mine or bitch about it when you do it, or anybody.
Right. You fucking tell me. You see me and tell me, hey, my nigga, Joe Cool. You say it to me, motherfucker.
Let me point that back to you. Back to you yourself, Joe. How do you feel about your decision on that one?
Well, I dig it. I don't go there either, Joe. I chose not to go back because she started shit with me. Hey, Danny, you up here? Why are you typing in the fucking?
I don't know, but you know what? At least I can understand him because he's in the chat, and I can understand what you guys are saying.
Is it that bad?
Yeah.
Wow, and that's her saying it, right, Mrs. I can't read the chat every single time.
Right,
I got my glasses on, and my phone is about 2 inches away from my eyes, but at least I can see what he's saying, and I have no idea what he's saying.
You can't do nothing, reboot and shit to hear us better.
Oh no! Well, this is we are now in the 14.5 hours of doing this, and we tried lots of things in the last stream.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's just my phone, and if I try to use my tablet, everything's actually I couldn't even use I pressed the wrong button.
What about
headphones?
Would that change anything? Have you tried like wired headphones or something?
No, I can't. I tried to plug the headphones in because that was Dan's suggestion. I tried to plug the headphones in, and they just kept on coming out through the phone. I think they only work if I had to stop the program and then start it again. You know what I mean? Like maybe I have to even reboot. I don't know, because sometimes they work.
Can't you do that and we stay up here? You do that all the fucking time. Your computer drops you all the fucking time.
I did.
Oh, you did it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm sure you guys tried everything. We ain't got to rehash shit.
The only thing we didn't try is try just going really close to the modem and see if that.
Oh yeah. Better reception. That's logical. And maybe if I cam down, no, that wouldn't be that because.
Yeah, I'll do that too. Sorry, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, but they would have been cammed down. Guru wouldn't have been cammed up anyway. So this is illogical.
Yeah. Joe, I want that hat on your wall.
I'm looking. That's a girl hat. You can see that?
I want that hat.
Yeah, you can see it. That's my girl's cowboy hat.
Every
Cowgirl
time I
hat.
pick myself off the panel, I can hear Slow in my head back when he used to have his show. And he'd get all pissed off at his phone because it was hard to run the stream on his phone.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm swearing every time I kick myself off. Well, great. Now we got the whole thing.
Did you just try something again? That's why you went down? Is it better now?
No, I pressed the back button because I had brought up a menu. Whoops. I brought up a menu, and I was trying to get rid of the menu, and there was no X to X out. So I pressed the back button, and that kicked me right out. And
Is it
How
helping
far
right
are
now
you?
with all of our cameras off?
How far are you from? He's asking if it's better now because the camera's off.
No, camera's been off for hours.
Yeah, we didn't have any cameras on and the problems. Are you? How close are you to the modem?
When I was in the living room, I was right next to it, so it wasn't that. And when I was in the kitchen, I was still closer than the bathroom or the VIP.
And you notice no difference in between the two rooms?
No, it still was happening.
Okay.
You're right.
Gotta be the
right
phone.
beside it. It's the phone, yeah. It's the phone is not
Yeah.
strong enough to, because StreamYard takes up a shitload of resources.
It does.
If I unplugged it right now, it would be dead in like a half an hour just from being on StreamYard.
Yes. I'm same here. I got to keep it plugged in. I have to have a splitter where I'm charging as I'm talking. Otherwise, half hour, this motherfucker be dead.
Yeah, same here. But you know what? That ruins the battery too, because my brother taught me years ago that being on the internet and charging the battery and being on the internet at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know if he said it was confusing the battery or like it's draining.
He
while
was right years
and it
ago.
makes it old. Yeah.
He was right years ago. He's not right anymore. Now you can
no.
do that type of shit. Batteries weren't built for that shit. In fact, you weren't even supposed to leave it on the charger, right? Because once it's at 100%, you're ruining your battery if you keep it charged. But that's not a thing anymore.
Well, it says it on my phone. I got a Motorola phone, and it says it on my phone that I've got a chance. I've got an option to do optimized battery charging, so it gets to learn how I do it. So if I plug it in sometimes and it's 80%, it won't go unless I tell it, charge it, right? But so it does. It is a thing, because if you leave it plugged in for something like 3 days, then you're fucking up the battery.
I don't know that to be true, because I've come close to leaving mine in for 3 days, if not leaving some in. The newer ones, the older one, 100% right, ruins the battery. All my Samsungs, but ever since I switched to, I'd say anything past iPhone 12, which would put it like at Samsung 20, anything past that version doesn't seem to have the problem.
Well, this is an Android. I don't know if that makes a difference, but it's a Motorola, and this isn't a very old phone. It's a used phone.
Oh, well, if it's old, he's accurate. He's absolutely accurate. Yes, that was a real thing. You weren't even supposed to leave it charged up and blah blah. I know, because I've told my friend that, and he used to keep his on a charge, and he used to run through batteries. It was a real thing.
Yeah.
That's why the new phones, you can't get to the batteries.
You can't even get into batteries. That should be taken care of.
Be good.
You're right.
They did that on purpose. You know why they did that, right? I heard somebody say it, and I believe they're totally true. And not because some asshole said it on the internet, but it just totally makes sense. Because when I used to drive on the I-95 in the States, and I would go by, and when I get into Washington, D.C., because there's always fucking construction on I-95 in Washington for years and years and years. They never fixed anything. So I think that those orange barrels have mics and cameras.
I got to get back to Guru, and you got to tell me about the nigga shit. But finish your story. I didn't hear. I wanted to examine that some more. But you got to resume, man.
Hey, listen to this darn thing. Watch this.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
That's cute. What did you say, Joe? You're leaving?
No.
What did you say?
Hey, it's not echoing, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
Joe, let me see your weed again.
Power on. Ready to pair.
I think that's what you just said in a different language.
Power on.
Oh, that's why it's not shutting off. There we go.
No, Kat, I was saying.
I was saying 7 minutes is too long of a run-on sentence.
What do you think about? What do you think about? Did I make a bad decision? And you were answering. Guru was going to give me an analogy. I think I know where he was going, and then you kind of. I still want to know, what do you guys think about that decision? me not
No,
going
that
there
was
anymore. Jason said, you know, his shit like freedom of speech. I get where he's going, and I'm probably of that vein, or else I'd still be over there.
I say don't ruin your energy. Don't ruin your energy by going somewhere where you don't feel like you're free and open and happy.
The
There's
energy, I
definitely.
was very happy over there. I love those guys. It was
Yeah, but
great.
now you weren't.
Can I just
Then you
get the
weren't.
thing?
Yes, let's let Guru get his shit out.
No. I just want to get the what happened straight. Was it that somebody else other than Mel felt uncomfortable, or was it for
It
Mel?
was a black guy was up there, and he got into it with Uncle Fatty, a white dude, kind of country with the country beard, which don't help. And Resto was the other guy. He was like, nigga, whoa. And what's his name was like, you're a nigger. You know, just really, I don't want to ruin Kate's shit here, but he just started using the hard ER in a whole different energy. And Mel's like, listen, I'm not gonna allow that. In fact, no one can say that word anymore. And I was like, great, I don't use that word anyway. And she wasn't there. And they were saying, no. She mean even the soft A too. Okay. And I was like, I'll get tried sometime. Excuse me, you guys are smart. I'm about to go into race here, but you guys are smart. At some point, you can be at home, you know, in someone's panel for a fucking year or two. And some white motherfucker, always gonna be a white motherfucker, damn near, is gonna say, you know what, I don't really like that N-word. Don't say it. And just casually, and you're supposed to comply. And I never do. I've made this choice before not to go back to people's room because of that shit. And it reminds me of, first of all, I don't want to get too deep, and this is a run-on sentence, 7-minute sentence here. But I think it's arrogant of people to do that. I think it's you think you're better than me. It's like really I want to choke people who do that because they're trying to tell me that their way is better and my shit's inadequate. It reminds me of when I used to go to court. Black people used to go to court, and I can remember my friend. He had a judge. There was a few of them up there. Would always make you take your braids out. We just go get nice cornrows or whatever, you know. And his judge would always make him take them out. Told him it's ghetto and disrespectful. And I thought that was, it bothers me to this day that's what he thinks of my culture. And that's the same vibe I get from motherfuckers telling me, just don't say the word.
Yeah.
I get really angry. I want to be indignant if I'm telling the truth.
So Joe, is that like similar to like I let you come to my house, you know, 2 years, okay? You walk through my house, you
go
come
in the refrigerator.
Keep your shoes on, don't worry about it. And you come over one time, and I don't know, I cleaned the floors that morning. I decided to, and I'm like, yo, you can't wear your shoes in here.
No. That's not the same unless the rule is just for me. Because if there was a rule that applies to everybody, to me, the you can't say nigga rule only applies to me, ghetto black motherfuckers in particular.
Okay.
If she has other rules, you can't smoke, so I cam off, can't smoke weed, so I cam down. Like these rules apply to everybody. But the strictly for black motherfuckers rule, no hoodies at a time when no white people wear hoodies. No, I'm just saying hoodies. Only black motherfuckers wear them, you know, back in the day or saggy pants. Strictly for black motherfuckers and niggas who want to act black. You know, those are the rules that get me, bro.
Okay, I'm down with everything except the low pants. The pants under the ass, that's gotta go. That's totally unacceptable. But you are the one who changed my mind about the A word, right? Instead of the ER word. You're the one who changed my mind because up until I met you, you have to remember we're all born in certain
I get it, white Canadian.
Right?
I get it, older white Canadian. I get it.
Well, fuck the older, but yeah, they're born in the 60s. And that was when things were changing, right? Because people were racist in their homes or in their backyards, but at the point I was growing up, but it was something bad. And my mom taught me that when I was really little, because I had a friend who was half black. She was my best friend, and she was getting made fun of, and I didn't understand it because she's just my friend. Like I didn't, I didn't understand the whole black thing, right? And so my mom told me what happened in the States, and then she said,
that was good. That was smart.
Yeah, and I was like in grade school in like grade 2, and so so she told me about this. She told me you don't use the word because it makes black people feel like they're less, and you don't want to make somebody feel like they're less. And she said that when you use it, it brings up how it was used in the days when black people were slaves, because she explained the whole slavery thing to me, right?
Yeah.
Which I was completely fucking shocked. And so then when we were growing up, it was like racism existed, but it was behind closed doors. So it wasn't acceptable in society, but there were still motherfuckers who were saying the N-word.
Still pretty big here. There are entire towns and shit where they don't have a word for black or African American or Negro or nothing. The only word they have for black people is still a hard ER. Entire towns and shit. They just took down the last sign a few years ago, Sundown Town, where they say you better get your black ass out before sundown. And they would put a sign on their town saying your ass better be gone before sundown. They just took the last one down a few years ago. Right? This
Isn't
is
it illegal now? Isn't it illegal? Hi, Roland. Isn't it illegal?
I would assume something like that is illegal or it would get you shot. My point is within the last, I don't know, 10 years or something, they just now felt like the pressure to take it down, meaning that taking that sign down don't change the mentality of the town. They still don't want black motherfuckers there. Get your ass out. I'm saying they still exist.
Yeah, because they just take it behind closed doors. Now, when I met you, see, okay, when I was a teenager and I was hearing rap music, because remember, that's when rap music came out. They weren't quite using it yet too much, but it did come up. And they were saying it with an A, but it still sounded like the ER. And so I said to my mom, why are black people saying the N-word? And they were seeing the ER word a lot. And she said,
Wait. It's just weird to your ears.
They're uneducated. They're trying to use the word to like take ownership of the word themselves and change the so she said that it was ignorant though. She said just because they're black doesn't make them smarter than anybody else.
I get it.
Yeah, so I still was against the A word or the ER word, or I was against black people using the word because I thought you're helping to hurt people when you're saying that. I don't care if you're black or not. But then I met you, and you taught me the arrogance of my thoughts, because where you come from, it's just a regular word, and I don't have the right to tell you how to talk.
That mindset, exactly. This is how you're supposed to talk.
Good. So when I say the hard R, you don't have the right to tell me how to talk.
No. It's not the word. It's never the word. If you were saying, I got a funny sense of humor, so there are a lot of jokes with the hard R that just crack me the fuck up. But if someone can't get behind that, let's say you're just quoting my friend. He calls black people the hard R all the time. You just said the word, but it wasn't the same energy. It can never and is never does appear to be what you say. It's your intent always. The intent behind that other one is usually so I see why it hates people, why people hate the word, because it's to hurt people. The intent behind the other word is 99. Most times it's is not used to hurt people, but there'll be a small percentage where it is, I'm sure.
It's like the word retarded. If you use the word in the proper sense of the word, it's not used as a slight.
It's a great word in the proper sense. I wish we could use it. It speaks what I want to say.
I use it. And nobody's going to stop me from using it. It's a perfectly good English/French word, right? It's actually a French word. So that it's a perfectly good word, and nobody's going to stop me from. I don't give a fuck what Trudeau or anybody else
says. That thing's a great word. It fits.
But I'm never going to use it as a slight against someone.
Yes,
you use
of course.
You're retarded, right? Like, not like it's a joke between me and me. Right?
Exactly. It is not the word; it's the energy and the intent. Yes.
A little further for me, it's even the mentality. It's the mentality of an individual. If they're if they're lacking the intelligence to be so identifying with the surface book cover of an individual, right?
Yes. Yes.
And all this elitism ideology, they're way lacking enough intelligence for me to have an interest already from the get-go to engage with them.
Yes, I take Guru. I take that point of view a lot. When a racist hop on a panel, most people are more taken aback than I am. I am of the opinion that it speaks more about him than me. He is not cutting me. He's embarrassing himself. So I prefer when it plays out a little bit before the host acts a fool and cuts him or whatever, because I think it's makes it the mentality of that person also.
It absolutely does, which is actually a favor to me. It makes me easy to know who to weed out to engage with. Right?
Yes, and yes, this is troll shit, but it makes me like I'm playing with a toy now. You know what I'm saying? I may trigger him and make him say something super racist if I'm feeling naughty. You know, I may lead him in different directions. I may continue him and have him keep saying that shit on and on by saying little things, I don't know. It benefits me in that troll way too.
Rib the racist.
What the racist?
Rib the racist.
Rib the racist, yes. But in a lightweight way, it's just that I am very well aware that this is a bad look for him. And if I'm feeling naughty, I will continue it without saying negative shit myself, but just whatever little thing it is to keep him talking and looking bad longer. I could end it. I could be a nice guy and end it and say, listen, man, I don't know, I'm not moved by that term and all of that stuff. Makes you look bad and try to get it over with. But instead, I'll be like, let's say it again. Why do you think all black people are that anyway? Are all black people stupid? I would just keep it the fuck going and let him bury him fucking self sometime. It's not really a benefit, I guess. It's just a troll in it.
Well, what do you think about the idea that black people who use the ER word are or even the A word are hurting their own people with ignorance? Well, how do you feel about that?
I don't see that at all. That's like someone saying it's ignorant to use the word chill for me to tell Guru, chill out, man. That's ignorant. That is not the real meaning of the word. You are degrading the word. It is along that level to me, the person who thinks that. We, in the way we communicate with it, it might as well be the name of a stew. Right, and we're just going to eat that stew. You come in and says, no, that word means this and that over here. You shouldn't say it to us. It's just the name of a stew. Never could I think that it's a negative or positive. It should be clear when I'm saying it, or when someone says to me, oh, what's up, nigga? You know what happened? That nigga told me that I'm just saying that dude told me. Anything past that is your emotions, and I don't want to entertain them. And then I certainly don't want you putting your emotions on me, trying to curb my behavior because you're emotional. Now I have to control myself from calling you names and shit. And no black guy ever uses the
I concur with that. And making something of a word is propagating the PSYOP agenda of division. That's what it causes. Right?
Agreed. It's clear what my intent is when I say it. Why bring it up? You're doing exactly what you wanted them to do, what they wanted you to do. I be thinking 4 steps ahead and can't talk to sometimes.
I didn't hear half of what you said, but I obviously knew to agreed with you. So
I'm so sorry. Cats, no black person ever uses the hard ER. I know to your ear, it sounds like black people say it not a lot. But black people will tell you, I've never even heard a black person say that word. And I listen to 47,000 more times more rap than you do. And I'm telling you, I still haven't heard that word.
Wait, hold on a sec. You can't tell me that you don't hear comedians and musicians say,
I'm black.
Come on, Joe. Tell me Dave Chappelle never said it.
Not even
Tell me Dave Chappelle never
I was gonna
said
say not even once. If he's imitating a white person, he might say the hardy R. But never do we say it when we're talking it the way we use it. You know, we don't slip up, and they're not interchangeable to us. There's no reason to use the other one. We don't even have a reason to use it.
I'm going to start a panel where if you don't address me with the hard R, identify me as the hard R, you're kicked off panel.
You better do it on someone else's room because you got to get reported to no fucking end. So you better do it on the channel.
Well, listen, I will be there, and Joe, your phone is going to blow up.
So I'll be there. It will be entertaining as fuck. I hope it's cool. I call you my nigga. Ronan, if you do, I encourage it. I'm very, very lucky with my white friends. Most of these things I talk about do not apply. And I know a lot of white people don't apply to 10% of the. Yes. And we talk about women. You know that nigga told me this morning, Joe, a guy will be talking about his girlfriend. It has nothing to do with, race or sex or just that person.
Yeah, to you it just means person. But you also call us motherfuckers a lot. White motherfuckers.
The white motherfuckers. That's probably a little troll. I do that intentionally.
Motherfuckers, he says.
To jab you a little bit.
He's got that ramble.
Oh yeah,
motherfuckers.
It's another hard R that's not being used. Right? It's an A.
Indian, Chinese, and then you'll go white motherfuckers. So they're not motherfuckers. Just the white people are the motherfuckers.
Yes, I think that's a bit of a troll. Because conscious most of the time, sometimes unconscious. It's a holdover from the animosity that I grew up not liking white people. Every adult that I admired and shit like that had a negative opinion of white people. Either they were dominating, like my dad and them, don't look a white person in the eye. They're evil and they'll hurt you. And when I got older, it was the only time white people come into your community is to be poverty pimps, and because they get government grants, they don't really want to help you. Every white motherfucker you met is the devil. You hear that in my in my shit. So yeah, it took it's like your indoctrination you were saying earlier. That shit don't come out of you easily.
No, I believe you. It's like for me with the Jews, right? I grew up thinking that the Jews were the bad guys, right? Because that's what I heard my dad say. The Jews. And so he was talking about the Zionists, but we didn't really use that word back then, back in the 60s and 70s. We said Jews because that's what they were, right? They were Israeli Jews. So, but it
was Guru in on our Zionist conversation yesterday? Was Guru in on it?
No, I don't think so. He wasn't up on the panel, but I don't think he doesn't really care about it. He's quite disrespectful about the topic. So
I want you to help me out a little bit here, Kat, because I want to ask him. So indulge me a little bit. And it's not his opinion on the situation. It's just about whether I don't know. Yesterday, Guru, yesterday we had a conversation where are all Zionists bad? My mentality is no all group of anyone can be bad. But I think it was one of the Cat friends that came up and said, "Oh no, Joe," and she seemed pretty smart. All of them are bad because
sounds like a racist statement.
It does to me, right? It does to me.
That was lawyer sick.
That was lawyer sick. I don't know. I thought it was one of your friends. Okay.
That's back to the judging a book by its cover thing.
Yes, but
don't show me a label, show me an action, and then I'll decide.
No,
this is why I'm asking you, Guru. Don't underestimate me here.
Are there any good Nazis? Are there any good Nazis?
Yes.
Define Nazi.
Define Nazi? A white supremacist. Are there any good white supremacists?
Define that. What is a white
the answer
supremacist?
Is yes. The answer is yes to both so far.
I don't think so.
There are guys who was like me, the kid, who all the people he respect are Nazis. They hate black people and all of this. This motherfucker is a Nazi by definition. But you know what? The guy he's just part of the gang. He doesn't participate. He don't harass black people. In fact, he got no problem with black people. He just go to work and all of that bullshit. But he's still
Ferdy doesn't like monkeys. I think monkeys are cute as hell. I think they're adorable. I would love to have one as a pet. She thinks they're creepy and can't stand the thought. Is she a bad person?
I hate when you troll.
No, I'm serious. I'm not joking.
No. Now look, I have never had a black boyfriend. I've never slept with a black guy. That doesn't mean I'm racist. It just means I didn't hang around a lot of black people. I knew black people, but I hung around a lot. We didn't listen to the same music. We didn't do the same things. We didn't eat the same food. But still, they were
Let me equate it
with me, right? There are lots of people I didn't sleep with, but I got challenged by people before in the past. Well, have you ever slept with a black guy? Have you ever had a black boyfriend? No. Well, you're a fucking racist. No, I'm not. I'm not a racist because if Fruity doesn't like monkeys, that's different.
Does that mean she doesn't, just because she doesn't like monkeys, does that mean she's not a good person?
No, but if you are trying if you have an idea that some humans are lower than other humans, that is not.
All right. Well, all right. It's time to define Zionist, Cat. It's time to define Zionist. When I looked it up, the definition of Zionist was people who want to go and start in Europe, start their own land, which we know as Israel. And then the second part of the definition was, and get rid of the Palestinians.
Okay, they're fucking evil.
That's why I wanted to ask Guru. Someone Google it. Someone Google Zionist.
Now, if Ferdy were to say to me, I don't like monkeys, so I want to eradicate them all, that changes the story, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yes,
I really hate Moody being part of this conversation. Seriously. Can we change the topic?
No, I needed it. What's the fucking problem? He's giving me clarity. I brought it up and he's giving me clarity. I really, because I don't believe in that mob mentality. I needed to hear the words he just said.
Do you hear me? Have you ever seen me with a mob?
45.
Have you ever seen me with a mob?
I don't know. Why did you come into play? This had nothing to do with you. Why did you even come into play?
I'm the Palestinian in the room. I'm the one who's affected by the fucking Zionists more directly than anyone else in this room. Okay, and
right, so
Buddha has a way of being condescending about the topic, and I don't like it.
I'm not though. I'm not being condescending.
Yeah. He did what I needed him to do. I thought, but
I'm completely just using it. I'm using an analogy to make a point, and really the root of the point is that blanket slating is the root of the problem of racism and not a healthy view for anybody to have.
I'm sorry, I'm black. I didn't take offense to the monkey shit. I could have said I'm black. I take offense. He shouldn't be using the monkey, you know.
He was talking about black people being monkeys. He was talking about monkeys like the animal.
Yes, but, the animal.
Okay.
Well, what are Palestinians? All right.
Wait a second. There's a difference between an ethnicity of people, which everybody is equal, and then a political ideological thing. That's a different thing, and you can hate that political idea. Okay, that's not saying that humans are worth less because they're a different ethnicity. That's a different thing. It's the political idea. People hate the idea of Hamas, but if they hate Palestinians, that's a different thing, right?
I understand all of that so far.
Are we assuming that all Zionists that's how they think?
Yes.
Or is that just a presumption, blanket slate?
You have to believe in that to belong to the club.
That's what I want.
Google it. Can someone Google it?
You just did.
Because I'm guessing most of the people who are Zionists and call themselves Zionists, they just want to start over and worship Jesus. They don't want to kill Palestinians.
No.
They want their own land.
Require is to take it's already our land. They have no right to fucking take our land.
Wait.
No right.
I'm just talking about the average person, right?
Fuck them.
The average, like here in America, the average person does not want to kill Palestinians, but we give our tax monies for Palestinians to be killed. So people hate Americans, but the average person don't give a fuck, and half of us wish you didn't take my money to use Palestinians, to kill Palestinians.
It's not like that in Israel. It's not like that in Israel. You need to go and look at all their fucking TikTok
This is why I
videos,
don't watch TV.
all their fucking, all the things they put on the internet. The IDF soldiers, go and look. They are fucking filthy pieces of fucking Nazi shit. They are all like that because they've all been brainwashed that way.
Can you, Kat? You talking about gurus?
That's how I feel about all status-minded people. The only difference is I don't hold anger and punish myself on behalf of other people's bad behavior.
I heard you say you don't hold anger, and that's fine. You're not in it. You didn't grow up in it. You don't even understand it. So
I'm not talking about that.
The example he gave,
I didn't say that. I said that's how you feel. There is how I feel about status-minded people. But the difference is I don't hold anger and resentment towards other people's bad behavior and punish myself for it.
Status people aren't doing what fucking Zionists are doing.
Hell yeah, they are. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they're not. Don't tell me they are.
That's the narrative. That narrative that's going on there. It's statism over there, and it's happening everywhere. That's the thing that
statists are literally killing you guys. Those are the statists that are killing you guys.
White supremacy.
Same thing.
Is going along with the statism.
It's all the same thing. These are symptoms of statism.
You're just trying to bring it round to your points, and it doesn't.
No. It's the bigger picture view, the one that typically doesn't get recognized. I'm bringing it to the forefront for awareness, nothing more.
There was nothing like Nazis until the Zionists came. There was nothing like Nazis. There was not that kind of thing going on until Nazis came out and made that a fucking way of life. And now the Zionists have done it. And fuck the Nazis.
Wait. I'm not sure about that argument because other dictators killed way more people than the Jews were killed, right?
No, dictators are different than whole movements.
It won't be exactly the same. I'm trying to draw just parallels.
You're lucky, Kat. You don't see it from my perspective, because what you see in just that small section over there is what I see on a grand scale. Imagine trying to hold that in.
And in gradients. The statist over here, he's some evil dude who wants to make other people do something to the evil dude who actually drops bombs on people. The statist is more complicated. She probably didn't hear that.
I heard part of it, but I didn't understand what you were saying. Like I heard the words, but I didn't understand.
Or we might have to. The statist-minded person thinks it's okay to lock me up for having weed. He is arguably more dangerous than the enemy you're talking about.
No, I can see you hating that. I can see you hating statism. I can see you not necessarily being as passionate as I am because you're not getting blown up. But at the same time, what?
Sorry to interrupt. Just seen Von Erich. I haven't seen him in like half a year or more.
I don't know him. I just seen his name before. Oh, is he a black guy?
No chance.
I'm sure he's been up with us before.
It's a lie.
Is he a black guy?
Yeah.
Von Erich. Oh, is he? I was about to say Von Erich sounds like a white dude. Viking in particular. With a beard and the horns. That sounds like a Viking.
Well, one day we'll introduce you together for the first time.
I think I saw him on a panel, but I thought I remembered him as being a black guy.
Is he cool if we all say sup, nigga?
Not saying that. You have to make friends with him first.
Oh, okay.
That's the rule.
My name's Jason.
Until then, it's motherfucker.
All right, motherfucker.
I work my ass off. I got kids, mortgage.
He is black.
Nice to meet you, Vaughn.
That's my Cash App, by the way, Guru. Joe motherfucking cool.
I'll be sure to pass it on.
Right. Yeah.
All my motherfucking friends.
It's soft.
Joe, do you have any paper money in your pocket or near you?
I do, yeah.
Does that shit still say on it? This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private.
Let's see.
Does it still say that shit on it? Because if it does, then goddamn, I think you're fucking all a bunch of puppets.
This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Yes, it does.
Public and private, eh?
Yeah.
I call bullshit on that.
Let's see. Yeah, on this. Yeah.
All the American or United States, because they're not America, it's North America, South America, joining islands, whatever, blah 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 blah. But on their money, it says this note is legal tender for all debts, public and
Hold on, I think
private.
the dog is attacking the chickens. I'll be back.
Now you know Joe goes and buys some dope off the street in an illegal state. Well, it says you can do it on the money, but yet he gets put in prison. I don't get that.
I think they meant.
Their money is funny.
I think legal is implied. Legal debt.
This is legal tender. Legal tender.
Legal tender. For
Tender
legal
love and
debt.
care.
Yeah, legal tender, and then totally new sentence.
You know what
legal
I did
tender
see?
for all debts.
You know what I did see on the American tax system, that if you sell drugs and you don't pay the taxes, even though it's illegal to sell the drugs, if you don't pay taxes on the money you got, then you go to jail for not paying the taxes on
It's
the
even
illegal money.
slicker. It's even slicker than that. They told the drug dealers that you can pay the taxes on the money. That way we can't get you for tax evasion. So a lot of drug dealers, like idiots, paid the money of the taxes, and they got them for selling drugs for paying the tax money on drugs.
Now it's a misdemeanor.
It's confusing as fuck over here, bro. Try being like me, who smoke weed. Go ahead. There's a guy somewhere.
Sorry.
No, I was listening.
There was a guy in Toronto who had bought drugs from some guy, and he got ripped off, and he went to the cops, and it was illegal back then to buy drugs.
Yeah.
And he went to the cops and complained that he got ripped off by a drug dealer.
There's a big video going around of, I think it was a female who did that. She calls the cop and telling the dude ripped off for drugs, and the cop is just like dying, like, "Oh my God, did you really, Bob? She's called us to say." It's just like, he can't believe it, bro. It's great.
Well, entertainment.
You got it.
And I was gonna say here, if you're like me and you smoke weed, driving across the U.S., there are different laws in different states. I don't know if it's like that in Canada. If it's legal, it's legal. Here, no.
I don't know either.
Yeah, here. All right. No. Here it depends on where I stop, whether I'm a bad guy or a taxpaying citizen. It is just so fucking confusing over here, bro. And I don't even know what state I'm in half the time when I be stopped. I gotta ask Siri or Google, what state am I in or what city?
Yeah. I know. I always felt it was much scarier to have pot down there. And now I'm not an American citizen, so that's scary to get in trouble.
In itself, you get in trouble. Yeah.
But it always seems scarier because they seem to take it so fucking seriously. It's almost like they took it personally. Like they take it personally because you bought drugs. The cops, right?
He said it's like they take it personal.
Yeah. Whereas if a cop caught you in Toronto with drugs, chances are he's gonna pour it down the sewer, and he's gonna take your shit, or he's gonna steal it from you and the money that you have, and you're not gonna get in trouble. This is back when it's illegal. You're not gonna get in trouble for it, but they're gonna steal your shit. And I don't know if they smoke it or sell it themselves. But
if you were to be awarded 1.2 million for a hot prisoner you put in there, you'd probably take it seriously too,
But they don't. No, they wouldn't put you in jail. They wouldn't put you in jail. They just steal from you.
But here they take it seriously, and it's because they have that financial incentive. When they made it, the war on drugs, Nixon started it. and he made it a class whatever drug, which put it up there with narcotics, heroin and shit. So you get a lot of money and power for locking up someone for weed. It's just like catching a motherfucker with methamphetamines or something here, because it's a Schedule 1 narcotic or something. When we know it's not, but huh?
Pharma didn't want weed legal because they couldn't patent it, so they didn't want it out there, right?
Yeah.
So they if you tried to use it as medicine, they had like legal medicine and illegal medicine, right? So that was pharma. And who owns the fucking pharma? The Zionists.
Yeah. And that's definitely true. But for weed in particular, we know the moment it became a Schedule 1 narcotic or Schedule 3, whichever is highest, because Nixon made it so, him and this guy 𝘔𝘪𝘴 or something like that, and he put out he put out the exact everything that happened and the way it went down, the exact phrasing and all of that bullshit. I don't know if they might even taped it because it was Nixon days and a lot of the tapes of these conversations. But he said it was because they were exasperated. The tape did come out because he was calling black people the hard ER. They were exasperated. Nixon was calling on the tape. He was calling black people niggers, not black people. And he said these in our hard R's are and hippies are our biggest problem. The college guys who were demonstrating, the college kids and the hippies. And how do we get rid of them? And the guy Coleman, whatever his name, came up with, they all smoke weed. If we made it a narcotic, we can arrest them all. And then Nixon proposed out of that the war on drugs. They recently rescheduled it. Thank you, Ronan. Damn. Yes, that makes sense. My man. A guy just got out of prison for doing 30 or 33 years for marijuana. And as soon as he get out, he don't drive, I don't know, a mile. And he pull over and there's a dispensary. And he take a picture outside of it. He say, I just got out after 33 years. And he's pointing to the dispensary behind him. Like, how bad am I, motherfucker? Now you doing it. After 30 years imprisonment, you're telling me I didn't do nothing wrong after all these years? Oh, good.
30 years in prison for marijuana?
Yes. Old white
you
dude.
Americans are nuts with your fucking, I mean, you guys will sentence people to hundreds of years.
Yes.
Hundreds of years.
That's why I don't call the cops.
What?
They're still locked
That's
up here
why
in
I
Canada.
don't call the cops.
They're still locked up here in Canada, Miss Cat.
What?
Them big traffickers from years ago for marijuana, they're still locked up to this day.
They're probably still
Even though it's
locked up,
legal now.
yes.
I thought they got let go after.
No, there's too much money they get holding them in there. Are you kidding?
Biden, he ran on the I'm gonna let weed people out of jail. And then when it got close, he said, no, what I said was I was gonna let them out of prison. Then when he won, he changed it to only those with a specified amount of weed from this date to that date. You know how many people met that? 0 people met his qualifications. He didn't let one motherfucker out under that new rule.
I could swear they said they were gonna. I don't know if they said mute the sentence or pardon the people.
Yes,
here
but
in Canada.
that was just. I'm sorry. Okay, because Trump has let a lot of niggas out for weed.
Anytime a narrative spokesperson propagates less range for the slaves, it always means more.
Yes,
Figure it out.
I think you're totally right. We're gonna bring in some guys to lessen the reins. So we're gonna have some committees get together. Then we're gonna start a new branch of the government. We're gonna have to tax you some more in order to pay them the money to lessen your reins. Now they got more control over you. Now they deliver.
Ronan says now some got pardoned. Oh, you know what? Even the delivery freaks me out too, because it's like I didn't want it to become legal, just like Ricky on Trailer Park Boys. I didn't want it to become legal because it was the only thing that made me a rebel, right? So they make it legal. Now following
Just
the
means
law.
taxed and regulated.
Okay, and that was the other
I
thing.
get
didn't
her
wanna have to pay
point, though.
tax on it. I didn't want to pay tax on it either. So, but now
But that's
I don't trust anything off the
statism.
street because of it came in time for the fentanyl shit, and now you won't catch me ever buying from somebody off the street. I don't know anybody well enough,
I still
and
do.
I don't trust them to know that there's no fentanyl in it. So fuck that. Now I'm buying the fucking government weed, which I said I was never gonna do. But now
I buy
I
off
can
the
get it
street.
delivered to my fucking house.
You
I
don't
can
realize that
uh,
the same
in front of a cop.
manufacturer is on both sides of the equation.
Literally. Look,
That's
here's
what you don't
the
realize.
store-bought shit. And I buy off the street, and this is all different shit from all different fucking stores. All different weed dealers. Different packaging.
Fuck, Joe, you should come down here, buddy. I get you a fucking stone for the next year, buddy.
And I might have a weed bag off the street that doesn't look like it. I
But
can
not
check
until I
that
take you
package.
fishing.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear you, Jason.
I said, you come down here, I get you stoned for a fucking year, but first I'm going to take you fishing.
I love to fish, man. In fact, when my old man died, you might know this because you're everywhere.
I know.
When my old man died, when I buried him, I stayed an extra 2 or 3 days after I saw everybody and just went fishing alone because my old man was my fishing partner. I went and bought a rod and a reel and just went fishing on my own. A rod is still in the trunk of the car.
That's what's
up. Yeah.
That's food. Anywhere you go, you can get food if you got a fishing rod in your trunk.
And no status, right? Because they don't agree that you can go fish and feed yourself. Statism and status think you have to get their permission first, which is why it's dangerous. Back to Guru's point.
I can't fish until I'm 65 unless I buy a fucking license.
Yeah, statism.
And pay a bunch of money, of course, right?
Don't
forget about that part.
No, I said I have to buy the license, right? So I have to pay them money to have the privilege to fish when that should be a God-given right to fish.
So ain't that some shit? I agree with you, Miss Cat. And I'm just, learning this in the last couple of years.
It
When
is a
you
right.
fish
Just
off
like
coastal
driving.
waters here in PEI, because I got an ocean around me, anything in that ocean, you don't need a license. There's
Driving
still
is a
one.
privilege, Guru.
Yeah,
But
that's. I
as
don't
soon as
know
you
how
go to
many
our-
times I can repeat that. That's a
You gotta buy that
synonym for right. Which for exposure.
Driving
You
is a
don't
privilege.
You don't need a license for the ocean, but you do
When I
for
go to
life.
the ocean on the beach and I'm fishing striped bass, no license required. I come inland to any water that comes inland, I need my license.
I like the licensing. I think I'm going to jump on the bandwagon. People
Oh,
are so
yeah.
easy
you
to
don't
follow
own the
that.
fish on the
Yeah,
shore.
I might as well be the guy
Where-
who gets money. If
Fuck,
you
you
pay
did.
anybody who tells
Where
you
do
they'll
I
beat you
invest?
up if you don't pay. Yeah.
This morning we fucking filleted up about there was 12 pounds of fillets we got out of the striped bass today.
Oh,
Oh, you're making me hungry.
who's the sexy chick in the pajamas by the
Oh,
sink?
you know that one. It's been a minute, eh?
I thought that was your brother. I'm just joking.
Oh,
It
that's
looked like
Todd. Shirtless
Yeah.
guitar guy. You seen him?
Yeah, okay. I thought it was one of you guys. Yeah.
Cousin. It's his cousin.
His cousin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just fucking
Well,
around.
they seem
Calling
like
that chick.
brothers, you know what I mean?
It's getting cooler out there. Huh?
Hey, Danny, I see you around here. Welcome back,
To
brother.
do what?
You guys hear
You
me?
already got it.
Very little,
I
Danny. Very little.
All right.
All species, Jason. It's only certain species. You go and try and grab a lobster out of the ocean, you get caught. What's going to happen, dude? You know what's
I said
happening.
fish. I said fish.
Okay, well, there's still some fish in the ocean that you're not allowed to fish. Go try
Off the
fishing.
beach, anything. If it's a fish,
Fish a
I saw
cod.
the lobster from on Seinfeld.
lobster's not a fish.
Cod.
It is seafood, though.
Yes, it's seafood, but it's not a fish. It's a crustacean,
Cod.
like a crab. Yeah.
I've never had a lobster I liked, but I love mud bugs. Mud bugs are good.
Are we talking about eating or
Crop-
as a friend?
No,
I got
don't make
confused.
sense.
The whole conversation just went fucking.
Right.
What about hunting humans and fishing humans? Do I need a license for that too? How does that work?
No, you don't. You don't need that shit. It's just how many years you want to do in prison.
I bet you you pay them enough money, they'll allow you though. That's the
I
way our
guarantee you.
government works.
You
They'll
damn right.
find a way. They'll make
In
you
the
a
corporate
bar
world, he
show
who
or
has the
something.
most money has the most privilege.
Says the seed eater.
Says the seed eater.
Why are you all defensive?
I don't like being eaten by people in that way. There's other ways I like to be eaten. I like to be eaten, but not with that.
But not with seeds?
Oh, what?
I'm trying to it's hard to hear you. It's kind of muffled. Not with seeds? You say you didn't like to be eaten by people, but only in a certain way. What certain way is that?
What's his name?
Without seeds? That's what I got from what you're
Yeah,
saying.
what's his name?
On John Galt panel.
Oh,
John
okay.
Galt panel. We talked about it there. That kind. That kind's fine, but to be roasted over a spit, I don't think so.
Roasted pine nuts.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's an Arabic. In Arabic, we call it snowber.
Expensive though.
In
You gotta be
fact,
rich eating that stuff.
I know costs $11 a bag at McDonald's at No Frills now. At No Frills even. It used to be $4.99 for a bag of 100 grams. Now it's fucking $11.
Go down to the bulk barn. Bring your coupons with you to the bulk barn. You'll be fine.
Coupons. I guess it would be cheaper at the bulk. I've never thought of buying.
Especially when you get their flyer and there's always that coupon, no matter what you get, 50% off by weight. Like, okay, I'll go for the pine
I never get
nuts.
to go there. I don't have a car, and I can't pick it up, so I can't get to bulk barn. It's on the other side of the
There'd
city.
be one local to you walking distance.
I'm finna help this girl do the breaks. Actually, I'm really joking. She wants to watch, but she's over here, so she's gonna do her breaks. So,
that's good.
Well, catch you cats later.
All right, Joe. See you, man.
Bye, Joe. Love you.
Yeah, Joe.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, Joe loves ramping everybody up.
Who is?
That's why we love him.
Who is riling people up?
Joe is what he does.
Too quiet now.
He tries. Sometimes he succeeds.
I don't know if you know or not, but I'm having problems hearing people because everything's being garbled with I forgot what we call it.
It's the internet. Is it the
No,
camera on?
It's my phone.
Oh,
It's my phone. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if the camera's on or not. Oh, somebody's saying something.
Yeah. You know how when your SIM card don't work, it's just emergency calls only? Well, my phone was doing that this morning. Several times I had to restart it.
It was doing what?
Not wanting to get internet.
Oh, I know. It sort of drops the internet out of nowhere, and then it comes back again.
Yeah.
Danny, your sound's a lot muffled more than normal, I must say. I see you everywhere. I can barely make out a word you're saying, buddy.
I want to try something. Just a minute.
Okay, try it out.
Everybody's phone is racist and black today.
That's what I'm thinking.
Did he say he's coming back?
He said he's going to try something, yeah, so keep an eye there.
See, I'm getting the garbled and the low voice from him. Makes it almost impossible to hear him. Now you guys made me want to smoke a joint. See, Nudu, we were talking about me smoking a joint. It's like, I called him that by accident one time, and it just stuck now. So when it comes to smoking pot, I'll go days without smoking because I don't give a shit. But then as soon as I'm with somebody who's doing it, I feel like it's a camaraderie thing where we got to be doing it together, right? So it's all psychological with the pot.
I quit smoking about over half a year now. Just 8 months.
Congrats on that, man. Congrats. I'm sorry for. Does it bug you that I'm smoking in front of you?
Not at all.
You quit smoking pot, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
And why did you do
respect to that?
Why did I do that?
No, respect to that.
Are you asking
Let
why?
me message in private chat. Oh, Danny's back. Yeah, in the
I
basement.
quit for my health.
For your
I'm
health
gonna
because
have to
you were
do it too eventually,
ingesting?
and I should start
What about
now. But
ingesting it?
stupid for that. Sorry.
What about ingesting it?
When
Yeah.
you eat it,
Yeah.
it's not good for you eating it either. It's not good
But
for
it's
you at all in
medicine.
any way.
I can hear Danny louder now. I can hear his background louder.
All right, you can hear me?
Yeah, that sounds more like you as normal. Yep.
Okay, I think it's because I had that friggin' the Bluetooth speaker hooked up to it.
Yep.
I got a hard time hearing you guys, eh? So
That
I hooked
definitely
that
was the
up. That's
cause.
why I asked you guys if you could hear it or not.
I didn't even hear you ask that.
Well, that
No.
was at the very get-go.
So Dan, are you saying that it's not medicine?
No, it's not. It's not good for you in any way.
Did Nudie say that, or you found that in some a medical paper, or?
No, it's just obvious. It's not good for you. It makes you dumb and makes you slow. And can't you tell by the way I'm talking?
What are you What are you guys talking about? What stuff?
Pot.
Yeah,
it's
Dad.
not good for you. Not good
Pot?
for you. Yeah.
It depends.
If you smoke it long enough and enough, you won't even notice how dumb it made you.
It depends.
You won't be able to tell a difference anymore. You'll forget what it was like not to be that dumb.
I agree.
I like that.
If you really weren't to begin with, of course.
Hey,
Ronan, very medicinal.
It depends what strand you're smoking. It all has to do with what type of pot you're smoking.
You mean like if it's Rick Simpson oil as opposed to dank shit?
Huh?
Well, I'm gonna give you that. You can't actually smoke Rip Simpson oil. I tried and I was like, oh, what a fucking waste of money that was.
If you put on a paper, you probably could.
You can, but
I asked
again,
them.
it just wasn't right. But then I realized it was edible. Like, fuck, man, what a waste of money that was.
What, edibles?
No, when I first got Rick Simpson oil, I thought it was fucking dabbable.
Oh. I
didn't do my research, just doing it. Oh shit. Good fucking highlights. Order me an ounce of that shit. Got it home, fucking lit up the dab rig. What the?
I got it for Theo.
So what was it, just for a vape pen?
It's edible.
Rick Simpson oil.
And it is good for you.
I got it for Theo like 6-7 years ago.
Stay.
You know what happened?
Nudie, did you ever figure that one out too? And maybe Nudie could fucking figure that one out. Everybody says they. Who is they?
Santa Claus is real.
That's what they told me.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you from
The true fairy, we're still trying to figure that one out, but Santa Claus is real.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out for that.
In Seinfeld, Kramer and Seinfeld were talking, and Kramer was trying to convince Seinfeld to do something illegal. He says, "Don't worry, they just write it off." He goes, "What do you mean? Who's they?" He goes,
sorry.
"I don't know, but they're the ones who write it off."
They.
Yeah, who's they?
They make the rules.
Write it off.
And I still love that one, and that's why a lot of people hate me now. Is the government? It's the government. It's them.
Actually me.
Government.
I'm they. I'm responsible for all the vase rhetoric and everything. So
Are you?
I wrote all the
Making
textbooks
sense now.
and yeah. Yeah.
You're a Zionist?
Sure. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
just
good.
a really good gaslighter and psyop of the mass. I know hypnosis like the back of my hand.
You
Just
are
like they did.
hypnotized. You are
After all,
hypnotized.
nobody knows what I really look like and shit.
I know. We
Shit,
don't
I
even
got
know
your
if you're
picture
AI.
right here, buddy.
It could be AI.
That's you right there.
Quit doxing me. I'm gonna
Sorry.
dox your pay if you do that anymore.
Sorry.
Oh, Jason is getting paid? Holy fuck! I quit then.
Well, you didn't dox me, so I might give you a raise.
Okay. I'll never
Danny,
do it
again.
Danny, do you have $80 million?
Yes.
Ooh,
He always works, so he has to.
She's trying to advance from the winning the lottery to something a little more practical. You see?
Yeah. I suck your dick for $80 million.
What do you need the $89 for?
Well, because
You're
it's the
missing
highest
a few
price I can get.
zeros.
If it was 100 million, I'd say 100 million. But the highest we can get is 80 million, so I'm going for 80 million.
Make me an offer I can't refuse.
Damn straight, man. Damn straight. I know I may not be good at lots of things, but I know what I am good at. And I'm willing to trade.
If no matter what you do in the monetary world is already corrupt because of the way that it's designed, then fuck it, whatever. It's already immoral. Just have at her. Do what you need to do.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear it either.
Whatever
I was
works.
away.
I hate missing your jokes.
You used to what, Danny?
I said I didn't hear it either. I was away.
Oh, no, I just said, if the monetary system is already corrupt, no matter what you do, you're participating in corruption, then have at her. Whatever works,
Yeah. And you know what, though, right? If you decide to make your own rules, well, the rest of society will gang up on you and force their rules upon you.
Right. Absolutely. So the moral of that one is make sure your gang is bigger than anyone else's.
Yeah. Or you get the bigger toys.
Right.
And get yourself $80 million, and you'll be happy.
$89 for what?
That's
in
how you
about
get
a week from now, there, right? We won't.
That's
need
how you get the biggest
$89.
gang. Get a gang of 80 million.
A gang.
There's a lot of power in that. That's right. A lot of power behind that. It's amazing what hypnosis can do. Can you imagine people will trade a piece of paper for a house? Think of the logic of that, right?
Trade what for a house?
A piece of paper for a house.
Yeah, but that's like car registration.
What an even trade.
What's an even trade?
Trading a piece of paper for a house.
A whole lot of bunch of pieces of paper for one piece of paper that says you own a house.
Right. I don't care how many pieces of paper.
If that's what they want, well, that
Right,
buys them a bigger house.
If you're that, if people are that conditioned,
Okay, shit.
You know how our government was trying to ban plastic, right? Well, our money's made out of plastic now.
What's made out of plastic?
money, paper money.
Oh, money.
Well, it's not paper no more; it's plastic.
Plastic money now, right? Well, that's about as fitting as the shoe gets, right? In a Barbie world where everything's plastic, you gotta have plastic money.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's.
Do you realize we're all Canadians except Nudie?
Nudie's Canadian.
No, he doesn't admit to being Canadian. He
doesn't have to
won't
admit.
go under that moniker or that banner. But I mean, he's in Canada, but we're all in Canada. Put it that way.
That's like, to me, that's like saying Santa Claus really is real.
He is real.
Apparently,
Joe,
Want to
I
prove me
see that.
otherwise? Prove it.
Joe was an American.
I'm
amongst
they.
all
I
the
don't need to prove it.
Well, there you go. You can't prove it.
What did you say,
Jason's
Kat?
got kids.
Something about
That's
Joe?
why it's still real.
It is real.
Yeah.
I even fucking swept the chimney this year.
I caught him coming down the chimney.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I took the fucking chimney down.
Hey, did you ever see the electric heater swell right up?
Yeah, well, how it worked is I lit the fire on time.
Yeah.
Do you imagine if that's who Nudie really was Santa Claus?
I am whatever your imagination says I am.
I'd have to.
I'm the they.
Oh fuck, man! You don't want to go there.
If you were Santa Claus, I'd have to shoot you.
And would
I
that
think
make you
Santa
an
Claus-
aggressor?
Yes, it would. But you know what? No. It would make me self-defense because I think that Santa Claus is one of the most evil people ever invented. Ever.
Coca-Cola.
He needs to be exterminated because what that character has done has been so fucking evil. And this year, my grandson 8, and my daughter said she doesn't think he's into Santa Claus. He hasn't talked about Santa Claus. My daughter never did it, but she never did the Santa Claus thing. But the grandmother on the other side, like my son-in-law's mother, that woman fills her fucking apartment. Everything is fucking Santa. That's how she sees Christmas. Everything is Santa. She fills up my grandson's toys and sock and everything. Santa. I want to
Ain't
fucking
nothing wrong with a little paganism.
And I wasn't allowed to stop it. I wasn't allowed to tell him the truth. And now he's 8 years old. And this year, I'm going to tell him who Santa really is.
Yeah, what are you going to say?
I'm going to say that he was used to take away. But every year, I tell her the story. I tell him the story, and I tell him that it's a story and that I can't prove it. That's what I tell him. But I tell him the story of who Jesus was, and that this is his pretend birthday. Nobody knows when his birthday is, so they use this day, and I don't tell him about the pagan shit and all that stuff, right? They use this day to celebrate his birthday, and he was an amazing man, and that he had. Oh, stop! That would have been dangerous.
His mind's bugging me. I think he needs to have a leak.
And then I tell him the whole thing about the story about the manger and the no room at the inn and stuff like that. And I say, but I never get to say that Santa Claus is Satan, and he takes over and takes Jesus out of his birthday, and that nobody seems to fucking notice. So I have to find a way of saying that a lot more sweeter, but I'm gonna fucking tell him this year.
What about the historical writings that the actual man where it came from?
That's a lie. That's a lie. It's a fucking.
How do you know any of the stories about it is a lie or not?
Because my family walked with Jesus at the time. That's why. Jesus existed. They were Christians.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stories.
Jesus before there was any Christianity. So I believe that one. But
No, he's talking about the story about Saint Nick coming down from the mountains and bringing the kids in the village toys.
There's many different stories I've heard now over the years of people saying who Santa really was, and based on a real. What are you doing?
Stop. Was Santa what? Sus.
That Santa was the version I heard when I was growing up was that there was a man who was in, I think it was Norway or something like that, or Finland, or one of the white, I call them the white countries because everybody's got blonde hair, and that he used to make toys for orphans, and that he would make them and then bring them to the orphans. And that was a beautiful story. I loved it. And then I heard other stories of who he is. I can't remember what the other stories are because that one's burned in my head.
Ooh.
But I've heard other stories, but none of them are true. And there's not even a saint. It's all made up. The whole thing. It's all like, you know what it is? They have the only thing that's real is that Krampus shit. Not real, but the stories are real about the Krampus. Krampus is like in Germany or something, and that thing is evil and satanic and fucking paganistic, and it scares the shit out of the children.
So is the Bible.
Yeah, I know, but it's not as bad as Krampus. Krampus is fucking ugly.
But Jesus is in the Bible.
Look, some of the shit in the Bible is real. It's the way they used it. They took the real stories. It's what I believe in my heart. They took the real stories and they used them. They rewrote them so that they would be about fealty to higher ups. They used it to make people fall in line with the bullshit about Satan and the bullshit about hell and the bullshit about God, or that Jesus was a demigod, right? All that shit was meant to get people in line, but they used real characters. Jesus was.
How do we know he used real characters?
What?
How can we say for sure they used real characters?
Because my family. That's why. My family walked with you.
You have to elaborate. That didn't answer what I'm saying. How can we confirm factually that they use? What you're saying is they use real people, because a character is something that's not real. They use real people. So how can we confirm that the stories are even based off of real people? How can we confirm that factually?
Because my family was not walking around in space, just looking out in space and going, oh, we're following. There was a man that existed that they learned teachings from, and that they followed those teachings. And then 300 years later, they came out with the Bible and Christianity. And they had,
that is the furthest thing from anything that can prove factually, though, that it wasn't based on. For all we know, it could have been just somebody who was starting a story based off something of an idea, and then it escalated, and that got passed down because of the rest of the stuff, which obviously it's setting the stage for enslavement. There's no doubt about that. It's definitely the number one tool for statist mind. There's no doubt about that. So, but just that even one little point about that there could have been started in so many different ways. We have no facts, no proof to say that anybody in there was actually an actual real person.
Sorry.
But of course we can say that.
I asked my aunts, I said, were we Christian because the English came and took over Palestine and they brought the Church of England, right? And they looked at me crazy, like I was crazy. And they said, no, where did you get that? I said, well, because most Palestinians are Muslim and we're Christian. And she said, no. She said, we were always Christian. I said, what do you mean, like from when? She said, always. We always were.
I'm educated in a lot of ways, but I don't know what you guys are talking about. I can't chime in. I really don't.
We're talking about they.
I know.
Hey. No, we're not. No, we're not talking about they. The Bible is
talking about religion and people and.
Yeah, it's definitely they.
They. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is to me.
The authors.
Well, I can't input.
What?
The unknown authors.
I'm seeing you're talking about they.
They. Where?
I'm not they.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
You're you.
I'm they.
I'll give you that, fucker.
Did you tell Jason to say this?
What?
Did you tell Jason to say this? Because I can't believe he's saying.
You broke up to me. Can you say it one more time?
Did you tell Jason to say that?
No.
How the hell could
I
he
never
tell me to
thought.
say something?
Well, I didn't think that he really did. I've never seen him tell anybody to say anything. I was just. It was weird because it's something Nudie says a lot. Like you can't say they or we, right? And
You must have missed it
even though he says,
earlier.
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
asked me who's they. That's how it
Yep.
started.
Because I'm all about that, you know. I've been on YouTube a long time, and it's
Then
they did it, the government did it, they did it, the they, them, the.
I first
Ask
answered
any
him
of them
that,
they, and then I get booted from there.
and I first answered him that Santa Claus is real. That was my first answer. And the Truth Fairy, we're kind of working on that. We're not sure. And I'm they.
Fairy or the Tooth Fairy?
The Truth, TROOF, the Truth Fairy. Yeah, we're working on that. And I'm they. So I gave him 3 answers.
I'm pretty sure the Tooth Fairy lives in BC. We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
He's the only one that can say that. Because Jason and the person he's talking about are fucking fraternal twins. They're bookends.
Ooh.
One's on the East Coast and one's on the West Coast, and they're like bookends, and they're like the same soul.
Oh, that's a good song, Bookends.
I didn't know that was a song. What is Danny showing on his computer?
A lot of marijuana. Now he's showing a random tree out back, and he's bitching about he keeps throwing the frisbee, and the dog chews it up.
It's a pagan. It's a pagan tree growing right in his backyard. You see that?
Yeah.
What's a pagan tree?
Yeah.
Look at them. They look beautiful, Daddy. I said that earlier. They're looking
This is
good.
the biggest one here.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're bushes, not trees.
You're doing good, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't think these ones here were gonna get anything out of them, but look, they're starting to fill up.
You could have brought
Not
some
much
of that up. for my
branches
birthday.
on them, but see, starting to fill up a little bit.
You could have
This
brought
is the
some of that up for my birthday.
this is the slowest one out of the bunch.
Happy birthday, Miss Cap.
Thank you.
I gotta keep checking them, make sure that they don't got no mold on them. We've been getting cold
Canadian,
nights. Yeah, for sure. Sucker leaf.
Where are you? What province are you in?
Ontario, but I only started these at the beginning of friggin' July.
Yeah, it's supposed to go down to 4 degrees in Ontario tonight.
Well, yeah. As long as, like I said, as long as I don't get no mold growing on it, like after, when the cold makes the humidity all turn into dew or whatever. If there's no wind to dry them off, they end up molding because of that. Chewing the friggin' frisbee, asshole.
Fuck off, Danny. Fuck. Act like you can't afford another frisbee.
He's already got a new one.
So
it's in the house. That's why. Look at this one.
Keep harassing you.
It's just once he tears it the sides off, man, it doesn't fly as far. Maybe he caught on.
Danny, do you know what an aerobie is?
Aerobie?
Aerobie.
What, the company that makes machines?
No. It's similar to the frisbee. It's kind of like a rubber ring. But however far you throwing that frisbee right now, if you get one of them aerobies,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure you'd be able to at least throw it maybe a football field away.
Oh, yeah.
You wear them really the fuck out.
Yeah.
What are they? The really small ones? Is that a little small?
They make the small ones too, but the big ones, oh shit, you can launch them.
What is it, like
it's like a hollow frisbee, like the whole middle of it's not there. It's a big rubber.
The middle's empty, and then the sides are like wide, like not wide, but like rounded off.
2 inches, 2.5
Yeah.
inches.
They had those just right next to these ones at the dollar store. They had the ones you're talking about right next to these ones at the dollar store.
Grab one just to see next time.
Yeah. Yeah, if it saves my arm.
Oh, they're night and day.
Right. The son-in-law, he's got it's like a tennis ball launcher or whatever.
Yeah.
He fucking
Yeah,
just
when they
puts it
first
in
came
that
out
and
there,
fucking
the
tosses
family
it
used to
there.
go out in the baseball field and throw them, but we're like, oh shit, this field's too small. We got to go somewhere else. We started doing it at the beach.
Come on. Give me it. Come on, give me it.
Yeah.
Old boys, old boys. Come on.
Tonight it's going down to 8
Okay.
degrees here. That,
We're
so
going
no,
in.
Tonight there.
8 degrees
Looks like
will
we're
be
only
the
going down to
low.
12, I think. No, 11 at the coldest.
Yeah.
Maybe
Hey,
in
when you
summer
said
days, it's gonna
Ontario's
be
going down the 4, which end of Ontario?
Maybe tomorrow.
Northern
Tomorrow.
Ontario.
Yeah.
That's got to be nice.
Okay. Yeah, I think the lowest it's been here was 7.
I think 3 at some point. We had 3.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'll try and manipulate the weather a little better. They is working on it.
Hey, a couple days ago,
Make
Myron
you do
got a
that?
sprinkle of snow. They're in up in
Now
Alberta.
Dusting. And blasphemous. Blasphemous.
All right.
You're being blasphemous.
Yes, it's illegal. Don't do that. They said
I
so.
thought about. Sorry.
I legalized it.
I thought about this. You know that Hurricane Helen, and then the one that's on its way now, and we know that the governments that they can change the weather. They can fuck with the clouds and change the weather and guide it to certain place. Do you think that the American government, being the treasonous fucks that they and the Canadian and all the other governments are, do you think that they may have done this on purpose?
Definitely.
The only person that I could see like have any possibility of controlling the weather is someone who would sit around cross-legged with a marijuana leaf covering up his doodad.
Yes.
If anybody's gonna be controlling the weather, it's gonna be that motherfucker.
Vinegar.
Yep.
I
They
use
are in
vinegar.
control and make the hurricanes.
That's my master tool for weather control. It works.
They make
Nudo, did you ever say how tall you are?
No.
They're responsible for earthquakes as well.
Yeah, with the harp machine, the harp thing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
That's why I had to move it to a new location because people they figured out my location. I undoxed harp. Now nobody knows where it is.
What? I heard the word.
I told everyone it went to Area 51, but that was a decoy they fell for. Yeah.
I want to know if you're tall and how much is behind that leaf.
Yeah, those fall under the how much is behind the leaf? Is that what she said?
So you think height has something to do with dick size?
I've learned the joy of tall guys. Yes.
Short guys have small dicks.
They don't have the ones that the tall guys have.
I'm almost 6'2", so mine must have a huge dick.
What's a dick for?
I'm thinking probably so.
Don't ask
And I'm wondering how big Moody's leaf is.
Nudy's got a small dick. He's only like 5'8".
Yeah, that's why he's.
But he's got a really big marijuana leaf.
Right, you know. I give the
big balls.
It's all about the presence, right?
There was a guy here on YouTube. He's still here, but I don't want to say who he is. And by accident, because he was on some kind of drugs, I think. I don't know. But he was acting really stranger. He's really strange, and he was acting even stranger. And he was naked. And he was being in this defiant mood. And at one point, I saw his ding-dong, which was more like a Smartie. Like, it was the smallest dick I've ever seen in my life on a grown man. It was the size of a baby's dick. And I thought, this is why this guy's mad. Like, this is why this guy's crazy.
Just no Nemo howling wolf.
What? That's
It had to have been just Nemo howling wolf.
Maybe it was just the clip.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But he has been.
Now I think he's large. Go on.
No, I have the video. I took the video because he hid the thing, right? But when I saw that, I was like, oh, I gotta have that.
Was
So
it pierced? Go on.
I don't know. I couldn't tell. If it was just one of those little studs. Because like seriously, yeah, there's no way he could have sex with a human. Like, there's just no way. There's no way.
Well, there's the other end.
Okay. I mean proper sex.
What did I miss? Somebody's having sex. What?
You said with a human.
about
You
dick.
didn't say with a female.
Well, because it probably would fit in a bird. Like, but it wouldn't fit in a human. Like, it's just, I mean, seriously. There was nothing there. And I felt so fucking bad for the guy. I thought, oh my God, like, he can never have sex. Like, that.
Terrible.
Proper. That's a fucking handicap. Like, that's
right,
just a
Ronan.
short dick.
Maybe it was cold.
Huh?
That's what I was thinking, Ronan. He could be bottom.
Believe me, first thing that came to my mind was, I was in the pool. But that's from Seinfeld. So, but yeah. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
So,
Hey, it depends on the elasticity on the fella's skin, you know.
No. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was like somebody grabbed it from the inside and pulled it out his asshole. And that was just what was left. The little skin that was left. For pulling his dick out his asshole. Because seriously, oh my God, it was so bad.
Maybe he just had really long pubic hairs.
Yeah, it was cut hiding.
He's buried in the bush.
I do
in the bush, in the bush, in the bush.
That's some National Geographic shit. And afterwards, when he realized what he'd done, and he privated his stream, and then the next stream he came on, and he says, he goes, what did he say? I can't remember now. It was like a year and a half ago or something now. But it was kind of like how AC came back on the shit show, only admitting to a little bit and then kind of glossing over the rest. He comes out and says something about how the camera didn't get the size of that right, but I'm glad nobody saw it, and I never told him because I didn't want to embarrass him.
Was there anyone else with you to be able to see it at the same time, or just you?
Be right back.
Sorry?
Were you the only one that saw it?
He didn't have that many viewers. He only had maybe 3 viewers or something like that. And I don't know who the other viewers were. So,
anyone else on panel?
No. He usually does his panels alone.
Ah, okay.
There's been rare times when he's had somebody up on his panel, but usually he does it alone. And when he's in one of those crypts he's on, he's definitely alone.
And the camera adds 10 pounds.
He said Joe said, and I don't think we were talking about dicks at that point. He just sort of added this in. He says the camera takes away 6 inches. That's what he said. I was like, oh, did we change the sex again? Yeah, well, if the camera takes away 6 inches, then he's owed another 4. Like,
I guess you got to go woke at that point, right? And justify it somehow. If that's your situation, you got to go woke.
Yeah. Woke. You mean the good woke or the bad woke?
You know, the gender identity crisis. I'm just gonna have to. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think he's kind of like a sauvant, retarded kind of thing. And he's got that look where his eyes, sometimes you can tell somebody's retarded by the way you look at them. The way they look, I mean. And like his eyes were a bit closer together. And
all right, I'm not going to make any comment to that. Go on.
What?
Yeah, but what if they have a glass eye and they're looking at you like cross-eyed all the time, and that you don't realize the glass eye's looking at you crooked?
What if they smoke pot all day?
I like his eyes. He doesn't have bad eyes, but it's just sort of like you could tell my uncle had Down syndrome because it was all over his face. You know what I mean? Like it was, but then there's other times where, like, remember in Deliverance, that movie Deliverance?
I don't think I've seen that. I recall the
Oh,
name
God.
though.
Do we? Anyway, it was in that movie, you saw some very backwoods people. Like, I'm not sure how much civilization those people saw.
Mhm.
And it was a big movie with Burt Reynolds and this fat guy that was in everything at the time.
Mhm.
And they had a real person from wherever they filmed The Deliverance. They had a real person from that area who was inbred. And you could tell by his face, right? It was on his face. And this guy either looks like he's inbred or retarded. Or
You
both.
look like the guy on the Goonies.
You know, I never saw the Goonies. I saw the character or something, but I've seen a picture of them all posing or something, but I don't think I've ever seen the actual movie. It kind of looks stupid. So, but everybody, it seems to be a cult hit because everybody else has seen it. There's other movies like that. I've never seen American Pie or any of them of American Pies.
I did. It's pretty gay.
So most of them shows so long ago, I don't even remember which one is which nowadays.
I think it was something about losing your virginity, or at the same time, a movie came out saying 40-year-old virgin. I think that was a movie came out around the same time with that guy from The Office. Oh my God! I never watched The Office because it was like a cult thing, and it was like oh, what's that game everybody plays? Candy Crush, right? Everybody was into Candy Crush, and I went, I'm not falling for that, and I just wouldn't fall for it. And a few years later, I got a Windows 10 computer, and it came with the fucking computer, so I couldn't resist. I thought, okay, I'm gonna go in here and see what this is. I needed Candy Crush rehab by the time I was finished.
Sucker.
What?
You get sucked into that one.
Oh, I did, yeah. So what was it I was saying I wasn't gonna get sucked into before that? Oh, the show, the Office. Everybody was into The Office, and I thought this is stupid, and I never watched it. And then a few years ago, I decided I think I saw a clip of it on YouTube somewhere. I went, that's funny. So I went to go look for what that episode was. I watched that, and then I realized I want to watch this show. So I watched from beginning to end. I love that show. I didn't know what I was missing at the time. Anyway, that guy, the star of the show, he was in 40-year-old virgin. But then there was American Pie, and I remember telling a story one time, and they said, "You mean one time at band camp?" And I heard Denizen do that to Crispy last night. They said, "You mean one day at one night at band camp or something like that?" And I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And then I found out that was kind of an insult because the character in the movie probably tells wrong stories. That's what I think it was, because that's what I do. So one time at band camp. Well, I was at one time at band camp. That's a famous line in that movie, and one day I'll watch that movie and find out just how insulting that insult was. But I just heard Denizen say it to Crispy last night or yesterday.
And what made him say that?
Well, I don't know, but she was telling a story, and she sounds kind of cute, like she's got this cute voice. So I didn't get to see her. The picture of her was kind of like, those Hello Starlight and all those cute girls, right? So she looked like that, and she sounded like that, like a little girl. But she's a woman, but just a little girl voice. And she's very nice. At first I thought, uh-oh, she's probably one of the tough ones. But then we ran into that Virgo woman. That woman was, I don't know. I'm just telling myself she was kidding. She's not really mean. She's not going to take us to court. She's going to hold me and Denizen and Crispy, and I think another couple of people. She said she's holding court on John Galt, and John Galt has to be the judge, and she's the prosecutor. And one of them said, I think Based Oracle, he goes, that's not fair. I guess because they're friends, right? And I thought that's exactly where the system works, because the prosecutor is on the judge's side, like they work for the same office, just like the public defender. They're all from the same, everybody's against you. Even the person who's for you is actually really not getting paid to help you. The whole system is
statism at its finest.
You want to see a cute video of Reggie?
Who's Reggie? Oh,
My
Debate
dog.
the dog. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, please do. It's
I
his
have
birthday.
to
We'll
screen
see.
share though.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Okay.
Let me find it.
I have to go into the guest thing, right?
Okay, there it is. Hold on. Let me go back to StreamYard here.
I think it'll
Screen
come
share.
back.
Present.
Yeah.
Screen share. Share. Can you see
There we
it?
go. Yeah.
Hold on, let me do it over again. Ready? Here we go.
Okay, wait a sec. I have to click on the thing and add it, but it's not.
Oh, you
giving me the
can't see
menu.
it?
Well, I'm in the basement. Is it showing up on everybody's?
Did you see
Anyone
it?
else?
Oh, you can't see it?
No, hold on. I got
Nope.
to add it. Okay. I couldn't get the menu up. Now I got it.
Can you see my screen now? Tell me when you can see it.
I can see it.
Yeah.
This is what I play for Reggie on his first birthday.
Which one's Reggie? The
The
black one?
black
Or
one.
Like I know that. Is that today?
That was when he was a year old. That was 14 years ago, 13 years ago.
Oh yeah. That's cute. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, he's cute. What happened?
Is Danny still here? I just
I'm
saw
still
you in
here.
the private chat. He said hello in the private chat, so I don't know if it was just now
Who,
or
who said hello in the private chat?
you did.
Yeah, before you brought me back up.
Well, I just
It
saw
was
it
an
now.
hour ago.
So I thought if you'd lost your signal and you're not on a panel
Oh,
anymore.
no.
I'm on the phone, so every time I open a window, you know, a menu to see the choices, right? Add somebody to the screen, and that means I can't see the panel. So I thought, oh shit, did he drop down? But you didn't. That was from before. Look at this tiny little bite later I got. I love these. I think they're crickets or something. It's so tiny. Where's the size? Another one. I could show you the size of a regular one. When are we starting this, Nudie?
Starting which? Oh, the hell kick.
What?
When are we starting? What? I was a little sidetracked there. What are you referring to?
I don't know what's first. If starving's first or feeding's first.
Cigarettes.
Wait a second. Okay, what about the cigarettes?
That's the
I'm gonna
worst
start.
thing you're doing.
Gonna start the weaning process. It's gonna be a
Not
long
while we're
process.
online. Not while we're online. I can't do it while I'm walking
Always
online.
has excuses.
No, seriously, it's not gonna work.
No, we're gonna start the weaning process, and it's gonna be a long weaning process.
Right.
A very long weaning process.
Thank you.
Like maybe a year.
A year to quit smoking?
Mm-hmm.
I've been smoking for 41 years. I smoke like a chimney. It's part of me. It's who I am.
I do not recommend her to go any faster than that.
Wow.
It's
I
the
had
only
no problem
vice that I dealt with that I wouldn't, after a long period of time, recommend somebody cold turkey. That being said, I've never tried to help somebody off heroin or something, but
I had no problem quitting smoking. It was easy.
Here's the deal. I know from the bouts that I've done, when I'm trying to do something when I want to do it, it's a lot more successful. And even though I was trying to quit smoking, I really didn't want to quit smoking because I always loved it. I never not loved. Well, that's not true. There have been a couple times, but basically, I always loved it. So just trying to quit is like trying to tell the universe that you're good, you're happy. But you're not. But the universe can read your heart exactly. There's no hiding. Like they say in the Bible or somewhere, they say you can't lie to God. You can't because
What's true?
there's no lie. There's no lie
There's no
to that.
God to lie to.
They what's true?
I would so you can't lie with your energy. I can't lie to a bee that I'm not scared of that bee. I can't lie to Frodo that I'm not scared of Frodo. Right? He knows the energy. They feel the energy. That's the truth. You can't hide that. Right? So I never really wanted to quit smoking. I just got people in my ear all the time telling me I gotta quit smoking. Right? So I tried a few times. One time I got into these cigarettes called cannabis before pot was ever legal. It was just basically hemp though. You don't get high from it. And they had a pretty box, a black box with green and flowers. So I would walk all the way down to Dundas West Station and buy them from the cigarette shop there. It was a natural shop. So I got these natural cigarettes. And I would walk all the way back. Now, this was part of when I was like 225 pounds, and now I'm walking it off, right? When I found out I was that heavy. And then I had to do something to get it off. So it was a long way to walk from my place to Dundas West Station and then back again. And you know what was there? Two things. McDonald's at the subway station. It was one of two subway stations that had McDonald's in it. McDonald's and the cigarette store where I get the cannabis cigarettes. And I was okay. I was okay for a while there doing that one. There was no nicotine. And I was still doing it because I was
we figured it was about you're smoking, what was it, a carton every 7 days, 8 days?
Every 7 days.
Say that again.
In the winter, every 7 days. I think
every 7 days. Yeah,
28 smokes a day.
28 smokes a day. Okay, so what's the date today?
Average. Like right now, I've smoked two packs easy.
It's October 6th.
October 6th. Okay. Well, we're gonna start it.
October 6th is something.
Reggie's birthday.
We're gonna start. We're gonna start that part as soon as tomorrow. So here's how this part works with the cigarette. It's pretty simple.
Try
okay,
again.
so here's how the cigarette part works. It's pretty simple. Starting this month. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a one of those container packs? You know, for like how people
I just use old packs,
use
or
old packs.
I also have the containers like these that had weed cigarettes in them,
Mhm.
and I can fit 8 in this, and then the other ones I can fit 16, which is the same as what I fit in my purse.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, this holds
Okay.
16 cigarettes in it, and I use those. And in my purse, I have like a nice one that looks nice with dolphin on it, and that fits 16 too.
All
So
right.
if I fill 4 packs of 16, I fill a fifth 16 pack, and that is 4 packs right there. Even though it's
Gotcha.
5, it's yeah.
Okay, so starting this month, what you do is every single day you take 21 out of your carton, and you put 21 in one of those packs, and that's your cigarette count for the day. Now it doesn't
You're cutting
mean
down 6 cigarettes a day already?
yeah,
That's weird.
starting 21.
That's
21
it?
is 21 is what you get to start with for this whole month, every single day. That's of course your maximum. You don't have to smoke that much, but if you get to the 21, that's it. So that's your cutoff point.
By 6 o'clock in the evening, that'll
He's
do
already
it.
getting anxiety just talking about it.
Yeah. I didn't know well, you said it was going to take a year. I thought to myself, okay, so it's 28. He's going to start at 27, maybe 26.
It's going to take you. It's going to take you longer than a year. It's going to take you 20 months. Because every single month you're going to minus 1 off of that. So next month it's going to be 20. This month it's 21 per day you're allowed to have. Starting next month. So that's for the rest of this month. Starting next month, well, just to keep it simple, the first, right after this month, because we're a little bit into it already. So starting November, you go down to 20 a day, and then December you go down to 19 a day, and so on and so forth.
I don't think
right.
that's gonna work.
Why are you starting me off so hard right at the beginning? It was 6 cigarettes down, or 8 cigarettes. What shit? 7 cigarettes down.
To shift your habit into a different focus, but there's still plenty of room for you to start realizing that this is all about making conscious choices of discipline.
I know, but that's a big one right at the beginning. Shouldn't you be easing me in? Like
That is easing. that is easing. 21 cigarettes for a day is plenty. What you need to do with 21 is you need to actually say, okay, I got 21 for the whole day, right? So I need to space that out a little bit more than what I was doing, right? So now you actually have to be more conscious of it.
I've done it. And you know what the number was? 20, not 21.
Well, I would have done 20, but we're starting into a month, so I just said 21 for this month, you know.
Okay. All right. I purposely I stopped doing the daily measurements, but I'm doing the weekly measurements, right? As to how long it's taking me to go through things. And I told you it was once every 8.5 days in the summer, and I was giving out a shitload of cigarettes to people. Like, I didn't smoke all those cigarettes, and still it took me 8.5 days to get through the carton. So that's because I was busy. So what I have to do is be busy with my hands. Don't sit in the fucking. There's the internet is the other addiction, right? Food, the internet, and cigarettes. Those are my addictions.
Right. And so the other one is the pot's got to go.
What now?
Yep.
No, there's no reason for that. I don't smoke enough for it to make a difference.
Are you ready to do this, or are you serious about it, or no?
Of course I am, but you're. It's like saying, okay, and no.
I asked you about the conditions earlier. You express no problem with you express no problems with the pot.
Okay, but being told to do it is different.
Cat, I'm not going to convince you to do this. Either you want to or not.
Why would you do this?
Why would you do this nude?
You asked him, didn't you?
It's got nothing to do with the situation. The pot has nothing to do with the situation.
It has a lot to do with it.
The way that I smoke, it's negligible. It's stupid to deny myself of things that there's no need to deny me of. The cigarettes is what I need to. And what did I say? Okay.
Well, you do it your way then.
I think that's fucking. I think harsh. That's harsh to make it 7 cigarettes all at once. But I said okay.
I asked you what you'd be willing to do if there was any. We went over this, right? We covered that. We covered the pot.
I see this as a power move, though, because this has nothing to do with the situation.
Well, then it's over before it started. We're not gonna do it then. That's it. Yeah, it's that simple. I'm not gonna spend a focus with somebody who's not sincere and genuine about it.
You look. The main thing was the cigarette.
Two E's in life: excuses or enthusiasm. Which one is it going to be? If it's going to be excuses, there's no point. If you want to do it, then let me know, and with enthusiasm, I'll do it with you. I'll give you the instructions with enthusiasm too. If not, I'm not going to waste my effort.
What's your logic? Explain your logic, please. Why are
Smoking's
you
very bad for you, whether it's pot or cigarettes. It's bad for you.
Yes, but the amount that I intake of pot is so minuscule compared to every other pot smoker. It's almost negligible and has no impact on my health really.
Yes,
at
it
all.
does.
Except maybe mental.
Buy yourself some edibles instead. Just have an edible.
What?
Buy an edible instead of smoking it.
That's toxic too. I wouldn't advocate for that for her.
What?
We're trying to fix a serious chronic health situation that she's got going on here.
Then that's the breathing problems, right?
Got a circulation problem in her legs. And smoking's the number one problem with that, for sure.
But I'm doing it with the smoking. I didn't argue. I asked what his logic was, and I went with it. And I didn't bargain for more. I just went with it because I knew that I have to surrender and do what I got to do. But this
But you're
is a
making
power
excuses
move.
saying you don't smoke much.
No,
This is just
no,
an
this
excuse.
is a power move because there's no reason to do this. It's like telling me, and no more wearing green shirts. It makes no sense.
None of this is for me, Kat. I don't need this.
What kind of power does he get out of that? Doesn't make any sense at all.
Power over me telling me to do something benign.
He's not telling you, he's suggesting, and you're the one that wanted the suggestions.
If I don't do what he said, did you not just hear the threat just now?
There's no threat. I'm saying if you're not sincere about it, then I can't be either. There's no point continuing.
Right, because it'll fail.
I told you before, if you want to do it, you have to be willing to do it with a commitment and be sincere and with enthusiasm. If you are, then I'm all in with you and I'll give you the instructions. But if you're not, then that's
know
it.
That you were going to pull shit out of your ass. I thought everything was going to be logical, what you were going to ask me to do. Everything was going to be logical.
Well, it is.
Because it isn't, right?
No, it's not. What you're doing is not logical. So
it's not logical leading off of something that you're addicted to?
It's not logical to tell me to not do something that has nothing to do with my, or very, very, very little, minuscule part of what's going on with my leg. There is no reason for him to tell me about that. It's like
there is
no more watching Real Housewives.
There is when you're sincere about fixing your health. When you're not sincere about it, then absolutely there isn't, because it's not about me. It's about you committing to doing what it takes to fix the problem.
All right. Real Housewives is not the best energy for me to be in, right? It's my guilty pleasure. So if you told me that it's bad energy to be in, no more watching Real Housewives, we're going to save your leg. It's going to be like, wait a second. That's not necessary. Not at this point. Once we get into the spiritual side, then I can see it, right? But when we're talking about the leg, it's not necessary. And
just call me when you're sincere.
Okay, sincere is in the eye of the beholder of it, I guess. Because this, to me, that request is not sincere. It's alarming that this is a request of yours.
I'm just giving instructions. If you don't want to do them, then that's it. It's as simple as
I'm
that.
glad that I found this out right ahead. I thought this was going to be about my leg. So
It's going to be about all of your health together.
okay, but first we're supposed to do the leg, and then from there.
No. Health is a holistic thing. You don't have the formula, Kat. Are you here to get instructions from somebody who has an understanding of how this works and learn something and put it into use? Or do you have this all figured out and you're going to tell me how this is going to go?
No, but you have to be logical. That's why I asked you what your logic was. I'm trying to be open-minded.
Let me help you out with logic right off the top.
Be a tyrant and tell me what to do.
Presuming that an instruction that I give you right off the pop, right, is illogical.
No.
Okay.
The first one was a cigarette.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you. You understand? I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I'm right.
You guys stop arguing.
Hey, just to point out something there, it was the second directive, not the first one.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Danny.
I went up with the first one. I that's it. I just did it. I just agreed to it. So that was the second one. And it was out of nowhere. Unfortunately.
Maybe you're just high right now. You don't remember that we talked about the pot earlier.
I didn't say that it's healthy for me. I thought it was, but obviously not smoking it for sure, right? So
we had like a 10-minute discussion about that, and you had expressed forthcomingly on your own terms that if the pot's got to go, I have no problem with that. Do you remember that?
Yep. Oh shit! I didn't realize what I was saying, because when I said that, what I meant was when I'm ready, when I decide. Okay, I'm just not going to smoke pot, but it's so small, the amount that I smoke. Even when I take in the tokes, they're tiny little tokes. Even with cigarettes, they're tiny little tokes. So, still, the what I smoke in marijuana is hardly anything. So it's like you just want to take away shit from me for no reason.
Don't tell me when we had a discussion where I said bring forth anything that you would that may be an objection, right?
You're right.
We had a pretty deep discussion about that. So don't tell me that after all of that, I give you an instruction and you call me a tyrant. Fuck that shit. That's not happening.
And again, Nudie, you'd never have any influence. When I want to, if I want to quit drinking and this and that, you'll never have any influence on me.
It's up to the individual.
Say the only person that could have influence on me would be me.
And you gotta be determined.
That's because I'm they.
No, you're exactly. You are they. Them.
You gotta be disciplined in order to keep track of what you're supposed to be doing.
For yourself. I used to be the big crackhead. Nobody got me off crack. I did.
That's what I mean.
Let's get it straight, right? I'm not here to tell anybody what to do or dictate.
Listen,
I'm
here to bring an understanding and instruct a willing participant, a sincere willing participant.
Wait. Okay.
I can't do it.
I didn't hear the last part.
I said, I'm not here. Let's get it straight. And I'm not here to tell anybody what to do or dictate. I'm here to only instruct a willing participant. That's it.
Yeah, but
and I'm not willing. You're not willing, Miss Cat. You're not willing at this point in time.
Hold on. Don't talk for me. I'm not willing to submit to somebody who's not going to give me rational things to do. And yeah, I don't think you're being fair. I don't think you're being fair at all.
We just went over this.
But yes,
you just came to terms like 2 minutes ago that it was fair. You're backpedaling again. I'm not going to argue with you. If you're not, it's real simple. If you're sincere about it, then we can move forward. If you're not sincere, if you're going to think that just me giving you instructions is anything other than methodical for your best interest, then we shouldn't move forward.
I can tell by the tone of voice that this is not when you are doing things for my benefit, you don't take this tone of voice. You take this tone of voice when you're
You're
about
completely
you
fabricating
are
that. But
being
if
or
that's
about
how
to
you feel,
become.
that's fine. I don't need to do this, right?
Okay.
You,
All right.
this isn't for me.
All right. That's cool.
I made an offer for you as a gesture to help you out if you wanted it. That's what I do here. But only if the person wants it is the key. If you don't want it, that's okay. It's no big deal.
All right.
Part of the process is to guilt trip you, then make you realize that he's just here to help you out and to guide you in your journey.
Shit. I didn't hear you, Danny.
Oh, it's all right. Wasn't important.
Aw.
I love you, Danny.
I didn't hear that, Jason.
In a gay kind of way.
Yeah.
Everybody was fighting about the N-bombs earlier. No. I love you in a gay kind of way.
Hi, Chef.
You like my pink hat, Danny?
Is
It's
it
got
pink?
guns
I
on
thought it was red.
No, it's pink and it's got guns on it.
No, it's not pink, man. The letters underneath the boxes there, right? That's pink. Your hat's red.
No, that's the lighting ruining it. It's pink.
Okay. Your wife's hat, eh?
Mm-mm. No. That was one of our travelers here, and I said, "That's my hat." She looked at it. I put it on my head, and she's like, "Yep, that's you."
Okay. Was it close to Halloween?
Nope. It was when I, went and where Kim lives. There, it was not too far from there on the fishing trip. Todd, remember Todd came? He got a hat too. Remember?
I didn't see his hat.
Oh shit. Jeez, things are getting complicated. Kids need to go to bed. They're eating. What's this?
Yeah, school tomorrow, eh?
Jalen's already digging into third. School. No, they're eating. Yeah, there's school tomorrow. They ate too early today. They had hamburgers at like fucking 2:00. And now, it's pushing 8:00 here, and they're both hungry. So that's where I left. I went to make them some spaghetti. I guess Jalen's in her third bowl now. And then mommy texted me and said, Jalen's bedtime's in 10 minutes.
Everyone's following the rules of day.
Rules.
Yeah, that's something I should be doing, making myself something to eat.
A bite. Kipper Sniffer. That's an odd name. What do you get if you cross a penis and a potato? And then says a dictator.
I see Jay in his back.
I get the funniness of it. I think. Did you see me laugh?
Just a chuckle.
Sorry.
They left.
He did it for me. Thank you. Thank you, them.
Yeah, just doing my patriotic duties.
That's what's up. When the mind controllers found out that it could heal, made it illegal. Oh.
See what Jay Houghton says?
I see that. Can I say it out loud?
No.
Okay.
Pirate.
Oh, you asked, right?
Yeah, but I think he asked me.
Let's clear that up. Who are you asking?
What?
The panel.
Right. That'd be me.
Well,
They,
I don't
they
care
is,
either way.
they is,
Oh,
they
Danny
is
said
on the
he didn't
panel.
care. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Jay Heighton, then. Prove it.
Prove it.
The mind controllers, and I know when you say the mind controllers, you mean them.
Can you define what a tyrant is?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Tell you what tyranny is, but I can't tell you what a tyrant is.
Someone who thinks that they are the be all and end all, and you must do what they say, or they will pull back. They will take their self away. Like they will.
No,
that's not what a tyrant is.
Actually, it's a narcissist trait. That's what that was. That's a
A
narcissist.
tyrant is a ruler who's very oppressive.
Yeah.
A
Unfair.
ruler. No,
Unfair.
a ruler.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Somebody who tries to force people to follow their rules, right?
Or else. Yes.
That's not me. I don't make rules for people.
You just did.
You understand? No, I didn't. What rule did I make?
I'm out of the house.
Do you
What are you
sometimes
talking
enforce
about?
them? No, actually, I don't think you do. No, you never enforce them. No.
Did anybody see that happen?
What?
Am I out of my mind?
I never
Giving
seen
out
you
rules? No, you were just giving directives, and she had the choice
Yeah.
of whether she was going to follow them or not.
Oh, be nice.
Or else.
That's cruel. That's cruel.
Did anybody see any oppression going on?
No, do you play mind games with me?
No.
He didn't say or else.
Well, that's what they does.
And if you're not into it, why should he be into it?
Man.
Wasn't an
No, he said,
alternative.
if you're not interested, then we'll just not do this.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Let's all do a
Yeah.
Sudoku puzzle together.
But he knew I was interested in it, so that's bullshit. I am.
No. Sincere, I said.
I am sincere. That's why I agreed to only smoke 21 cigarettes a day. That was like the biggest thing you could have asked me. And I said yes.
Doesn't mean you're sincere. If you're sincere, that means that you're ready to do this, no holds barred. And you're not going to label me for giving you instructions and make these presumptions. That's ridiculous. Listen,
It's the way you do it.
why in the world, sorry guys, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable here, but knowing me, why in the world, what could I possibly get out of asking you to do something as a power gain, out of asking you when we were getting into this as something that I was going to do to help you for your health personally as a power trip or a power gain? Are you kidding me?
Doesn't make any sense.
That's a projection of insecurity of other sorts.
Okay, Master has to go put his slave to bed. You're back.
Which maybe be something called for some kind of other conversation 101 or something like that. There's something deeper going on there. There's no reason for you to put that projection here. I did nothing of the sort. I would never do anything of this sort to anybody. I don't know how you would construe that towards me at all. It's bizarre. I don't get it at all.
Okay.
I think she's getting tired.
Perhaps.
I noticed this before.
Fortunately, I got a level-headedness on my shoulders. Otherwise, I might misconvey that as being like, a slap to an offer of kindness and generosity that I have no obligation to do. I'm not getting anything for it either, right? This is what I do.
I'm not here.
Offer to help people.
Slow burn. Okay. Slow burn.
Why are you saying slow burner?
Because he's in the basement.
Okay.
And she's trying to bring him up. Yo,
Everyone-
slow.
Everyone play nice. This isn't a drama channel, right? We're all just Canadians.
Hello?
One Canadian.
You're Canadian.
We're all
Yep.
Canadians and plus neuter.
I'm not Canadian.
Hey,
I live in the country.
shit disturber.
All of us live in Canada. So
I just got arrested.
get out.
For what?
Hello?
For what?
Yeah, you hear it?
The fuck?
We
Oh,
can
no.
hear you, Slow.
Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
What's that?
We can hear you.
What the fuck?
My connection's bad, but these guys should be okay.
What's wrong? You can't hear us?
I just made a matcha. Matcha man. I got to be a matcha man.
Question. Different way to get to this pocket. If I was to shut down this road, is there a different entrance or exit, or is this is the only way in and out?
You get that center screen, Pat?
I just car related investigation. That's all. I won't say. Everything. Right on. I'm glad you guys are okay.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
So you said you just got arrested for what?
I think he's trying to show us on his phone.
Didn't he show us the video now?
Yeah, he said just a minute. I think he's going to try to set it up a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Because it was all garbled for me, like you guys are. Right now, it's just his living room.
Right now it's quiet.
Dude, what does government
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we're back to
Yeah.
this again.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's what I want to play. So there was a wild police chase. What's up, man? I just got arrested. Right now, I'm looking at the cop computer.
Oh, you get arrested. Come on. You were detained? Bullshit. What for? Fuckers. Again?
So he arrested me for obstruction for looking at his computer.
That's not obstruction. I get you, brother.
What an asshole, eh?
Yeah, that's not obstruction.
Oh, I know. That's what I told him. He said, "Give me your fucking business card." Yeah, they put me in cuffs and everything.
Okay, they detained you. I get that part. Whatever.
No. He said you're under arrest.
Oh shit.
He said you're under arrest. I said because he said, "What's your name?" I said, "I don't want to give my name." He says, "You have to. You're under arrest."
Oh, that's where he called it obstruction and totally set. Okay. Yeah. If it went to court, he'd be fucked when it comes to probable cause. Why did you get?
No.
Shit.
No. He can't. He has to give his name.
He
At
didn't
this
have
point, he has
probable
to give his
cause.
name.
Yeah, once I'm under arrest, I have to give my name. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then when you go to fight it, the first First part of the court is probable cause. You go for your PC.
You don't have
here.
to give your name when you're under
But
arrest.
what?
You don't have
But
to say
what were
anything
you
at all.
under arrest originally
do.
for? That's the question.
That's
100% you have to give your name.
No, you don't. You don't have to say anything. You can keep silent and not say a fucking
I
word.
went over this with an OPP
Okay.
and we looked up the law. Can you
All
hear
right.
me? Can anybody hear me?
Little bit.
Yes, Kim.
I
What
went,
the fuck?
I went
Sorry,
over
Kat.
this. I went over this with an OPP and with an OPP officer who had just come from being a cop in Ottawa, and he came here and we were having a conversation. And then we got onto the convoy, and then I was saying that cops do illegal shit, and oh no, what was illegal? And I said you stole the gas from the truckers, and then you filled it with water, and then you gave it back later on with water in it.
Oh, they did
And
that.
Yeah, that was fucking illegal. And there did other stuff too, right? So I was saying, and I was going by my American stuff, and I could swear I was right, that you don't have to give your ID unless you are A, under arrest, B, driving a car, and only the driver, not passengers, or C, are about to get a ticket. Like even if they're going to give you for jaywalking, at the point where they're going to give you a ticket, you have to give your name. So those are the three that I thought. But no, we looked it up in the code together on his phone. And if they are doing an investigation, you have to give your name. Because I said you can't arrest somebody for that because that's a secondary charge, right? I was going with the American words. I said that first you have to accuse me.
That's
of something.
Canadian too. That's not just American. We have secondary charges here.
No, it's not. I saw the law. He showed it to me.
Upon investigation, yes, you must identify yourself.
Sorry?
If they fuck up beyond that, yeah, you can fight it. But as much
This
as I hate
this
to say
cop was an OPP too.
yeah.
There was a police chase on Lakeshore, and they caught the guy. I don't know if there was an accident, if he crashed or whatever, but they had Peel, they had Toronto, and they had OPP all there. It was like 40, at least 40 cops there.
That's just a party.
Yeah. There was no tape up when I first walked up, and then after that, they put tape up everywhere.
Oh, I know you were the wrong place at the wrong time.
Maybe I was at the right place at the right time.
You were at the right place at the right time.
No, but I'm just saying as far as they're concerned, right?
See, I had Ruckus with me, or else I would have got a lot mouthier, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was in cuffs for like 2 minutes, and then he asked me my name, and I said I don't want to give my name. He said you have to give your name. You're under arrest. So I gave him my name, and he says, "Do you want to give me your date of birth?" I said, "Do I have to?" No. Well, then no, I don't want to.
At least it was legit.
Why would I have to give him my name and not my date of birth if I'm under arrest? That doesn't make sense, does it?
It has to be your name and birth date. Even if you don't give your address, they need your name and birth date.
Words.
Unless you have a name that's like so unique, there's not going to be
John Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's the shitty part. If they do go forward and you lie to them, apparently that's against everybody's fucking.
You're close if you lie.
Can't lie to your. If
I used to lie to them all the time about my name.
He's just sorry he recorded his friggin' computer open.
Yeah. Like, that's your fucking job to keep that private, not my fucking job to fucking. It's my job to look.
I don't know
Fuck
the
you.
law on that.
Every
know
time
the
I get
American
pulled over, the cop takes his flashlight and looks in my back fucking seat.
Yep. But he's the gang member who's allowed to do that, right? He's also allowed to lie to you.
We'll see. I'm going to make official complaint about him tomorrow, that's for sure. I had Ruckus with me. That's really the only reason I was like, my dog is friendly, because they put me in handcuffs and they took Ruckus away from me. I'm like, don't shoot my fucking dog, man. He's friendly. Treat him good. He'll treat you good.
Well, also, what happens if Ruckus decides to come to your rescue and do something to the cops? They'll fucking shoot him.
I know. It's not very
That's a
safe
big
being around.
story that none of us really want to ever see. I don't think Slow wants to see it. I don't want to see it, but I'm pretty sure it'd be in Slow's favor. But I don't want to see Ruckus. That's why I get it. That's his boy.
They better fucking put me in handcuffs and hold me down because I'm going for that fucking gun next.
Hey, do you ever talk to that guy, Northern Perspective?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Once.
Never heard the name.
Once.
Never heard the name? No. He's up here in Ontario, man. He's last video I saw, he was in Pickering. He's an
I watched
ex-cop.
that.
He's an
You talking about
ex-cop become
You talking about Mad
auditor.
Labs Press? Mad Labs Press.
That one too.
They're the same. They're the same.
The same one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What name did you call him?
Northern Perspective.
I've never heard him. I've never heard himself called that.
No. Okay. Huh.
He was a cop for like 23 years, got hurt on the force, and then they put him on desk duty, and then cops were teasing him and bugging him and bullying him, and then he
Yeah.
quit.
Yeah. Same guy.
Mad Labs Press, that's what they call him. That's his channel. He was on Rebel News yesterday.
Yep.
I don't know why everyone knows what he looks like. I don't know why he wants himself blurted out. Everyone knows what he looks like.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's cool. That's cool.
He's an auditor here in Ontario.
You're not
And he's an
talking
ex-cop.
about. Oh no, that guy wouldn't have been an ex-cop. There was one guy that moved from BC to Toronto to BC to Toronto, and he's a bit mouthy.
Who, Donald?
That's Donald, yeah. Donald.
Oh, Donald. That's it. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck, man. I
think
respect
he's an
what he
auto
does,
one
but
now,
fuck,
right?
he's too dumb to be doing it. Come on now. I respect his his enthusiasm, but dude, you're gonna fucking
Yeah, he's in hiding from that trans guy there or whatever.
There's the other one too. What the fuck?
That one in BC?
The Donald guy, yeah.
Yeah, the trans in BC. What's it called though? What's that one in very famous trans? What's here in Canada? What's her name? Its name?
Oh fuck.
It's in
Saskatchewan.
Fuck.
You got the Spurs on too, Jay, or what?
Just the guns, buddy. Just the guns.
Yeah, man. You should have saw his
riding it.
horse. Slow. He showed us his horse earlier. It's pink with fucking yellow polka dots.
And it flies. And we got 4 restrooms in this house.
I wonder if this shit's on CP24 or what. I bet you it is. Let's take a look on CP24.
God, it's been forever since I've seen CP24. It's not even City TV anymore.
No, City has its own channel.
At around the time that I left Toronto, maybe just before that, they did the selling, and it was just so freaky. Like City TV was our station. There was CTV, yeah, okay, they're in Scarborough, but City TV was our station. That was much music. That was everything. And then it got sold, and now it's like a piece of cardboard.
Oh, excuse me.
Cop gave you the germs, man. You're gonna be sick now.
Jay Heighton, I can copy and paste it for you, but I'm pretty sure you won't understand it. There you go.
What?
He wants to know what govern means.
There's
you
the
look
cop's
it up?
card if anyone wants to call and make a complaint. There's his card.
Oh, let me make it big. Hold on.
Yeah,
You down with OPP? Yeah, you know me.
Come on, still blurred up. Still blurred up. Oh, perfect. Oh, right there. Got it. Got it. 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴. Telephone. 858. Telephone. 8670. Fax 7790. All right, let's fax the fucker. They still use fax machines? Damn. Damn. What the fuck?
I was
What a
surprised to
piece of
pick up from
garbage.
the
Fax is like from the 80s and shit.
My phone's a piece of garbage. I tried to take a screenshot and it fucking shut off.
Oh. Maybe I have no
What?
room. Maybe I have no room.
Oh, there's all kinds of room. It's a piece of garbage phone. I can have 3G, 3 bars, okay, and I can't even get YouTube.
Yeah, well, you live with the Amish, so you're lucky you have a signal at all.
Yeah. Some of them got phones.
Do they?
Not all. Yeah, some of them, yeah, the kids. The little
Yeah,
rebellious kids.
I've heard about corruption in the Amish community.
And then there's certain Mennonites. They're called the Dave Mennonites. They do have cell phones, all of them.
I heard that some people saw electricity going through an Amish house.
You saw what?
They saw like the electricity line from the pole going through an Amish house.
Oh?
Yeah.
Not usually.
Nope, they took it.
Usually they'll have a generator or something like that. They don't want to rely on the government's services. They'd rather rely on their own.
It was the first time that I'd broken my cognitive dissonance about Amish people. Who's doing that noise?
I don't know. I can't hear you.
You know, Shake and Bake doesn't put bags in the box anymore.
Get out!
Cheap fuckers. Are you the
Get
one
out.
making all that noise, Slow?
Yeah, I'm shaking bacon. See? Shake and Bake.
Ah.
So you got to do it in like Tupperware now. They don't even give you a fucking bag anymore. No more plastic bags.
Is this the first time, or this happened before?
Oh, this has been happening for the last couple of years.
Oh.
Fucking cheap bastards.
I have a box of chicken bake.
Open it up and see if there's bags in it. I bet you there is, huh? Unless you bought it like fucking decade ago.
Did you fall off the stage, Jason?
A little bit, yeah. I was trying to post some shit, and fucking StreamYards don't like me. YouTube don't like me. I just, I was putting up 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 Highway Safety Division, 27 Argentina Road with his number, and they don't like that shit anymore. They don't like that shit here in Canada.
They don't like a lot of stuff here in Canada.
They don't like it. Here, I'll say it then. 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, because I tried to type it, so it won't go through. 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴. He's part of the Highway Safety Division. They're down at 27 Argentina Road. If you want to reach out to them, area code 905. Rest number 858-8670. Hit them up.
What's that for?
Oh, the motherfucker was playing with Slow.
That arrested me.
I'll call him up here. That's how things are going.
Tell him you just seen a video on YouTube and you'd like to make a complaint about it.
Oh, text him. Text him.
Fucking dirty cops. Dirty cops.
That's it. Yeah, shit, I guess like Miss Cat, thanks for having me up.
Later, Jay.
Guess I got shit to do. Slow. Good to see you again, brother.
Have a good one,
Nudie,
Jason.
Danny. Dan, for fuck's sakes.
Peace out, everybody.
I'll come back in a bit if I can, but that's what's up. Love you all to death.
Adios, man.
Oh, Slow and Jason took off.
Yes, government means mind control.
Mm-hmm.
And there's only one of two ways that can go. You're either in control of your own mind, or somebody else will do it for you.
Yeah. And what was it now? Oh fuck. They did a fucking an experiment with the Canadians, eh? That mind control crap there. They did that experiment, and what was it? Oh fuck, I forget who did the gathered up all the facts and stuff and the information, like for the report. But I guess the report is completed, and they handed it to the government.
That's what a nation is. A nation is an experiment of mind control.
Yeah.
Period. Across the board.
Only if you let them.
Hey, Nude.
Only if you participate.
Fuck, kitty, what's going on? I got
Hey,
a
Nude.
kitty here that's fucking gonna have kittens there, and she doesn't want to get off my damn bed.
Go ahead, Dan.
If you get arrested, you have the right to say nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. Silent.
Well, rights are only part and parcel to if.
In other words, they can't arrest you for not giving your name to them. It's not another charge.
In the book of fake rules, it's subjective to what the individual wants to do.
Okay.
Here in Canada, okay, it's called
It's a charge that when
preventing
you
an investigation, and yes, they can charge you for not providing the information.
Well, okay, say you can't speak.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
you would have to.
You'd have to.
You would have to.
You can't speak.
Show in this case, if you wanna just be operating in their legal fictional world of bullshit, if there's no statute that says that you're obligated to state that you have a contract with, then it would be back to the whole arbitrary breach. So it'd be over before it was started. If that's the case.
Although you do have the right to remain silent.
That's my point. You have the right to
Of course.
silent.
Now the question is there any conditions to that you have a contractual obligation to fulfill?
Yep, you got to tell them your name.
Then you would need to. Where are those conditions laid out with a signature?
I don't know.
That would be arbitrary then. See what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's just hearsay. And this is even in our own fictional world, like I said.
Well, you'd have to show them ID if you want to be silent.
Showing your ID is not being silent.
You're not obligated to carry your ID around with you when walking.
You're not even obligated to have an ID. So how could you be obligated to show something you're not obligated to have in the first place?
Yeah. Back when I was younger, man, they always told us, make sure you got your ID on you.
Right. So
when people were saying, yeah, I'm such and such, and didn't have ID, the cops would arrest them for 72 hours. They're allowed to hold them for 72 hours.
Remember when I was saying just a bit ago that a nation is an experiment of mind control?
Mm-hmm.
It's if you fall for the gaslight, you fall for the gaslight, right? Most people not only fall for it, they don't even think that there's something to question.
Mm.
That's the
Yeah,
success of the mind control.
That's the worst part.
A lot of people thank the cops for their service.
Right.
Thank you for doing what you did. You're a hero.
Well, yeah, they're the ones that showed us what pot looked like. They showed us what hash looked like. They showed us what acid looked like. They came
Can
to
I
our school
shine
when I
your
was in
boots?
grade 3.
Can
For
I
fuck's
shine
sake.
your boots with my tongue, Ossifer?
They had 2 different briefcases, man, with different drugs and stuff in them. I don't know if they were hoping kids were gonna rat out their parents or what, but you know what I mean. Like at the age we were, we knew the difference. We just didn't know what the stuff looked like.
To be more accurate on the answer to Dan's question earlier about the silent thing, it depends on what you're aware of. If you know what you're doing, it's really the answer.
Where did Jason and Slow go?
They jumped off about 5 minutes ago.
I was looking for the shake and bake. I think it's in my my. I think it's in my pocket because I make my own shake and bake. Like I just put spices and make my own shake and bake with panko crumbs.
Yeah.
So, but I do have a box that I got from the food bank, but I think I put in my apocalypse food. But now I'm probably gonna have to put some bags with it too.
Nasty.
Did I just hear it? Sober. Who said nasty?
Dan. Me, for fuck's
Oh.
sake. Shake and bake. Nasty. On top of nasty food.
Yeah, well, I didn't put it in my regular rotation. I put it for like a treat because when I'm just eating, if I'm just eating soup and spaghetti, then it's a nice treat to have some shake and bake. I don't even know if I have chicken to put on it. Probably put it on something else. I also have a jar of relish for that same reason.
Well, I suppose you guys are talking about food making me hungrier and hungrier, and I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm going to have to jump off and go make something to eat. Thanks for
it off.
See you there, Danny.
Thanks for having me up, Miss Cat. Right on. Good talking to you, Nudie. Dan, I don't know. Yeah, I met you before. So
Good seeing you again, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, you guys too, man. Okay, have a good one. Later.
Bye. Have a nice night. Thank you for coming.
They're dropping like flies.
Well, they kind of came together and left together. He's just nicer to stay longer. That's what I think. Because they're all from Myron's crowd, right? They all hang out at Myron's together.
Myron, I remember that name. Isn't he an old guy who looks like Santa Claus?
Yep. Kind of more like Beetlejuice.
Smokes
more
pot, oil or
he's
something in a pipe
biker
constantly.
He's a biker.
And he smokes oil in a pipe constantly, I think. Or...
everything. If you think I'm bad, he smokes everything. He smokes you know what he does? He smokes alcohol.
Smokes alcohol. How do you do that?
I didn't think it was a thing, but I checked it out on the Googles, and it's a thing. But you know, there's people who are advocating for it, but it sounds to me like they're just addicts that don't want to. You know, they're just trying to say, not that it's medicinal, but it's somehow it's better than drinking it, and somehow it gets to your brain or something, or your liver or something quicker, and I don't know. It just kind of reminded me of sniffing glue. So, because I thought to myself, I'm gonna look at that. This was my last birthday, not this birthday, but the last one. And I thought, well, I'm gonna be drinking alcohol soon. Maybe I should be smoking it. So I looked it up, and I was like, I don't feel good about this.
I heard you can shoot it up your ass.
Danny says he evaporates the alcohol into a mist and then he inhales it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He vapes it.
It's the crack of alcohol, I guess.
He's vaping it.
I don't know. I read other reports where it was like that. It's just not good. So.
You know what I did for my health? I quit drinking alcohol. I quit smoking cigarettes. I quit smoking pot. Quit eating sugar. Quit doing caffeine. Quit meat.
Mm-hmm.
I quit all kinds of things for my health.
Mm-hmm.
I feel selfish.
Yeah, shame on you. Terrible.
for my health.
Well, I'm still going to do the 21 cigarette thing anyway. It only makes sense.
If it was me, I would be telling you to quit cold turkey. It only lasts 3 days of physical addiction.
That only works if I wanted to quit. If I wanted to quit, then that's it. I would just quit cold turkey. And I've done it before. It never took because I didn't have the right heart for it. But I did want to quit, right?
Quitting's easy. It's quitting's hard.
For me, it did. For me, when I quit smoking the last time, and even the second last time, but especially the last time, it was about a year before I balanced out from the withdrawal.
Was he about a year?
So that's why. It was about a year before I balanced out from the withdrawal. And that was a cold turkey that I did. And I regret doing it that way.
I don't know what you mean. What are the symptoms? What are you talking about? Because I quit and I didn't notice anything.
Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking it's a little bit case specific. I didn't even realize that I was withdrawing until it tapered off a year later.
So
I could tell.
What were you feeling? Like, what are you talking? What's
just something that was off. Something wasn't right. I was
like you
having
felt
a
like
hard.
you're missing something all the time. Like there's.
Yeah, not so much that. Just my ability to, after the the physical habit part went away, which didn't take too long, maybe a few days or a week or whatever, and then you felt, I could feel the nicotine and whatnot starting to dissipate. Once that was kind of there was just something that I wasn't able to get grounded and stay grounded. And then after a year that wore off and I could tell I was still having some withdrawals.
I wonder if me smoking pot has something to do with that. Not
maybe
the nicotine, the withdrawals and all that. Because I never noticed anything. I quit.
That could be because, you were smoking more pot and cigarettes, not so much, right? Like it was
I smoked a pack a day and then quit.
Oh, I thought you were just doing more like a few of those cigars, but mostly pot.
That was the last time. I used to smoke cigarettes a pack a day for years and years and years, and I quit cold turkey and didn't do anything. Didn't notice anything.
How many years?
My whole life, since I was like 14 years old or younger.
Wow.
9 years old.
Wow.
Like I said, maybe it's because I was smoking pot.
I quit attempts of quitting cold turkey about 5 other times before that, maybe 6-ish. I don't know, something like that. Definitely quite a few, and no problems. No problems. Like really no withdrawal. The second last time it was kind of intense for like a month, and that was it. But the last time, but then again, that was when my first health crisis thing happened, right? So it's a little different. You gotta factor that in the equation. But the last time was not smooth.
This quit smoking pot thing, I really haven't noticed any difference besides I remember my dreams now, but I'm still tired and stunned and you don't feel much different.
Maybe the glue sniffing didn't help.
I never sniffed glue. I did sniff Rush though in high school. Do you remember that shit? Rush.
Rush.
Rush. It was some chemical in a bottle, and you sniffed it. Like the same as sniffing glue, I guess.
That sort of rings a
You
bell.
don't remember hearing about Rush?
I think I did. I
Mm-hmm.
just
That was
I
in the
never thought of
early
it.
80s, late 70s.
Yeah, that's when I hit high school in 1980. So now what happened in junior high? There was this boy named Steve Draper, and him and Steve Caban used to sit in the back of art class, and they would sniff liquid paper. and they ended up dull. They both ended up dull.
Brain dead.
And Steve, kinda. I mean, they were still functioning, but they were just always slow, and they weren't before.
No doubt
So
about it. Killed all the brain cells.
yeah, and I was young enough that I hadn't even started drinking or doing drugs or anything. Like I started smoking cigarettes when I was 15 and a half. And when I was 16 and a half, I started smoking pot, hash, and then pot. And back then it was just you buy a gram at a time. And that'll last for a while. So I didn't start really smoking hot pot like on a regular basis till Natalie, after Natalie was born. I had to ration it because Patrick was used to, he'd get like a half quarter and that would last like 2 days. And he'd be sharing it out with everybody, and it's like lifesavers, right? And now we've got a family and a baby, and we have to budget every little thing. And so it was like, okay, we'll have enough for pot, but all we bought was 3.5 grams a week. So I parsed it out into half-gram bags because that adds up to 7 half grams every day, right? Yeah, yeah. And we smoked one joint after his work, like in the evening or something, right? And then, oh no, sorry. At first, it was only on Fridays and Saturdays. So we'd roll one joint, and he'd smoke half on the Friday, and he got high, and then I'd smoke on the Saturday because we didn't used to get high together because Natalie was a baby. So if we had to take her to the hospital in the middle of the night, somebody had to be straight. So he'd go Friday night, I'd go Saturday night. And that way one of us was straight with the baby. And then we kind of got lax after my breakdown. And then we started smoking a half gram a day between us. And then, I don't know, later on, it just became more and more and more. But I don't really do that. Like, I bought this thing of 10 joints for all of September. And it's got half gram joints. So what I did was they're pre-rolls, but it was a good price. So it's $25 for 10 joints. So I then took, and it's good percentage too. And so I take each pre-roll and cut it in half and then mix it with tobacco and make 2 joints out of 1 joint. And so that was 20 joints for all of September. So, but we also share when I was outside, right? I'd share what I had, they share what they had. So I might have smoked more when I was outside. And then I've got roaches. I'll use the roaches. But today, like, I pulled these roaches out and they're just sitting here like all day. Because I was like, that's too much work. But I had like a piece of a pre-roll, so I smoked that. No, sorry, it was a bigger roach. That's what it was. And I just smoked that now. I didn't smoke anything yesterday. I really wanted chocolate.
You give up on fries?
Pardon?
Did you give up on the French fries?
No, I could have just ran to the corner and gotten some nice waffle fries. in a lunch bag, and they come with sauce, like a chipotle sauce or something, an aioli, and they're so good. But all I can think about is all that oil going into my arteries and then getting stuck on the stuff that's already there. I'm thinking, I don't know how many garlic cloves it's going to take to clean that, so it's not worth it. And it costs money, so it's not worth it. I also could have called Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes, but I didn't. I had 2 pieces of bread.
See you later, Jay. Thanks for being with us.
Bye, Jay. Sorry, I'm not good at paying attention all the time. Sorry. I love that you came. Thank you. Yeah, 2 pieces of bread with cream cheese on it. And I have grapes in the fridge. Grapes. You hear that? That's a delicacy. So is watermelon. Holy shit. 12 watermelon? How does that work? That makes no sense. $12 for a fucking watermelon. Chances are it was grown here. You know, in England, when somebody's in the hospital, they take grapes to them. I have no idea why. And then we're going to talk.
I don't know why they give grapes to anyone either.
What?
I don't know why they'd give them grapes.
I don't know, but it's almost like, you know, when somebody dies and the neighbors make casseroles for the widow or widower, they'll make casseroles and bring them over. Sorry, like they can't cook because they're in grief. It's like that. It's like everybody brings straight to the hospital. I mean, they are healthy.
Newt said he was harvesting grapes from around his area.
Are you?
Yeah.
Right now. Never eaten an organic grape, I don't think.
About 2 weeks already.
That would be cool, man. Do they grow in Ontario or only out west? Because I always hear them calling from California. You know what I mean? California grapes.
Yeah, I think there's since it's late season but not snow yet. I think they probably would grow there.
I just found a tree that's still growing pears, and they're just starting to ripe now. I thought they'd gone long ago. The other pear trees are. It's really weird.
The grapes usually come in September. Variable in September. Yeah.
We have wine country.
Delicious.
We have wine country down here.
Not in Ontario.
Yeah.
So we do grow grapes and.
Oh yeah. I don't know what kind of grapes, but yeah, we're known for growing grapes down in southern Ontario. I think like Niagara region.
Yeah, that
Okay.
sounds familiar. I think I heard Mike Weir growing them there.
These are so GMO, they don't even have a name of the company on the fucking front of the grape.
Do they grow
Green
like?
seedless table grapes, California grown.
Are they growing wild like raspberries and stuff like that? Blueberries?
They grow. They're like they're vines, and so they grab on to things, right? And so how usually what they do is they'll make like, I don't know what you call them, like an arbor or something, like some kind of structure where the wood goes up, and then there's like slats on the top of a roof as like a roof.
I was just asking Newt if they're growing around his place. Are they growing wild like raspberries and blueberries and stuff?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That would be fucking cool, man. Yeah, they're so good. Tasty.
You know, Kendall knows where they grow raspberries around here, and I love raspberries and strawberries. And
They grow
I
around
asked
here
her,
wild.
what?
They grow around my place wild. It's everywhere, raspberries.
You know what else is interesting about them?
What, grapes?
The ones that are growing here and the blueberries as well.
The raspberries and blueberries, you mean?
Grapes.
No.
Grapes. Yeah.
Those are growing here too, but specifically, what I'm going to point out is for the grapes and the blueberries. You know that little film thing that you typically see on them? You buy them at the store?
Sweat.
These don't have that.
Really?
Yeah, there's no light colored haze film thing that you can wipe off with your finger or whatever.
Nice.
You know what though? We can't take that off by the water.
You what?
By running, you can't take that film off even by running the water on it, because when they start to dry again, you can still see the film.
That must be the Bill Gates stuff. That film.
Maybe these ones say California grown. These ones.
Is it Bill Gates? What's his name?
It doesn't
It is
have a
Bill.
fucking name of the company.
What's his name?
Sorry?
What's that Gates name? His first name? Bill Gates?
Bill, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Wasn't sure.
They don't taste GMO to me, but they're nice and full of flavor.
You don't have any taste. How could you?
I have the 5 tastes. There are 5 tastes on your tongue: sweet and sour, and bitter, and I can't remember the other 2. Savory and something else.
Salt.
I can taste the main things. I just can't taste like the nuanced things in the food. So I know I'm eating a Big Mac, but if there's any spices in them, I have no idea. When I'm making fish, it's the total taste I'm tasting. Even though I know what herbs I put in there, you guys were saying something about the taste of thyme. One of you said something about the taste of thyme.
Not me.
Yeah, that was me earlier.
I don't like the taste of thyme. It tastes gross.
Right. Well, I put it on my potatoes sometimes.
You like it?
Or yeah, do. Well, I'm only doing it because I heard that it's a good spice to use, but I have no idea if I like it or not.
It's definitely health beneficial, that's for sure. But it's a common trait of Musis syndrome for it to taste like mold. And it does. Except it's almost not taste. It's almost, there's just a little bit of that left now, the last few days, which was interesting. That's one of the improvements that I was saying earlier.
I don't know what mold.
Mold? You don't know what mold tastes like?
No.
You never accidentally taking a bite of something that was moldy?
I've accidentally made a sandwich with bread that's moldy, but it didn't end up in my mouth.
So you never been into something that's moldy? Oh, well, that's a rarity, and that's something you really want to know.
It tastes like aspirin, medicine-y kind of.
It tastes like what it smells like.
Like I don't know what.
You know what mold smells like at all?
Oh yeah, like every house I
No.
live in is a mold. Even the house I'm in now, can't stand it.
Yeah, it's even more potent than a house smell. It's the smell you get on something fermenting that's turning into mold on food when it's right on the thing and you're close to it. That's what it tastes like. Tastes like that
I've
smell.
had that a million times, but I don't know what it smells like, and I wasn't gonna taste it.
So time was tasting like that for me, and it never did before, and it really caught me off guard when it happened the first time. I'm like, what's wrong with this food? Of course, Fruity's looking at me like I'm nuts, right? Nothing wrong with it. So we looked into it, and yeah, that's a common thing.
That Danny Williams guy is still in chat. Isn't he the guy that dropped off to go get something to eat?
Yeah, but he still types.
Says there's 4 people
Grove.
still watching.
Hello to everybody watching. It's got a dirt taste to it. What does? The thyme or the mold?
Oh, that
Has a dirt.
Jay Heights girl has left us. She told us to have a balanced evening.
Who told us that?
Jay Heights.
Oh, yeah, I think I said goodnight to her. Told her thank you for coming. It's so weird because you like people, you want to get close to them, but in her case, she can't, right? For her own protection. So that's all I can do is see letters on the screen from her. And just imagine how sweet and cool she is.
I think I remember before the same thing we were trying to get to the bottom of that.
You remember what?
Yeah, it smells deja vu, doesn't it?
Yeah, we were trying to see
I
if
remember that, yeah.
she was coming up on pound. I think that was over at Wrights's, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Somebody was racist to you?
It does sound really familiar.
What, Jay Heighton?
Yeah, saying that she's being stalked and that's why she's got to stay anonymous.
She told me that before, I forgot. It's hard for me to remember everybody's story, and especially if I don't see their face or hear their voice.
That's what happens when you eat Big Macs.
She's been with me here for years now. She was here within my first year. I'm getting to 3 years now. In November, it'll be 3 years.
Time flies, man.
What?
I said time flies. The last 4 years are just flying by.
Is that how long you've been here?
On this YouTube thing, yeah.
On the panel
Since the COVID thing started. Aroundish.
Oh, like 2020?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure.
So you probably know most people. You know a lot of people here?
No.
No.
I don't bother with very many people. Just basically following new guru around. It's the only person I'm interested in hearing from. Everyone else is kind of not really on the same page.
Yeah. I don't know. There's so many interesting characters here.
Characters
And
for
it
sure, no doubt. I'm just not into the bullshit. The mainstream bullshit. Can't stand it.
The mainstream of YouTube, you mean?
Mainstream talk, just all of it, just
Oh.
gives me a headache. It's just nonsense. Waste of time.
Yeah, like when they're arguing about Kamala and Trump.
Even mentioning them, yeah, it's just ridiculous.
I know. Vote Jill Stein. I mean,
What's that?
vote. What?
What did you just say? Joe signed?
Vote Jill Stein. If you're gonna vote, if you think your vote means anything, vote Jill Stein.
What's that mean? Joe, what are you
The
saying?
American-
Sign? I don't know if I'm
Okay,
hearing you wrong or something.
Jill, Jill, Stein, Stein.
Who's that?
A third-party candidate in the United States.
Oh yeah, another one.
Yes, who has beautiful, beautiful morals, and she is against the Zionists. I mean, she's marking her life, for fuck's sakes. If she got elected, she'd probably get murdered.
She's
She
one
is
of
the
them.
enemy
They're all
of them.
the same character.
She's not. And
She
she has
is.
many years. She has many years of under her belt of doing the right thing.
Do you
She has
believe
many
what
years
you're
of-
hearing?
What?
You still don't get it. Anyone that's playing in that role or whatever they're all the same. They're all the same.
Are you gonna say Ralph Nader was one of them? Are you gonna say that?
I don't even know who that is, but yeah, if he's playing in that game, playing the
You would
game.
have seen him. You would have seen him on TV when we were younger. And sorry, are you in your 50s?
I'm older than you.
Oh, okay. So you'd see him on the TV, and he would be he was all about car safety when he started out. And I think he was like the president of the Lemon Club at one point, and he was all about safety and justice.
Controlled opposition.
What?
Controlled
No, he
opposition.
was no, and he's old. He's an old man now, and none of that took place. It wasn't like he was just like Trudeau when he was first doing. He was just a teacher. He said he's never going to get involved in politics. Don't ask him to be the prime minister because he's never going to be in politics. And look at him now. And he said he used to say for the Palestinians, and now look at him now. So
you don't get it.
It's not like that. It was 70 years, this guy. 70 years of this shit. He tried so hard, but nobody would listen. Nobody. He had the balls to do it, and nobody would listen. He is not controlled opposition. And he had everything he did was good. So you can't just throw away a man's reputation or his worth because of what you believe in your head. The proof is in the pudding, and the man's now old, so the proof is all there, and there's nothing you can find that puts him with them, and that's why he didn't get elected. But once he is elected, I'm not going to say nobody's going to come at him and try to buy him, but they couldn't buy him to the point where he got, and he ran for president a few times. And you didn't even hear about him. And he was big. Everybody knew him. But nobody cared. And now there's Jill Stein. Now, she's younger than Ralph Nader now, right? She's not a young little thing. And she has maybe 10, 15 years, I think, of being in the political world. But she's in lower, more local kind of stuff. There's nothing to suggest that she's from them. I'm not saying she wouldn't be, but there is no evidence.
If she's
There's nothing.
If she's in the play, she's one of them. And she is. 100%.
If I go to a shit show, am I one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. If I take part in chat, yeah. If I go up on the panel, yeah. If I
You
sit
don't
around
see
and
it.
gossip about them, yeah.
I can't
But
help.
I just watch. I'm not one of them. I just watch. It doesn't mean that it's good energy for me. I'm not saying that. But I just watch. I am not part of them. Right? So I'm a different creature, but I belong here. Not I belong. I shouldn't say belong. I landed here. This is the neighborhood I'm in. That's it. I don't have to be like them to be in the same neighborhood. This woman is trying to do the right thing. This woman is putting her fucking life literally on the line. You don't go up against Zionists on the biggest world stage election there is in the whole fucking world and not be risking your life if you're not one of them. She's risking her heart, and she's had death
I'm not going to
threats.
argue with you because there's no sense, because you just don't see the big picture. That's all.
I can't vouch for her. I can vouch for Ralph Nader, but I can't vouch for her because, like you said, she could get elected like every other son of a bitch has been elected and then turn on what they said. They're just words. They can be turned. So I understand that. But it's the best fucking option available. And they don't have to, if they could just tell the duopoly that that's not going to work anymore by not voting for either one of them. So even if they don't vote for Jill Stein, don't vote for either one of those people. Because
votes don't have anything to do with who's elected. Zero.
No, but
it's all a show.
But the Zionists will see them. The Zionists will see them. When they switch out the votes to make them whatever they want them to be, the Zionists will see what the people really wanted. And they'll be scared. If they do it, but they're not going to do it because they believe the lying narrative, although it makes sense, but not in the big picture, it doesn't. To say, well, don't give your vote to Trump or don't give your vote to Jill Stein because then Trump's going to win. That kind of logic is fucking, it's almost like blackmail. You should vote your conscience. If you're going to vote your conscience. And if your conscience doesn't say Jill Stein as opposed to those other two, then we'll see how much of America really deserves what they're going to get. And if they're just fixing the elections, we won't see anything.
Not if they do fix them. Who cares?
Well, if they do fix them, then it's just a play that's playing, and we don't really have a say. Not me, but them don't really have a say. So it's just going to go down the way it's going to go down. Got to find a different way.
It's already written in script what's going to go down, and it's going to go down. And who cares?
What'd you say? It's already written in the script?
Yeah, it's already scripted. It's nothing no one can do about it.
That's what I've been believing for the last few years. That it's already worked out ahead of time.
It is, and has been for years.
Yeah, the rest is just conditioning. Like taking part in a thing as if you have a say. It conditions people. But Ralph Nader was honest to goodness.
One of
He was
them.
an Arab, he's Palestinian. He's a Palestinian.
He was controlled opposition. 100%.
You're wrong.
How do you know?
Because I just told you earlier. I saw the proof
Anyone who's
in
got
his
their
life.
name in mainstream
whole life.
is controlled opposition. Every one of them.
His whole life. his whole life. He was a
Newt, are you still
stand-up
there? Do you
guy.
have an opinion on this or what?
Kind of multitasking. Can you repeat? Say it
What's
again.
his name? 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴. What's his name?
Who?
Ralph Nader.
Is he controlled off or not?
Ralph. Who's that?
Nader.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Wow, that's so sad.
Ralph Nader.
I'm trying to tell her anyone who's playing in that game is controlled opposition. She's saying no.
And now, why am I saying no? Because the guy is like 70, 80 years old, and his whole life, he's never done anything bad. He was the stand-up guy who ran for president like 2 or 3 times, but the American public was too stupid to pick him. But
See, that's my point. Anyone who runs for runs to be president is one of them. You don't get it.
You know, what you say when you say that sounds to me the same as when I hear the mainstream people saying what they heard about the Apple TV. When you say that doesn't mean anything.
You don't
to
get
me.
it. Anyone who runs for that office is one of them. There's no other way.
It's a puppet show.
No, you can say anyone who gets in. You can say anyone who gets in.
Anyone who plays in that plays the
No.
game is one of them.
Cornell West is another one.
Oh man,
his life.
You don't get it. That's all.
Maybe you don't get it.
Okay, I don't get it.
You're getting a big picture, but you're not. You're missing some of the small stuff. If you think that someone who's proved in his life, his whole life, it's right there on paper. You can go read about who he is and what he accomplished and what he stood for. And now he's at the end of his life, never got in with them, and he never did anything wrong. You can't just besmirch a man's life because you're convinced that you're right about a theory. But you really don't have
theory.
You don't have facts. You don't have facts. I already figured this out too, you know. And that's what I say. Anybody who makes it up to a certain level, they got to be in on it.
It's like saying someone in the WWE wrestling is a good guy and it isn't really a wrestler. It's the same thing. If you're a wrestler, you're a wrestler. Okay, you're a politician, you're one of them.
You can say that about Republicans and Democrats. You cannot say that about individuals. You have no facts on him. You don't even know who he is. And you're making this explanation. How wise is that, Dan? How wise is that?
I don't want to argue stupidity because that's all this is now. It's just getting
again a condescending way of dismissing the truth.
Okay, you're right.
Okay.
He's not one of them. He's an individual that's not one of them. A good guy.
See, is this to humor me or what?
Well, I just don't know what else to say. It's like you know what I mean?
You have no facts to work on, and I do.
I'm not talking about facts. It's obvious. You're just missing the big picture. That's all.
I hope nobody ever does that to you.
Look, it's a big show, right? He's an actor in the show. If he's in the show, he's acting, right? So he's an actor. You're missing.
Hold on, I can't. I heard actor.
It's a big show, right? It's a stage, and they're all actors. And so if he's in the show, what is he? He's an actor. No. He's one of them. No. You're missing the big picture. he's definitely one of them. He's an actor, or else he wouldn't be in the show at all.
Let's
Zero.
See what Nudie says. Let's see what Nudie says when he reads about it himself and goes and investigate. Hey, Samwise, move. Move, Samwise.
Nude, if he's in the show, he's an actor.
That's a blanket statement, and you're making a mistake.
Okay, I don't know what else to say because we're gonna just butt heads about it all night. It's like I don't know how else to explain it to you. He's already said it. He agrees with me. He's an actor. If he's in the show acting, then he's an
He
actor.
had
What else
time to
would he
read
be?
about it. Did you have time to read about a nude,
It
or are
does,
you doing what?
you don't get it. If he doesn't matter what I read, it's all rhetoric bullshit. If he's in the show, he's one of them, an actor in the show. You can't be in the show if you're not an actor. It's a show, right? You get it? It's a big
Nudist.
show.
Have you had time
So
to
if he's
read it?
in the
You're the one
show,
asking.
he's acting.
Dan,
He's an actor
Dan,
in the show.
Dan, let me hear some nude, please.
Nude isn't here anymore. He's doing something else.
Well, he said, didn't he say he was going to look him up?
No.
Okay.
He's not going to look him up.
I don't know. I can't really hear sometimes what you guys are saying. I thought he said he was going to look him up.
No, he said he's multitasking. And that's all he said.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's multi-sleeping now.
He just might be being wise and not saying anything until he does the research. I'm not arguing with you about the way that it works, okay? That part, I'm totally with you. Or mostly with you. I don't know how much you think about that, but so far, I'm with you with that. But I'm just disagreeing about the outside players.
You can't, either you're in the show or you're not in the show. And he's in the show, so he's an actor.
But you don't even know who he was. So right now,
It doesn't matter. Oh man, let's just forget it, because you're not following what I'm saying. I'm following what you're saying. Totally understand what you're saying, but you don't get it.
They kept him out. They iced him out, and that's why you don't know who he is. He doesn't know who he is because they iced him out because he wasn't one of them.
Okay.
But just so you know, if you ever go look him up, he's a Palestinian.
No, I wouldn't waste a second. Matter of fact, I can't believe I'm even wasting a minute talking about it. It's like talking about a wrestling match. It's just a show. And we're talking about a character in the show.
You know, when I used to talk to my mom, try to talk to my mom about stuff that she didn't want to talk about religion. She wouldn't talk about Jesus or anything spiritual. Nothing. None of it was all bunk.
She's smart.
Everything was going to be black. Everything was going to be black when she died. There would be nothingness. And we don't mean anything on this earth. And that was her position. And if you even tried to talk about it with her, no. And I had a dream after my Uncle Kevin died, and he didn't even have Down syndrome. When I saw him in my dream, he's like a normal guy.
See, Danny gets it. Danny's saying you can't be a player for not playing the game. And he's a player playing the game.
And he came and he said, I need to talk to your mother. And I had to go to my mother, and because I felt like I had an obligation to do it, because I didn't know if it was real or if it was a dream, but it seemed goddamn real. So I went to my mom. I said, take this for what you want, but I had a dream, and Uncle Kevin said he needs to talk to you. My mother almost threw me out of the fucking house because she doesn't want to know anything about. Of course, he's not out there. That's bunk, and he's just gone, and that was it. And she didn't want to hear anything more about it. And she just shut down the conversation because she had it all fucking worked out, and that was not wise.
Yeah, I heard you guys from a distance. Are you getting a divorce?
No.
No.
What?
We're just debating about this person she's talking about, saying that he's not one of them. And I keep saying if he's playing the game and he's one of them.
And I keep saying that he has a whole life worth of proof to prove that he wasn't. He's almost at the end of his life if he's even still alive. He has a whole life of a reputation that he built for himself off of doing the right, honorable thing year after year after fucking year. So he's writing off the fact that this man who have proved himself, and he hasn't even gone to investigate it at all of it at all, and he's just
Because
writing
he's
the
an
guy
actor.
off.
Why would I investigate some actor?
You're assuming he's an actor, and that's what makes
I'm
you
not. If
unwise.
he's in the show, he's an actor. You just keep missing that. I don't know how clear I can make it. You can't be in the show and not acting.
But I'm telling you, he got iced out of the show, and that's why you don't even know who he is.
Oh boy.
He ran for president 3 times, and you don't even know who he is.
Exactly. He ran for president 3
But
times. So that means he's in the show. So he's an actor.
They run the
It's
game.
so obvious. I don't know how clear I can make
They
it. I
run the
don't know how
game,
else to
and they
explain
ice
it.
out who they want. They can't stop people from running for president, but they
Oh,
can
yes, they
stop them
can. They can
from
do
getting
whatever
involved.
they want. That's their show.
Okay, so what was Nuda saying? Was Nuda saying anything about this?
I don't know. He seems to be missing in action on this.
I'm just laughing. Is this what it sounds like when we argue?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. It's like arguing about a soap opera or a wrestling match. It's if they're in the show, they're part of the show. You can't say well, she's a good soap opera actress, so she's not part of it.
So he was a candidate for presidency?
Yeah, and she's saying that he's not part of the show then, because he's a good guy.
How long ago?
Look him up in Wikipedia. See what they have to say about him. Or look him up on some other site that is dedicated to him, or a site that he made for all the good things that he did. He started out as like a safety inspector and someone who was like all about, somebody who would fight for the consumers' rights. That's what he was. He was fighting for consumers' rights. That was most of his career. And then he started to see all the fucking corruption, and he put his hat in the ring, and he said he's going to fucking run. As a regular citizen, he's going to run. And he made a name for himself because he used to be on TV doing the consumer reports, right? Like things that he found that were, corrupt. And he would bust them on it, take him to court or something. He would.
That says it all right there. He's on TV. He's an actor. He's an actor.
You know what his show looked like? You know what his show looked like? Like a cable 10 show, like a Rogers cable 10 show. That's what his show looked like.
It's all the same.
It didn't look like something on ABC, CBS. It looked like something done from somebody's basement. Okay, he was a regular guy, and he has a whole life worth of proof of who he is as a man and as a candidate, and as a boon to the human race. And you just write him off without knowing shit about him.
I don't need to know shit about him. If he's in the show, he's an actor. You keep missing what I'm saying.
Your condescending way of saying
it's
it.
It's not condescending. It's just the way it is.
You are. How can you be so closed-minded?
It's not closed. It's just black or white. If he's on the show, in the show, he's an actor.
Let's see what Nudu says when he comes back with.
He'll say the same thing because that's just the way it is. It's just you're not seeing it. I don't know how else to.
Yeah, you think that I'm too stupid to see it.
I'm not saying you're stupid.
I think that you're foolish for not opening your mind and considering that you haven't considered everything.
God.
You haven't considered everything. You're not looking at the whole picture. You're just looking at what you think you figured out. And I agree with you on most of what you're saying. But it's not wise what you're saying or doing.
Okay. I'm not wise, and I just don't see it. There's people that can go on TV and run for president and not be in the show, but they're in the show. Okay, that's your logic. You're watching the show of all actors, but you're saying there's a guy on there that's not one of them, that's not acting.
I told you that
In
his
the
show
actual
was
show
not
that you're
some
watching.
big
So what
production.
is he?
It looked like it was done from somebody's basement. He
It's
had a very
still
low
on
budget.
their program, on their show. It's still part of their shit. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be on there.
TV wasn't like it was. TV has grown. It's gone.
It's
No, sorry, not
always
grown.
been the same thing, ran by the same people from invention on before that.
You're right. You're right. But they get away with
Oh,
it now than they did back then. Because in the 50s and 60s, people were paying more. They had the older values where they believed in their constitution and they weren't being told. They didn't like being told what to do. And we're talking about Americans, not Canadians. Americans are different. They're not like
You're
Canadians.
so
Canadians
under the
follow
spell, so that's all I can say. You're just
now,
you're under a spell and you still can't see it.
well, I'm going to use this as a lesson for my ego because you're not being wise. So I'm not going to learn anything from you and you're not going to learn anything from me. So the only thing I can do with this is just work on my ego.
Okay.
Are you reading about him, Nudu, or no? You just laughed.
I didn't actually when you said his name, it kind of blipped. But here would be my response. I've never seen an exception to somebody who's part of somebody who's involved in the circus not being an actor in the circus. But if you have something to show that he's not, then bring it forth.
His name is Ralph Nader, Nader.
See, he just said it. You're not hearing him either. You're not listening to either one of us. You just really stuck on it.
I'm giving him a chance to not do what you're doing.
He just said the exact same thing I did.
Well, actually, I'm putting the onus on you. There's a claim that he's not part of the circus. So if you can bring forth the facts to show that, and that would be the first exception I've ever seen.
You need to read who he is, and that will tell you everything.
But no, I'm too lazy.
They wrote who he is. That's part of the show. You're just missing the
This is cognitive dissonance right here. What you guys are doing, that's cognitive dissonance.
Okay. Then we're wrong.
You can put anything down on paper to read. I don't construe that as factual.
Especially from that crowd.
I was alive when he was doing these things. So I saw these things happening as they happened. Not all of them, because it's
Where'd you see that? On TV?
Where else was I going to see him?
Exactly.
In my backyard?
Now, who's in control of that TV? Think about it real hard.
Oh my God.
No, don't get... Just seriously. Who is in control of that TV? Who put that TV out? In control of everything that's on there?
These arguments do not nullify what I said.
I'm just saying to you, who's in control of that TV?
Look what he did in government when he would go to the Congress and complain about them and try to look. There are people right now. There's a man named Scott Ritter, and he is a military expert, and he worked for the goddamn enemy, and now he's against the enemy, and everything he says is the way it is. He's not. If he's controlled opposition, he's doing a really bad job. There are people out there that are real human beings that have had it. There are all kinds of people in the American government who have quit since October 7th. They have quit in high levels of office. They have quit because they cannot stand the corruption anymore. There are real human beings involved and mixed up in the machine. Not all of them are evil. Most of them are just worker bees, and they're human beings with consciences, some of them. Just like during stupid 19, there were doctors that quit They knew they were going to get they had their licenses taken away, but they still did the right thing. And nurses and even cops quit.
Oh, I will say that when it comes to positions that need to have the perception that they count for something, everybody who's involved in those positions, and I have mountains of factual documentation, video, that's all staged. They've been groomed and selected, and it's all in a family.
Are you talking about during Stupid 19?
Believe things.
Hold on, you both were saying something at the same time there. One at a time.
Well, I waited for Dan to go.
I just said that was all to lead you to believe the show. And you are believing it.
Okay, so are you talking the proof that you have, Nudu? Are you talking about proof of the Canadian cops and doctors and nurses? Or are you talking about something in America? Or are you talking about
I'm talking in the political stage for every nation.
Every nation.
Because it's all the same. It doesn't matter what country. It's
You
all
have
the
proof
same
for
show.
every nation, but you're
It's
saying
just one corporate hierarchy is all it is.
Your proof is not for every nation, right? Your proof is just for a lot of nations, you're saying.
I haven't found a nation that's an exception. That's not part of it.
What?
I haven't found any nation that's not part of it.
It's all the
No,
same.
you said you have proof. You said you have proof that these people were hired to be controlled opposition. That wasn't your words, but something like that.
I wouldn't even
right?
say hired, bred and groomed in families and selected far ahead of schedule to ensure that they're in control of the whole thing and have been for a long time. It's just a circus.
Do you have proof about
trying to say.
Are you talking about? Do you have proof about the people that quit or got fired because of Stupid 19? Let themselves get fired because
That's
of
all
19?
part of the show.
You have proof of
To
that?
make you believe what you believe.
You have
I don't
proof
know
of
who you're
those?
talking about, but again, my factual
You do.
proof. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
My factual
Now I am.
proof, like I said a minute ago, it covers in the political stage the positions specifically that need to have some sort of resemblance of that it means something in the public view. So, like mayor, presidential candidate, things of those nature.
But you have proof means that you have names and you have. I mean, you can't. I can't believe that there's any proof that's a blanket thing for every position. You've got to have like.
That's because you didn't do research to discover that. That's what I did. One of the things I did it over many, many years, see at the bottom of, just to figure out what the hell it just drove me nuts. It was like an obsession for a while. That's one of the things. It was like an obsession for a while.
Yeah.
For quite a long while, actually. Yeah. One of the things I was looking for to get to the bottom of. Not that I was interested in any of that. I knew that, it was all upside down anyways, but just to get to the bottom of how it worked, I wanted to understand what the hell is really being presented to people.
I do the same thing with the drama because it's a smaller scale, so it's easier for me to understand. But I watch how they move and the things that I've gotten wrong over the years, as things I thought were true, and then I realized, no, it was a different picture. And Nikki already gave me clues near the beginning. So I kind of was biased by what she had said, but it kind of gave me like the thing about the money that goes on here and goes on down here in the sewers. I never thought about the money, right? It just didn't seem like it was a thing. But there's gambling going on behind the scenes. They're gambling on us. They're making bingo cards. They're taking bets and seeing if they can get people to do things, and they're betting with each other. Like that's a whole different world than what we see here on YouTube, right?
They're doing all kinds of things for their own entertainment purposes, just for fun, for shits and giggles,
Yeah, but
because they can.
yeah, but it's like a
Mocking
part
us.
of the Balzar or whatever his name is. You know, like
Part of the
what
what?
was that? You know that character that's like he's like a devil, but he's like part bull. Like he's like a devil and a bull, and he is Balthasar or Balthusar or something like that. It's like I'm sure it's
I don't know.
it's mostly a pagan thing anyway. But what it is, it's like a big party.
You're talking about
Debauchery.
Pan?
Sorry?
Talking about Pan? He's like half goat, half human.
Yeah, no. This is a big creature, and there's always lots of like sex going on, and it's like weird sex. It's not just like
And he says
missionary sex.
Belmut. Belmut. Is that right? Belemut. Belmut.
Belamooch. Okay, I thought it was something more letters, but
Okay. Anyway, what about?
Yeah, well, I was comparing. I was comparing something to that, like that. It's just this thick picture of debauchery. Like it's
Have you ever watched?
everything you can have in one room. You know.
Have you ever watched? What's that movie about the? It's off a real life story. Something Wolf or whatever. Leonardo DiCaprio played it. Wolf of Wall Street, I think it's called. Have you ever watched that?
You know what? I don't believe I have, but it is on my list of things to watch.
That would be a good representation as to what types of things, just a glimpse of what types of things that they do in behind the scenes, so to speak, and how they're just fucking with people and having fun, and how the sales process of that works, and how it's all, and when you understand the other two main aspects of it, which is hypnosis and how business works, and more specifically how the structure of mafia business works, when you're the rule writers and there's nobody above you to hold you accountable, and you're the one with the ammo. Now you're getting to how they can keep the control and the hierarchy locked down in such a way with quite ease from a top down pyramid structure.
Okay, I didn't get part of that last part there.
I said, when you put that together, it becomes very clear and easy to understand how mafia style they can keep control in a hierarchy fashion quite with ease. Well, especially for the positions that need to count for something in the public eye. But even beyond that, like, sure, there's probably a lot of players in the game that don't realize the magnitude and the scope, that they're just lower level Muppets, right? That are just being paid off or whatever, right? Like, I doubt any of the celebrities, they know that they're in a secret club, but they don't know the scope of the secret club. They just think that they're like, they sold their soul to the devil, and they're in a contractual control, and they are, and they have to do as they're told, and they're groomed to be in those positions as well, but they don't really understand why and what they're really a part of.
That's why you see the artists now, they're doing their own labels and they're putting their own music out, and like Tom McDonald, he's doing pretty fucking good.
He's controlled opposition too.
He is completely a part of it.
See, that's the same thing as the guy you're talking about earlier. You're missing the big show, the big picture.
No, because you're telling me things that I have no proof of, and you're not showing me proof of. But I can open my mind and think to myself, okay, maybe he is controlled opposition, but not Ralph Nader. You're wrong about him, and if you're wrong about him, you could be wrong about other things too.
I'm not wrong about him. You're wrong about him. I'm not close-minded about it.
That you're not wise about it.
Okay.
Because you're not factoring in everything.
I am factoring everything. 100%.
I'm willing.
when he ran When he ran for president, it was for U.S. I'm assuming, right? He ran for U.S. presidency. What party was he running in?
I don't think he was in any party. He was an independent.
Just independent?
Yeah. Now, Jill Stein is with the Green Party, but I don't think he was with any party.
Yeah. So if he was running as independent, it's quite possibly they let him in the show. He could either have been paid off as an actor for either one of two things is possible in that case. Either number one, they let him in to give more of the illusion that there's legitimacy going on here and anybody can actually be a legitimate contender or whatever, or he was groomed to stage that. Either way, right? One of the two.
Yeah, that's not true. I don't believe that to be true. It's like somebody trying to tell me something about you that I know isn't true. And what you're trying to say right now is not true. Now, the first part of what you said, I said myself. They make it look legitimate by letting anyone come in, but you know what? They make it harder for those people by making money threshold and having to have a certain amount of people, sign something, right? So
not really. That's not really how they make it harder.
But he's still
they don't need to. They don't really need to do that because the vote count that you see is the count that they want you to see.
I know. We probably talked about this when you weren't here at the.
I have mountains of documents of that too.
Yeah, no, we talked about that, and I said, I made a point of that, is that I don't know if the elections are true or not, because I've heard many accusations of people just giving out like 30 ballots to each person and letting people vote twice and two different votes that they're not supposed to vote in. And I've heard of all kinds of accusations. I don't know how many of them are true or not, but it is something that needs to be considered, right? Because everything does seem to go. Look at the last election we had here, and it ended up being the same as it was the 4 or 5 years ago before when we had the vote. It was like it was the same, and there's no way that it was the same. There's no way it was the same. So I do have a strong suspicion that the elections don't mean shit. And
well, of course they don't. But they don't. It's the real reason why they don't mean shit is not even because any of that is rigged.
Figured it out. Oh yeah, okay. Why?
It's because the idea that you need any of this facade to begin with is a self-inflicted gaslight.
Self-inflicted.
The whole point of the circus, the number one point, is to keep you distracted. Now the question is, distracted from what?
I know.
One thing in particular.
Your own health and well-being.
One thing in particular. Distracted from responsibility. The whole purpose is to set the narrative that everything about your life, responsibility-wise, is to be delegated there and not here. And it does an impeccable job, quite well-oiled machine for the longest time, as you can see, of serving that purpose to the masses.
Yeah, absolutely.
In every nation.
I think exception with the self-inflicted, but I agree with anything else.
Now, in order for that to be achieved, there has to be a uniform code. That's why they call it uniform commercial code. You have to understand how business works with this stuff. And it comes from a uniform code. It's the way corporations run. They have to have a uniform code that everybody is in line with in certain parameters. It can't be too rigid, otherwise it's not going to look legitimate. It's all a psyop, right? So they have to fall within these parameters and operate and work it out and do these certain things. That's how a corporate hierarchy structure works. So everybody's getting instructions from somebody above, and their instruction is to follow a specific role on an individual level And most of that is to pass down instruction as management to somebody underneath them until you get to the point where it's in the public view. In the public view, now it's just an actor role. They're just spokespeople, salespeople to sell whatever it is that needs to be sold psyop-wise to the public to keep the public distracted, engaged, interested in the circus, and always making them relevant as if they have some sort of obligation for the masses' well-being. And they don't. It's the masses' responsibility. It's our responsibility for our well-being. Nobody else. Nobody is responsible to make sure that I'm fed and clothed and housed.
Yeah.
Just like the rest of the animals, right? Same thing. But if we can be convinced, and the masses are, that it is somebody else's responsibility, well, now you have the perfect stage set for exploitation, don't you?
I
Sorry,
can said
yeah.
it better myself.
And that's what's been going on for a long time. And so then the other parts are just the questions of, okay, well, what did they want to do experiment-wise for exploitation? And that's where we get into the fun stuff. They do all kinds of shit and this and that, but because they can, because the masses are willing to accept it and allow it to be done to themselves over and over and over again and not learning their lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's why it continues. And that's why it will continue, because the effects of the hypnosis is real and is powerful. And they are in control of it all of it. And specifically those positions that really need to matter in the public view, that really need to count for that illusion to take place, always is completely their own minions, so to speak, performing
I lost all that at the end.
I said, once again, I'm just kind of reiterating from before, those people that, those positions that really need to have an impact, right, in the public view, like the presidency and whatnot, those ones in particular, especially, are always kept under control of their corporate body and their minions. And those people, again, they're born, groomed, and selected for those specific positions, and well trained to read a teleprompter and not hiccup, and be a salesperson and not hiccup, and perform those roles. That's what they do. To do what they're told.
Joe Cool, do you know who Ralph Nader is, Joe?
Don't ask Joe. He believes in Jesus.
He knows who Ralph Nader is. I've never talked to him about it, but I'm sure he knows who he is.
Yeah, he's an actor.
So this is why you hear me say time and time again, when you engage with the circus, you become the circus. That's what they want. And of course, they don't give a shit who the masses are trying to fight to vote over. Like, you ever step back for 1 second and say, why do I want representation? Wait a second. Why do I want somebody to speak for me? Why don't you want to say? Why doesn't everybody question that? Right? But nobody seems to do that.
Just because you have a representative doesn't mean you don't get a say. In this system, it means that, but not in the system they taught us that it was.
What say do you have in this system, other than a vote?
You have the city meetings, and people get up and they say stuff like they do in Aguilar and all these other places, even now today. But they did it for many years, where the regular folk gather in churches and community places, and they have their meeting, and then their representative then takes that's what's supposed to happen. The representative takes the I guess the majority of what people want and take that to the higher level while they go to their jobs 9 to 5 and provide for their families. This representative is paid to do this for them, because that's a full-time job.
Correct. To give the illusion to the people at the bottom that they actually have some sort of participation that is meaningful when they don't, because all that happens at that point is the little tiny 2 millimeter parameter that they have to give that illusion means nothing.
I understand that that's the way it ended up working. I'm talking about, you said, who wants that to happen? And I'm saying, I like that to happen because I want to control, I want to, concentrate on other things. And that's what that person wants to do, is be a representative. So
yeah, nobody wants to have the responsibility. That's the point, right? They want you to delegate that responsibility away. They want the masses to do that.
The regular people who run for these positions do want to do this job. There are many people who want to do this job, but
the ones who get in the position that counts,
because it's a corrupt system, they manage to keep out the real people and only bring in the people who are willing to play the game. So
and
I understand that's really work, but don't say you ask who wants to do that and who wants to have a representative, and I'm explaining that under what the rules that we were taught, the way that it was supposed to work, I like that system.
Yeah, of course. That's the success of the brainwashing. Delegate responsibility away so that you don't have to. We're going to spoon feed you and we're going to make you feel safe and protected.
I'm going to be babysitting everybody's kids while they're all doing things, right? Everybody has their specialty and everybody pitches in. And a representative in an ideal world, a representative pitches in. That's all. I can babysit like maybe 6 kids. And that's 6 kids whose parents can go out and do something else while they know that I'm taking care of their children. And while they know that so-and-so is being the representative for the community. That there's nothing wrong with delegating responsibilities. It's a matter of how much integrity people have when carrying out those jobs. That's the problem.
It's not keeping the responsibility in the community.
What? I didn't say keeping responsibility.
That's not what's going on. The responsibility is not staying within the community. It's being delegated to a corporation like McDonald's.
Okay, look, Nudu, why do you keep on telling me what I already know? I understand that. What I'm saying is, what you asked was, who wants to do that job and who wants somebody to do that job for them? And
when it comes to the masses,
I answered you based on the goods we were sold of how it's supposed to work. I don't think that's a bad system. I don't think that's a bad system, but because we weren't watching, we weren't looking, we weren't supervising, we were just leaving it to somebody. We were just leaving them to do that job.
Even if it was the way, even if it.
Let me finish my point. The evil managed to creep in because we weren't keeping watch. That's what happened.
Not correct. It was like this from the get-go by design. You can see that. That's obvious. For how long it's been running like that, God knows. I've only been around for so long, but it's obvious. It's been obvious. It's been you don't get to the stage where it's so well oiled like this in 2 decades or something like that. It's been a long time. At the very least, it's number one. Number two, even if it did run the way that it was sold, it's still a lack of responsibility on the individual, looking for something for nothing to be spoon-fed, and it's still authoritarian and not consensual and contractual. That is toxic. That is not healthy. That is disease-ridden. It will always breed conflict and violence, no matter what. There's no getting away from that. And the only other option is to cooperate. It's compete versus cooperate. The system that you are being sold.
I was talking about cooperation. That's what I was talking about.
The system that you're being sold is not cooperation. The system that you're being sold, that it was supposed to be, that too is competition. So that's what I'm saying. Even if it was the little change gear of the illusion of what people think, the American dream, right, or whatever, that's all competition. That's all a gaslight. That's all a circus and all a distraction. And then on top of it, the icing on the cake is it's not even what they were selling you as well, because it was bullshit to begin with. That's the truth. And it's unnecessary. The only thing that's missing in the equation for people who are dependent on state, dependent on that system, is the know-how to function otherwise. And that is something that needs to be understood, learned, and that takes responsibility. And for me, I went through the process. It didn't happen overnight. It took a hell of a lot of work, a hell of a lot of time, and nobody wants to do that. It's much easier to be, just I'll collect my little check and assume that I'm safe because all the food's going to be on the corporate grocery stores tomorrow. Much easier to just do that.
Without the politics part where you've got a representative, the other stuff that I was talking about, where one woman takes care of the children and another woman takes care of the cooking, or 3 women take care of the cooking, these kind of things, they happen in villages that are before this time. Okay. So what I was talking about was cooperation, and I don't think that it's a lazy way of being at all. It's all pitching in with whatever your specialty is. You pitch in with your specialty. So
of course,
I don't consider that as being lazy or abdicating responsibility whatsoever.
No, but absolutely not. Of course, that's what I advocate for. No dispute there. What I'm saying is that not only is what the corporate world initially sold bullshit, but the original sales pitch that isn't there is also bullshit and unnecessary. It's not that you just described. Either way, it doesn't matter. And the participation in that in any way, shape, or form is what makes it a thing. It makes it the circus a circus and a distraction from doing this other thing that we were just talking about.
You don't think that we could have the representation in government without it being
you don't need it.
Government?
You don't need it. All you need to do is just like the rest of the animals, have a couple of friends and allies to collaborate together with when you need to get something done. That's all you need in this life. And if you got multiple teams like that, where you're not putting too many eggs in one basket, excellent.
What about the roads?
What about the slave grid?
I can't.
Oh, fuck.
It was hard to hear you too, Kat. You sound a little muffled.
Well, I didn't hear everything you said in your argument.
I can't hear her either.
You can't hear me either, Dan?
No, I can't hear Kat. She sounds muffled.
Well, yeah, but what you're hearing from me is what I was hearing was from you. Like
okay, let me try again. I'll try going slower again if it's doing that thing. What I'm saying is that either way, not just the way that it is bullshit. But even if it was the way that it's being sold to the public, either way, it's bullshit. It's still a competitive nonsense. Either way, so it doesn't matter. And it's to set the stage so that
the only competition that needs to come in the utopian world is when you're figuring out who you want to represent you, and that's just a vote.
You don't need any of that when you just cooperate with a few people and get something done that you want done and need done. There's no represent for what? You know what you need. Everybody needs to be fed. Everybody needs to be housed. Everybody needs to be healthy.
Okay, the territories are way too big. The territories are way too big. Okay,
there shouldn't be territories.
Have to be cut.
Those and those are all of those things. The territories and the nations. That's all just like somebody drew a line and said, "Okay, now you just believe that that's what that is."
There should be
that's
no
all it is, right? I mean, to ask the animals if they think, what do they think about the Yukon or British Columbia? It's only in the human mind that believes this bullshit.
Canadian geese don't think that.
You can't compare it at
when
all.
They fly them.
You can't compare us to geese, for fuck's sakes.
If they can function just fine, why do humans need these things for? What purpose does that serve?
We didn't get these brains to be living like the animals. We have a higher.
The animals live much better. You think that the humans are living more intellectually and more evolved? Are you kidding me? Have you not taken a closer look? The masses are disease-ridden beyond belief, are they not? And having
babies have a lot better life than adults do.
What's that?
But they're still human, right?
I didn't hear you.
The less you have to deal with, okay, it's easier. So a baby has less responsibility and less of all this bullshit because they're not.
They haven't had as much of the brainwashing yet.
An adult human has a lot more to their brain and their existence, their knowledge of their existence, than a dog or a cat or a goose.
A lot more years of programming through brainwashing school.
It's been handled badly, but you can't tell me that we are intended to live as the other animals.
Yes,
we are intended.
Yes, we are.
Human
We absolutely are. We're a part of nature just like that, and we're not living as we are not living as our nature. We are living totally. First of all, we're not bees and we're not walls, and we've been trained to act like that and pretend like we have a hive mind.
And monkeys are not elephants.
And none of that is in the interest of the healthiness for a human being. All of that is, again, to set the stage. And this isn't subjective, right? You don't have to look very far to see that. All of that is to set the stage for the masses to be conditioned, primed and ready and ripe for exploitation incognizantly, which means they're unaware of it, and do their own perpetration of the control factors to each other, the system of abuse to each other.
You want us to be a different animal. That's what you want, because we are not like
humans. You're a domesticated animal.
Hold on. Monkeys don't live like elephants. Elephants don't live like snakes, and we don't live like any one of those three. We are human animals.
The we you're talking about. The we that you're talking about is a domesticated human. You understand that, right? You're domesticated.
You're trying to talk about is a caveman.
No.
We have
that's your conditioning coming out right now as in response to what I'm saying here. You understand? You've been domesticated quite heavily, right?
I'm not arguing that, but this is immaterial to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you are trying to compare us to animals that have lesser brain function. They have lesser cognitive ability of what.
I'm using that as a comparison and showing you how with their. And that's subjective, whether their brain function is less. But let's go with that, right? They function and get along just fine. They don't need any of that bullshit. And here's the domesticated
king or queen or president.
Right. And here's the human being who thinks. Here's the human being, the domesticated human being, not the natural version of the human being, the conditioned version of the human being that thinks it's so intelligent and can't even see that it's been domesticated.
I could say the same thing about you.
I have been domesticated. I am aware of it. I'm talking about me. I became aware of it and I took responsibility for it. That's the point that I'm saying here. The masses aren't interested in doing that.
Once you take the red pill or the blue pill or whatever it is that wakes you up, you can't go back. And we can't go back to that. Whether we're domesticated or not domesticated, our brains and our existences are not meant to be like the animals that you are thinking of. We're a different kind of animal. I'm not kidding at all.
She's not kidding because she doesn't understand.
Well, then that's where it ends for you.
You're in the nuts for every time you say, "Oh, she just doesn't understand." Poor thing. She just doesn't understand.
I'm not saying poor thing.
You assume that without even making an attempt.
I've been listening to it for an hour.
What's that?
You think that I don't know how to think things through myself? I have my own opinion about this, and I don't agree with your opinion that
I'm not interested in opinions, and I'm not giving any. I live a life that's outside the corporate world every fucking day.
I'm trying to say something.
And I have zero dependency on it. Zero.
Okay. Bully for you, Nudu. That's not the point.
That is the point.
We're not meant to live like other animals. We're meant to live as human animals who have a higher consciousness, and we can't just go back to not thinking about things. It doesn't work that way. And
You're
that's
not
your
meant
just
to
your
live like the way that your domesticated masses live. That's not healthy for
maybe.
humans. And you've been programmed and conditioned to do that, not question that, so that you could be easily ruled upon and easily exploited without question. That's
You
the
go
point. And
back
it
to
worked.
the
It worked
argument
very
that we
well.
all agree on.
Kind of
You
like
go
just,
back
you
to
know, that's why it's called a
just going back
plantation. Kind of like just, you know, you breed some animals for your liking as pets, and you can have a farm, and you know these chickens, and they think they're free, but they're domesticated.
Inquire about these points, but not the thing I'm talking about. You're just going back to the things that you know we all agree on. I already agree on that part. But what I don't think is that we should do what you're saying, which is just domesticate ourselves and go and live like the other animals. That is not for human animals.
You don't even know
we're
what it's
doing
like
right
to live
now
like
is not
a
healthy
feral
either.
human. You don't even know. How could you say? You don't know what that's like.
I want to be a
What we're
feral
doing
human.
right now is not healthy either. But
Why would
I
you
do
make a
not think that
determination based on something you've never experienced as if it was factual? Answer the question. Look at the laughing. Look at the instant reaction, right?
Oh,
Not
you're
even,
pushing
not
it.
even, not even a trace of consideration to give that real, genuine
Don't tell me that.
consideration. What I just
I
said.
considered this shit before I even met you. I would consider this shit before I even met you. How can you
Answer the question then.
you just dismiss what I'm thinking because you think that somehow I'm a lower.
That's what you're doing. That's a projection. You just did
No,
that.
I'm not. I'm seeing you not consider anything I fucking say because you think you've got everything worked out. And when I tell you what my point of view is, you tell me, oh no, you're just wrong and you just don't understand. You don't, and you're basically telling me that I don't think things through for myself. Now I know that I spent most of my life being indoctrinated. I know that I lived that indoctrinated life with barely not questioning, but barely questioning anything and not questioning a lot of shit that I didn't even realize I needed to question. Okay. I already cop to that. I already admit to that. Okay. I know that already. I'm not at that point now, but I've also said that there's always things that I don't realize that I didn't think about even till today, right? So I'm still learning. So should you be, but I'm telling you that I have thought about this for many, many years about the condition of humans and the way that we are different from the animals and the way that we're the same from animals with
So
animals.
you think we should have a leader? Is that what you're saying?
Let's be semantically correct. Ruler.
Define leader. Define leader. Define leader.
Someone in control of the masses.
No, of course not.
So what do you think we should have? How do you think we should live?
I think that you shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater because the system that we were told that was in place, which wasn't in place, has some good elements about it. And I think that communication with all of our human beings all over the world is a good thing. Now,
The system that you were
as a-
sold is also a competition, and it's also a gaslight. Maybe you don't
we
realize
can
that.
tweak it. We can tweak it to make it work. That's what I'm saying. There are things that we can tweak, things that we can take from that system and put into a new system that are worthwhile.
You
And
can
having
try whatever you
representation-
want. You can try
having
whatever you want.
representation, when you're going to cooperate with the other people around you, having one representative talk instead of fucking 10 for each side, that just having one representative and the representative is taking the group of people that they listen to and taking the best they can get from that and taking it to the meeting with the other representatives. And if they are working well, we supervise them to not let the corruption come in again. While we're watching them, they can do like having a representative, and then another job could be somebody else from the community going.
That's all
okay,
corporate thinking.
You say like, you got Mondays, you got Tuesdays, you got Wednesdays. Go to the representative hall and make sure you know what's going on. Make the supervisors be not just one person, but many people from the community, everybody put their time in, right? And that way we can have representation when we want to cooperate with other communities on how to build things. You know, we could, if we get one place can make all these materials from buying these materials for housing or whatever they want to do, furniture or something, and then distribute to more people, as long as it's not something as big as the United States. So I think there has to be smaller communities with more representative talking, right? So
I wouldn't, not even just smaller, not even just, and again, I'm speaking from experience here of what I've seen. If you've probably heard me say before that from my visits to a vast amount of people who live, we'll just call them intentional communities outside the corporate body, right? Let's just call them that. That's one of the names for them. But anyways, the ones that there's ones that do incredibly well and other ones that are struggling worse than in the corporate world. What do you think is the varying degree of difference there? There's one main common denominator.
A leader. They delegate a leader.
The ones that took the corporate philosophy in with them are the ones that are doing horribly. The ones that got away from that and just went for a cooperative fashion, the more that they lean towards that and practice that, thriving.
And I can vouch for that too, because I've seen that where I went. That's why I left.
I remember you saying that.
And one of the biggest key factors that you don't have in the corporate philosophy is fluidity. The ability to freely move where you need to do because it's healthy to where you need to because it's healthy to do so, not because it's convenient, but because it's a necessity for your own well-being. Without hindrance and without needing permission.
Without a boss.
And without superficial gates and borders and IDs and codes.
Rules.
And permission slips called money.
And what happens when somebody moves into the community that is not being harmonious with the rest?
They're out.
They get ostracized.
They get ostracized, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And it happens so fast because there's no, when you're operating that way and you're in harmony with nature, there's no room for that type of thing. It just weeds itself out. You can't have, if you try and take arrogance into nature, the nature on its own right, never mind the people, will kick you in the ass so fast. You can't take that in. That's what the domesticated life gives you, this synthetic buffer that people are so arrogantly spoon-fed and think that they can get away with. In nature, you don't have that. The reality check of you got to be conscious and in the present and in tune and in harmony. And you're responsible for yourself. The reality of that, I can't describe what that is like. You just have to experience. It's just a heightened sense of function. Let's put it that way. It's a totally different world.
It seems stagnant.
No, what you're in is stagnant. You've been stagnant.
No, I'm not saying that I'm stagnant. I'm just saying what you're showing me is that there's this ceiling as to where humans can go with their lives, and it shouldn't exceed what you're saying.
What do you mean where humans can go with their lives?
You're saying that humans should dumb themselves down to just working with the nature and not trying to venture out.
That's intelligence. The corporate world is dumbed down. Can you not see that?
I'm not advocating the corporate world. I'm not advocating for the corporate world. I'm saying that what
world is intelligent. It's the opposite of that. It takes quite an amount of intelligence to work like that successfully. Not only that, what opens up and how it all connects with the other stuff, the internal, it's all tied in together. It's the the ultimate wisdom. You don't get to experience any of that in the atrophied version of reality called the corporate world. You don't even know that exists. And that's the point.
Okay, look, how about this? You take out the corporate world part because we agree about that part. Now, there's no point in bringing that up now because we all agree on that point, and I am not sticking up for the corporate way at this moment, okay? That's not even relevant right now. So we go to your utopia, and I'm saying in your utopia, you don't allow for any growth past making your own, like growing your own vegetables and doing these things in harmony with the earth, of course, which is a beautiful way to live. But I just sounded like Trump just now, my cadence. It's a beautiful way to live, but it's not what all humans are going to be. We have our minds go further than that, not just our minds with spirit, but our inventiveness, we invent things all the time, and we're always trying to make life easier. So, for instance, from the time we made the wheel, right? Probably even the time we controlled fire, but from the time we made the wheel, we were getting laser and laser and laser right there at that moment. It was a way to carry rocks or trees or whatever you had to carry on a wheel, and that made life easier. And from then on, we've been inventing and inventing and inventing to make life easier. And you're not going to stop that. And it doesn't seem very realistic that you think that somehow we could be retarded enough. When I say retarded, I mean slowed down, right?
No, you have a backwards presumption of what happens in this case. It's the opposite. And I have to revert back to what happens in the corporate world here to show what the comparison here. In the corporate world, what we're talking about is evolving. We're constantly evolving, but in the corporate world, the evolvement is hindered. You get little cookie crumbs of evolvement just to make it look like there's progress when it's actually regression.
There's a ceiling right on top of our head.
Right. Now, when you remove the barriers to the fluidity of evolvement, what was meant to happen naturally the process can begin.
But it's just going to end up here again.
No. That only depends on the factor that I said earlier. If you take the corporate philosophy out there, you're going to have the same thing. It's no different. It's the same thing. You can't take that philosophy and think that it's going to be any different. It doesn't work that way. In fact, it's going to be even worse.
Humans are always looking for the easy life. They're always doing that, and we're always going to do that. So it's a matter of the morals that we employ while we do that. I'm not saying make another corporate world. What I'm saying is they're always going to be looking for the easy life, and that means somebody's doing some work and somebody's enjoying, and that's what it's always going to come down to.
Not everybody is looking for not everybody thinks lazy. Like for myself, I don't think I'm not looking for the easy road. I'm looking for the healthiest road.
No, you aren't. But I'm saying
so that's
humans.
First of all, what? I'm not a human?
You're only one human, and there are many different kinds of humans.
Right, and I'm giving a testimony from my experience on a different side of the fence, right? You can, in the corporate world, you can say that the trained condition is probably going to have a hard time thinking outside that trained conditioning. That's why I don't bother with that, right? And that's why the people in the other world, if you want to call it that, if they knew what I was doing, they would think I'm fucking rocks in my head. I'm nuts. And they'd be right. That's why you don't see people who have figured out that the masses are on a one-way train freight to self-implosion. Don't hang around those people.
Okay, I'm watching it happen. I told you about poor BB, right? There's rich BB and poor BB. My monkeys that I watch. Okay, so poor BB, they both live in Vietnam. Poor BB, he has his daddy. you find more and more out about him as we go along. And one of the things we found out about him yesterday or the day before was that there were some children, Vietnamese children in the field, and they're called cow herd children. And these people are these children are orphans, and they get hired for $35 a month it works out to $35 American a month. And this is how they get paid as children to do some work, because they apparently they have their grandmother. There's a grandmother that takes care of them, but there was like 5 or 6 children, and the guy who was the dad to Bibi, he said, I invited him. I invited him because I grew up like these, somewhat like these children, and so I feel for them. And he is now. I'm watching him. Hi, Joe. I'm watching him. I'm watching him. He just got a motorcycle, and
Motherfucker.
when the kids came over, he went to the store and picked up some food. Whereas I've always seen him use the food on his property. That he, like, I don't even know where his property. It's not even clear where his property is. It's just like, I guess they just sort of go into each other, right? So, but where he
Cat, can I interrupt? I just wanted one thing, Cat. Can I interrupt?
Wait a sec. Where he holds his chickens and everything, he provides for himself. He makes his own furniture, everything he does himself. But now I'm seeing him get into the cities, and he went and bought a whole bunch of stuff to make for the kids, because he didn't have all that ready for all these children. But he's getting to like the easy life. He's getting to like the convenience of things when he can just buy things. Right?
Can I ask, Kat? I just wanted to ask Guru. No chance you remember this, but you sent me a video of some chick. She was island hopping. Me and Phoenix are talking to you cats, and I'm trying to explain to her the type of land that you're talking about. And I thought there was a video of the chick who had a dog, I think, on island to island. Could you show me? Because she can't picture what. Wait a minute. No, that won't work. Can you show me a video, Gurus? Put a link or something in the chat of your neighborhood, and or some similar.
Is that the one that I gave you in text message the other day?
Not the one that has snow.
Oh.
So, because she can't get a picture with the one with snow, and I was telling her about another one, but this might have been.
Oh yeah. I think from a while back. I know what you're talking about.
It might have been a year or more ago.
Yeah. Sure, I could do that.
All right. See, just so I can. All right. Appreciate it. We're listening to you guys. You're doing well.
Sorry, again. What am I doing well at? We are doing well at.
You guys, the height of your conversation, because she thinks that everybody sits on YouTube and just talks shitty shit and it's worthless and blah blah blah, and and I was telling her, I don't even know. I was like, because I was talking to her, I was like, well, I could tell you about these two cats, blah blah blah. They're still on the type of shit that they do, is different. And since we've been listening to you guys have been talking about what me and her consider interesting shit. And I was saying, no chance you're gonna come on here, motherfuckers gonna be trolling and acting weird or something. You can always come on here and blah blah blah. All right, she's back. So
she's black.
I mean,
she's back. She's back.
Well, she's always welcome to come on panel. Now, tell me, Joe, do you know who Ralph Nader is?
Tell you what?
Oh, we're going there again.
You know who Ralph Nader is?
Ralph Nader?
Yeah.
The politician. I don't know shit about him though.
Sorry?
No, I've heard the name. No, I don't know nothing about him. No.
Oh wow. Okay.
All right. Good. Lucky me.
Yeah.
All right. Later.
Bye, Phoenix. Bye, Joe.
Joe, oh shit, he jumped down. I didn't know if Joe wanted me to. Joe, if you're still there, if you're
in the comments.
You want me to put a link in the comments? Okay.
Yeah, the one with the girl with the dog.
Joe, if you're still listening, it's the one that I showed of the couple, another couple that actually lives close to this neck of the woods. That's what you're referring to? I think it's this one. I'll put it in there anyways, and if it's not, and
Yeah. He said they're enjoying the talk, so they're probably still listening.
okay, hold on. Let me
It just
get
takes
that.
them a while to respond.
Oh, I gotta let Reggie out.
There you go.
I'm gonna put it on mute so you don't hear me yelling at him to go out.
If it's what I thought you were asking for, Joe, that should be it.
Even that makes me hungry because I see griddle.
So back to what you were saying. I was hearing you saying about this. That was a show you were watching, right? About a guy who was doing that, and then near the end of it, he was starting to buy from the shops.
It's an ongoing. It's an ongoing thing. So I'm seeing now lately, ever since people have been sending him money because his monkey got sick, so people were sending him money on YouTube, and then he was getting more money than what he needed. At first it started out to be like he's gonna buy some coconut milk for the dog, for the monkey, and to get some kibble for the dogs.
Yeah.
Which he makes the dog's food. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
makes his food and everything, and so he was, all this trying to get back and forth. He didn't even have a motorcycle at the beginning, so it was very hard for him to even get to the hospital and back, and so he didn't have time to make the dog's food that day, so he got the kibble, and because he had a little bit extra money. Then people sent him money for a motorcycle, which he'd always wanted one all his life. Imagine this orphan boy. He's just he doesn't have any family. Doesn't seem like he has any family. I don't think he's got a girlfriend. He's got no kids. Like, he lives on his own in the it looks like the wild, but it's not. It's like a farm. It's in the country, right? Not in the city. And he just minds his own business and does for himself all the time, for everything. Everything's from scratch. And now he's starting to get a taste for convenience. And now he's got more kibble for the dogs. He's put them in these plastic bowls, which I left a comment saying, I think you might want to get some like steel bowls for the dog's food. But he either didn't listen or he didn't. Glass would be good, but
This is a YouTube channel?
Yes, it's called BB's Life.
BB's Life.
BB's Life. So the dogs live outside. They have a dog house outside that he built, and he has two parents of the dogs, and then I think 3 or 4 puppies that are now like about 6 months old or something. And they have rocks. They have rocks on the ground, and I don't think glass or ceramic, because ceramic's also a good one. Those wouldn't work on this. He's used sort of some kind of a cement to hold these rocks together, but it's not a flat ground, and that they're going to break glass there. That'd be really bad. So a steel bowl would be good. So steel bowl for water especially, and a steel bowls, because he has many bowls for the dog. But he's gone. It's basically like he went to the dollar store because he's fucking in Vietnam. I'm sure everything they get is from fucking China. So all that bad plastic they have in the dollar stores and stuff, that's what I'm seeing. And but he's just sort of getting this taste for it. It's a bit addictive, I think, right? So
yeah, it's designed to be.
I know, and I'm seeing
It's
how he's
convenience.
Sort of like
It's actually the illusion of convenience, because when you get right down to it, the amount of work, especially when you have teams set up, when you're just by yourself, totally lone wolfing it, especially when you're starting from scratch, yeah, that's a feat of challenge. But then again, it depends on what your needs are and your skills. But it's the illusion of convenience. Yeah, I'm just forming my words. It's the illusion of convenience being traded for health, It's a trade-off for
I
health.
think you said before that, but yeah, I know. But it is convenience. You can't deny that it's convenience.
It's
But it's
not.
corrupt. I'm
It,
watching him being corrupted.
there's
Watching
nothing
him being
convenient about having to get having to do extra work to get permission slips to do the same thing, to walk to the store after the same. There's nothing convenient about that, especially when you factor in all you need to do to get the position to be able to get the access to the permission slips. It's totally not
What permission slips are you talking about?
Money.
Oh,
Monopoly money.
Permissions.
okay. Now say again.
It's just
about the permission slips.
there's nothing when you factor in what you need to do to get access to the permission slips so that you can get those things, and on top of it, to get access to the position to get access to those permission slips, and you factor everything that you need to do to for all that to be in the equation, so that you can go and have your little cookie crumb convenience shopping, right? You got to look at the totality of the scenario. Sure, when you have the money in your hand, right? Once the little money is in your hand, and if you're just factoring, okay, all I need to do now is get to the store and go buy a few things and come home, compared to an off-grid scenario, yeah, that's going to look pretty darn convenient in comparison. But you're not looking at the full factor of the equation here.
Oh,
Because now he's eating prepared food now sometimes, right? He's eating things that are processed as opposed to being from nature. So I know that. And that's what I said is I'm watching him be corrupted. And he didn't have to do hard to get the way he gets his money is not a bad thing. The way he gets his money is that he either sells things at the market that he grows, right? Excess that he doesn't need. He goes to the market, usually trades. Like he'll get something from the market with the vegetables or fruits that he brings to the market, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But now, because all he has to do is take video of the monkey, him and the monkey, and how they live, and he gets money. There's nothing bad about there. There's nothing wrong about that. But as soon as he gets that money into his hands, it now leads him into an arena that's now a corruption of his goodness. And when I say goodness, I mean his health, right? When I say health, I mean overall health. I don't just mean, the way his arteries work. I mean, because I'm watching him fry some shit, right? He doesn't always have the health anyway, because he's frying shit. But that's the way.
Hold on, let me just address Joe for a second here. He asked me a question in the chat. Yeah, they have more than one property that they venture to, but the main one is out in this neck of the woods. So the earlier videos, the ones with the yurt, those are all in this neck of the woods. I'll see if I can find a video here that shows that.
Oh, first yurt I ever saw in my life was at the Occupy. They had yurts. They had 3 yurts, and one of them was the media tent, which is where I always was. I love yurts.
You know what? I like those underground houses that you showed.
Oh yeah, where you use the temperature of the ground and the insulation that it makes a nice temperature in the house, right? You have like grass as your roof.
Yeah, underground.
Yeah, you just see part of the house peeking out. Yeah, I want to make, with my 80 million, I want to make a hobbit house like that on my property. It's like in the ground. In fact, it's going to be looking over the water. It's going to be on like a sort of a cliff, and it's going to be over the water, close to the water. And that's also where my underground treasures are going to be, is between there and the house.
See, you have something to live for.
Yes. Once I win the 80 million, I'll have shitloads to live for.
That's when they were building. They could probably find it themselves if they scroll down. I'm just trying to look for. There was one in particular that I liked. Go back in the day.
I'm also going to have a Flintstones house too. A big boulder that's hollowed out, and then a big flat piece of stone for the roof. No screens in the windows or nothing. It's probably, I was thinking it could be like an animal house. Because I want goats. And the dogs can run free with no leashes. No matter where I go, that's what's going to be. That's what my money's going to buy. A place where the dogs can run with no leashes.
My dog never has a leash or collar on.
I know.
I walk all around everywhere, around town, up and down the highway, everywhere, and he never has a leash or collar.
Yeah. I know dogs like that. Wayne has, he has 2 dogs, and one of the dogs he can just leave off the leash and he won't run into traffic. And well, now he's so old he can't really hardly move, but you know, he's just been trained that way. He's just an obedient dog. For the
I
most
still
part.
got to watch him and tell him to get off the road, and when cars coming, I got to get, corral him off the road onto the curb, or he will get hit.
Yeah, I can't really hear you. You said something about where he can't get hit.
I still got to control him. Like, he doesn't just run free. I'm constantly directing him, and if a car's coming, I have to get in between him and the car and corral him towards the shoulder, or he will get hit.
Right.
He's not smart. He'll still walk in front of a car.
Yeah.
I constantly got to direct him.
Right. He's stupid but obedient.
He's obedient, yes. Well behaved. Domesticated. Well domesticated.
Mine are banshees.
Out of control.
Yeah. I mean, they don't live out of control. They're pretty much asleep most of the time, but they're stubborn. They're obstinate, and one of them is like a cat. He not only has the body like a cat, like Frodo. You can't really move him around. If you pick him up, he's got his shape like a dog constantly, right? Whereas Samwise, which is his son, he's all bendy and stuff, right? And his body doesn't move like that. He's more bendy, and he grew up in his first 8 weeks, right? He grew up in a house with his siblings and the mother, Frodo's the father, the mother Mindy, and another big dog, one of those basset hounds, and a cat named Jigs. And with the other puppies, the other 3 puppies, my grandpuppies, they played like dogs. But Samwise was the runt, and he used to sit in the back and he used to watch, and he was always watching the cat. And then when I got him, he was doing cat things like that pummeling they do. The cats do the pummeling. He was doing the pummeling, and
What do you
I
mean,
don't know,
pawing? Like gnawing at something with the paws?
that thing that they do with their paws, where they go back like one paw, the next paw, like just constant. It's because they're pummeling in their minds as kittens. They're pummeling their mama for the milk, right?
Mm-hmm. Looking for the
So
nipple.
it's like an adult who still rocks back and forth, right? So they just keep that. But Frodo or Samwise was doing it, and now his attitude is like a cat, whereas Frodo's attitude is like a dog. He's like that Odie dog on Garfield. That's who Frodo is. He's a big, dumb, big piece of heart. And then the little one, he's more foxy. You know, like he's got his bowl of food, and Frodo's got his bowl of food, like the dry food, the kibble, and Frodo doesn't really care about, he doesn't plan anything. Samwise, he knows his food is away from where Frodo can get it, and then he goes and guards Frodo's food because he's going to keep his food and Frodo's food. That's how smart he is. He'll eat from Frodo's food and keep his own food back. And Frodo's is none the wiser. But you try to take his food from him, like if he's hungry and he wants to go to his bowl, Samwise better not be anywhere around. So
My
he's like a
dog's
cat.
food lasts 2 minutes in the bowl, and that's it. It's gone. Doesn't sit there all day or anything. He eats it right away. Gone.
Well, Frodo will eat more of it right away, and Samwise will save his like a cat. But I had cats for like over 20 years. I'm a cat person. I'm not. I wouldn't be called a dog person. I love my dogs, but I wouldn't be called a dog person because I don't deal with it like dogs, right? I deal with like cats. Cats do their own fucking thing, and you just provide for them. But you're not in. You don't have to entertain them. They do their own thing, and I'm used to that. And the cats would have their food out all day and all night. They can just go to it when they need it. So I treated the dogs like cats because I didn't know any better. I just thought they're just. When I was growing up, I always thought that the dogs were the boys and the cats were the girls. My mom used to laugh and she said, "Well, how do they have babies?" So when they have the babies, the ones that are puppies are boys, and the ones that are kittens are girls. So I really didn't know much. They always kind of seemed interchangeable. And then I learned that they're not like cats. And they're a hell of a lot more off responsibility than cats.
Can I segue back into the previous
Frodo's
topic?
in his 11th year now. Frodo's about to celebrate his 11th year now, and Samwise is 9.5. Yeah, go ahead, New.
Okay, so we were talking about the convenience aspect, which, yeah, that's a very big part in the thing. And I think the reason why you're bringing that up is you're making a point before talking about that channel that you mentioned, that in your view, you think that the tendency for the humans is going to default to laziness and convenience.
Yeah.
And you're going sideways, blanket slating that for sure, from my experience.
No,
there's
okay,
definitely.
Look, I'm not talking about every human. I'm not talking about every human. I'm just telling you that as far as I'm concerned, because we can go back as far as the wheel to see, I think that this is going to always be part of the human
Progression.
condition. Is that, well, see, the thing is, if we could like, you know how like say there were like aliens that planted us here and then they could watch over us like they're our pet masters kind of thing. They could try to guide us into not making those mistakes along the way, right? Keeping it in cooperation as opposed to competition, which is where it will end up being when people start to feel lack, right? So they'll end up being competition. So if the alien pet masters could guide us to the cooperation way, I don't think it has to work out badly, but I don't think that it would end up being the utopia that Nudi's describing for everyone. I think that some people could live like that, just like some people want to be hippies and some people want to be working on Wall Street, right? There's different kinds of people. But the whole thing about convenience is something that I think we're all given to, that laziness and that convenience. I think we're all given to it. Some people are stronger to fight it than others because maybe they see the evil in it and they just fight it. And other people will just easily falling into it because it's so easy. And then there'll be people who are in between, right?
Okay, so my experience
Uh-huh.
experience concurs that some people, especially domesticated humans, will definitely have more of a tendency to do that. But in a natural environment, it's the exception. It's the oddball that does that.
We were in a natural environment.
Because the focus becomes more on intellectual wisdom for the benefit of the intellectual wisdom. Not if convenience is an aid to that, then so be it. But if it hinders that, then it's not intellectually wise to go down that road. So that's not the preferred. That's not the preferred route. There's a
it's not
different
all one
level of
way.
view in intelligence when the intelligence hasn't been hindered to develop to that.
Okay, so like I said, if we had our pet masters guide us into staying on the right road, I think we could be more successful. But what I'm saying is that these go through generations, right? So, for instance, well, I'm not going to use that example.
I don't know what you mean by pet masters. I don't see these people don't
It was
have any
just a
pet
scenario.
masters. Huh?
It was just a scenario. It was a scenario as if we're here because aliens put us here, and I said if it could be a scenario like that, where somebody who's wise can look over the caveman era,
Oh, I
and then
get you.
guide.
Oh, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that, yeah, I get you. That's if you were to be starting from a starting point or something like that. Yeah, well,
Well, when we
my
destroy
experience
ourselves,
is
we start all over
testimony
again.
from people who are already involved and developed on their own.
Yeah, but you're only talking about one sect of the human race. I'm telling you, there's too much involved to make it all that way. So what
I'm
I'm saying
talking
is that
about a
laziness is going to creep in, and then over the generations, the people who started with the morals are the generations are going to lose those morals, and they're going to adapt in new ways, and they're going to find ways to compete as opposed to cooperate. So there has to be a system for it to be for something more wise than us to guide us into not making those mistakes, because there's always going to be, I think it's always going to go that way. And I think convenience and laziness is the key to that.
why do you presume that the human being isn't designed to have everything it needs to function on its own?
Because the wheel was invented.
By the human?
I'm assuming.
Because of the capability of the human to do so, right?
Not just the inventiveness of them to do it, but because the aim was to make things easier, and we're always going to do that.
Uh-huh. Well, not necessarily easier. Again, that's too much. That's one possible incentive for evolvement. There's other aspects for evolvement as well that come into play that again, back to the corporate world, never wants people to contemplate or think about. And that's what happens to an atrophied mind.
Wait.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I was losing it. I want to hear what you're saying.
I said, so that's one aspect of incentive for evolvement is convenience or easement from hardship. That's one, but there's plenty more than that as incentives, and the ability for a natural human that's not been humaned to pursue that. We have that inbred within us. Now, in the corporate world, that's been hindered intentionally. That doesn't happen. Instead, you get cookie crumbs and the illusion of involvement when it's actually regression, so that you can be easily exploited. What's that?
It is evolving. It is evolvement, but I wasn't really using that word because I don't like that word in this case. But it is correct. The word is correct. But
yes,
I wasn't really looking at that. I was looking at something I've learned.
You could say adapt.
When I was little, I used to see, Bible stories, right? And stuff like that. And I used to picture them a certain way, like they were always moral and they always did the right thing. And how come we don't do that nowadays? But then when I got older and I think about it, and I think there was probably other people fucking around in their lives and doing all these things that we do that are immoral. And I know you don't think that, but you know what I mean. And stealing, and there's always thieves. Even in those stories, there was a thief, but it was just like one thief. You know what I mean? So but it wasn't like that. It was the way things are now. And the way things are is that teenagers, for instance, think that their parents are stupid. And so they start changing things. They start changing rules. And sometimes they change it for the better. Like me, I didn't hit my child. I didn't threaten to hit my child. Raised her without fear. But I also didn't think it mattered about the neighbors. So to blast my music and leave garbage and stuff like that. It's like, I don't give a shit about them. They don't live in my house. I don't live in their house, right? But I wasn't having consideration for my neighbors. You have to have consideration for your neighbors. So that's something you learn when you're older, if you're, someone like me. So I wasn't too old. It's when I was having Natalie, and I started thinking about the neighbor's good as well as my own, right? So, but when you're a teenager, you throw everything out, right? It's like, oh, my parents are wrong. My parents are wrong. So if you go back to the caveman days, I'm just going to call it the caveman days, and then they invent the wheel. And the wheel, as far as I couldn't hear everything you were saying, I'm sorry, and I didn't want to make you repeat it again.
I could though. I don't mind. I know that, but go on. You finish first.
Okay, thank you. Was that when they invented the wheel, as far as I'm concerned, it was for one thing specifically. And yes, there might have been other nuances that I keep on using for the last few days, but there's other parts to it. But as far as I'm concerned, the main reason would be they needed to get something from one point to another, and the easier way would be to have it roll on a wheel. And that's why they invented the wheel. That's how it worked. It's like a wheelbarrow or whatever the fuck they used the wheel for, was to transport in an easier way rather than it all the way being on them as human beings. So it's a good invention, an excellent invention. Thank you for the invention. But it's the beginning of what all came
even
up.
Okay. So even in the corporate world, and there's not much, but I can give you a couple other use case examples of technology that are not for easement and convenience. Weapons, borders.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying everything we invented was for convenience. I'm saying that that's our weakness, is the convenience.
What I'm saying is that, right. And so what I'm saying is that now that's in the corporate world, and so there's a very specific agenda going on in the corporate world that makes it so intentionally the other possibilities that would be considered when you're more on a fend for yourself don't need to be considered. That's by design, again, to perpetrate the atrophy. And so what I'm saying is that I've experienced a number of other different reasons for incentive for people to do things for evolving purposes, and the level of intelligence that goes along with that when the atrophication is taken out of the equation is profound.
The applications of what?
The level of intelligence that goes hand in hand with the abilities to make that happen is profound. When the atrophication is not in the equation, it's jaw-droppingly profound. Like the capabilities and the way that some of these, I don't know, I call them intentional communities. You can even call them societies, whatever you want to call them, right? Some of the people that I lived amongst, their abilities and their means to problem solve and come up with things and make things, and so just blows the corporate world out of the water. Like ridiculous.
No, I understand that, and I was telling you earlier that I have the pride that I have where I can find a solution to anything, because I have to find solutions for things, right? I don't have the convenience, so I have to come up with solutions, and sometimes I come up with some really brilliant ones based on what I have to work with, right? So I feel like I'm not going to win the lottery because I'm so good at that I'm good at making do. Instead of being a 70 millionaire, I'm good at making do. So I'm just getting more of making do because I'm so good at it.
Right.
So
let me just try and take it down to
but
a very.
You know what? Weapons are for convenience. Weapons are for convenience. If you are a dictator or you are a Zionist or whoever it is that's running the world, and you want to kill a whole bunch of people at once, and instead of losing manpower by sending them all in with knives, but you invent a big bomb and a big bird to drop it on people, right? That's convenience.
I wouldn't call that. I
with
guess it
one
depends on the
blow.
intended use, but I was thinking of more like it extends
What a
your
weapon is.
ability. It extends your ability, right? So not conveniently extends it, just like if I have a gun, now I have more of a
Yep.
chance to defend myself from an attacker. That's
Yep.
not
You also have more
convenience.
of a
That's
chance
just
to
my
shoot a
ability
deer.
is extended through technology. What's that?
Right.
What
Now,
did you
if you
what,
had to go, if you had to go get a deer from if you're somebody who eats meat and you have to go get a deer from the forest, I've never seen anyone tackle a deer, but you can shoot them from miles away, right? Not miles away, but from a long way away. So that's also convenience to get your kill.
I know plenty of people who are excellent at trapping that would say too much work to the guns. They just go set a
You know
couple
lots of
traps.
people. You know
Yeah,
lots of people can what?
they're really good at trapping. So they just go set a couple traps. They come home next day. They have
Yeah.
their thing, right? So it depends. It's all
Convenience.
perspective,
Convenience. That's convenience. They didn't have to
right?
sit
So
there and wait for the crowd to come by. They could just set a trap for them and come the next day and see what the trap caught. That's convenience.
well, the gun would be a downplay to that. You see what I'm saying? It's
Okay,
the
but
gun.
you don't catch crabs with a gun. You catch a deer with a gun. You turned it into catching something in a trap. That there's certain ways to get
Yeah,
your prey.
I was using as like if you're hunting in the wilderness type thing, like with a gun.
Okay, there's different ways of hunting. You can also fish and get your fish that way with a pole, right? But that again, that's convenience. That's not you in the fucking ocean trying to grab a fish with your hands. You are luring the fish in, and then you've got a system, a pulley system to bring it into you. It's convenient. All of
I don't
those
know.
things are.
Maybe it's just not possible to reach with your hand, right? So again, it just depends. There's different scenarios.
It's for convenience. No matter what, it comes down to convenience.
I don't see it that way. No, there's multitudes of things. Primarily extending your ability.
Why is that something to argue with? It comes down to convenience. Everything comes down to you being able to do something in an easier way than you would have had to do with your hand.
It's not necessarily easier. That's the point. It's not necessarily evolving. Evolving is not necessarily taking the path of an easier road. Like the path that I took is not an easy road.
I didn't say that. What I said was we're always going to be as a human race, not each individual grouping of inside the humans, but as a human race, we're always going to fall for convenience.
Disagree. My experience says otherwise. Not always. Two blankets like highly subjective.
The people that you're talking about are people that purposely left it was already a corporate community and they purposely left because they saw the pitfalls and they knew the wisdom of what not to do. And so they're very aware of that in these generations. But
You're presuming that's all the cases. That's one of the case.
7 generations from now, it's not going to be the same.
What did you say?
7 generations from now, it's not going to be the same.
No, that's what you're not understanding. I've lived amongst people who are more than 7 generations living self-reliantly.
How long has the corporate world existed?
I have no idea. Some of the people that I lived were not, that I lived amongst over there, did not, they're not escapees. They were born and raised in those environments for multitudes of generations. Some of them.
Give me a country. Give me a country.
Here. I'm close to them right now. Very close to them.
And for generations, they haven't belonged to Canada.
No. For generations, they live self-reliantly. There's no belong to Canada. Canada is what is that? Belong to what? A corporation?
The Corporation of Canada, they have seceded from that at some point And they're not native people?
Correct.
They're Europeans that came here and like say
Mixed.
the like the
Mixed.
Amish.
Mixed. No, I don't know any Amish people personally, which is interesting.
But no,
You
but
think I would have came
you know
across
the
them?
idea. The idea of the
Oh,
Amish is that the way that they live, right?
the way they
That
live?
they are
Some
they're
people live like that.
supposedly not part of the corporate world, right? They have their own way and their own principles, and supposedly they follow them, but apparently not all of them. But that's because you can't get a homogenous. You're going to get some people who go and get some electricity, who go get a cell phone.
Yep.
And that's convenience. And if you think about the Amish world, there's practically nothing that screams convenience about the Amish world. It's a lot of fucking hard work from morning till night and past the night. So now they try to keep those principles and don't fall for the convenience. They keep the hard work going. They try not to. They've got their horse and carriage. That's convenience, but then they don't go to the car, right? Like Danny has to drive them around. They'll still ride around in a car, but they just won't own one or drive one because that would be bad, right?
And
So they've changed their principles over time.
right now you're just touching the tip of the iceberg at all the different variables where it's very subjective. I've seen it all, anything you can think of. Vast variances of anything from one end of the spectrum to the other and everything in between, and it's fluidly shifting a lot. Especially in the ones that, like I said before, don't try to take the corporate philosophy, the fluidity there, and the involvement, the way. Don't expect any day to be anything like the same as yesterday. It doesn't work that way. Like you don't know who's going to be there.
Every day requires its own act. Yeah.
It's
whereas in the corporate world, it's already set out, so it's a formula, so you know what to expect every day.
Yes. So yeah, it's much more just in tuned with the rhythm of nature, free flowing with the fluidity of nature in whatever way that makes sense.
I understand that.
Okay. And then there's a result that happens that's vastly different from the corporate world. Vastly different.
Right. But after you're dead, I'm not sure it's gonna stay that way.
Well, why do you want to focus so much on that when here is where we have the responsibility towards right now?
What?
Why do you want to focus so much on that when here in the present right now where we are is where we have a responsibility towards? Whatever's going to happen on the other side is not going to negate that we have a responsibility here right now for some reason, right?
Okay, but I understand the philosophy of take every day, each day as its own, because you don't have yesterday and you don't have tomorrow, you only have now. I understand that principle. However, there's something to be said for when you, like for instance, when I already was thinking when I was growing up that I was going to how my grandchild was going to benefit from what I was going to do with my child. And I'm living it now and realizing it's manifested and it's perfect and it's beautiful. But it came from thinking ahead because I knew that the way that I treated Natalie was not just the way that I'd be treating my own daughter. It would be the way that my daughter would be treating my grandparent or my grandchildren, and the way my grandchildren. Now I think about Jacques as a father and how what he's gonna pass down. What can he improve of what his mother did, right? Because she's not perfect. So I'm thinking about in the future because that's what I'm leaving. I'm leaving that. When I go, that's what I left here. So I want it to be a positive influence on everybody, of all of the humans. And I can only do my part, but I'm doing my part in that way, right? So I am thinking about the future, and I'm thinking about the future of your Indians. So there's a future for them, and how they plant their seeds now is how they're going to grow in the future. And that's what I'm saying, is that you have to factor in that this disease of convenience is going to creep in, and how you're going to handle it this time round, as opposed to the way that we ended up happening now, right? It's important to think about the future when you're laying your seeds.
Yep.
And they're teaching their children what seems to be the proper way, right? They're teaching them those principles, so they grow up and then they start employing those principles. Indoctrination.
The thing is,
principles.
when you focus on taking care of the present and doing what needs to be done in a healthy fashion, the future gets taken care of as a consequence.
It always does, though, no matter what, whether you're thinking or not thinking.
It comes down, right? It comes down to the present and taking responsibility for the present and choosing wisdom and doing things wisely. And of course, in the corporate world, this is what you never think about, right? You just the whole idea in the corporate world is just need to get your little day job or whatever it is, so you can get your little loaf of bread and then go home and then be on your vices and be pacified and blah blah blah, and that's life.
Okay, we were talking about the Indians, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Indians, they are teaching their children what they consider the proper morals, and I'm not disagreeing with them. I'm just saying that's what they consider the proper morals. Not everybody is going to look at it that way. Just these people who have decided to or been born into living this way, right? It's Samwise. See, that's the sound of him protecting Frodo's plate for himself. Samwise, move. That's not your plate. Go to your plate. Samwise. So they are doing their best to impart these principles and values into their children for the future. That children are about the future. So if you see your child as being part of the human race, as opposed to part of the house or part of the neighborhood, you are thinking harder and acting harder on good principles, right? Or whatever you consider are good principles. And there's going to be so many sects of humans that have different principles, right? Like, for instance, I think that you shouldn't really, I'm not down with this whole indoctrination into the weird sexual identities, right? I'm not into that. I think that's destructive. But I realize that just like other animals, there are some that are gay, right? So I take that into consideration, that there's nothing for me to judge, right? It's just the way the things happen. If you let it happen naturally, sometimes you're going to get some that are same sex, right? But some other people might say, you can't have that. It's an abomination to our Sky Daddy, and you can't have people doing that. And then they say, this is so dangerous, we need to kill them so that no more are born, right?
Yep.
They'll get something in their head. So that's what you're going to have in another community, and you can't avoid that. You can't avoid it. It's like trying to plug a dam with your fingers. You can't avoid it. So how are you going to come up with the perfect plan? It just doesn't exist. There's too many variables.
Nobody's saying one does.
Well, I say that one of the weakest links in our growth has to do with that we're given to wanting that, seeing and wanting that convenience and that laziness. It's just easier. You don't have to garden all day from the beginning of the morning before the sun comes up until after the sun goes down.
Mm-hmm.
You could have this machine that'll grab all this corn from the stalks for you, right?
Yeah.
That's easier.
There's an easy wisdom to understand when it comes to tools, because that's a tool is a technology. That's all it is.
I
You
know,
can
and it doesn't have
use
to be a bad thing.
it's a balance. That's all it is. And
Right.
it's a very
So maybe,
simple balance. So on one side of the equation, it's an aid, right? It's it extends your ability and could do things. And yes, it can make things. It can reduce hardship and extend
go on
abilities.
your
Like
life.
right now, we're able to communicate at a vast distance, so on and so
Yes.
forth. Right. So it
Yes.
extends your
Yes.
abilities and this and that, and that's great. Where the out of balance is when, number one, you you don't function without it, and you get to the point
Yeah.
where you don't
Yeah.
remember how to function, and you
Yeah.
become a slave to
Yeah.
the tool. That is a
Yep.
chosen path.
Yes. And not chosen by us, but yes, I agree. It was
It's up to an
agreed to by us,
individual to
but it was
choose that.
chosen by someone else. By
That
them.
is an individual.
Yeah.
That's an
Yeah, because
individual
we're
thing.
lazy. Because we're lazy. Because if somebody else can make it, now we're at the point where before it was just trying to get a tree trunk from one area to another on a wheel, and we let it turn into, we were not conscious of what we were doing or of the balance that we needed to have. And the easier things got, the less people thought about it, right? It was just too easy. My generation, our generation, has lived in a very relatively easy life compared to all the generations before us, and we're about to enter into a point where it's not going to be so easy. We were lucky. We were fucking lucky.
So let's look at the corporate structure of functioning, or what I would say dysfunctioning, because that's really what it is. It's dysfunctional as another technology or tool. Well, here you have a very different use case for the benefit of not yourself, but for the benefit of somebody who wants to exploit. And it's an other than that, it doesn't serve a purpose.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear any. No, I didn't even hear the garbles. Everything just
Oh,
went
no.
quiet. I thought I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we okay
Sorry.
now?
Yeah. Right now we are.
Okay.
Go quick.
So the let's look at the corporate way of functioning, or as I would say more accurately put, dysfunctioning, as also a technology or a tool, because that's what it is. Now the question becomes a tool for what and for who? The corporate way of functioning.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's and even this thing called government, that's a technology and a tool. So the question becomes, what is, and an involvement question becomes, what is it a tool for?
Okay,
and
wait,
for
you're back
who?
again. You're back again. So you said even the, those were the last two words I heard. You said that corporations are a tool, and you said even the
Not corporations, but the whole the whole statist way of life with democracy and this whole thing, right? With and government, right?
Yeah.
That's all. That's a technology and a tool as well.
Okay.
So now the question becomes, a tool for what and what purpose and for whose benefit? It's only a use case for a tool of exploitation.
It's a pyramid scheme.
It's a tool for control and exploitation. The control is to ensure that the exploitation can happen without resistance.
Yes, while you're fooling your slaves into
Correct.
thinking it's a different
That they're
way.
free and all these things. Yes. Okay. So what I'm saying is that tools, right, being use case specific, comes down to the individual to recognize where the responsibility is and then make their choice. And that's where it becomes an individual thing. Now, what you're used to experiencing and living in is an environment surrounded by masses of other people who made that choice, like you and other people, to walk in that direction. That's what you're used to. And what I did is I made a different choice at a very early age to start walking in a different direction. And then I stumbled across a vast amount of other people who also do that as well. Right. And so I'm here just announcing that, not to the masses, because that's a dead end. I'm not interested in them. What's that?
I said, no, not the masses, because there's only 2 people in the channel.
Yeah, well, the masses are deaf ears. They're not interested in that. The masses that you're, so if you're just going to, conglomerate the masses, then yes, you would be correct, because the conditioning has already happened. And so, yes, they have already been ripened for
when I
that.
was giving you the scenario, it was because we've destroyed ourselves and gone back to the caveman days now. There's a new civilization.
That's just a hypothetical, though. Listen, that's a hypothetical. I'm speaking from an experience of what I witnessed firsthand.
Yes, okay. But I'm telling you, all the damage that's been done by the corporate world cannot be just erased, because as long as this civilization still keeps on living, it's always going to be in the memories, and it's always going to be part of how people move through society, right?
Correct.
But if we got destroyed, which is very fucking possible, if we get destroyed and we start all over again, like supposedly we did before, we had those Atlantis and Lemuria supposedly, right? So they destroyed themselves, and then we started as caveman again, and here we are, right? So
yeah, I don't think we'll be starting as cavemen again, but
okay,
yeah,
well,
it's not like that.
Something very simple, right? Something where
it's kind of
you're
like
living like another animal, like the other animals.
Well, no, it's not that either. I can see the writing on the wall. It's obvious. It's kind of like, in a theoretical way, it's like, when farmers, they burn their crops to ripen it for the next thing. So there's that. So there's kind of it's already a synthetic farm environment or plantation environment. So at some point it's time to clean house and then make way for whatever the next set of parameters are that whoever the farm owners, wherever they want to go. That's what's going on here. That's
You're
it.
talking like the art.
Yes,
That's what
because
they want to do.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't like that way, but I know that it's possible.
But that is just what's going on. Like it or not, that's what's happening here. Right?
Yeah.
A nation is simply just a shortened word for plantation. That's all it is.
That's kind of stretching it.
No, it's not. It's exactly what it is.
Well,
it's a plantation of farming people. And in this day and age,
just a little bit, when it comes to the nature of words, I don't think that's really.
If anything, it's an understatement. It's not a reach, because of the progression of the. In this day, you got the enslavement is based on mind control, right? So it's very incognizant, and the slaves are doing it themselves. Like, it's crazy. It's the evolution of what was before, which was more like, physical torture and stuff like that. It evolved now it's just like a mental mind fuck to such a crazy degree that you got complete cognitive dissonance on a mass scale, that even what I just said, calling it for what it is semantically, if you look what a plantation and how it runs and how it functions, that's also a synonym for corporation. That's what it is. They're all just different synonyms. They're all just different words to say the same thing. But that's the word magic, right? So if I can program you and train you, and I want to evolve you to think differently, and I put this other word that's looks different, it's just branding, right? The word new. How many times have you seen that on a Tide box? It's fucking Tide. It's been around forever, right? But every time they put new in it, right, or a different brand name on it, everybody goes gaga like it's something new.
And brand new.
Right. So that's the power of words, right? And word spells. So again, becoming aware of that is key to seeing through the cognitive dissonance and what's really going on here and how this thing is being run and function as an enslavement camp or a concentration camp.
Wait, you're too garbled.
I said that's the key to being able to see the way that this is being run as a concentration camp.
Okay.
And that's the term city actually is a synonym for concentration camp. And if you just look at it a little closely enough, you'll see that's what it is, right? Maybe the prison walls are a little loose, but all I have to do is change the word prison guard, the title of prison guard to police officer, and you'll think that he's for you. He's on your side. No, he's not. He's the gatekeeper of the external world, right? It's just on the other side of the fence. That's all. The walls might look a little bigger, but you're still in a cage.
They don't even know that's what they're doing.
Right. That's how deep it is. They think that they're, well, actually, I don't think so. I think, you cross the line where you can't even be that unaware, but they're so deep in it that they've got too much skin in the game at that point. At this point, they've been pulled out of that.
I don't think they realize the picture is what I'm saying.
I think,
they might
the big
they're
picture,
working
yeah.
for corrupt people. They might realize they're working for corrupt people, but they think that they're just in it for themselves, which they are.
They're just mostly on a power trip and money and,
Even their higher ups are tools, right?
They're mercs.
What?
They're mercs. Mercenaries.
Right. So I'm just saying that they don't realize what they're, even if they realize they're working for evil, they don't know what evil. They think it's more local.
Mm-hmm. But still, even if they step out of line, there is a hierarchy that keeps them in order, right? And when I say step out of line, I don't mean in terms of something in our disfavor. I mean, they need to follow a protocol because that goes to the above hierarchy or the actual agenda.
Yeah.
Right? To create the illusion and the presentation that it's something that it's not. And so they have to follow those protocols.
And, the oligarchy, they use these tools in so many ways. Like a cop has more implications than just they're conducting, like they're keeping the prison guards, right? There's more to it because the conditioning of the people to follow the rules and the conditioning of the fear that comes with not following the rules and the expectations as to what's decent and what's not is defined by them, right? Like, for instance, you can't
and the
give any money
conditioning to get everybody to be a snitch on each other. And make sure that everybody keeps keep each other in line to not something that is healthy and sane, but to, as you just said, follow the rules.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. The masses are their culprits. At this point, in this day and age, the masses are the culprits of their own abuse. Performing that function. Right?
I'll give an example of that myself. I'm with you on that. And hey, Proto, stop. But what I'm saying is the genius of the masters who have been doing all this, been running all this, they get every drop out of their control. Like they know how to get every drop. It's not like they're just single-minded and go, okay, we're going to employ these prison guards, aka cops, to do this, right? There's more that they can harvest from having a cop out there than just that one thing of follow the rules or I'm going to take you to jail. There's more that they get out of it, and they know how to harvest everything they can from us. They don't waste a fucking drop.
Of course.
It's fucking genius.
Well, I guess so, but again, it's like, if you have the ability to genetically alter or whatnot, and play God in a sense of you got your own little farm plantation, and you want to create an environment that works for you, and you're at the top of the food chain, you can have all kinds of fun just playing with a design that's completely, you make it naive and ignorant and just smart enough to perform the functions, but to not be smart enough to be aware, and train it to think that it's the top of the food chain, so that it thinks you're its friend, or their friend, when just like the chickens you raise when you have a farm that you're going to eat after, right? They think you're their family, and they come to you and give you hugs and kisses, but 3 days later you're eating them as food on your table, right?
I know, Rich BB. They had ducks there, and Deep BB was feeding the ducks. He would take care of the ducks, and then
Right.
one day the ducks weren't there anymore, and they
So
had just gotten a really big storm. And so I said, "What happened? Did the ducks fly away?" And somebody had said they ate them. I was like,
So
"Wait a second." They were like, "No. How could they eat them? BB was taking care of them. How did BB feel about that?" Like, there was no answer, but
right,
I
and
couldn't believe
so
it. They
and
fucking did that.
look at the lack of question and morality that even goes into that in most cases, and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's even with somebody who's empathetic and blah 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 and all the excuses. And so it's incredibly arrogant, as by design, for the masses who are being farmed to not have an inclination that there could be also, and certainly is, a predator that is feeding off the masses, and that the masses are not the top of the food chain, and that they're being farmed. Of course they are. It's obvious, right?
Cannibalism. It's cannibalism.
Well, call it
They're
what you
feeding off
will.
their own kind.
I'm
They're
just
feeding off
posing
their
that.
own kind.
I'm just posing that, and I'm not talking about the animals. Just even from a different perspective, there's plenty of animals in the wild that will be a predator to human and eat it. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's another predator or predators, obviously, that are farming humans for a multitude of reasons. That's obvious.
Yes. What I meant by cannibalism was that the Zionists or the oligarchy are feeding off of us. They're not eating us, but they're feeding off of us.
Maybe eating us too. And again, multitude of predators.
What do you mean they're eating us? Where's that from?
There's a lot of
And don't
there's a lot of missing kids and stuff. Haven't you noticed?
you think they're eating them?
Adrenochrome. Adrenochrome?
They're fucking them. Yeah, I know about the adrenochrome, but they have to be kids, right? But there's a lot of kids of different ages going missing. And I don't think they're eating them.
Enjoy your
They're
next Big
fucking
Mac.
them. They're fucking. Not very funny. They're fucking them.
See the reaction? I wasn't joking.
I already found out that wasn't true.
Yeah. Consider the totality of the source. Number one, the information, and the products you're buying, are coming from the protocol stage setters of those people that are predators, right?
Are coming from where?
The hierarchy that leads up to the oligarchy, if you want to call them, that sets the protocol, right? So that they can get what they need. And every ounce of participation is giving them the exactly what they need, right? Setting the stage.
Setting the stage
For the farmed human or domesticated human to be ripe for, when I say exploitation, what I really mean is to be harvested, right? Harvested for energies, food, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever your needs are for farming humans. Humans are being farmed, right? And the humans, as they're being farmed, are participating in their own exploitation,
Right.
are ensuring that it happens to them and being willing participants and willing donors.
Sort of.
Loving it.
Not sort
Sort
of. Not sort of.
If they're captured,
Fully.
they're not willing. And if they're convinced that even though they're captured, that they're good, they're safe, I don't think they're willing to be eaten. I can't imagine any human being willing to be
the stage that's the psyop that sets the stage for being a willing donor. But it doesn't change that you're being a willing donor, a willing participant. The masses are giving their energy away freely.
And loving it.
I know that.
And have no interest in changing that.
Yeah, but I'm saying about people who are willing to be eaten.
What's that?
I'm saying people who are willing to be eaten. I can't imagine that. What kind of indoctrination does that take? And by the way, I wanted to touch on the fact that we were talking about your Indians.
That's a good point what you just said, by the way. It's a heavy amount of indoctrination, but go on.
It's still indoctrination. Hey, Frodo! To teach the children in the Indians, right? To teach Frodo! To teach
Pick the
Indians.
food up. Put the food up on the counter.
It's not food. I do that when he's doing that with the food. Frodo! He's underneath the couch doing that to the fucking floor. So, so when the Indians are teaching their children, they are indoctrinating them to keep them in the right way. You need to indoctrination. This is it's a separate question from what we were talking about. But as a mother and as someone who respects the craft of being a mother, I think about these things, about how I indoctrinated my child to behave, to be polite, and all those things, and to go to school and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I grew up more and I realized, maybe I didn't have to do it that way. But how do you do it without indoctrination? Because even the Indians have to teach their children about the pitfalls of the corporate society and the
if they're aware that it's there, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they're aware that it's there, you would want to, yeah. That's there's the other side of the equation. Also, this is part of another fascinating part of the experience, which very few people kind of get to be in both worlds in their life, and can see both sides of the coin, so to speak. So, yeah, even when you pass down the knowledge, it is rather difficult. We've had conversations about that, and that's why they loved having me amongst them a lot, because I could talk about what it was like to be born in domesticated culture, and a lot of the eyes of the youngs that opened up hearing some of this stuff. It's like, wow,
Okay, but my question is about how moral is it for indoctrination? Because it seems to be needed.
The problem is you're just using a word. You have to elaborate what that is. I think what needs to just be understood in the equation is whatever you're imparting onto another, keep in mind whether for first and foremost if it's healthy or not. And second of all, make sure that the first thing that you impart to others is the ability to discern, not accept information without a smell check, right?
Absolutely. But the only way that they could do the smell check is to go and visit into the corporate societies and see how they work, how they are. Now, the Amish do this when the child reaches 16, 17. They have this thing called rumspringa, and they go out into the world and they go and decide for whatever time is out there whether they want to come back to the Amish community or if they want to go into the outer world. And they all have their own. They are it's a principle with them, so they don't even tell their children which way to go. The children get to make up their own mind. So I guess some stay and some go back, but that's not indoctrination, right? Because you're letting them make up their own mind. But there was a certain amount of indoctrination, and again, you can't look at the word in an emotional way, just in its functional way, right? So
I don't see presenting options as indoctrination.
No, not when they're 16, but when they're younger, when they're up all the way up till when they're 16, when they go from 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, then there is indoctrination involved because you're teaching the child about their responsibilities on the farm or whatever the fuck they do.
Yeah, if you want to call that indoctrination, sure. And how to function and be able to take care of yourself and be responsible for yourself. I wouldn't call that indoctrination. I would call indoctrination anything that deters, derails, deflects, distracts from doing any of that and justifies the neglect for doing that, which is the entire corporate narrative.
That doesn't make sense as far as what the word means. Just think about the word itself and not the principles attached. There's no principles attached when you're talking about the word indoctrination. It stands on its own. It could be good.
That's commonly the use case of context when we use that word, right?
Yes, but that's just conditioning.
Yes, it's a synonym for conditioning, right? Absolutely. Did we lose you? Or lose
it's still indoctrination. So is indoctrination good or bad? It can be either one. It just depends on whether you
Is there a difference between conditioning? Is there a difference between conditioning and informing?
A difference between conditioning and what?
Informing.
Yes.
Okay. What would be that distinction?
It's still conditioning them to see the value in those principles as you see it.
What's the difference between conditioning and informing?
Conditioning, okay, informing is giving information. And conditioning is how that person takes and uses that information.
Right. So inform that they get to decide, and then you're not conditioning. Let them self-condition.
And they do that when it's time to become an adult, whatever they consider being an adult. It's time, they do that. They give them the choice, but I'm sure that they do their best to impart their principles while they've got them there in their hands.
It depends. Yeah, well, it's not an age. That depends who it is. And again, this is a very, there's no blanket slate. It's a very fluid thing. It's a very unique thing, and it's a very evolving thing, and it's a very case-specific thing. You'd be surprised the differences in the variables when people are left unhindered to self-determine.
Yes, however, when there's so many things to watch out for that are evil, you want to be able to teach that child what to look for, right?
In the natural world, there's much less than you would think, but yes.
Okay, so, but the natural world includes humans. So,
yeah, but you know what I mean.
So if I see something as dangerous and evil, and I teach my child about that, the idea is to protect her from what I see as evil. So, for instance, I had a thing about drinking. My daughter never saw me drunk until I think she was in her 30s. She never saw me drunk. Not because I was drinking all the time and hiding it from her, but I had this feeling about a child seeing their parent drunk. So I never wanted her to see me that way, right? But I also have this feeling about how easy it is. There's so many fucking alcoholics everywhere around because they've made it so easy to be an alcoholic that so many people fall into the trap, and I
Mhm.
didn't want her to fall in that trap. So I was very adamant about these. I had certain principles, and that was one of them. I don't know if it's a principle, but it's a belief, right? That
Right.
it's a very strong one and so I imparted it into her in a strong way. Now she
Right.
didn't pick it up because it was one of the things that she used to fight back and be her own person, right?
Mhm.
But and I knew that was possible. I knew it. I had a plan, and the plan was, I was like, if she's gonna pick up anything, I'd rather her pick up pot than drinking, right? So I tried to make it look like I didn't really bring up the drinking until it ended up being a thing, right? But she knew that I would say things like, "Oh, they're drunk and they shouldn't be like that in public," or something like that, right? That was sort of dotted through, and then. But I feel that way. But then there'll be somebody else who'll say, maybe they're from Italy, and their kids always drink wine with dinner, right? They have red wine with dinner. Now, red wine can be very healthy, just a small amount, not like getting drunk, right? And in Italy, I hear that I've always been told, Frodo, stop! I've always been told that the Italians, it's just the way they live. And so they don't have to become alcoholics because the way they look at the alcohol is not like that. It's just something to pair with dinner, right? It's not something to get drunk on. Now, I've seen lots of drunk Italians, okay? They do end up getting drunk. But this is the way they sell it, is that it's just part of their culture. So now an Italian comes to me and says, why do you teach your child like that? That's wrong. That person isn't necessarily a bad person. It's just the way they grew up. It's in this society that it's that dangerous, as what I say it is, right? Because it's not looked at the same way. Same as nudity. Nudity here, it's practically a crime. And when it's so fucking normal, right?
Yep.
But I could say, Natalie, you can't go running out into the street with no clothes. You just don't do that. It feels wrong to tell her that. But it also feels safe. It's way not safe to have your child doing that. It feels wrong. She should be running through the meadow with no clothes on.
Right.
It's just, yeah. So
it is wrong because the environment is wrong, and the way that that's why I say it's the system of dysfunctional. It's not functional, it's dysfunctional.
Right.
Everything about
I'm just saying what we have to work with nowadays in this generation, or in similar generations around us. This is what we have to work with. So when it comes to what's good indoctrination and what's bad indoctrination is also in the eye of the beholder. So we're not going to get a homogenous view on these things.
Yeah, so in that case, I would change the semantic just to make it more clear. So, and to make it really obvious, brainwashing, right? Brainwashing, especially for the purposes of abuse and exploitation. There's never a healthy version of that.
Whoa. Where did we get to? Okay, what are you defining?
Well, see, that's what I would normally use the word indoctrination for in context. So, but now if you're going to bring that as good indoctrination or bad, then I'm going to change the semantic to make it more obvious and clear to something easily distinctible, which brainwashing for the purposes of exploitation and abuse. So, and that's obviously something that we would never want to.
Wait.
Brainwashing for the purposes of exploitation and abuse. Yes.
Exploitation and what?
Abuse.
Abuse. Okay.
Abuse.
And what's the other side? What's the other side definition? The good indoctrination. What's that? What do you call that?
Anything that's healthy, that teaches how to be functional, not dysfunctional, how to cooperate.
No, a word.
How to.
No, a word. You gave one a word. So how do you give the other a word? What word would you give that? You said brainwashing for the one, and then you qualified it as to what the purposes were, but the word was brainwashing. So
Well, I
that's
never
the
really,
bad.
I never really thought of a word for,
Well, you're the one who's redefining things.
no, I'm not redefining anything. I'm just changing the semantic to go with what you're saying, to make the distinction clear of what not
so
to
what's
do.
the word for that one? For the good one.
Well, let's just make it clear that is it obvious then what not to do?
No.
Because we don't really need it. No. So, brainwashing for the purposes of exploitation and abuse is not obvious of something what not to do.
No, because I'm still working with the proper word, which is indoctrination. You're redefining it, and you're not giving me, because you're splitting the word into two.
I'm
you're
making
not
it
giving
clear
me
now,
the definition.
because now we're talking about what to do, what's good and bad, right? Or what's healthy or unhealthy, what to do or what not to do. That's where we're leading towards, are we not?
So you could call it unhealthy indoctrination, healthy indoctrination.
Yeah, I'm gonna instead of trying to label, right? Because that's the problem. It's always subjective. So rather than that, why don't we describe what it is, what we want to do and what we don't want to do, what's healthy and what's not healthy.
I want to ascribe the word. I'm using indoctrination for a very specific, that is the main thing. What I'm trying to do is find the value, like the principle, the moral in indoctrination, because all of it to me is indoctrination. It's just a matter of whether you decide it's good or bad indoctrination.
Yeah. So okay. So if you want to go in that direction, then again, I'm going to result in default to the same thing, getting more specific in terms of what the actions are. So what do we want to do and what don't we want to do?
Okay,
I didn't hear
have
you.
to be equal. You have to be equal with the equation. If you're going to come up with words for one side, there has to be an equal and opposite word for the other side.
Well, I'm not trying to
So,
come up with words. I don't care about the a title and a definition. What's important is to understand what's healthy and what's not healthy, what to do or what not to do, right?
Okay, but what I come out with is that indoctrination isn't bad. It can be bad or good. It's not necessarily bad.
Let's not, again, we don't need to stay hung on the semantic of the label. The important thing to understand is the information of what's dysfunctional or what's not, what's functional, what's healthy and what's not healthy. What is the outcome, right?
Functional indoctrination or dysfunctional indoctrination? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to come up with whether it's
the word
moral.
Indoctrination is even just unnecessary at this point.
I'm
look
trying to
at
come up with moral to indoctrinate your child. Is it moral or not? Another word for indoctrination is conditioning. So good conditioning or bad conditioning? Are you conditioning them in a good way or for good reasons or for a good end, or are you doing it in a bad way? So I'm trying, conditioning sounds like such a harsh word to say. I conditioned my child to be polite.
Right.
I conditioned my, but that's what I did. And was
that's
that a bad
why
thing? I don't think so. I don't think
well
it was
that's
a
why
bad thing.
my choice of semantics as a tool, because that's what words are, they're a technology and a tool too, would change then in this case, again, to outline the distinction to make it more clear specifically. That's where
No, I'm not letting go of the word indoctrination or conditioning, because that is it's my question, right? And my question rests on those words. So I'm not changing the word. You wanted to change the words, so I was interested to see how you would change the words. But again, if you're
I
gonna
could probably I probably could and come up with it, but I think I don't see it being relevant enough. I think it's more of a distraction from what is more important, which is the understanding of what to do and what not to do. Because that's really the big message here, right? Let me come back real quickly to the just one thing on that. The conditioning versus
Sorry, I'm having a problem with my fucking dog.
Okay.
Sorry. I can
Sorry.
explain it to you. So, hold on.
Yeah.
Sounds like that Star Wars character. Waka or Chewbacca or.
I think he was craving a Big Mac. We just got to start calling her Big Mac. I think it just.
Whenever I think of Sweet Leaf, I think of Big Mac.
Is it right? Is it, you know, it's
One
a
of the
term
same.
of endearment nickname. I don't know. We'll see if she takes offense to it or not. Because when I don't mean it offensively, it's just that's her trademark, you know, Big Mac. But
First thing
I
I
don't
think of.
know. I think other people would think it would be insultive, so maybe that's not good. Some people would probably say, might as well call her fat ass or you know, something along those lines. If they didn't know her, especially
I wish
trolls.
I had a fat ass. I wish
Huh?
I had a fat ass.
You wish you had a fat ass?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why, you think you're too skinny?
Well, yeah, I have no ass. It's gone.
I
lost-
see. All right. Well, maybe we
bones
can.
I
Maybe
sit
it's if we call you as a nickname term of endearment, like your trademark Big Mac. Are you okay with that? Or I don't want to offend.
I don't know. Yeah, the way you guys get what I feel is condescending, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. But if it's, you know, when I think of us about us just being, it doesn't
All
bother
right.
me
So
at
maybe just casually for fun between us or something.
Hey,
Yeah,
there's a new Big Mac. Have you tried it?
No, the big arch. The big
Yeah,
arch.
that's what it is. Yeah.
And how do you know
Because
that? That's my
I get
question.
boycotted
Facebook, I
because
seen
I
a
keep
thing
because
called the Big Arch.
I get the coupons, man. I'm so fucking tempted, but I'm not giving them my money.
It's
So
an extra Big Mac, Rue. The Big Mac.
no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big Mac
No, they call
Plus.
it no, but it's not really because they don't have Big Mac sauce on it. They have some other sauce on it. It's not really a Big Mac. It's a
What's
big
it called
arch.
again?
Called the Big Arch.
The Big.
I remember. I remember the double Big Macs.
I used to
Hi,
eat those.
Ronan.
What's up, Ronan?
I know.
Make you
I get
double
those.
sick.
That's what I get. I get the double Big Macs because what I do is I take. It comes with 4 patties, so I take 2 patties off and give them to the dogs, and then I eat a regular Big Mac.
Poor dogs. Don't they get the
Well,
runs
we're
after
all
that?
eating junk that night. We're all eating junk that night. If I make scrambled eggs, they're getting scrambled eggs. If I get a Big Mac, they're going to get a Big Mac, but they're not getting all the other shit on the Big Mac, just the meat.
Don't they get the runs from that?
Don't they get what?
The runs, diarrhea.
Sometimes Frodo does. Samwise doesn't, but sometimes Frodo does. But I
Surprised
think
they're
you just
still
gotta
alive. How old are these dogs?
11 and 9.5. I told you.
Wow.
But that's not all I feed them. I don't get Big Macs all the time. It's just if I'm getting a Big Mac, they're getting the meat. They're getting some meat from it. If I make eggs and pancakes,
Surprised
they
that
get
you even
eggs.
eat it.
But do you know what I normally make them? Is organ meats. Organ meats. Like now this time I did chicken liver, but the other times I've been doing beef. So I've been giving them beef liver and beef heart and beef kidney. And then I mix that with brown rice and peas and whatever vegetables I'm lucky to have. Like lately it's been zucchini. So they get zucchini in there, and I put turmeric and oregano, and a little bit of pink Himalayan salt, but I don't want it. They're always saying about not like being careful about how much salt you give dogs. So I just put a little bit in, but pink Himalayan salt is good salt, and a little bit of pepper because you need that for the turmeric to activate the turmeric medicinal, right? It gives it way more pep if you pair it with a bit of ground pepper, and that's how I make their food. That's their normal food. This time it was chicken livers though, which I never worked with those, and that just really totally grossed me out. But I did it, and they love it. Actually, Samwise doesn't love it as much. I think maybe he likes beef more. But he's eating it, and he, it's a good meal. And if I have mushrooms, I'll put mushrooms in there too, because mushrooms are prebiotic. So it's what the little good bugs in your tummy eat is the prebiotic stuff. So if I have mushrooms, I'll give them some mushrooms in there too. But I don't usually have mushrooms.
I'm trying to remember what it is.
They don't eat canned food. They probably, in their whole lives, they probably had 5 cans of food. And that was just because I didn't have what they needed, right? But I had that, like, it's kind of like apocalypse food, right? And you know what? Convenience. But I don't make that a way of life for the dogs. They get way better nutrition than I do. So every once in a while they get some junk, and I don't consider eggs junk. You may not eat eggs, but I don't consider them junk. And you're not killing any animals because nothing's alive.
Eggs are toxic.
I don't think so. I don't have any evidence to see
that. I don't know. Even if they weren't, I'm not interested in eating something that comes out of an animal's ass-gina.
Oh yeah? What about Fruity?
What about Fruity? I don't eat her eggs.
You don't eat her ass?
You eat her vagina.
Huh?
So what's the difference? I'm sure you eat her vagina, so what's the difference?
Eat it.
Yeah, you go. You enjoy your eggs.
Consumes it. He consumes it.
So conditioning.
For Fruity. What?
Go ahead.
I just joking. I said for a Fruity, she's pretty meaty.
For a Fruity, she's pretty meaty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. At that point, you really are eating meat.
At that point, what? I'm really a what?
You really are eating meat.
Sure.
Anyway, my dilemma was whether it is moral to do indoctrination or conditioning, and from what I'm determining right now from our conversation, the way that I'm working things out is that there is good indoctrination, and that the word indoctrination is not a negative word, and there's good indoctrination and bad indoctrination, good conditioning and bad conditioning. And it's not evil to condition or indoctrinate.
Yeah, so
it's what you're indoctrinating them with.
Right. If you want to look at it that way.
Is it healthy or not?
What I would do is I would look at it like I'm doing here, right? Like that's why I brought in the distinction between condition or inform. So I was born in the same domesticated environment as everybody here. And then I went out into a different environment and experienced something very, very different. And now I'm coming back here and I'm professing what I found as a basis for information. I'm informing. Very different from conditioning, right? And what this does is it lays a potential groundwork for informant to make informed decisions in a self-determined fashion about whatever information is being presented, right?
Without indoctrination.
So definitely different from conditioning. And I function the same way when it comes to the foundational layers of information for the basis of people to be able to self-determine. And then after that, if they want to self-determine and they want something additional, wisdom-wise, or what we might call even training, right? Or some people might call education, or to become a student or whatever, then if they've self-determined that's something that they want because that was the preconditioned foundational layer of informativeness, if you want to call it that,
They're
then
too little. You start them in school before they have a chance to really weigh the options, and they're too
you
little
can't
to weigh the options because they
you
don't know the options.
you can't force something that to happen anyways that's not right. So you do it as
No, you
the
have to teach
opportunity
them.
is there.
You teach them when they're young before they have a chance. Like the idea of the Christians baptizing the babies when they're babies, you know, for their weird reasons. The child is not getting the choice to be inducted into this cult, right?
Yeah,
They're
because
too
their
little.
capacity isn't there to be able to
But
do that.
But they don't know their options to weigh. But the parents who do this, they feel it's very necessary because in their world, they believe that if the child dies, which many children have, right? So if
Yes.
the child dies, they'll make it into heaven. That's the way they believe. So
Right.
what they feel what they're doing is important. They need to do that for the child's soul. They feel this. They feel that they've been indoctrinated to believe this, and then they pass it down. Right. So when you're teaching the children, you start when they're little, 4, 5, 6 years old. You start then before they have a chance to say, well, I don't know if I want to spend my time on science or whatever. You give them a taste of everything. When they get older, they then decide where they're going to concentrate themselves. I don't think they have to wait till 18 to figure out where they want to concentrate themselves. My daughter's homeschooling my grandson, and she does it in a really cool way, and she uses all kinds of different resources. Not just one way, right? So
When it comes to those things, the fluidity of the individual is what's important. It's at their own pace, right? If you want it to be healthy.
Yes, and it is at his own pace. It really is at his own
Right.
pace.
And it needs to be, which is going to vary individually, right?
Yes, right. And
that's
she's
great.
not even registered him for school, which means, from what I understand, and she's hoping it's true, is that if she doesn't register him for school, she doesn't have to put in his tests, right? It's like I've heard, and I don't know if it's true, if you ever get yourself a driver's license, that's it. You're in the system. But if you never get yourself a driver's license, you never have to get one. As long as you don't drive commercially, you don't have to get one. And because you're not in the system
Whoever
at all.
Whoever said that is off the rocker.
Okay. All right. That's all right. So I'm not saying it's true or fact, but this is just what I heard. Because you know that whole thing about the driver's license, right? But the same thing, she's I don't know how well she's researched it, but this is what she's going on is he's not registered anywhere. He's not got any shots or anything. As far as the government's concerned,
Does he have a yeah, so he is registered.
He's registered as being alive, but he's not registered
No,
for school.
That's the beginning of and seeing the process here is record of live birth is created and then submitted to Statistics Canada or whatever, usually through the hospital or blah, blah, blah. That procedure can vary depending on the province and what's going on. That's a transaction. It's an equity exchange. So you hand over the certificate of live birth and what you get back is a birth certificate. Certification of what? Certification of corporate status, corporate account, property of state.
Something about the name being all in capitals. Something about the name being all in capitals.
The entire thing is all together. Just it's an account, right? That's what they call an account.
No, okay. I know, and for some reason, people say that we can get money on our name, and I don't think that's true. But what I'm saying, I know this part, but as far as the rules about school go, just because he's registered as a human being on the planet doesn't mean that he or not really a human being. He's an account, but just because he's registered that he lives, right, doesn't mean that has it parlays into the school system necessarily, right?
This is where you have to understand capacity. and where you'll hear me talk about that. As if hardly anybody ever touch bases on that. When you understand capacity, it's all about what capacity or position in any given moment that you're operating under. And one of the things that people completely don't realize, because the conditioning is so deep, they think that you are always obligated to operate in some sort of capacity in the corporate world. No, you're not. By default, you are not in there to begin with. And it's not something that, like, having McDonald's employee status doesn't mean that you're going to operate as an employee or a swing manager 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At any given time that you do choose to operate, though, in a contractual agreement as an employee for McDonald's, is there conditions to go along with that?
Yeah.
Of course there is, right? And it's agreed upon. It's a contractual. Okay. So that's where the stage is set. Now that's from an honorable system point of view, right? But here's where the problem is. I'm in total alignment with that, because that's consensual, right? So the stage is set for a potential consensual, even though the citizen is getting shafted, they don't actually know that it's that capacity is another bait scam position's synonym for prisoner of war or feudal serf. That's the capacity of citizen. But that aside for a second, it's still consensual. Here's the problem. If you want to opt out of that, and a cop comes and they want to be an aggressor and say, no, you can't opt out, everybody has to be this. Now it's man on man. It's no longer consensual. Now what you have is enslavement.
Don't forget, I was talking about the school system. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying about the.
I am too, because
we're in Ontario. You're in BC, so I don't know what the laws in BC are as opposed to in Ontario. But I was saying that she's operating under the belief that she is, like, she's not going to get taken to jail because she's not putting in any test scores, right? She's just teaching him. That's what she's doing, and she's not going by any plan that they have. Like, just because they say they'd have to know this, this, and this by this age, now he's not going by that. She's going by what she can teach him, what he's ready to learn, what she's able to teach him, right? And what people she can find that can help. Like, she's, he's in a martial arts class now, right? That's part of his teaching. So she finds all the resources she can to teach him, but she's doing it all her own way with her own protocol, right?
Yes.
She's got her own, which gets developed as she goes. It's not like she's really, it's not really a protocol, but
it evolves as necessary. I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you know anything about the schooling laws of whether, just because he's got a birth certificate, and I believe he's got an OHIP card, like a health card, which he doesn't really ever. He's barely ever seen a doctor before, but he was having this problem breathing, and now he didn't know what to do, and she had to do something because he couldn't catch his breath. So she took him to a doctor, and she doesn't just like go along with she's not a deadhead, right? She just needed some kind of advice, and I don't blame her, because it's scary. Your child can't breathe. So she did, but otherwise her involvement, she pays her taxes, right? She pays her taxes. She's up to date with everything. She follows the rules, and she's fine with that, right? Obviously she'd wish if they were less taxes, but she's fine with following the rules. She does it very well, and she did as well as she did it well as a kid, and she does it well as an adult. But she has critical thinking skills too, right? She's voluntarily in the system because it makes sense to her. She's fine with it, right? So she is a willing participant. I don't think she understands the implications. Even I don't really I understand them intellectually, but to see it play out, like, say, if I watch that movie, Wolf of Wall Street, and I've heard other people refer to that too as sort of like required reading kind of thing. It's like, this is something you really want to watch if you want to understand things. It's a fucking movie, right? But I've seen all kinds of movies that represent real life.
Sure.
And even parts of movies that represent real life.
Absolutely.
But to see it played out in a whole play with the whole bunch of the factors all in front of your face, I don't think I really understand that part in that way. I understand it intellectually.
Yeah.
But I don't understand the reality.
For those in that particular case, if you look at it more as a documentary, then it would make more sense. And also a metaphoric one in this particular case, just like The Matrix, right? That's a documentary.
Yeah. Oh, I love that one. Yeah. Because when you said about once you take the red pill, or I said red pill, but once you see things, you can't unsee it. You can't unknow it once you know it, right? And then something you were saying about, I don't know if you said so. You didn't. In my head, I was thinking about part of Keanu Reeves' thing was he wasn't. The way you were saying was we're still part of the machine, even though we see what we see, right? And in the movie, he pulled it out of his back. He pulled that pipe or whatever it was, the tube out of his back. And that was what connected him to the machine, right?
Is this in the first one? I remember this part.
Wasn't there like some kind of a tube that went to the humans?
Oh, yes. When they were bringing him into the other world, so to speak, right? Yes. It was in the back of his brainstem. Is that what you mean? The tube?
They plugged him back in and then take him out, and then plugged him back in and took him out. I didn't understand the dimensions thing. Like every time I watch the damn show, I understand it more and more, right? I think I understand it. Then I watch it again and go, oh, I didn't realize this part, right? So, but the way I remember, it's been a few years since I've seen it. There was a tube in their back, and the only way to get out of the machine, you had to take that tube out. Then you're not plugged in. You're not their food anymore. You're not part of that thing. You have to take that tube out. And that's the way I look at getting out of the corporate system. You have to take that feeding tube out of your back to get away from the corporate system. And that's what your Indians have done.
Yeah, metaphorically speaking, you could say that's one step towards doing that. That's definitely a necessary thing to do. But there's much more.
I still have the tube on my back. Even though I'm more awake, I still have the tube on my back. And I can't imagine having it off.
But being aware that you have the tube is a step in the direction.
Right.
That means you have a certain level of awareness of being hypnotized. Whether you know that it's a state of hypnosis is another step. Go ahead.
I'm just partially hypnotized. Like I'm hypnotized, but I'm partially hypnotized. I'm not.
Oh no, we're all deep in trance. Deep in trance.
Okay, if you're going to talk about our existence on this planet, you mean? Or are you talking about being part of the corporate world?
Talking about psychologically in a trance. Hypnosis trance. In the mind, in the brain. In fact, the way that our brain functions, there's a level of programming / hypnosis that that's how it functions. There's no getting away from that. Really, the biggest factor is, and the awareness is the key, whether or not you're in charge of it or somebody else's. If you're aware of it and you know how to take charge of it, you're in a really good position. If you're not,
if you're aware of it and you know how to take charge of it, then what?
You're in a really good position for yourself. And if you're not, then you're vulnerable to somebody else taking charge of it on your own behalf for whatever they see fit. You're in a dangerous position.
Okay, so, but you're not going to be. Do you have the tube in your back?
A scar.
So you don't have the tube in your back?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Definitely took the tube out. And even when it was in, I saw the tube before I had a chance to inject 9/10 of the crap that most people in the domesticated were. I tuned it out, right? most of it. So it wasn't as much crud that I had to work out. So I'm taking responsibility for my own unprogramming and reprogramming was far less of a task than it will be for most people.
Right. Because you weren't so deep in, you don't have to get so deep out.
Yeah. And I didn't have the attachments too, especially that comes with that, right? Like with the patriotic love and all that stuff. I never did that. So I didn't have to swallow those pills. What's that?
I really wasn't like, there was an element of patriotic to me. It, like, even now, I just love being brothers and sisters with my Canadian people. Like, I just feel like there's a family of Canadians here, and we all got brought up in a different way than our American counterparts. And they all got brought up different too, right? Because Joe Cool's world is different than, say, public occultist world, right? What's his name? Public occultist. I forgot his other name. Duplicitous something or other. Yeah, he's got a different upbringing. Katie's got a different upbringing than Bird. Right? They just come from different places, but there are some commonalities in being an American, and there are some commonalities that are different in being a Canadian, just in our indoctrination, in the way we got brought up. Whether we changed it as adults or not, it was the way that we grew up with the Friendly Giant and Mr. Dress Up and McDonald's Canada, you know, like,
yes,
we even had some different characters, you know, like we just had
when
an environment here, and it makes us brothers and sisters, and I
when
love
you
that feeling. But
when you
I'm not
understand
patriotic.
branding in business, you can see that's actually all that's really going on. As the closer the nations are, there's more of just a difference in branding, but it's the same thing. And even the variables in the further away nations, it's still just different branding. It's just the variations are strong enough to look like it's a real, like, natural state of culturalization or whatever you want to call it.
The way that we view self-defense, the way we view justice. Like, when they put their criminals in jail, they put them there for hundreds of years sometimes. That guy got 30 fucking years for pot. I mean,
What I'm saying is,
don't even get anywhere near that.
right.
Right?
So what I'm saying is,
hold on, but they believe in putting someone to death. There's a hell of a lot more than them that believe in putting somebody to death with their punishment than they do in Canada, because we're indoctrinated differently. So I see us and brothers
slightly
and sisters,
differently.
I am not raw Canada. That is, unless there's like a little, just a little bit of fun with some people. It's like, oh no, the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to win. That's just like a bit of fun. But I am not patriotic. I just wanted to make that difference.
Sure.
If the natives,
you are pro-statism,
though. Fight back. If the natives are going to pick up guns and go fight back, and like Hamas, I'm going to be on the First Nations side.
But you are pro-status side, pro-statism as well.
I'm sure that
I think you're struggling with that. I think I've heard you express, your uncertainty and stuff. But yeah.
Well, yeah, but when it comes to raw Canada, that's not me. That's not all I have is criticism for Canada.
Well, that's the love of statism. The affection for statism is patriotism, right? So that's different.
Okay, that's
more
me,
of it, right? But you're still pro-statism as a form of societal function.
Sorry, the last part you said, I'm still pro-statism because what?
As a form of societal function, way of function.
You talking about when I was saying about having a representative?
That and the corporate form of democracy and these things.
The corporate what?
Form of the form of corporatism and democracy and these things.
See, I love
those are all umbrellas on it. Statism is the overview word, right? all
I
these
love
things
it when
come under that.
poor BB's dad goes to the market and takes the carrots or whatever it is that he had too much of, and
Mhm.
he trades them for something they have at the market that he needs. I love that, and if that's statism, then I'm fine with being statism because I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's a fantastic system, a fantastic system.
Yeah, it
And
looks like it on the surface. And maybe if the statism was taken out of the equation, then it would be a healthy thing. The problem is, and this is again part of the conditioning, is to not take the responsibility to investigate and understand the totality of the system you're involved in. And we talked about that last time. If you understood what you were involved in and recognize that by design, I mean, you know that it's a Ponzi now, for sure. That's for sure. Also, it's a zero sum, and by design, it's there for control and to set the stage again for exploitation. If you understood that your participation in that means that you're participating in a system of abuse and control for exploitation.
yes,
right?
ever
So
since you and Nikki mentioned that to me 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago or whatever, it's always weighed on my mind because the thing that, my eating meat thing, it bothers me mostly morally, right? And
yeah, that's where now
yeah,
it comes a question of
yeah,
morality.
and,
Exactly.
yeah, and now when it comes to this, what you're talking about, being part of a system that subjugates and kills, right? Then I feel guilty on that too. It's my other
Not just
guilty
kills,
thing. It's
but
immoral. It's immoral.
exploits for
Yeah,
the very thing that you profess many times that you stand against, which is
yeah, I know.
the pillaging of the energy and what I was elaborating for a couple hours ago with farming people, right? You're involved in a system that is designed
Yeah,
for that to carry out,
yeah,
and
yeah. It's
yours,
immoral.
right, and yours and everybody else's participation in that is why it happens. Without that
Right,
participation, it wouldn't be a thing.
right.
Couldn't be.
Like I'm
Right?
not buying the Big Mac right now or the Big Arch or anything because I I don't want to give them money if they're going to feed IDF soldiers for free. Because I bought something from them. Now that gave them the money themselves so that they don't lose money to go and feed them the evil ones for free. And
Right.
when Palestinians are starving, so I'm giving up my Big Macs for that. I didn't give it up for my health, right? I still ate the Big Macs even after I've had the stroke and had the leg problem and all that stuff. I still ate the fucking Big Macs for that. But when it came to what I considered crossing the line, then I don't give them any money for it. Now I'm still in part of the bigger system, but I'm using McDonald's as an example of how you need to pull out of everything because it's all immoral, right?
Yeah.
Not just
So
one. Yeah.
there's a couple memes that I have that depict this. Maybe it'll jog your memory. One of them is, well, let me give you actually just an idea of description. Let's say you owned a farm and you had chickens on it. Now these
Hold on,
chickens,
hold on.
okay,
Say you go to a farm and there's chickens. Now these
let's
chickens is
let's say you have a farm. Okay, it's your farm, and on your farm you have some chickens. Okay,
I know
now
this song.
your intention with these chickens is you're raising them so that you can slaughter them and eat them. Now, from the time they're born, right, to the point where that's happening, they're your pets. They have free range, but they're encaged, and they don't know, right? And if you were to try and sit down and let's say I come along actually, and I sit down and have a conversation with the chicken, and I'm trying to get through the chicken, hey, you're a product. The problem here is the chicken has been incapacitated. It doesn't have the capacity to hear. Maybe if it saw,
The problem is what?
it doesn't have the capacity to hear.
Well,
Now
no,
the
I thought
challenge,
you were being poetic. Obviously, you
challenge,
can't have a conversation with a chicken.
no, but it correlates. Okay, so the challenge with humans is the level of intellect to see. There was a bridge there that I wanted to do. If you showed the chicken what's happening to its brothers and sisters before it happens to the chicken, all of a sudden that changes the game. He becomes aware right quick what's going on. So the same thing with human. But the problem with human is that the human has the capacity to potentially become aware and escape before that happens. So if you can condition,
the problem with a human is what?
Is that they have more of a capacity to be able to hear and be able to understand and be able to escape the roost before that happens. So what you have to do is you have to condition and program the
You're
human.
happy in this pen. You love
Correct.
this pen. You love
Correct.
the food I'm feeding you. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
When what's really going on is the same thing as the chicken, literally.
Yeah, I know. We're farm animals. I totally understand that.
Right.
I totally
But
understand that. I don't necessarily understand all the implications in all the ways that it happens, but I totally get that we are farm animals.
Well, not only that, like I only know some of the ways reasons for exploitation. We don't know who's really benefiting at the top the predator chain there and in all the ways and stuff, right? Like it's crazy. So, but it is going on. And the biggest crazy part though is that it would be as if you could train the chicken, if the chicken was able to have a conversation, to ignore the conversation and continue to be a happy rooster all the way to the slaughterhouse. That's what's going on with humans. Very successful
that way
conditioning.
You don't fight back. You don't fight
Right.
back when you're in the truck. Yeah.
No resist. In fact, not only do you not fight back, you fight your way there. Anybody who tries to interfere with that, they're your enemy. That's my safety slaughterhouse over there. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, with the humans. I was saying it's as if this happened to the chicken, right? As if, it's really happening to the humans. That's what I'm saying. This is what's going on with the humans. Humans have been conditioned through this thing called belief, trust, and faith, right? That the environment that they're in is their security blanket and protection for their best interest when they're literally living in and working in the slaughterhouse designed for them.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Okay. And so that's why I'm saying is that I'm calling to the attention, hey, right? It's a moot point. Everything that they're selling you on is a distraction from what we're talking about right now. So that could be recognized, understood, and then that gives you the opportunity to maybe think about something else. Maybe I don't want to be food and fuel for exploitation of somebody. But that means then, if that's the case, you got to walk a different path, right? It's not an easy one, but that is what it means.
You have to actively change it.
For yourself.
Yes.
Right? And that's where the last cruxes of that happening, from my experience, and I'm sure you've heard me say this too, Dan's heard me say it, one of the most hardest layers of indoctrination to get over is the idea that we need to wake up the masses. Not happening. That's the last layer of indoctrinative conditioning that's going to keep you distracted from doing the responsibility segue, or whatever you want to call it, seceding, as I like to call it, or divesting out of the slaughterhouse for yourself. You want the idea to wake up the rest of the chickens that aren't interested in hearing that message, but, again, metaphorically, it's the humans. Right? They're not interested in hearing that message. They want to, no, it's convenient and safe in here and it feels comfortable. Don't tell me that I have to take responsibility. No. I just want my little job. Right? They're not interested.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
and that is a secondary layer or third level of layer, whatever you want to call it, to make it so that the chance of you breaking free hypnotically at that point, and by the time you potentially figured it out, if you're lucky, like what I had to go through to figure this out, okay, you guys are getting a hell of a shortcut.
Would I have to go through what? Would I have
You
to go
guys are
through
getting
what?
a hell of a shortcut. Like what I had to go through to figure this stuff out, years and years and years, right? I didn't have a new guru sitting there telling me, and the internet was developed. You've heard me say that, and blah, 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 right? I had to go through an intense amount. And so the chances of you guys are getting a hell of a shortcut to even be informed about this stuff and put it into the perspective that you can hear about it for that. But then on top of it, you've got other challenges that you're up against to actually, if you wanted to successfully succeed and make your way out. You got the health situations from being further involved for longer periods of years, and all that learning and unlearning, and the trauma that goes along with it, and all these other things and so on and so forth. So it's a hell of a conundrum that domesticated life poses. And so of course it always looks like, it's much easier to just have a defeatist mindset, right? But you know as well as I do, that's exactly what they need.
They're counting on it. They're counting
Counting on it. And they know that the stage has been rigged and checkmated to that degree. That's why they never have to show their face.
To what degree?
To that degree where they don't, that's why they never have to show their face. The work has already been done.
The work's already been done.
That's why they don't, yes, that's why they never have to show their face. The stage has been set so soundly and so solidly, they don't even have to present themselves.
I know.
And from a responsibility perspective, we did it to ourselves.
What good would it do if we knew what their names were? We still don't know who they are.
Nothing, because it doesn't change nothing. Exactly. It's the responsibility still rests on us. Changes nothing.
Yep. Yeah.
And they don't want us to think about that, right? That's the other part that you'll hear me say. That's the distractionary from responsibility. And I think you're progressing and you're getting that now, is the blame, right? Blame is the ultimate tool of distraction that they set the stage for. Complete neglect of responsibility. And we can stay caught in that whirlwind forever of distraction to no end.
But I think blame is something that we're given to as human beings, and they're using it against us.
No,
they're using it.
They trained us to think that way again, that's a conditioning tool that they used as a form of distraction. Distraction from what? Responsibility.
Yes, but you see, when they use their tools, all their tools are in us already. They just have to activate the parts that they want to use. So like blame is in us. It's in us. That's how we came up with. I mean, the whole fucking.
It's a program.
Religion, the whole Jewish religion. Blame is a big part of it. Shame is a big part of it. And so they take these human characteristics.
Those aren't human characteristics. Those are choices. Those are options.
They are part of who we are. We can either feed that wolf.
They're just choices. They're just choices. And if we don't recognize that there's other options, we're probably going to be pin trapped into opting for what we don't recognize as another choice. And then when we continue that, we're going to get very good at it and neglecting the other choices and probably justify it, making excuses and ignoring the fact that it's very unhealthy to do so. Again, they win.
What I said was, and it's part of their genius, is that they take elements that already exist in us and activate them. They're using bits of us. It's like using your farm.
No, you're complicating the simple.
What?
You're complicating the simple. The simple is the mind is a programming machine. It's a palette for programming and conditioning. That's it. So they're just using conditioning techniques for aversion and distraction, and you get to practice that. It's not something that's in us. Programming is in us. The ability to be programmed is in us.
Yes. I'm saying that they are mining us for all the things that they want to activate in us that exist. The tendency to blame or to feel shame is in us, and they activate us in that way. I don't know why you're arguing about that. There's nothing to argue about.
You're just complicating the simple.
I don't think so. I was admiring their fucking technique.
Infinity is in you. There's nothing that isn't in you. Everything that exists is in you.
I know.
It's already activated. It's what program your focus is running on.
If you live in a world where people don't shame each other and don't blame each other, then it's not. It has to be activated.
No, it doesn't. It already is. It's a matter of choosing.
Oh God. I'm not
Just like
that.
just like a water in front of you and a coffee in front of you. There's no activation, but a program is going to decide, right?
What's going to decide?
A programming. Your programming is going to decide.
Yes, because they activate it. There's nothing to argue about. I agree with what you're saying, except
where do you get this?
Aren't agreeing with what
where
I'm
do you
saying,
get the?
What I'm
Okay, never mind.
saying.
Never mind. Just let it go. Let that one go. It's not necessary.
I am. I'm not talking about it anymore. Well, so anyway, I feel guilty and I still do it. I feel guilty about the meat and I still do it. Although I have more
That's
plans
why.
to get off the meat. I have
That's
more
why.
plans to get off the meat than I do of getting out the corporate system yet.
That's why morality and responsibility is subjective to the individual. You get to choose. That's why morality, when it comes to it, comes down to being subjective to the individual. You get to decide.
Yeah, I'm going against my morality.
Mm-hmm. Which is a chosen parameter of morality, and other people will actually say, you know what, my morality differs from that, and I get to do that, and they do, right? People get to choose their own parameters for morality. What we don't get to choose, though, is the consequence of choices. So, and that's where it's not subjective. So I can try and put then morality on the equation of like sticking my finger in lights. What's that?
I didn't hear any of that.
Oh, jeez. What was the last thing you heard?
Yeah, I know it hurts. I don't want to make you repeat yourself. But
no. Don't. No. I don't mind doing it. I'm trying to get my thought back where it left off. It doesn't bother me. I know the technology is not perfect. Huh? Say again?
I can't tell you where you were because it was all garbled.
Do you remember what
the thing?
Did you hear anything?
The whole thing. The whole thing was garbled, but every once in a while I can pick up the bits of the words and put them together, and then hopefully I didn't miss any. And then other times it dips down where I didn't get enough of them.
I wonder how much of there's been a lot of juicy stuff on both last and this stream. You might really want to listen to them again. You might miss, but anyways, okay.
24 fucking hours. It's 24 fucking hours. Like holy shit.
Right. When isn't that the way, right? Okay, so just to recap, what I'm saying is this is where, when it comes down to it, morality and responsibility is subjective. It gets to be decided by each individually, whether we like it or not. That's the truth. What isn't?
In my world, I realize that I'm going against my own fucking morality.
Right, which is
morality that I chose for myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that we get to take responsibility for that, or we get to ignore responsibility for that. But what we don't get to ignore is the consequence of each choice. No different than the light socket thing, right? So it doesn't matter if I put morality may be subjective, but no matter how much I put my own ideology of morality onto sticking my finger in a light socket, the consequence of doing so doesn't care about my subjective view. I get it anyways.
No, there's no actual judgment. There's no actual, except your own. There's no actual judgment, but
that's where it comes down to.
You do get to ignore the consequences, because the consequences that for what we're doing here are not felt here. They're felt in other parts of the world, and we don't have to see it if we don't want to see it, if we don't look for it, if it's not presented to us. We do get to escape the consequences sometimes.
No. You don't get to escape the consequences of nothing. Everything that you focus, again, mirrors, comes right back to you. You can ignore the awareness of that happening, but the actual consequence itself does not ignore us.
If you can, a lot of Americans and Canadians and British can live in these generations that we're in now, can live completely ignorant of all of that and never even realize what they did their whole fucking lives, from beginning to end. And when you realize what karma is, right, what karma really is, if that person doesn't recognize their fault or their not their fault, their
You're talking about
their
justice
doing,
again. I would never go into that.
no, what I'm saying is, you said about the consequences. So we're talking about consequences.
Yes, simple. The like action reaction, that type of thing, right?
So now how many American soldiers are there that were brought up in their indoctrination? They followed their rules. They did everything. They lived to an old age and they dropped dead, and they never, ever, ever thought about or experienced any of the consequences for their actions when they were a soldier.
They did
They just came
experience the
home.
consequence. The consequence is the life of an indoctrinated individual.
Well, yeah, okay, if that's the consequence.
It is. It's right. A naive, ignorant tool that's being used and exploited. That's the consequence of that.
Okay, so I guess that I am talking about justice, because that hardly seems fair.
Right, because you want a consequence in the context of punishment. That's justice, right? And I will never talk about that. When I refer to consequence, I just mean straightforward, the burner element thing. Put your hand on there, you feel the consequence.
In this case, I'm not talking about punishment. In this case, sometimes I am talking about punishment. In this case, I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about the realization. They never have the realization, unless it's true that you get your life paid back and you have to see how much you affected people. God has blessed the soldiers. God has helped them.
The consequence, right? And you're totally correct. They don't have the realization, and the consequence is they live a life of being exploited without their awareness. That is the consequence of that.
A nice, happy life, and they got to eat Big Macs, and they got to drink beer, and they got to party with their friends in the backyard, with never realizing.
Right, at the expense of all the things that they never knew. That's the consequence.
Yeah,
they never got to know what they didn't know.
How do you miss something if you don't know it exists? You don't miss it.
It's not about missing something. It's about, we're just talking about not knowing. Like if I never seen a pair of scissors before, I didn't know that there was scissors, but there is, right?
You said they missed their realization or whatever. They missed that you said
they miss out. They miss out. They don't get to see.
How do I miss out on a Big Mac if I don't know they exist?
You don't know what you get the experience of not knowing what you miss out on. You don't know, you didn't get to know what you missed out on. That's the consequence of that.
Yeah, but that doesn't really seem like much of a consequence, because they still
might
live
not
happily.
Maybe not to you, but yeah. So, if you don't know what you're missing out on, then how do you know what you don't know, right? So a wise, sensible person might want to think, maybe it's in my best interest to know what I'm missing out on.
A wise, sensible person, what?
might contemplate another option, that maybe I might want to learn and know what I'm missing out on, and also do away with the exploitation of myself and my participation in it as well. Right? It's certainly not something that's benefiting me or healthy for me. So maybe I want to see is certainly not
your participation is what?
It's certainly not benefiting me or healthy for me, right? Or anybody else that I have as deemed as a species, my relative blood brothers and sisters as humans, right? It's not benefiting any of us. We're being exploited and run to the ground, and it's not healthy for us. So maybe there's another option that I can discover that I wouldn't have known otherwise, and maybe I want to discover that, and then I do know something. Maybe I get to find out what others don't know they didn't get to find out. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I get to discover something that's unknown.
I don't understand what you're espousing here. Like, what is...
When you walk a different path, you get to find out what other people who didn't walk that path don't get to discover, right?
Okay, but still, those people didn't miss out because they didn't know.
They did. They just don't know what they missed out. That's all. They're unaware of it. They get to experience the consequence of choosing the path that they chose. Ignorance.
I'm never going to know what it was like to climb Mount Kilimanjaro because I have no interest in doing it.
Right. But the thing is, you know that that's there. You know that that's there, right?
Somebody who has climbed Mount Kilimanjaro are going to say, man, look at all the people that miss doing this, right? They're missing out on doing this. I'm not missing out. It would sound like a good time to me.
Yeah. Well, I guess if if ignorance is bliss and being in a system of abuse and exploitation, now knowingly a willing participant is still okay morally, and we don't need to find out what the other alternatives, and you're okay with that, then have at her. Keep going.
It's not in my personality to want to climb Kilimanjaro, so I don't think I'm missing anything.
It was a metaphor.
It's the view of the person who got to experience it that thinks that I missed out, but I don't think
No, it sounds like
it's not something I want to do.
Sounds like, though, you completely dismiss the other side of the equation. How about we just focus on the morality aspect? Start there.
So,
and this is why awareness is the key, right? Why I constantly talk about this aspect of it, because one of the most fundamentally neglected aspects.
Wait, you just came back. It sounds, though, that I completely dismissed. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it sounds though that you completely I forget what I said though. So let me just get back to the other part was let's just do go to the morality part of the equation. Start there, which is one of the most fundamentally neglected and ignored part of the equation of living in corporate society, isn't it?
It's almost everything to me in my life to always be on the moral side, and if I don't know what it is, I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about it.
Okay, so now just in general, the function
it's the first thing I'm thinking of. Myself.
But it might be the first thing you're thinking of, but the level of responsibility, like for example earlier was saying, if you're going to participate in a system, right, it would be, from a moral standpoint, the responsibility certainly rests on you to make sure you understand top to bottom, within, without, the workings of that system to make sure it measures up to morality, right? Are we losing me? Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Kat, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I can.
Hello.
Yes, I
you
can.
before. Can
Can
you
you
hear
hear
me?
me? Yes.
Okay. I said
The whole time
when
I
you
could
and
hear you.
Nikki talk. I thought you said, "Am I still there?" Um,
At first, yeah,
when
yeah.
you and
Go on,
when
go
you and
on. There's
Nikki
a
talk
lag.
about, I know I can hear it now. When you and Nikki talk about corporations and corporate life and all that stuff, I only understand bits and pieces. Nikki seems to understand maybe completely or almost completely all the implications of it, whereas I sort of, my mind gets lazy and just focuses on the moral part, and I'm not really thinking about the functionality part of it, right? It's like too much information for my brain.
Yeah,
So
it might
I
take a
just
while
say
to
the
absorb.
morality part. Yeah, but I'm not sure if I can even pay attention long enough to get all that information in my head. But
Well, if
the
you're gonna,
morality stuff comes from inside me, where I don't need
hold
anyone.
on. How
People don't
can
need
you
to teach me the
how
morality
can
of
you
things. I know it.
measure against your morality something that you don't have the full grasp of what you're participating in until you do?
Because
And
Nikki brought up that word, no, zero sum. Okay, I heard it from her first. Zero
uh-huh.
sum. And
Uh-huh.
I never understood. Well, I understood it, but I didn't understand completely what that means by zero sum. So what I think what it means is, it's like when you put all the balloon air on one side, there's going to be nothing on the other side, right? So that's how I see zero sum. I don't know if I'm right or not. Is that what zero sum?
To
For someone
simplify
who's
it, it
a
means
win,
for somebody
really
to gain something, somebody has to lose.
Yeah.
There has to be a winner and a loser.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
all.
all right. I was saying that at the same time you were, but you can hear me.
And
Yeah,
it's
so
superficial scarcity. There's not enough for both to win by design.
yeah, by design, yes. These parts are the parts that enter into my morality part, because I'm one of the poor ones, and yet I like the system where you get rich, right? So, but I'm part of the victim part, but I'm not on the end line of the victim part, because at some point you get to how it affects other poorer countries of people, like whole groups of people on another place that I never even see, and I never see the consequences of it. This is what brings in the morality part, and I don't need anybody to teach me that. That's in me, right? It's
Yeah,
in,
but
I decide by my morals what's
yeah.
acceptable and what's not acceptable.
Okay, but
So
again,
when I hear that,
to
that's
be
the
able
part that I feel guilty about.
to measure up what you're a part of, if it checks measuring up to your morals, you need to have a full grasp of what it is. Otherwise, how you're going to you might miss something and you're not aware, right? And that's what I'm saying. The responsibility to do that is one of the most fundamentally neglected things by the masses. Very irresponsible. Which,
But I
to
didn't
not
feel guilty.
let me put closure on that. Which, to not take the responsibility to do that means that the level of morality is already lacking, because it's not important enough then.
Okay, I don't need all those details to know I should be getting out, right? It's the wrong thing to do, and I should be getting out. I should be unplugging that tube from my back. I know that already. I don't need to know any more to know that that should be my action. And that's what I mean. I don't have time to learn everything. There are things that interest me more, that I like. You don't care about some of the morality that I do. And to me, it's a shame, but it's your choice, right? You're making that choice. And so what I'm saying is that when I didn't know this stuff before you and Nikki taught it to me, I didn't even know there was something to consider. I didn't understand that there was even a moral to consider. As long as you don't steal from people, right? Don't go and steal from people. Don't get into their cars and steal from them, or try to screw somebody in a deal, then to me that was where the morality lay, right? But to understand that just to participate in the system at all has its own morality, that
You
didn't
just
even
assumed that morality was built in the equation. It's okay then, right?
I did justice. No, because I knew that there was corruption. I knew
Right.
there was corruption, but I was deciding that in this
You
system,
just
which I didn't, that
you just
I'm not going to
assumed that
keep
the
them well.
corruption was done on an individual basis, not that the system
Yeah,
itself.
yeah,
That's my point,
yeah.
is that people don't
I know.
take the moral consideration to be responsible enough to investigate the system itself to make sure that the system, not just the participation, that comes after. Because it could be moral, and if it's moral, then people can still choose to be corrupt anyways. But I'm talking about the foundational system itself to make sure that that measures up to morality and make sure that they know what they're participating in and if they should be morally doing that or not. That is very
But
neglected by the masses on a whole.
If something's a given, then you don't question it. And the corporate system is not even defined for us properly. To me, the corporate system was just about having enough money to have a corporation and then screwing people out of their money. That's how I saw
The responsibility rests on the individual.
I didn't see any other way to be except to be poor and living in the forest. I only saw these two ways to do things, and I kind of still only see these two. And I didn't want to be poor and living in the forest. There's no Big Macs in the forest, so I was fine with the system because all I saw was it's corporation after corporation individually, and the corporate system. The only thing I saw that was wrong was when that question of corporations are people under the law. That was something that made me question things, right?
Right.
But I didn't know that there was a question to ask, so I
Right.
didn't ask it until somebody brought it up to me. When you brought it up to me, it's been in my mind ever since.
Right.
But I don't only focus on the morality part because I really don't give a shit about the machinations. The only important part is whether I'm part of it or not, right? And
Good
that's
point.
got to do with my morality.
Because that's
So
what you're
I don't need to
responsible
have it.
for. Right. Now
But
that
without
just
somebody else opening my eyes,
no. It's nobody. Listen. Nobody had to open my eyes. I chose to investigate. Let me just before you go anywhere. No, I'm not going to, because again, this is the fundamental root of the corruption. Please don't go into a direction of wanting to ignore. This is the most highest root of the corruption right here that I'm about to point out.
I didn't ignore it. I told you, ever since you and Nikki brought it up to my mind, it's been something I've been working out, and in my mind, I already decided as soon as you explained it, this zero sum thing made sense. Right? She made sense with the zero sum thing, and then I realized how it was built, and that it wasn't just a bunch of individual corporations, that there was a system involved that didn't have to be. And
Yes.
don't tell me that I shouldn't account the fact that somebody opened my eyes. I did not think
Listen,
that
I'm
there was a
not. You're going in a direction that's not. This is a distraction from what I want to go towards here completely. Let me ask you this question, and it's an obvious answer. If you had done hypothetically what I had done at any given point,
if what?
can I
If
finish
what?
the question?
I'm asking you, what did you say? You said if what?
I'm sorry. Let's tone it down. We don't need to be at each other's throats.
I know, but I have to get over your voice to tell you, don't get mad at me. I'm trying
I'm not
to
mad
find
at
out what
you.
you're saying.
I'm not mad. I'm de-escalating. I'm not agitated or mad. I'm not.
Okay,
I just
if
want to
what?
go ahead.
If what you were saying, if something.
I just want to maintain. I just want to maintain the energy is positive and healthy. Okay.
Okay, but let's get to what you were saying.
That is what I'm saying right now. That focus first. That's important. That's a responsibility. Let's do that.
Wasting the time that I can hear you. it's going to go back into bubbling again, and I won't hear what you wanted to say.
That's fine.
If what?
Demeanor first, please. Energy first. Vibration first. Responsibility first. Atmosphere first. Environment first.
Oh, for
Sanctuary
fuck's sake.
first.
Oh, just talk.
No?
Just talk. You just go on and on and on, and you're wasting the time that I can hear you.
You don't want to?
You don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Just say what you want to say. I'm trying to understand.
You're
what
being
you're trying to
irrational
say.
right now. You're being irrational right now. That's not necessary. Let me know when you're ready.
Forgot to take my pharma last night.
You back?
I've been listening to you clear your throat for 10 minutes.
I was saying, let me know when you're ready.
Oh, well, it's probably when I left the room at that moment. But yeah, okay, I'm ready.
All right. Hypothetically, if at any given point you were to have done some investigating like I did, and you would have found out what I did at a different given point, you would have discovered the same thing that I discovered for yourself. And then when you had the realization after you discovered that, then you could take the same moral position into the equation. My point with this, of course, using you here as an example, not interested in singling you out. My main point is that the masses practice this chosen level of estimating what they're involved in is moral instead of taking the risk. It's an irresponsible lack of morality to do so because it's neglecting the responsibility to make sure, which the onus of responsibility to make sure what you're involved in rests on you, nobody else. To find out, to inform yourself, to do your due diligence, it's always on the individual. The agent is responsible for the agent. It can't be anybody else. Now, how you go about doing that, whether it's from reading something or other people or whatever, your investigation, that's another thing. And of course, the pursuit has to be from somebody who's willing to do so. The masses just aren't. The lack of responsibility there. It's so few and far between, if anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, in this case with you, you became aware when you were introduced through conversation. So that happened that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it could have happened at any given point through the process of doing due diligence. Why is it so important to point that out? Because people are ignoring that. They're ignoring that they have a responsibility to do their due diligence. That's careless. And it doesn't matter, at least at this point, there's definitely no excuse anymore when it comes to that. And I'm saying when, like for you, you have enough couple tidbits. That's enough already. Never mind knowing it top to bottom, inside out. That's already enough for you. Even though that those are really the main points of the morality aspect. The rest of it is all said. There's nothing more about any of it. And the more you understand it top to bottom, the more you see how insanely unnecessarily abusive it really is. But even the basis was enough for you to already have a sense of morality check in the equation. And that's all it takes, you know? So the consequences for not being responsible means the result is participating in something that's abusive without the awareness of it. Results are still the same. This is what the masses are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's a cycle, right? Unfortunately for those choosing that walk path. And the more you get caught up in the corporate world, the more you're too busy to have any time to do any investigation and due diligence. And the more you get tired and the more you get unhealthy because the effects of that has taken place by design. Until maybe such a point where it's just like, well, I know about it, but I'm so abused and run down now. What am I going to do about it? Defeatist mindset. But it's always still going to come down to that one fundamental thing, which is subject to the individual. Myself, you, nobody is an exception. What level of morality do you hold for yourself as far as it being acceptable to participate in a system of abuse, corruption, and exploitation? That's the ultimate question. Will we continue to neglect, or something different?
Mm-hmm.
At least I can do something to help fill in a void and show that the ignorance, and nobody's judging with any of this, right? It's a non-judgmental thing. Simply sharing awareness. It gives a chance. It gives a better chance, at least for you.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice if the masses could just get a grip and say, wait a second. not going to be irresponsible. Pipe dream, though. Pipe dream. And so they get to not, if they want. Being aware of that, it made me even more extra like, well, I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge here. That's corruption obviously set stage to implode in on itself. Not going to be in the line of fire of that. I'm pretty smart. But you know, we could always just stick our head in the sand and all these other distractionary things can stay of interest. The dramas, the politics, the statism, the stuff that the mainstream stuff, all of it. It's designed to pacify us so that we can ignore what we have been irresponsible towards. But we have to choose that. Nobody's holding a gun to our heads and forcing us to watch or participate in the distraction. That's all us doing it. At best, they just set the stage. Narrative. Here it is, a bait. Come take it. But you got to choose the bait. How many times will we fall for the bait? How many times will we repeat over and over again, falling for the bait before we say enough?
Mm-hmm.
And so for me personally, you know my path. My path is to seed it out as far as I can. And I'm still not finished. Still some things are work in progress. Might always be. I don't know. But what I fundamentally know is if the masses want to be goofy enough to self-implode, who am I to stop them? Have at her. In fact, I'll encourage it. It's better for the whole. But if you want to be one of the few and far between who doesn't want to walk off the cliff with the herd and wants to head down trek of a healthier path, that's where I can present where the discussion can be had. Because that's the walk path that I chose. It's the path of responsibility, which is not the path easy and convenient. Quite the opposite in most cases. And so those are not the reasons to do it. Fundamental right reasons to do it is morality and healthiness. And of course, we reap what we sow individually.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always been my position of doing any of this new guru stuff. That alone. It's been an interesting journey already so far. I'll only go so far as there's an interest. Otherwise, there's no point. Never expected the interest to be much. Of course not. Kind of surprised there's even any. But I will give it if it's there. Because somebody else did that for me too.
Mm-hmm.
For me, there's no excuses for myself. Doesn't matter how many people are choosing to be responsible. I'm still with me and my responsibility and my level of morality.
Yep.
And I even feel a sense of responsibility to, it's like a gift having an extra awareness, being an anomaly, I guess, if you want to say, going down a very different path in the domesticated world. To be informative for whatever benefit that might happen. But what I don't have is an obligation to do so. It's a choice. Choice that, as I said before, some would say I got rocks in my head I'm crazy for. And then I agree with them in a certain sense. It's nuts. They hung Jesus for this, right? If that whole story happened.
Oh my God. Now you're going too far.
Really? Jesus told the truth. He didn't want to play the name game, so they hung him on a cross. They hung Jesus because he was a professor of truth. That's kill the messenger.
Who wants to kill you for your message?
You'd be surprised. But that's the very reason why you don't see my face and know my location. Because I'm not naive to know that kill the messenger is very real. The very thing that I talk about is the very thing that's against the interests of some very heavy-duty farmers. And with millions and millions of minions who are willing to do as they're told as mercenaries without batting an eye on behalf of them, right?
I get the Jesus complex too.
If you threaten enough lies, people do it. If they feel threatened, right, people do crazy things out of fear. Crazy
Not
things out
that.
of fear.
The Jesus complex is different than that. And I get it, and then I check myself.
What do you mean Jesus complex?
This idea of comparing myself to Jesus. You know,
Oh.
I can do it, but but then I grab my humility and put it into play.
How did that come into the discussion?
Because I only understand half of what you're saying, and the Jesus part complex got put out there. So that's the part that I'm focusing on because it's relevant to me.
Oh, I see. Maybe it was misconstrued. I don't know. Jesus was a messenger, if we're going to give relevance to the story, right? Messiah,
Jesus
right?
for telling the truth. He was telling
I didn't
the
hear
truth,
you. You cut out.
I know. See, this is why I can't really hear you.
You're in the
Jesus got
background. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Jesus got persecuted for telling the truth. And
right.
Nobody knew it was the truth until after he was gone. So, and then I can do the same thing with my life and feel the same way. I mean, some of the things that you think I'm responsible for, and there are things I think you're responsible for, things that I would feel like I'm not giving Jesus his message, but I mean, in my message, my own message out to the world, I feel that there's so many people being irresponsible and not playing their part properly, and then I feel persecuted. Like when I came here and I got persecuted for having compassion and wanting to spread compassion and understanding for each human being.
Right.
And I thought it's a very important thing. And I got persecuted for it and ridiculed for it. And
right.
it kind of felt right. But then I tell myself, wait a second, this is something I'm thinking I'm more special than what I really am. Come here. Come here. It's just my take on things, and it's not going to. I think people are wrong for it not being their take, but I can't do anything about it, right? So I just have to accept my limitations, right? I can talk to people, and if they don't understand, then they don't understand, and that's just the way it's going to be. And it's a shame, because the world would be a much better place, as far as I'm concerned, if they were to pay attention to some of the things I have to talk about. But people don't want to, because it's not convenient. It's not convenient for the people that are mean here to look at their behavior and say, how am I affecting the whole human race by taking part in this machine of hatred?
Or even just harming anybody, never mind how, on any level. It's a complete ignorance.
But it is true to some extent that when you harm one, you're harming all, because it's affecting the energy of the whole thing. So it's butterfly wings that end up making it to places you didn't even intend. So why not just not do it in the first place, right? But it just feels too good. It's like an itch they want to scratch. And I understand that, right? I have understanding for the people who don't have understanding. It doesn't help me with them, but it does help me with me, right? I know what I see. I know what I know. And it doesn't matter if it's someone who's a good person or someone who doesn't care about being a good person. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's ignoring what they need to ignore and paying attention to what they want to pay attention to. And that goes for everyone. I don't care how fucking intellectual they think they are. I don't care how smart they think they are, how healthy they think they are. They're out. Everybody's doing it. I pick and choose what I'm going to pay attention to. And what I think is the most important things to spend my time on. But then other people take care of other avenues, right?
Sure. People choose their focuses.
Yeah. And I don't feel guilty for my focuses at all.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of that, though. I think that's... Does it make sense that the responsibility rests on, and the onus of responsibility rests on the individual to do their due diligence, to know what they're participating in before they do? From a moral aspect, number one, if anything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does it also make sense that the neglect of doing so would then resemble a lack of moral integrity to some degree? To not make it high enough priority to take that responsibility, and that the consequence of that neglect results in participating in things that you think that people think that they don't realize they're abusive, but they are.
Yes, but I think that people who even talk about that don't realize what their part in that is, right? A lot of people think that they have the whole thing worked out, and they don't have to think any further. They don't have to examine their own part in it. Stop it, Samwise. They've figured out their part, and they don't have to think about it anymore. And I think they do. But that's up to
I don't see many people even doing any checking to investigate and do their due diligence at all to begin with. Never mind, it's few and far between that ever even does any level of investigation on that.
Yes, but there are so many things to pay attention to. There are so many things to fix. There are so many things to make better, right? So not everybody is going to be focusing on all those things. There are just way too many things. And now that we have such a big world condensed into the internet, there's just way too much input for one human being to handle. And so you're going to go that you focus on, right? Like my specialty is children and the raising of children. So that's where I spend a lot of my time perfecting, because even at 58 years old, I still learn new ways to do things a little bit better that I hadn't thought about before at the time. And I just incorporate them into my technique, right?
Sure.
And I don't have time to spend on other banking and what money does, or this is not my interest because it's not my field, right? And I don't feel guilty about that.
Really. I don't want you to feel guilty. I want you to recognize that not doing due diligence when you participate in something is the complete root cause of the corruption being what it is.
And not having the humanity that I think people should have is also something that should be focused on and doesn't get focused on.
You'll have to elaborate what you mean.
I mean, one can call somebody out for being abusive, but not look within to see how they're abusive. Because they figure they've got it all worked out and they don't have to look any further. And that's irresponsible in my view. But they don't do it anyway, and I can't make them do it. So just gotta live with it.
It's interesting. I've never come across anybody who has thought they figured out anything. Like I said a minute ago, I hardly come across anybody who's even taken any initiative to investigate and make sure that they know. And I'm not just talking about the monetary system. I'm just talking about in general, but especially those things, the things that the society that they function in is all dependent on and shit.
See, but my focus on society is the way that people treat each other. That's my focus on society, not about the capitalism. It's about how people treat each other, and how if like that there's not enough people walking in other people's moccasins before they're deciding what's good and what's bad, or what that person is, if that person's good or bad, or if that person's the energy they want to be around, if they are giving the right energy to their collective. So these things are, to me, of paramount importance to me. I think they should be of paramount importance to everybody, There are many people who do also feel that way. They're usually religious, but I don't think enough people are doing it. So that is of more concern to me than if I'm participating in the fuckery, at being part of the fuckery.
That's feeding the very thing that you, that's feeding the very thing in the oligarch, the very thing that you despise and loathe. Not only at your own expense, but your loved ones' expenses and everybody else, of course.
To finish what I was saying, was that it's not important for me to do that. It's just that it's not my focus, and my brain is already full with a whole bunch of things that might have been my focus for all my life. It's my path, and my path considers what I consider what's important to be of what's of paramount importance. And when it comes to the fuckery, it's like it's a different, even though I'm part of it by being part of the capitalist society, I deem it a different world, because I'm not living it. I'm in it, but I'm not living it, right? I'm living a different way in my mind, in my focus, in my energy. But it doesn't mean that I'm not still part of it while I'm standing here in my focus and my energy. I'm still in an apartment that I'm paying rent for and buying food from a supermarket, and I'm still doing all these things. So it makes it is important, but it's got to be somebody else's. I have to worry about my part in it and getting out of it to not be part of this immoral system. But I can't be worrying about it as a point. It's just I don't have the time or the energy to worry about that while I'm worrying about all the other things I'm worried about.
What
Like
did
the
you mean
fact
when you
that
said
people want-
as a point? I got
Like-
lost when you said that. What do you mean?
like it's not like when I come out here to talk about what I talk about,
Mhm.
it's not usually in my purview. It's not my thing that I'm gonna preach about or
Mhm.
or share or
Mhm.
it's not my focus. So
Right.
it's good that it's somebody else's focus. I'm glad other people have it covered, and you're not the only one, and Nikki's not the only one. There's lots of people, but it's just not my club. My club, I don't have a club. I'm on my own, but the way that I see things, those things that I talk about are the things that I focus on and I find most important. And I don't think everybody can do all the things. And I have
think
much more understanding and forgiveness for the ignorant because I was one of them, and I forgive myself to some degree because I couldn't have possibly thought about it. It wasn't part of my thinking process, right? So I'm glad, regardless of what you're saying, I'm glad that I had people in my life who brought these things to my attention, and I don't feel bad for not figuring it out before. And I'm not going to virtue signal about all the stuff that I figured out before other people figured out. I just saying to you that I'm grateful to have had these things brought up to me so that I can now think about them. But I definitely don't feel guilty about the fact that I was ignorant before, because I was in a system designed to keep me blind. So why should I feel bad about that? Why should I say to myself, oh, geez, I should have thought about this before? No, I was busy thinking about other things.
that same system also taught you that ignorance is no excuse.
I don't need an excuse. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like I need an excuse.
Yeah,
And
but again,
I am not
ignoring the responsibility aspect of the equation. Everybody
I'm
has
not
a
going to
responsibility to know what they're involved in. Just
I'm
like
not
if
going to
you
condemn people who didn't think about it before, because
nobody's
I didn't think
suggesting
about it
to.
before.
Nobody's suggesting to. It's
Well,
just as simple as this. If you're going to wire a house, you better know what you're doing.
uh-huh.
And if you're going to play a role in wiring the house, you better know what you're doing.
And if you're going to play a role in humanity and deal with people, human beings and their hearts and their minds, then you should understand what you're doing, right?
Right.
Okay.
And you don't.
I don't think you do.
Well, that would be a projection.
Well, I guess that's what you're doing then. It's a projection.
Well, I'm not playing a role in humanity. I'm not interested in that.
See, yes,
What
you
role
are.
am I playing?
You're here trying to tell people what you have to tell people. You're not trying to force it down their throat or follow them around, but you're out here trying to share your wisdom with other people in humanity. And you're trying to affect any change you can, not with too much effort, but just enough to say, look, have you considered this? So
You had part of
you
that
are
correct.
affecting humanity.
You had part of that correct. If you want to say, sure, I'm here to offer playing an informative role, okay. To those who are willing to listen, sure. And I certainly know what I'm doing when it comes to that, because all I'm doing is I'm sharing information that I discovered as I discovered it previously. Very simple. I'm also, as I'm doing that, sharing what I discovered, what people are doing in terms of neglecting and why they didn't discover. And I'm sharing that too. And that the responsibility rests on the individual to do their due diligence to know that for themselves. And most of the masses are not interested in doing so. They're too busy making excuses for not doing so. That's more interested to them.
And that's exactly how I feel.
It's not a feeling thing for me.
Oh, God.
You don't understand that? It's what I see.
And I don't have such a, I don't make myself more important than what I am. So I don't have that. I have humility to know that everything is from my perspective. And some people don't know that. They think that they are the knowledge themselves. So, what can I do with that? Well, how can I work with that? I'm in my humility.
I'm trying to see where you're going with that.
The way that you put it, you are imparting knowledge and you figured it all out. And if anybody else can't keep up, then that's just their fault and that's it. Whereas the way that I look at it, and you tell me, I tell you my feeling is, and then you say, it's not about feeling. And that's because you consider what you have as knowledge the be all and end all of knowledge. And you don't consider the fact that every single human being has their own perspective, their own view on everything. Is there is a uniqueness to everybody's perspective on things. And so for you to think that you have the knowledge cornered and that's just the way it is not being in your humility.
Most of what you just said is inaccurate, factually, but accurate from your view towards me.
It's okay. You're not the only one who does it, but yeah.
You cut out there. The only one who what?
I said, you're not the only one who does it, but yeah.
Who does what?
Not being in their humility, not understanding that they are not the be all and end all of the truth.
Those words never came out of my mouth.
No, they just came out of mine.
Right. They came out of yours as an expression of your view of me.
I just said you're not the only one who does it. You're just an example I'm using right now. You're not the only one who does it.
Doesn't matter.
It's
still your
like
view of me, right?
Yes, definitely. The way you dismiss what I have to offer, absolutely. Absolutely. No question about it. It's not humility at all. It's the opposite.
Interesting that you feel that way. Well, factually, the case is not correct. I'm very intrigued about what you have to offer, and I'm all ears. Please offer it up.
What, just right now?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. It's not time for that. When it's time for that, that's what I'll do. When I came to this live to have these discussions, but when I don't do my lives normally, I'm coming to say my piece, right? So this wasn't what this one was about. So I don't have anything worked out for you right now. I don't have a sermon planted or worked out.
Well, at least you know I'm in my humility and open.
However, when we're having discussions like we had earlier tonight, you weren't open. You figured you had the whole thing worked out, and you weren't open to finding out if maybe there's something that you missed.
Okay. Nobody has everything worked out. It would be God.
And that's
then.
why I don't think I do. But when I'm trying to
I
tell
would
you
never
about
think
something,
that.
okay, so
I'm
trying to tell you.
I'm never unaware of that. So your perspective that that's me is, again, that's your view of me, but it's not factually correct. Not even close.
You and Dan sitting here laughing at me, telling me that I don't understand something when you are not considered the factor that I put in there for you to look at and just condescending to me. That is not humility at all. At all.
Can't find it funny that we've seen it a million times.
I'm making a serious point. No, especially not if you're going to laugh at me while you're doing it. And with a partner.
Well, I'm never laughing at you. I can't speak for Dan.
You were earlier.
No, not at you. Maybe laughing at a repeat movie that I've seen many, many times.
What does that mean?
These conversations that we have are far, far from the first time. For me.
That I totally agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So the way they go many times ends up being a repeat movie. And it typically doesn't surprise me. And I get a chuckle at it, you know. So there's that, and then there's never any intention from me to be condescending towards anybody. I don't think like that. I don't operate like that. I'm not interested in being derogatory or negative towards a person or bring them down. I'm interested in helping to bring awareness, and if anything, give them something more so that they can stand on their 2 feet to uplift themselves.
Well, perhaps if you re-examine your actions, you might see where your mistakes are.
I'm open to listening.
Well, this isn't the first time I brought it up, so it's not like it's a, I also see the repeat movie, as you put
Sure.
it.
But again, I'm open to listening. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I was talking about before, I was not contradicting what you were saying about the circus. However, the part that I was not falling in line with was the fact that there were factors that you were not considering, and when I brought them up, you weren't even investigating to see if I was right. And not about me being right, but I had a point that I was trying to make, and it was being smushed into the mud with a partner system, a buddy system of condescending action by acting like I don't see something when I'm trying to tell you you're not seeing something, but you're not examining that part because you think you've got it figured out.
I'm going to assume that you're talking about the fellow, I forget his name, that was running for presidency.
Right, Ralph Nader, yeah. And unfortunately, when Joe, the only bit that he could remember, that he could twig out, was that he was a politician. But that really wasn't who he was. He ended up going into politics because nobody qualified was doing it. So he just said, well, I can't just complain about people not doing it. He was a man of action. He was always a man of action. And he always made his point. And he lived his life that way. And his life should not be dismissed, and his work should not be dismissed because of a formula that you have in your head that doesn't figure for X, right? Yeah. So if you had have gone to investigate what I was saying for yourself, I think that you wouldn't be able to come and contradict me at that point. And if you had have gone further, if it interested you enough, if you had have gone further into investigating it, I think you would have seen that I had a point.
Well, I did enough investigating by asking you questions to make only one determination. I only made one conclusion. I don't think it, from what I said, contradicted anything you said. Do you remember what it was that I said?
You went
Say
back to
again?
your formula. You went back to your formula. It didn't fit your formula, so you went back to your formula.
I don't have any. What do you mean formulas? I don't have a formula. What formula?
You have the what I believe is the correct idea in the main, right? In the main frame of things as to how things work. But you weren't figuring for some of the other variables. And because it didn't fit in, because you wanted to whitewash everything with it's just a circus and anybody who participates in it is an actor, and you won't consider that there is
That's
more
not what
to
I
it.
said.
Okay, it's a combination of what you both were saying at me.
Well, I wasn't there to
said
listen to
that
everything. I didn't hear everything Dan said.
Okay, well,
I know you
he
guys
said
were
the word
talking about it. I heard from a distance for a little bit, and then I heard you arguing a bit. I didn't hear the words of the conversation, so I'm assuming maybe there's something along the lines there that's going along with it, or something.
Well, maybe you missed it while he was talking, but I know that he mentioned the word actor in front of you too when you both were talking to me. So there he said the word actor, you just missed it. But it's just a combination of what you both were saying to me, and it was the same thing you were saying. You just had your own words for it, right?
No, I wouldn't say I heard that part. I'm not in, what I said is not in direct alignment with what Dan said, if you listen to me close enough.
You know I do, because I've been spending all this time straining my ears with this fucking technical problem that I'm having, straining my ears, asking over and over again, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say? It's just as annoying for me as it is for you to have to redo it, to say it again. It's as annoying for me to have to say, first I have to get your attention because you can't hear me saying, wait, right? Because of my technical problem, you can't hear me. So I'm trying to get your attention going, wait, don't go too far, so you can remember what I didn't hear.
No,
That's
yeah, I get that.
Constant physical battle for the last 24 hours, right? So because I was trying very desperately to hear every word you said. So I do listen to you very carefully.
But maybe you didn't hear either for that reason, or like, can you convey back to me what I said so that I know that you have the accurate thing?
I can try.
Okay.
Circus was the main word. It's a circus, and anybody involved in it is in the circus.
I didn't say that.
Okay, what'd you say? What'd you say?
I said, as far as this man goes, the first thing I did was I asked what party he was a part of. Do you remember that?
Yes, and I told you independent, and then
Right.
I also embellished and told you that the other one, Jill Stein, is part of the Green Party, so that you'd have more facts to work with.
Okay. Yes. So now I was just responding to this first individual, which is what I was being asked about. And I said, okay, if that's the case, then there can only be one of two scenarios going on with that person individually. Either the individual is not part of their thing, but being used as a pawn unknowingly, or he's not part of their thing to be qualified to go in positions that really count, but he can be used as a pawn and get paid knowingly, and present the role that way. It's going to be one of the two.
And I gave some credence to what you said in the first part. The second part I ruled out.
Well, and that's fine. So, and that's
then where did the circus statement come in? What did you say about the circus?
well, that's for everybody. That's on a grand scale. Everybody who's participating on the in a circus. So I say that all the time. I don't recall saying that for this individual thing,
but yeah, you did, because
I'm always going to say that. Anybody who participates in a circus becomes a part of the circus, knowingly or unknowingly. That's a given. That's obvious.
There are heroes out there. There are heroes out there who try to stop circus. And sometimes you got to climb in the ring to kick everybody out of the ring.
Yeah,
that doesn't make you part of the circus.
It does.
That doesn't make you part of the circus.
That's part of the bait to go in that direction, to give it more energy, to make it a thing, to make it relevant.
He was trying to make the capitalist system work the way that we were taught.
Right. And again, that's my point, is that even if it was working the way that we were told it was supposed to work, it's still abusive and corrupt.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that part. I don't agree that we couldn't turn that into what it was told to be to us to be.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is if the system was what it was being foretold, even then, it's still abusive and corrupt. That's not healthy either.
You could turn it into something that was about abundance and health. It didn't
For
have
that,
to be that.
For that, you don't need this. That's already there. You don't need to turn anything into that. That's already there at our disposal. That's just a simple matter of making a choice and having the information of what to choose.
Because your utopia is what you're basing it on, whereas I have a different utopia. So that includes
even this utopia work.
That includes the trade system, right? So I like the trade system. I love.
That's already here. System. We can trade with each other anytime we want. We don't need to turn anything into anything to do that. We're actually trading right now. We're trading a conversation, time, information freely.
Okay. So, but when it comes to capitalism, I view it as a trade system.
Can you define capitalism for me then?
That's
because it's a very opposite in definition, but maybe you have a different definition. So what's your view of capitalism?
That it's a trade system that has it has hierarchies, right? It has there's people who work on levels. Everybody has their focus. They have their job to do in the system. But I feel like the capitalist system wasn't a bad system. I don't see the problem with money, since there's enough to go around. I don't see the problem with money itself, the pieces of paper or plastic paper.
Okay.
And I don't see the problem with making a product and selling the product, using the paper to then for yourself, and it just keeps on circulating around so that everybody gets a piece.
Yeah.
It's where the corruption worked in, was when people started to hoard pieces of it for their own selves and lie to people about what they were doing, and then make people do things that were over the top. They weren't necessary in that trade system to do. So it worked out that way. But if it worked the way that I was taught that it was, the trade system that I thought that it was, I don't see anything evil in that inherently. Inherent.
All right.
In that way.
Okay. Let me shed some clarification on you for starting with the definition of capitalism. The actual definition of itself is the pursuit of ownership through a strategy of domination.
You mean if I go to Webster's, that's what it's going to say?
Say again?
look, I know that they own Webster's, but if I go to Webster's, is that what it's going to say?
I probably Google or something very close to it. I don't know. I haven't looked in Webster's in forever.
The pursuit of owning things in the pursuit of domination.
Yeah, the pursuit of ownership, basically by force. That's what it is.
Sorry,
It's not going to say that's. It's not going to use
owning something. The pursuit of owning something, and then what you say?
Through the means of domination and force.
Through the means of domination and force.
The ideology of owning everything through domination.
Like
it's actually just a soft word for authoritarianism is all it is. It's cover front. It's just a brand name. We own all this. We control it. You don't. That's the end of it because we said so. And then all the rest of the stuff is just a hogwash distraction from that and from getting to that and seeing that that's what's really going on.
So what would you call my system? You make top covers and you sell them. People give you money, and then you take that money and you pay somebody else.
You could do that, but I mean, there's so many different ways that we could do that if you wanted to do that in different forms. Like let's say we do that. Let's say me and you are allies. Let's say we're the only two people alive, and right, it's you, me.
No, that's not good. That's not a good example because it's. I mean, there's no system in there. That's
just to make it simple in terms of how you and I can cooperate and function in a healthy way. Just bringing it down to a very easy common denominator. So like, for example, let's say we want to barter with each other. You grow oranges and I grow apples, but I don't need so many apples today. So what I can do is I can give you a credit for my oranges to redeem later. That's what money is representing in that fashion. It's a coupon or an IOU or whatever it is, right? Really, it's just an agreement or a contract. Now we can do that. We can do it verbally. We can do it whatever. We can also be loose with it and say, you know what, this fucking abundance, there's just so much of it. Let's just both go to the apple tree today and take what we need. Now, there's all different kinds of ways that we can do that, right?
That's not a good example for it to be just you and me, because if it's just you and me, then yeah, there's enough apples, there's enough abundance, and there's no need to trade anything. So maybe I'm going to give you an apple because I found it. Like, look, I found an apple tree. Look how great the apples are from this tree. And you're like, oh, this is so good. And then later on, you find a piece of wood that I was looking for when I was making a fence for what my garden, right? And I'm making a fence not to keep anybody out, just so my morning glories can grow up the fence, right? And you go, you know, I found this piece of wood for you, and I'm so grateful. So it's not going to work that way if it's just two people. There's a system of many people doing many things, making many things, selling many things. So it doesn't. I don't think it works as a allegory for just two.
As soon as you start to get too large as humans in terms of teaming, that's where you start to get problems. And then it doesn't matter what you do. Your little the common denominator of peace and cooperation starts to become problematic. So numbers has a lot. Right. So again, there's from my experience, I'm giving testimony from my experience and what I've seen, right? There's two common denominators that are, and it's very obvious. The first one is the number size. And then the second one is the corporate ways, the corporate philosophy. Those two are going to cause problems. So rather than that,
capitalism is what you said. If capitalism is what you described to me, and I really don't have any doubt because I've never looked it up. I don't have doubt that you're wrong because that's the way it's working. Then I don't want that. I don't want capitalism, but I do like the trade system. And I agree about the number size, which is why I said that there has to be different lines drawn in smaller communities. But otherwise, you didn't want any lines. You didn't think, and I think it doesn't work without lines.
Oh, well, no, I'm not saying that, but okay, let's get into that. But can we put it on a shelf so I can draw attention to one more thing? Because there's one other important aspect to the current functionality of the capitalist system. That is the main culprit of why it's so toxic and dysfunctional, and that's the monetary system. The current monetary system, as we discussed already, by design is Ponzi and zero sum. So this means that in order for you to have something, somebody has to not have. This means not everybody can have by design. It's a superficial foundation of scarcity. There's not enough for everybody. So this sets the stage where in order for you to get access to something, you're going to have to compete with somebody else basically to the death. Somebody's going to have to fall off the wayside here. You understand what I'm saying? No, there's not enough to feed everybody.
I agree. Sorry, I understand, but I don't necessarily agree because I don't think it has to be that way.
It doesn't have to, but I'm not talking about whether it has to. I'm just talking about the way this monetary system is and the way that it's designed.
I understand. I agree with that. That's part of the capital, toxic capitalism. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So they go hand in hand, right? Because it puts the stage in a predicament for the lemming class to be in such a state of panic all the time that they don't have any time to catch their breaths and figure out what the hell's being done. They're always in a rat race, always trying to catch up, always trying to get ahead, right? That's by design. That's how a Ponzi scheme works. You don't want to be at the bottom of that Ponzi scheme because it's game over for you. So now you got to compete with your neighbor. Right. So you understand, of course, right? And so it's dog eat dog in this environment. It's competitive to the core. It's the very opposite of competition. So I bring this to light, of course, once again, to just weed out the obvious when that's understood of what's not healthy and what not to do. So moving that aside, now let's go to the other side of the equation. What could be done instead? Possibilities. Well, without intermediary authoritarianism ideology in the way to intervene with, we get to decide to self-determine ourselves, sky's the limit in terms of however we want to experiment to choose different ways to function with each other and do whatever makes sense to cooperate with each other in different fashions for the specific thing that we're trying to do, right? And so now we've got not only that as at our disposal, but also in the real natural world, the scarcity that you had, because the only way that you could get access to anything or entitlement to anything in the corporate world was through those limited print dollars, that there wasn't enough for everybody to go around it. It's not the case in the natural world. In the natural world, there is no such thing as limitation. It's abundance beyond belief. It's just a matter of knowing how to work with it and access it. And if we know how to do that and we cooperate together, it's a heyday for anybody who wants. Not to claim it as a utopia and that there isn't challenges. There is. What's the biggest difference, though, is that the ability to cooperate and overcome those challenges is no longer hindered and mitigated by a superficial distraction. That's the biggest pie in the equation. So now we can talk about anything you want as far as how can we make that work. And I'm open to all of it because now it's not designed from foundationally as a stage setter for abuse and exploitation.
Can you make one? Right. Can you let's say we scrapped all the thing and now we are now, you and I are in charge of setting the new world, right? The new way. So now let's say, just for a moment, because I know you don't like the money thing, but let's just say can you make money without having a limit, without doing the system, like without a banking system even? Can you just make pieces of paper that represent a certain value?
Of
And
course you can.
and yeah, and no limit to it, right? Like, so
Of course.
there's no reason. Okay, so in that case, I don't see any abundance problem whatsoever, and it's not the only way to trade, because you can trade like BB's father and just trade the carrots that you grew for something that somebody else has.
Right.
So, and like you said, you can make a coupon say, or like an agreement saying, okay, I don't need all those bananas, but here's some, and next time I need bananas, I'm coming to you, and hopefully you
Yes.
have them at the time. Right. So,
Or you can
there's
here's a
different
coupon. Anything that I produce is you got that much to access or whatever. Yes, absolutely.
Right. Like maybe you don't want all these bananas, you want half these bananas, but maybe you also want the dog food that I made, right?
Right.
So,
Right.
right. Okay. So, and there's just different ways to trade everything, but there's not an idea of scarcity because there's abundance in everything. The money system is a good way. My example is, if you're trading potatoes, they're fucking heavy, right? So you can make a representation of all those potatoes with money, right? So I don't see the problem in the money itself, only the way that it's used. And I do see the problem in the banking system because it's a business itself. It's not, again, the idea that I grew up with was the bank just takes care of the money for you, and when you need it, it was in a safe place, and now they're giving it to you. But I didn't think about them needing to be paid for it. I just thought they were just operating the bank building, right? But it's
Not
not.
only
It's a business.
that, can you make coupons? Can you make money coupons in the corporate world, or is that deemed as fraud and counterfeit?
Oh yeah, not you. There's so much different what I'm describing
Right.
right now
Right.
than the way that it's working, because they are taking our money and investing in evil shit.
No,
and
no,
then
no.
not
They're
giving
not
us
taking
back.
our money. It's their money. They created it.
No,
They
no.
made it.
Okay, the banks didn't make it. One bank made it, right? Not all the banks. So, but the people that are involved are all in the same club,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And what they're doing is there's a limit to that money. You can only print just so much money.
There
and
is
that's
not
where
a
you get to
limit.
zero.
There is not a limit.
Well, okay. All right, the way that we're working, though, they tell us there's only so many bills printed. I know it's all digital on computers, and they can just put in whatever they want, put in whatever number they want. But I'm saying that the way that they're telling us that it works is that there's a limit to how much they can print, and therefore there's going to be a
I've
zero
never
sum
heard them say
game.
that.
Because there's a zero sum game, because all the balloon is going to get filled on one side eventually and none part on the other side of the balloon, right? So that part, the way that money works, is corrupt from the beginning. But the way that I just described money, there is no limit. So there's
Yeah.
no zero sum.
I get you. It's not that there's no limit is the reason why that it's zero sum. That's not the reason. It's the way that the money is designed to be delegated for the use of the masses. And the only way that that can be done is through loaning. And the loaning gets tacked with an interest. And the only way that the interest can ever be covered is through loan more. So in other words, unlimited access for the maker, but as much limitation for the masses as the maker decides.
Okay.
The maker has
But still-
control, which is, that's the pursuit of capitalism. The ownership aspect is actually, and the oligarch had this in their narrative as well. They're not really after ownership because they know ownership is a fallacy and a scam. What they're after is control.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
the pursuit of control through
But you can't-
whatever
You can't
facets.
control without scarcity. You can't control
Correct.
without scarcity. Okay.
You need
So
scarcity.
in
Nobody's
my
going to work
way,
if there isn't.
you could get loaned money, and you could pay that person for lending you that money, right? Give them a bonus. That's what they're getting for doing what they're doing. Although I don't see why there has to be some kind of interest or money that you're paying them. But let's say
Right.
that's
In our world, the money would be the entitlement to the fruits of the labor, right? We don't need the money in that sense.
yeah. It's not labor to lend somebody money. If I lend Kendall $20 or she lends me $20, we
Right.
don't charge each other.
Right.
We just pay back the $20.
Just like when you come over for dinner, I'm not interested in sending you home with a bill.
Right. So now if I've accumulated a whole bunch of paper and somebody needs some paper and they ask if they can borrow it, I go, okay, here you go. You can borrow this $1,000. And then when they give it back, they just give me back the money that I loan them. That's all. Just give it
Could
back.
do that.
Maybe they
You
want to
could.
give me a card to say thank you, right? Along with the $1,000.
Sure.
But otherwise, they don't owe me anything except what they borrowed. So in my system, and if you need to make more because there's more stuff being traded, then why not? Just make more coupons, more
Right.
pieces of paper that denote a value.
Well, not only that, and of course that's just to get access to what you're producing, but the barrier to access, the barrier to entry, to start with, the entitlement to access the resources of the land no longer requires monetary means. Everybody is entitled to access to everything, just like the animals.
Yeah, but now we're getting into where the lines are drawn, right? Because if I've been cultivating this garden and I know that I'm going to use it as money, like all the strawberries that I managed to gather, I'm going to use that as money to buy something else, right? Those strawberries are my money. So somebody else comes along and raids my fucking strawberry field. And
Like a
goes
fox?
No, nope. Like
What happens when a fox does it?
That's just you gotta find a way to keep those foxes out, or it's like a hurricane. You can't stop a hurricane. It's just
I'm going to tell you, right. I'm going to tell you, when you get evolved enough with this, I can tell you from down the road, you can very quickly get to a point where there's just, when you overproduce, when everybody focuses on overproducing, there's already way more than enough for everybody to share and enough for nature as well. It's too much. In fact, you got so much abundance, you could never get rid of it if you tried.
Yeah, but strawberries could be worth less than potatoes, right? So
you end up
more
not looking
strawberries.
at it that way. Of course, you want things to be fair, right? Like, I'm never gonna have you come and do 2.5 days of labor on my thing and say I'm only going to do 5 minutes of trade in the end to you. That's where just human beings being fair to each other comes into play in cooperative fashion. But again, even those things, it just becomes basic common sense. And once you realize that you're on the same team and you're not competing with each other, those types of things that people do, especially in the scarcity world, that they have to do for survival, have already sorted themselves out. So there's not really a thing to solve there. Go ahead.
There's going to be a certain percentage of the communities that are going to have people that just refuse to do their part and only want to take.
That would be. Let's give that the benefit of the doubt. Let's give that the benefit of the doubt. Right, like a leech or a freeloader or something.
These are going to steal the strawberries that I spent all summer cultivating so that I could have enough to buy a bike that somebody else made. It's going to cost me a lot of strawberries to do that. I spent all summer growing them, and then somebody comes and says, you know what? I could use these strawberries to buy something else, right? Something they
Yeah,
want, right? And they just take it. So there
I
needs to be border.
I know it's hard to picture, because again, that's still bringing in some of the ideology of mine and yours and this and that, and there really isn't when it comes to a cooperative fashion in nature. Like when we go to a lake and we swim in it together, we're just sharing it. And so when berries are growing in nature, we all have entitlement to it.
In nature, yes. But if I spent the whole summer cultivating those strawberry plants, right, then it was for a purpose, and my purpose was destroyed when somebody decided that they were just going to leech off me and take all my hard work and use it for themselves. And
You're going to find that more often than not, the leech is not going to be a human. And so really what you're going to find out that what you're trying to solve is how to make sure there's enough for us as humans and nature, and more in case something happens, like beetles come and they raid some crop over here. So that's what it ends up being.
Like the cornfields. They plant corn, the main set,
Yes.
you know, of the corn. Then they plant extra on the outside. And that's because they know that animals are going to come or people are going to come and take from the outside of the corn, right?
It's
So
all
they sort
about
of provide.
it's all about knowing how to work with nature and being inclusive with nature instead of trying to
But humans themselves are a chaotic factor. You know that if a fox lives in the neighborhood, there's there's a chance that you're going to have to share, what you're growing, because they look at everything as nature, right?
Right.
They're not going, okay, these are berries that are just growing by the lake, and nobody did any work with them. They just naturally grew. And so everybody's got a chance. A human, a fox, a bear, everybody's got a chance to use them, right? But if it's something that if gardening is my thing, right? And that's what I spent my time on, there's a value to that I'm trying to trade for something else, right? And I can't get that something else if I don't have something to trade. So I need to cultivate those strawberries.
unless if, like, I'll give you another, that's one way to go about it, but here's another way to go about it. Back to the two-person scenario again, just to keep it simple. It could be three or whatever, it doesn't matter. And I'll pick a project. Let's say you need a shelter. I need a shelter. The two of us build 2 shelters. Or the 3 of us built 3 shelters together. We were a team. And we just access directly the resources from nature to do so. And put in the effort as a team to build 3 houses.
Okay, that because it's not about a specialty. It's not about, it's something that we all can do. But you just mentioned teams before on the bad side. And I thought to myself, aren't teams cooperative? Like you said, you made it into something that's negative because there's competition, as opposed to it being positive.
Correct. If it's cooperating to compete, not a good idea. If it's cooperating for the benefit of all, not a problem.
Right. So teams wasn't a bad thing.
No, never said teams was a bad thing. It's what you do with the team. What are you doing? Are you plotting to be murderers as a team? That's probably not good, right? A team is an ideology, like a tool. That's what you do with it. What are you going to do as a team?
Right. Just like the other words we were talking about. The word itself has no judgment on it. It's just
right. It's neutral.
Yeah, it's assigned to an action. And so The action could be good or the action could be bad, but the actual word of it is not good or bad. We attach those.
I reckon that we can't get away from teaming, even if it's not with other humans. We're already teaming with the trees and the nature and the resources there. So, and we can do it.
Yeah.
Humans involved together as well. And I say, why not? Why wouldn't we do that? Especially if we have similar needs that need to be taken care of. That sounds like a smart idea to me.
How do you feel about a donkey pulling a cart? Do you think that's fair or it's not fair? If you're feeding that donkey and making sure that donkey is safe, is that unfair or fair?
I'd have to see the expression on the donkey and if it's enjoying itself. I'd have to I'd have to see the expression of the donkey. I think it's a little too vague. You got to fill in some voids. Is the donkey?
I'm talking about the moral. I'm talking about the moral of using an animal for your benefit, but not exploiting that animal.
If the animal enjoys it, I don't think. Yeah, if the animal enjoys it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But how do you know if a donkey is loving pulling a cart?
If he's unhappy, you can tell when an animal is unhappy and he doesn't really want to stay as well. You have to, if he doesn't really want to, you're going to have to try and nudge him, and he's going to do it begrudgingly.
Yeah,
Same thing with a horse, right?
They're pretty stubborn, the donkeys specifically. They're very stubborn.
Yeah. So if I was going to call for the assistance of an animal, I'm gonna be like a dog might be a good to guard for something or something. Maybe we need to get a project done or something, and there might be a dog could be a good deterrent for a wolf pack, maybe, or whatever, right? So it depends on what the purpose is for.
I hate that. See, I don't like that one because when I've been in that position, I think to myself, my job is to protect the dog. I don't want the dog to protect me. That's putting the dog in danger. My job is to protect the dog.
Well, I wouldn't leave the dog out of the equation to be unprotected.
He's sitting outside the house watching for wolves. Now he's got a fight on his hands because the wolf just came out of nowhere, and because they know how to hunt their own selves, right? So then it's nice, safe in the house, and the dog has a split second to react and save its own life when you put it out there to save your life. And
I've never seen. Okay, if that was the true scenario, then yeah, but I've never seen a scenario where a dog, especially a guard dog, a dog with guardian instincts, like a shepherd or something, right? They're gonna sense and pick up a wolf like way off in the distance and bark. They're never going to be caught off guard. That's what they're. That's in the breed, you know. What's that?
How many dogs get killed by bears and shit?
Don't know. Never seen it happen.
I have to imagine that there's quite a few.
Do you mean guard dogs?
Well, I mean, maybe it's not going to be a German Shepherd, but it's a dog that lives outside. It normally.
I certainly wouldn't put a poodle up to the task, you know.
You what? You wouldn't what?
I said I certainly wouldn't put a poodle up to the task.
No, you could. I mean, the dogs I have, especially Samwise specifically, is a mouser, a ratter, right? Like a fucking cat. And so that's their function, right? Some of them they're not guard. No dog is for guarding. We give them that job. The dog that I have naturally goes after mice. Some of them retrieve birds. You know, when people go and shoot birds out of the sky, the dogs go and retrieve the bird, and they're naturally wired for that, right? Now, no dog is put on this earth to be a guard dog, right? We're putting them in between us and
they have instincts to alert, though.
They have instincts what?
To alert. To be vocal.
To alert?
Yes, to be vocal when they sense that something is in terrain.
Yeah, I wish my dogs would actually bark about something actual.
Yeah, and again, I'm talking about more specific dogs, especially, right? Like a retriever will do that. What's that?
I'm talking about the moral that the human has, because the human has a higher level of thinking and morals come into it. So it's the job of the human to employ those morals. And to me, it's immoral to put my dog between me and danger. The dog has to get behind me. It's my
Yeah, I
job
wouldn't do that either.
to be-
I wouldn't put me or the dog in danger. We'd be getting out of there.
That would be the ideal situation. But if that came to it, it's my job to protect my babies.
See, I wouldn't use a dog as like the attack the bear, right? Or a defense in that sense. No. What I meant is as an alert signal, as a watchdog, right?
Right. Yeah, because they can hear from far away.
Yes,
and
they typically do.
smell from far away.
Right.
They don't see smell, but they can smell from far away. They've got some extra senses that we don't have. They have better range in their senses than we do.
Smelling and hearing.
Pardon?
Smelling and hearing. They can smell and hear much better than we can.
Yeah. Right, exactly. So we're employing the use of theirs to give us a notice. And I still would be afraid that something would happen where the dog would get caught off guard, and so I wouldn't want to leave it out there, especially if there's like cougars. Cougars are good at being quiet. They're really.
I wouldn't leave in like where I'm at right now. I would never leave a domesticated any kind of animal just sitting out in the train by itself. Not a good idea. Never.
No.
But if I'm out there or my allies, they're part of the team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're absolutely. They're part of the pack.
I would also like right now, I have a very limited distance because the time if I were to go outside right now, there's only so much of this area right now that is safe for me to venture out in because I'm by myself. It would be the same thing for a dog if I had the same thing in this situation.
I think that's an illusion. I don't think you have safety at all.
Yeah, there's a fence.
But can't cougars jump over fences or climb trees and get to the other side of the fence?
Not without me noticing and being able to get to safety long before that happened.
They're quiet, man.
I've actually never seen a cougar around here. Yes, they're very quiet. They typically like to rest in trees.
Yeah.
And they typically like you to walk into their domain and pounce.
Yes, but what if they are monitoring their food from just outside the fence up a tree? They might want you to come to them, but if you don't, they will come to you. And didn't you have one time there was a cougar that was up a tree?
Yep.
And yeah. So
that was on the island. Not here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
All right.
But there is cougars.
Don't they
What's
live
that?
in the mountains?
Yes.
Don't they live in the mountains?
Yes.
So there are them there.
Yes. I just haven't seen any in this part. I'm not saying there isn't though. I haven't seen any.
Because they're kind of like the coyotes. They're watching you when you don't know.
No, that's not the case. No, they're not snipers. They have no problem announcing their presence and make themselves known.
Are you sure? Because I would think that the reason why they would growl would be because you are scaring them. You are threatening them.
They rely on their They rely on their speed. They know that there's not too many things that can outrun them.
Yeah, so if they're running at you, are you telling me that they don't chase their prey down ever?
They do. That's exactly what they do.
Well, you said they like you to come to them, so
Yes. They like you to walk into their domain and then pounce. If they're sitting in their tree, they prefer that easy route if they can get it. But if they're hungry and they're ready to go on the prowl, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to hide their target, just like most cats will do as well. Same
I
thing.
know. And cats like to be in the high spot. That's what they do, right?
Yeah.
Another thing that Samwise is like, he likes to get to the high spot. He can't climb like the cats can, but he likes to be at a higher spot. It's a thing with him. He's a fucking cat. He got imprinted, you know, like the duck. They imprint on you when if you're the first thing they see when they're born, you're their daddy, right? It's like Frodo or Samwise got imprinted by the cat or on the cat or whatever. The cat imprinted on him, and now he's a cat. But yeah, cats. So I just feel like if it's at you, if it's watching you in the tree, by the time you see it growl or hear it growl, it's too late.
Depends on the setup. And it depends on what you're going to use for self-defense.
Yeah. Can you imagine how bad you feel if you had to defend yourself against an animal?
Yeah. Not only that, especially something of that caliber. So in this case, it's hard to describe, but here, if there was a cougar, he would have to make it up that fence, which would be a hell of a feat. It is pretty tall and over barbed wire at the top. Get down on the other side and then hail over to me quite the distance. I would be in the house most likely before he dropped on the inside.
There are no trees on the fence line.
No.
Really?
Not in this part. Not where I am. Not where I'm enclosed off. Outside of that, yeah. I'm on a 64-acre property, right? So at the moment, I'm just in this part is a little enclosed off. I'm on a 64-acre property.
You want to what the property?
The property size, it's 64 acres.
64 acres. Okay, yeah.
Yes. Do you know how big an acre is?
You know how many trees there's got to be on 64 acres?
Yeah, it's a forest. No, not inside the fence. The fence isn't surrounding the 64 acres. The fence is a closed-off area in conjunction to the carriage home that I'm in. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's no trees in the fence, and there's no trees on the fence, and you're in the fence.
Inside here, yeah. Yeah. It's a garden. And a tennis court that I don't use.
And what?
And a tennis court that I don't use.
Oh. That's odd. For homesteading to build a tennis court.
It was here when they got the property.
Oh.
It was already there, yeah. Long time ago. 1940s or something. I don't know. It was first a tennis court, and then they put basketball hoops too, so it can be used for both.
So you were on a homestead in Victoria, and now you're on another homestead.
Correct.
And it's owned by separate people.
Yes. Mostly when I was on the island, though, most of the time I was there, I was not on a homestead at all. I was boondocking with Fruity most of the time.
Wait, you were inside the carriage house?
No, there's no carriage house over there. I think you're confusing the two. Only this one that I'm at right now is the carriage house. That's what I'm in right now.
I don't think I knew much about Victoria then, because I thought for a long time now that you've been in the carriage house.
You mean Nanaimo?
When did you? What? That's where the carriage house is in Nanaimo?
No. That's where the other homestead is, close to Nanaimo. on the island. I was on Vancouver Island most of the time, free roaming around and boondocking with Fruity most of the time. For a short period of time, I was on another homestead over there. Well,
But there was no carriage house on that home at the homestead.
correct. Yes,
Okay,
that's
'cause
here.
to me, I feel like you've been living at the carriage house almost the whole time. I know that you were out there traveling a little bit, and you didn't really say much about where you were traveling or anything, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
But it just seemed like such a short period of time, because it seemed like you already set yourself down in a spot pretty after.
We left in, I think it was end of January or mid-January of last year. And we spent about 3 weeks. I didn't go straight to the homestead in Nanaimo. First of all, Fruity and I, we darted straight up the coast.
Sorry?
And the first thing we did is Fruity and I, we darted straight up the coast. We didn't go to Nanaimo right away or the island. I wanted to show Fruity some other things and have her meet some of my family ally people and whatnot. So we did some of that. And then after a little bit, I asked her, pick a spot on the map. Where do you want to go? And she decided she wanted to see the islands. Okay. Because actually I didn't explore. It's pretty big. And I've been there before. I actually used to live in Nanaimo in the city for a little while, a few months, long time ago. And so I seen kind of the outskirts and, of course, my friends with the homestead over there. So I said, okay, we'll go over there. But I said, I also want to free roam and explore the rest of the island because I want to see what's there. I've never seen it. I want to see if there's any hot springs, access to water. I want to see what's going on, right? What other resources we might be able to utilize. And it was a good move. Holy, amazing. I had no idea what was there, but it's a resource plenty. So we were enjoying that and doing that till I think it was roughly the end of August when Fruity went back to France. And then after Fruity went back to France, I spent another couple weeks free roaming around. And then I came to the homestead here, I think in early mid-September, if I remember. So I've been here for about a year now. If you can believe it's been that long already.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're still living in the carriage house and not the RV?
That's right. RV's nice and parked. I was kind of deciding, I was talking to Dan about this the other day, because Fruity's back in France right now. I am so freaking comfortable here right now, but at the same token, there are some things that I want to go explore and get done as well at the same time. That kind of makes sense as well that I can do while Fruity's away. But it's so comfortable here, and I don't have to go far to forge. It's like I'm so spoiled here. It's ridiculous, right?
I told you that. I told you that back then. I said you have to be careful about because you wanted to travel. It's not for everybody, right? I love being in RV, but I also love nesting at the same time. So your situation that you're in right now is a nice, comfortable situation. And you had said you're going to move soon, but you just don't know because you're so comfortable. And I said, you
it's
can't
mostly
let
the
yourself
food. Like
I
I
know,
literally
it's
have, I have,
whatever's comfortable for you. And
I
that
have
part of that is the food.
I have a backyard supermarket that
Right.
is not really shared very much, not needing to be shared very much. That is a pleasure to tend to and work with. And the food is incredible, you know. It's very ready, and I never got to see before until this year the full seasons of everything that actually grows here until now. Now I did. So, and it's been amazing, right? And we're at the tail end of it now. There is a winter harvest too, but it's not so much the stuff that's in the gardens outside. There's some greenhouse, and so that'll be all right if I do stay out. But What's
Did
that?
you say you get snow?
Yeah.
Do you get snow?
Yeah, there's some snow. How much, I don't know. I've never been here for a winter. I imagine probably about half a foot to a foot or something.
No,
Most
you got
likely.
there in September, mid-September. Yes, last year.
Hmm.
So you were there for the winter.
It didn't snow last year.
Right, but you were there for the winter, so you know what happens there. So how do you know you're going to get snow this year if you didn't get snow last year?
It's got to happen.
Well, you're in the mountains, so I would think it would be every year.
Yeah.
I would think that it's colder there in the summer.
There
Even when
was
it's summer.
there was more. There was like a layer of frost, and then it sort of got built from that, but it really didn't turn into a normal snow thing. Yeah. But it did stay. It did stick, and it was gone maybe around February.
So what about the plants? The plant life in that freeze there, like
Yeah, it doesn't grow.
they don't grow.
The seed is nowhere. The only thing that grows then is in the greenhouses.
Right, which is in the fence.
No, it's more on the other side of their property, but it's all enclosed. It's enclosed off over there. I haven't eaten anything from there yet. What's that?
Sorry.
I said I haven't eaten anything from over there yet, but if I stay the winter, then I will be. That's for sure. What was your question?
Did they come home? Like, did they come to the main house at all in that year?
Who's
The
they?
people that own it? The
Oh,
people that own
they're
it.
my friends. They live on the other side.
24/7. Like,
Yes.
all
Yeah,
year.
they're here now.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
So when you say, you mean on the other side of the 64 acres?
Yeah, on the other side of their property.
So if you went to go see them, you'd have to jump in your. Oh no, you also have a car too.
Well, I mean, it's not that far. I could walk if I really wanted to.
64 acres?
Yeah.
How many kilometers is that?
I don't know. Many, if any. I don't even know if it's one, is it? Let me just see. How many
Okay. No, 64 acres
kilometers?
is a lot of fucking home, man.
0.25 kilometers, square kilometers. So that's in a square. So basically 1 kilometer then if it was just in a straight line. It's not in a straight line. It's hard to describe. It's not even a direct square because it's hill, up and down, and mountain. It's kind of rough terrain. So I don't really know the exact distance to get from here to theirs on the other side, but it would take me about 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour to walk.
Okay, now when you say you're on a mountain and you're saying
Yes.
something about, I couldn't hear all of it, but you said something about up and down the mountain. Does that mean that the house is on one level of the mountain and you're on another?
Can you repeat?
Like, is one of you higher than the other on the property? Like in like height in is one of you
Kinda.
closer to
A
the
little
side?
bit. Yeah, a little bit.
What?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so it's like an uphill thing to get to the house?
More than just uphill. It's hilly and rough terrain. So, but by the time you get there, he's lower. They're lower than us.
Oh, okay.
But to get there, I have to go up and then down and then up and then down and then around a terrain, and it's rough terrain. It's dense forest, old growth forest.
How do
A
they
lot of
take
it.
care of their green?
Of what?
What?
Can you ask again? Sorry, no
How do they
connection.
take care? Their greenhouse is on the other side of your carriage house, right?
No, so more on the other side of the property,
Oh, near them.
closer to them. Yeah, much closer to them.
So they don't need the carriage house for anything.
No, It's not only the carriage house that I'm living in, there's also a mansion main house right adjacent to us, kitty corner, that literally is big enough to hold like a 50-person family, and there's nobody in there. It's vacant. Brady and I went in there a couple times just to relax and chill and see it, but it's so big that I don't want the headache of the upkeep of it. So this is fine. This is just compared to that, this is a little carriage house. That's still pretty big actually, but I don't know, 700-800 square feet, something like that.
Well, carriage houses aren't small.
They vary in size. You know? They vary in size. It depends. Unless what?
Shit, I forgot what I was going to ask you. But horses are big, and you need place for the horses. No, sorry, the horses probably don't go in there, but the carriages go in there, and they're big, and usually there's more than one carriage spot.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is a really old property, right? So what I'm in right now, I think it was the 30s or 40s when it was originally built, and so underneath what I'm on the higher level where the carriage house is. I'm in there, and underneath me probably originally was for horses or whatnot. When they have visitors, it was transformed into an actual garage for parking cars in, but it's not being used for that. It's actually being used for storage.
So you're not getting the whole carriage house, because my next question was, did they convert the part where the wagons go to be part of the house that you're thinking? Okay.
No, that's being used as a storage thing underneath me.
You're on like a second floor kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm up quite a number of stairs.
So do you guys ever visit each other?
Yeah, odd time.
Have dinner
Not much.
together?
No. See, most of the ally family, people, friends that I collaborate with, they're suited for the same thing, with the exception of needing to get something done or like building something or maintenance or whatever it is. Most of the time, the rest of the time, we just want to have our own distance and be left alone.
Right. That's the ideal situation. But you would think that every once in a while you would commune with each other for you to express your thanks and for them to express their love for you and bond. I would think. Not all the time, just maybe once every 2-3 months. However much you would have seen him anyway, right?
Yeah, we're not that close of friends in that sense.
Okay.
We're more in this sense with these guys over here. Like I help them get this, and I help them design and build and get the workings of the functions of the homestead part going for growing food and everything back in the day. I was an integral part of that. So that was my role, and without getting too much into all the details of how there's a lot of components to it, but it really is really simple. As long as anything on this property is vacant here, I have free range to access it whenever I need or want.
Anything on this property, you have free range, is that what you said?
Yeah, free range to access and utilize anytime that I want.
On your end, on your side of the property, you mean?
No, there's no my end. Like, I mean, okay, so they my friends, they're on the other side, that's their permanent dwelling. But then there's this dwelling, and then that dwelling over there, and then there's some other things as well. One other that's being used for last few weeks for something, but that'll come to an end probably soon. So that'll be vacant again. And so, yeah, there's an interesting dynamic of in and out. So as long as there's like, if I can always come here and just forage for whatever's growing for my needs or whatever. But if I want to do like what I'm doing right now, that's on a first come, first served basis. So if there was people here before me, then until it became vacant, then I can't do that, of course. I don't have priority. Nobody does, right? It's first come, first served for the dwellings.
And they're clearing their land because
We're a team.
okay, so you helped them build their garden and harvest their garden, and they said, "Well, go ahead and stay in our shelter." Does that have a limit?
There's more
Like,
to it than that, but there's more to it than just that from other things that we've been a team on even before that and other things after that as well. But it's just the way that it works. It's not just the two of us here that are part of the team. It's more vast than that. And all together, we're like, call us whatever you want. And this is just one of my co-op allied basket of friend teams that I work with and play and have fun with. I don't know, whatever the hell you want to call it, I'm lost for words for some. These aren't even the intentional community people, by the way, so not to get that confused. I can get it. I can go back to that anytime that I want, which I was considering.
Yeah, you said we're gonna do it. I was picturing it was gonna be something like Brazil or something.
Well, I actually wanted to take Fruity on another expedition trek, but there's only so much you can do, and there's so many opportunities. We decided to put something else as priority that at the end of last year, I think I already told you, right? We want to get the homestead going for her dad out there. And so we decided. No, not me.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just giving them guidance and direction from over here. They're going out and doing the land searching, and once they do get that, then depending on what we find, we don't know what it's going to be yet until they find it, right? If it's going to have a house on it or if it needs, so on and so forth. So they're looking for an ideal property as we speak. And then after they find it, then we got to go through some zoning processes. Their bullshit politics system over there is way more ridiculous than North America, unfortunately. It's lunacy, crazy stuff. There, the government can actually just decide to switch the zone on you without telling you, and all of a sudden say, we're taking your property just because. So
What'd you say about paying for the property?
Over there, unless if you're in an old, I forget what it's called, but there's one special zone over there that's suited actually for off-grid purposes, which hopefully we can find for off-grid purposes, off-grid uses. So hopefully we can find that, but they're kind of few and far between. But if we can't, then we have to resort to one of the more regulated things, at least to get something going. And the risk of doing that is...
You get comfortable. You get comfortable.
No, that's not the problem. It's a regulatory problem. Over there, the government, if they want to peg you for something, see here they can do all kinds of fuckery in different ways with regulation, especially taxes and this and that. Over there, how they get you is this: if they want you to leave the land, they change the zone on you and the designation of it to whatever they want, and you got to go
better than setting your house on fire
without notice to you.
Yeah, I guess they're not that fair. It's funny because when Michael Moore did his documentary on the healthcare system in different countries, like starting on America and Canada and the UK and France. France had the best one. It was the most humane one, because I think in the documentary there was a guy Yeah, I guess he had a breakdown or some kind of emotional problem, and then he got to go to the south of France, which apparently is beautiful, and that was all paid for. He didn't have to go back to work or nothing for, I don't know, 6 months or something like that, so he could repair and heal. And I thought, that is so fucking civilized. Like, that's amazing. It wasn't even that good in England. It went like, the United States was the worst, Canada was better, UK was better than Canada, and France seemed like the best. And you would think that that would be good, humane people who make their policies. But you're saying now that they can just take your fucking land at a moment's notice.
Over there, yeah.
It's what'd you say? I got dichotomy. Like it doesn't seem like the same people who made the rule about being able to convalesce in the south of France on the taxpayers' dime would then turn around and say, "But guess what? We're taking it in 10 minutes." Like holy shit, that's not the
It's
same people.
it basically ends up being either who you know or whose
Yeah.
palm you greased. It's very that type of politically favored.
There's no one I've ever known more. It's not necessarily true, but the only ones, the ones that I've seen the most, the French are the most elitist. Their attitude is very elitist. So are the British. So are the Germans. They do have their elitist factors, but the French. There's a thing about the French, and I'm sure I said it before. The French in France. Also, it's kind of like this in Quebec, but it's like a poor man's version, where they don't give a shit what you think of them. So when you're arguing with somebody and you try to say, "Well, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. That's wrong," and they'll just turn around and you go, "An American is telling me what's wrong," and then just completely dismiss you. Like they don't think you have anything else to say. If you're not French, from France, you have nothing to say that's worth anything that a Frenchman would want to hear. That's what I get from the French and the Quebecois. But again, they're like trailer park France.
Yeah, they're feisty.
What?
Yes, they're feisty.
They are feisty, yeah, but in more of a trailer park way, whereas the French do it in more of a British way. Well, the French way of being, civilized. It's like the British way. It's just in France, and they just seem to have this view where you don't count. If you're not one of them, you don't count. You're a lesser being.
Mm-hmm.
Where you need it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm just saying it just seems to be their way more often than not. But again, this is all impressions from my experiences. The French, you can just kick them in the nuts. Like they're.
I've been there. I've been there to France a couple times.
So I meant
interesting.
Quebecois.
Oh, Quebecois.
At the last part, I added the Quebec, and I said the French, but I meant the Quebecois. They're the ones who need a good kick in the nuts.
I see. Yeah, I have oh, geez, I've never been that far east. Of course, I've met French Canadian, but grew up with quite a few. Never been furthest east I've been is Thunder Bay.
What?
The furthest east I've ever been is Thunder Bay.
Furthest east. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only two provinces I've ever been in is Ontario and Quebec. Those are the only two provinces I've ever been to.
I guess that's west for you, Thunder Bay, but east from here.
That's what I was like. How does that work? East. But yeah, we're west of Quebec, and you're west of everything.
Yeah. Yep. And only for one brief time. Went to get cigarettes. That's just something to do.
But
Yeah.
didn't you say you lived in Toronto for a time?
What's that?
Didn't you say you lived in Toronto for a time?
No, never. No,
See,
that
you know,
was something I had considered though a long time ago, because being a musician, the two big cities for the arts are Toronto and Vancouver, right? So
what about Montreal?
I heard to some degree, but nothing like these two. Basically, these are the two like Los Angeles, Hollywood type places of Canada, right? If you're going to be a musician or artist or whatever, so you consider a serious one.
Yeah. It's funny you bring that up though, because we're Hollywood North, right? But Hollywood North, there's many places that are Hollywood North. I mean, BC, they got to film the ones that have, you need the landscape, right? You need the nature. They'll go to BC for that. They want city, they come to Toronto for that. But Montreal, they are for the arts, you know. One thing I love about Quebec that I've noticed throughout my life is that they have a very artistic way of, you know, like when I think it was when the women got killed. It was December 6th something, 1980 something, and there was it Marc Lepine was the name of the guy who was killing. He killed all the. It's like, you know, somebody got upset, and this guy got upset, and I think the way I remember it is he took a gun and started spraying at a college, and it was around the time that it was like it's a few days difference of when John Lennon got shot. You're probably not old enough to remember that.
No.
That was a big thing. John Lennon getting shot.
I think that wasn't that in the 70s? I think that was just before I was born.
I thought it was in the early 80s. But yeah,
Maybe.
nevertheless, you were too small to be paying attention to anything on the fucking news. So yeah, there was a time when that happened in Quebec, when that guy went nuts and killed those women, and it was about women. They made it about women anyway. How, you know, how women are vulnerable in society and had to go through that whole fucking spiel. And then they built this memorial to these women that died. And they've done another memorial that I remember. It was almost like a mosaic. And there was a whole bunch of artists that put in, and it became one piece of art. But there were a few artists that put in, and they've got wonderful ways of expressing themselves artistically. When I think of the arts in Canada, I think of Montreal. Because I feel like it's part of their culture that they're good at that. Very poetic and symbolic. And I love that. But you can't pay me to live there. And they try to, too. You get I think it was $500 for moving there, or $5,000 for moving there.
Just to move there?
They wanted to. They
Montreal?
also had a thing. Well, Quebec, the province, and they were making an incentive, and I know a couple who left from Montreal because if you had your baby there, you get a sum of money, like, you know, $5,000 or whatever, right? So they were enticing people to live there, and I just heard on, I think, John Galt's panel, they were saying about people moving, you know, all the immigration shit. I don't really understand it, right? Like it's coordinated, as opposed to just having an open border and letting people come in your border, there's coordination going on somewhere behind the scenes. And I don't know. They said that they get money for the people. I don't know if they meant taxes, that, you know, the people are working there in that state, because now I'm back in the States.
Who gets money?
The government. They get money from, like, say, a whole bunch of illegal Mexicans join in. I don't know what you call them. They used to call them illegal aliens. And they are working there, and they're paying. No, don't say illegal. Legal. I don't know if they're legal. I think they're illegal, but they still have to pay taxes. So the government makes money from that. And what was the other thing that they make money from? Votes. Maybe it was votes. Because down in the States, you don't have to be a member of the United States to cast a vote for the president. So they're trying to stalk people to make votes. And I heard that earlier in Canada, like a few years earlier in Canada. And people were saying that we were getting a whole bunch of immigrants. I can't remember from where. And they were inviting. Trudeau was like inviting people to come. Come on, come to Canada. I thought, why is he doing that? If they're fine where they are, leave them where they are. That gives us more space in between each other, right? If people want to come, okay, borders open. But don't invite them, for fuck's sakes. And I thought, what is he inviting them for? And somebody had said money and votes. He's getting, I thought, but you can't just vote. But they were fast tracking citizenship. They're going against their rules. It was like